Please enter the arena and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Dota 2 Championships. And now, Game New.
For many of us at Valve, this really is the highlight of our year. Just like you, we look forward to this. Back in February, a bunch of us went down to the Super Bowl to watch the Seahawks throw. And arguably, Super Bowl is one of the biggest sporting events in the world. So you've got all these parties, all this drinking, all these events. What were we doing? We were back at the hotel, clustered around EJ's laptop, watching the DAC group stage. So I don't know about you, I didn't come here to listen to me talk. I came here to watch some Dota. So let's get this going. Thank you very much for coming.
"5 years ago, a tradition began that has changed the face of competitive gaming. The International, a tournament summoning the finest Dota teams from across the globe. Since its creation, much has changed. The crowds have grown, from modest gatherings to a roaring sea of fans. The tools have expanded, from a humble selection of heroes to over 100 potential gladiators. And with the help of the Dota community, each year the stakes have risen. Again and again, becoming the largest prize pool in esports history. Once more, the time has come. From across the world, they have gathered. They have prepared. They are the best of the best. Some are veterans, warriors and victors of tournaments past. And others, ambitious newcomers, ready to prove themselves against revered champions. The eyes of the world now turn to Key Arena, eager to witness history firsthand, hungry to watch the war unfold. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
What does a hero truly need? Much depends upon the hero. Would you be swift? Then for you, I have speed beyond measure. closer and I will unlock your inner cunning. What does a hero truly need? That is for you to decide.
To the finest Dota teams in the world. Evil Geniuses. E-Home. Na'Vi. VG Gaming. Team Secret. LGD. Virtus Pro. Fnatic. Cloud9. Invictus Gaming. Team Empire. MVP Hot 6. Complexity Gaming. C-Deck Gaming. MVP Phoenix. Defending champions of last year's international, Newbie.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International 2015, officially from the analysis desk. It is going to be 6 fantastic days of Dota action that you will not want to miss a second of. And joining me on the panel for starters, it's the W team and the M team. We've got Wagger and Winter, and we've got Mad and Malini. Hello, gents. How are you feeling right now? Brilliant opening ceremony.
It's amazing. The goosebumps from watching this intro.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a fantastic start. We're going to get into everything regarding not just this year, but last year as well. We're going to have a little recap of 2014. We're also going to take a look at the teams and how they've made their way through the groups, and we're going to do all of that before the first game. So plenty to get through. Just a reminder for you at home, do tune in on dota2.com/watch. Plenty of other options to watch on there as well. And of course, make sure you're using the very easy to remember hashtag, especially for me, #TI5. Nice and easy to remember. Plenty of that. So 2014, Wagger, newbie winning, obviously. Bit of a Cinderella story in there because of the way they came through the group stages, nearly went out and then had to go through wildcard playoffs and all sorts of crazy stuff. What is your most memorable thought from 2014?
I think TI4 group stages was absolutely amazing, and this year's possibly even better.
Okay.
So.
All right. So still looking forward to this year's then.
Yeah.
So are you still looking for that Cinderella story in amongst that?
Oh, definitely. With C-Deck, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to get more thoughts from you in just a moment. But first, let's take a look back at 2014 because it was an absolute classic.
I don't think it's fair. Obviously, they're one of the favorites. Like they did really well. They won 4 lands in a row before they come into TI, and they're probably one of the strongest teams, that's for sure. And no one can argue against it. But all the teams here are exceptionally good. You saw, for example, Fnatic destroying Team Secret in a game, like literally destroying them. It was a humiliation for Team Secret. So who does that? And Fnatic ended up being in the lower bracket. So it says a lot about the level of all the teams here.
Yeah.
You can't expect someone to dominate the tournament like this. It might happen, but you can't expect it.
Okay, well, we'll see how it pans out. We're going to get into more predictions and also talk about more international flavours as we've got coming through. Not only just the teams, but also the group stages and the brackets as well in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at exactly what you've missed. If you have missed it, where were you? Very naughty person. But don't worry, we've got your back.
Hello and welcome everyone to the International 2015.
MS Baron obliterated, and C-Deck will advance through to the winners bracket final.
Yeah, and Vega will have to fight in the lower brackets, and that makes it so much harder.
Will they land the stun? They do. Ush in trouble. Epicenter as well, and another kill on a core hero. Vega is just getting the kills they need.
Archon's dreams of TI5 glory could be shattered right before our eyes.
C-Deck are only 1 game away from securing a spot in the main event.
The callout's there, connects on 2, the follow-up stun, 2 more kills, aggressive on a mega kill streak. C-Deck will be in the main event.
Pasha's trying to make the defense here.
There's too many creeps.
He's going for the creeps, but now the throne is dying. 700 HP, that's all that's left. It's over. MVP Phoenix, they get game number 2.
Day 1 starts now for the group stages. We're finally in the main event.
The Sigil is just watching IGK Wags fly.
Keep going.
And they go again. Tron! Just
the side
explodes!
blade!
And the side blade. Ferrari back to front lines. Mushy down for the count. 1, 2 rapiers. In for Mushy. He's on the way with the side blade damage. Triple kill. JJ! 97 minutes will be the victory here for Fnatic.
This team has some serious guts.
LGD still looking dominant as always.
And that was the group stage as we head into the main event this week, of course. All 16 teams here for the last 6 days, very different to last year where we had 8, of course. You may have noticed we've had to make an early substitution on the analysis desk, unfortunately, and Purge is now joining us. How you doing?
I'm good. I have a new job. I'm pretty excited about that.
You're just going to stay here now?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, you might as well. You're offering more than Wagger has so far.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Okay, cool. He doesn't know how to take me right now. He's like, who's this guy? So newbie streams, for me, I mean newcomer streams obviously as well. I'm a newbie. I liked it last year. I could tune in. I could understand what was going on. It was very simple for me, but not to a degree where I felt I was being, lectured. It was actually genuinely really good information. So what have you got planned for us this year?
Well, we're doing it Slightly less than that, slightly less newbie, a little bit more casting. Got OD Pixel this year. He's going to be doing the play-by-play for that, and we're still going to focus on a lot of the basics, but maybe not as much. So we're going to be doing that on a different stream, and it's only the first best of 3 of every day of the group stage. So if you guys do want to tune into that, I really recommend hopping on at the right time. And we do have a lot more produced content for this year. We have the This Is Dota video that was made. I think I wrote the script, but almost all Valve finished on that one, so don't give me credit for that one. And then we also made 5 videos for each role that explain all the basic concepts of them, and I focus very largely on those the last couple days. So those are just little 2-3 minute clips about how to play each role, and if you guys don't catch them, we're going to play them on YouTube afterwards. So.
Okay, all right, good stuff. Yeah, well, let's take a look, because this is Dota.
Enjoyed by millions for over a decade, Dota is a game of strategy, momentum, and action. 2 teams of 5 players, called Radiant and Dire, face off in a vast battlefield. The first team to destroy the opposing team's Ancient will win the match. However, there are many steps on the road to the Ancient. Before the battle begins, each player chooses a unique hero from a pool of over 100 potential fighters, each with their own abilities, strengths, and weaknesses. Teams then enter the battlefield and compete to slay opposing players or computer-controlled forces called creeps, in order to earn experience to augment their hero's abilities, and gold to purchase items that increase their hero's power. As players become more powerful, they will lead their forces to eliminate the opposing team's defensive towers in each of the 3 lanes that cross the battlefield. If a team wishes to gain an additional advantage, they may also choose to face the monster Roshan, who guards the Aegis of the Immortal, a unique item which allows a slain hero to immediately return to life. After the towers are eliminated, players may begin assaulting the opposing team's base. Within each base are several sets of barracks, which, if destroyed, will strengthen the forces of the attacking team. Beyond the barracks lies the Ancient itself, protected by a final group of defensive towers. The match ends if either team's Ancient is destroyed, or if a team surrenders by saying GG, which is short for good game. This is Dota.
Very good, very nice. Thank you very much to Purge for that as well. Great video for those that aren't fully familiar with Dota 2. I am rejoined by a man that apparently knows a bit more about Dota 2 than that. I'm sorry, Wagger.
Yeah, the newbie stream exists as well. It's very good though.
Yeah, it is very good.
Fresh.
Yeah, I tuned in last year.
Yes.
So yeah, very useful to learn if you're not.
You gonna tune in this year?
I probably have to, actually, to be fair. I mean, I know you guys haven't got the greatest win rate amongst you at the International, but hi, Mad.
Yeah. Hi, what's up?
Everything okay?
I'm doing fine.
20%.
Watching.
Just saying, 20%. Anyway, 2015, let's get into the group stages now and actually take a look at those group stages, because they have been very interesting. You've mentioned, you 2 guys picked out Complexity and CDAC. We've obviously talked a little bit about the other teams as well, but let's take a look at all 16 teams now in both the upper bracket and the lower bracket as well. In Group A, LGD stood out, of course, at the top of their group. Team Secret, MVP, IG, they're all in there as a mix, as we'll see in the bracket right now when we go into it. There are 8 teams. The top 4 from both of the 2 groups are now in the upper bracket, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. They will now face off with a best-of-3 match in the quarterfinals. We'll play 2 of those today, and we'll play 2 of them tomorrow. On the other side of the bracket, the lower side, unfortunately, I'm going to call that the lower bracket of doom, death ball, nightmare scenario, because those are best-of-1s, and you're going home if you lose them. So all 8 teams in there are the teams that finished at the bottom 4 of Group A and Group B. And gentlemen, there are some big names in there. 3 previous winners of the International and last year's runner-up, and we're going to lose some of those for sure today.
That's pretty harsh, actually, to think about it that way. But yeah, Dota is a game where 1 year can make a world of difference. So previous champions are going to struggle.
Yeah, Mad, a year can make a big difference. You weren't at TI last year, this year? Oh, well, we're still here. You'll definitely make the final this year. That's something you can actually brag about to your teammates.
I'll try my best. I'll try my best.
It's a bully.
But I mean, you know, I'm watching that lower bracket, and it's actually better to be here. There's one match you don't want to play right now. It's that match, that best of one, that means everything to you.
Yeah.
Because one match and you're out. And you've been preparing the whole year, not only for TI, but mainly for TI, because right now it is the biggest tournament by far and the most interesting one.
Yep.
And it all comes down to one game, one strat, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, who knows, 20 minutes?
It's a significant improvement over last year, though, where we only saw 8 teams. So I'm really happy that everyone's here at the main event.
Definitely.
Yeah, I actually was going to bring that up. Is it better? And I'm kind of glad you said it is. Or you'd rather have them in with some kind of shot, wouldn't you, in terms of getting through the next round? Winter, what do you think about that lower bracket? Because it's almost more competitive than in the upper bracket, maybe?
Like for me, the biggest nightmare is to face a Russian or Ukrainian team in the lower bracket best of one. You have no idea what's going to hit you.
Yeah.
What about the Korean teams?
Yeah, I would say
I think
they have a lot of strategies as well that you can't really expect. Pocket strats.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd say the Russian team and the Ukrainian teams, they have much more experience compared to the Korean teams, but they are somewhat similar in that sense that you can't predict them. You have no idea what's coming.
It's super scary.
Do you think the better teams in the bottom, do you think they're looking at this and actually probably more worried than maybe the smaller teams or less experienced teams? Because they can almost go into this and go, do you know what? Let's just do something really cheesy, unexpected, throw something at them and see if they get nervous. Because the bigger teams must be more nervous about the best of one.
Yeah, I think for the lower, like the weaker teams, they have nothing to lose. So, and it's best of one scenario, 50-50. Anyone can actually win that. You pull a strat off, you just win the game and you just cause an upset. So I think for the weaker teams, they are much better in the lower bracket BO1 scenarios.
Okay. Turning our attention to the upper bracket, we're going to do 2 of those games today. And I just want to point this out to you. You may be familiar with this at home. You may not. But if you lose in the upper bracket of the opening round, you're still okay for $200,000 plus. Okay, that's a decent amount of money. If you win though, the difference goes up by $1 million. That means over the next 2 days, we're in the quarterfinals of the upper bracket, and it's $1 million time already on each of those matches. That's absurd.
It doesn't even make sense for the team to actually think about it because it's too much pressure.
They can't, can they?
Yeah, you need to forget about it. You need to just play your game when you come into a tournament like this. It's,
Yeah, crazy. As you can see, the quarterfinals. LGD Empire, we're going to kick off with that one. CDEC and Cloud9 today. Tomorrow, my favourite matchup of the quarterfinals. In fact, my favourite match of the opening segment of the first 2 rounds for a lot of different reasons. EG versus Complexity, which has got more spice than an Indian curry in that one. Also, we've got Secret versus eHome at the bottom as well. What are you looking forward to, Winter, out of those 4? What stands out for you?
It's tough though. I think the CDEC Cloud9 match is the one that I would want to watch the most because it's going to be very entertaining between the 2 teams.
Yeah.
They perform really well in the group stages, and their play styles as well are very entertaining to watch. So that's my match.
Okay. What about you, Millie?
I have to agree with Cloud9, CDEC. We don't really know how much to expect from CDEC. They have been performing well, but I don't know. All these are going to be really tight.
Yeah, okay. I want to see the Complexity game. Like, I honestly think that can be a really good game. Yeah.
So none of you actually wants to watch Team Secret. Like, is this real? Is this real life? I want to watch Team Secret.
They're probably going to be there throughout the majority of the event, so we'll have time.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, we do have, of course, some returning teams. Only one team is not here that has already won an international. I'm just saying, Seb.
I wasn't even there back then.
No, I know, but you kind of helped try and qualify,
I don't know if that's
right?
good or bad though, but I mean.
Yeah. So anyway, there was only one missing, which is the first time, by the way, that we've ever had that. Where we haven't had a previous winner back because, of course, they had to qualify a little bit more this year. Navi actually did come through those qualifiers. They're back. We've mentioned the fact that they are down in the lower bracket, unfortunately, and someone else that's returning to the international. I'm absolutely thrilled that she's returning as well. Is the lovely Casey.
Hello. Actually, we've never met, Paul. I'm over here. I'm right over here.
Oh, you're there.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Welcome aboard, my friend.
Thank you very much. Very pleased to be here.
I dig the accent.
You did. It was rubbish, Casey.
I'm sorry. It is rubbish.
Work harder.
And bollocks.
We're going to get there by the end of 6 days. I'll do some more training with you.
I'll keep training, yes. Paul and I are going to be in the finals at TI6, so just put your money on that. I just want to say hello to everybody and thank you for having us back. We're so excited for TI5. Myron is back behind the camera, and he said we can interview him later, so we're going to turn the tables. Yeah, I know. He's like, you're going to what? We wanted to give you a little behind the scenes of the analyst desk and just show you the fun setup. Over the course of the week, we're going to try to make you all feel like you're here. Those of you who are watching on the stream, we're going to take you behind the scenes of the incredible stage setup. And the best part, we're going to be interviewing the players and all of you, the fans. So we're going to spin around here. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Yeah. Witch doctor, right? Yeah, I'd say that I'm clever and figured that out, but it was written on his forehead. We want to show you one of the great photo ops that they have here at Key Arena. You can actually feel like you're standing in the map, inside the map. So a lot of people will be coming here to take their pictures. We've already seen some people do some questionable things. Witch doctor. But like I said, talking to the fans is one of the favorite things that we do while we're here. And we had a chance to catch up with a lot of you on your way into Key Arena a little bit ago. Take a look.
I'm from Australia.
You are?
Yeah, I just came from 18 hours flying yesterday, so pretty excited for today. A bit jet lagged.
Did you sleep on the plane?
Maybe 20 minutes. So pretty excited.
What is your method for staying awake today?
Just getting pumped for the games.
Pumped for the games?
Pumped for the games.
Anyone in particular you're looking forward to?
Empire.
Yeah.
Good show for them for LGD. LGD's pretty strong this year, but hopefully Empire gives good games.
All right. Wait. Where are you from?
I'm from San Francisco.
San Francisco. Have you been to one of these before?
Yeah, I went last year, yeah.
So what do you think this year is going to be like compared to last year?
Really, really exciting, yeah. I'm super excited, yeah.
Have you seen the setup in there?
I haven't yet.
It is insane. You're not even going to...
seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Oh
It's
my
insane.
God. Yeah, I mean, I just can't wait. I mean, the line's moving, I'm about to go in, yeah.
Yeah, have
Pretty
fun
excited.
in there. Show him your sign.
Myron,
high five the GoPro. Thank you. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great.
What are you most excited about today?
Oh, I don't even know where to start. I don't know. I just want to get in there and get going. I'm really excited about it.
How long have you been playing Dota?
I actually watch Dota.
Yes, me too.
I am a huge fan. I've never been really good at gaming, but I really enjoy watching, so it's awesome. I mean, we put it on our TV, we cast it right to the television, and we sit there and watch the whole thing.
We need more people like you. I love it.
It's really fun.
Yes. You don't have to play the game to enjoy watching it, people. This is awesome.
She got me into hockey, and I got her into Dota.
Yeah,
so
that's it, you know?
And it was love at first sight, right? Let me see your shirt. What's going on there?
It's the, yeah.
He tells me I'm the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, it's really cute.
You're his Blink Dagger? That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. Hi, where are you guys here from?
Iran.
Iran?
Hi.
Oh my gosh, have you been here before?
Yeah.
Yeah, is this your third TI?
First TI.
First
I live half in Iran, half in San Francisco.
Oh, okay. So what have you been told to expect? Those are some nice stairs, sir. Yes, well done.
Well, I've watched every TI over stream, but I'm really excited. I went to the League of Legends tournament, the first one a few years ago, and it was a lot of fun, so I'm really excited.
It's going to be amazing. Are there any teams that you have your eye on in particular?
Navi is going to win, unless they get eliminated right now. But
they only have one game.
Yeah.
So.
But they are going to win. If they win that game, they win. Otherwise, they're going to lose.
Yes, it's going to be. That's very astute. Yes, a very good observation.
Okay, just cut that.
No, I liked
didn't
it.
say
I liked it. It was very honest. I liked it. Of course, of course. Yay! Thank you. Have fun in there.
Thanks.
Hi.
Why are you here celebrating your birthday?
Because there's Dota going on.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where are you here from?
Frankfurt, Germany.
Frankfurt. High five for Frankfurt. Nice. Thanks, Myron. And did everybody sing you happy birthday earlier?
Yes, all the people here sing happy birthday for me.
Well, we missed it, so we're going to do it again. Tell me your name.
Lenny.
Lenny? Nice to meet you, Lenny. I'm Casey. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lenny. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Lenny. Thanks. What's the best birthday gift you could get today?
Navi doing a good game.
Okay.
Right.
All right. I'll go talk to them. I'll see what they can do.
Oh my goodness. I'm never going to tire of those Casey interviews. Fantastic, Casey, once more. Brilliant moment in that as well. The guy walking past us, they're all singing happy birthday. Everyone's really happy. He's just like, wow. And now he's seen the video back and he's like, oh, damn, was I on TV? Oh. What's up with you, Shad? What are you doing?
What's that's a white flag.
That's a white flag. You're waving a white flag already this early?
I surrender.
You surrender already?
I surrender to the shots.
Wow, okay. All right,
whoa, come on, we're on a team.
All right, sorry, Marina's coming back. I don't surrender, I take it back.
Wait, hold on. You can't just decide like that.
I thought it was on my own.
Team M have actually retired from the game, so
we won.
You guys won already. This early, it's way too early for that. We've got a little bit of time, actually, before our first match, which gives us opportunities to kind of put you on the spot a little bit more and actually talk about the matches that we've got coming up. And I want to hear from you before the first match starts so that there's no cheating, what you decided before the tournament for the winner and whether that's been changed. And I'll give you an opportunity to change right now. And I want to know that in just a minute. So we've got all these matches coming. LGD versus Empire coming up first of all. We'll talk about that in a little bit more depth later. So let's talk about Malini. Let's open things up with you. Let's put you on the spot because you guys are behind right now in the championship games. Okay, Wagger even got subbed out, and you're still behind.
Top 3 for whole tournament.
Top 3 for whole tournament. But I want to know what it was before and what it is now, and whether it's changed.
I had Secret, EG, and LGD. I would probably actually switch EG and LGD. I had Vici as number 4.
Why?
Why? They looked a little bit better in the group stage. I think they were a lot more explosive, and I watched a few of EG matches in like June and July, and I hadn't seen any of LGD, so I kind of rated them a little bit lower because I didn't know what to expect, but they have delivered.
Okay. Seb, you agree with that? Your teammate?
Yeah, I kind of agree. I had the same. I had Secret, LGD, and EG.
Okay.
And with no order. And it's like before you get into the main event, it's actually quite hard to set an order for that one.
Yeah. Okay. Wagger, anything different from you?
I mean, this is probably the answer you're going to get from most people if you ask the professionals. So yeah, Secret, EG, and LGD were my predictions before in that order.
They're just copying.
Yeah.
Really, they're copying your.
They're just copying.
Okay.
Here's the white flag for you, man.
Dude.
Okay, I'm going to come to Winter now. Okay, steady guys. Otherwise, Sven's coming out. Okay,
right. Nice.
Just to stop things going too far. All right, Winter, you've got something better than this, surely. A different top 3.
Yeah, I had Secret, EG, and Vici Gaming, but now I sort of have to swap it with LGD.
Oh, come on now. We're supposed to be entertaining, men. You've got to pick something different.
It's up to you now.
Yeah, well, I'm going with C-Deck and Complexity.
All right.
Yeah, no worries. C-Deck and Complexity first, second. Third, let's go for Na'Vi.
I would like to see that.
And if that wins,
That's a long shot.
I'll actually dress up as Spider-Man and run around. Thanks, production, for that one, by the way. Right then. So we're all definitely set on those 3. No one wants to change anything from now on?
Let's say if we had to like bring one big upset, who would it be? I would love to see Na'Vi do better. I mean, I don't want Vici Gaming to be out either, so it's really hard to pick a loser for that matchup. But there's always this Na'Vi magic, you know, at TI that we saw at TI1, TI2, TI3. TI4 was harder, I'd guess. But they can still make it.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see them do better in the lower bracket.
All right. If there's a surprise in amongst those, and Seb's picked out Na'Vi, so you have to pick someone different. But if there's a genuine surprise, where is it going to come from, Wagger?
I think surprises. I think the Na'Vi would be the surprise, but I also want to look towards C9 because they are like the most upsetting team to watch in every single meaning of that word.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. One of the things we haven't spoken about at all, and actually online when I was looking at this all week, watching the matches. No one is talking about eHome, but they haven't lost yet this year. Haven't lost at the International this year. Why is no one talking about them, Winter?
I mean, in China, they are after LGD and Vici Gaming, people talk about IG as well. So eHome is like the 4th team you talk about. They have like one of the best mechanical mid players, CTY, and our TK is their captain. He's a big character for a person in a team. He drives everyone, he motivates everyone, and in his off lane, he does our TK stuff, but...
there's no way, that's a perfect way of summing it up. Seb?
Giving a special mention to eHome is actually fair enough because ROTK is one of the captain that thinks that hype and momentum is actually a thing and that it can brings you, like it can get you really far in the tournament. So if eHome actually do very good versus Secret, which they can, it's not completely unexpected, then they can actually go very far in the tournament. So it could be a very, like the dark horse of the winner bracket.
I think that's a perfect way of explaining them, isn't it? That they are the dark horse. You shouldn't rule them out. You shouldn't underestimate them. They only reformed at the start of this year, but they were, of course, in the final 4 years ago. So it's a bit of a sort of, a dark horse, but they've got some pedigree in the past as an organisation.
Yeah, mostly. I think eHome has a lot of experience and a lot of history, as a team. and it's really important for them to just prove to everyone that they can keep doing it this year as well.
Okay, Newbie we've also spoken a little bit about, but Ben not convincing at all in the group stages, but then not really rolled over either. I mean, they've ended up with a 0-6-1 record.
Yeah, I think
6 draws.
Most people probably expected 3 draws, 4 losses, somewhere around there. And that's what I would pin them going in. And first day they upset EG.
Yep.
Okay, we expected EG on the top and Newbie on the bottom. And last place upsetting first place was already. I was like, man, this group stage is going to be amazing. And I agree with Winter. They probably should have 2-0'd a lot, and that's a little bit worrisome. But I think given the position that they're in, I like them.
Okay, so underdogs and dark horses and favourites and what have you, and the ones we're left with are the Koreans: MVP Phoenix, MVP Hot Six. What are our expectations for them? I mean, I've come from another game, the game that shall not be named, but in all fairness, I've learned a lot about Korean players, and they are tremendous. Why have they not had that success yet, Winter, in Dota?
I think they don't have the experience as the bigger teams. That's the most important thing. I think skill-wise, they definitely have the players that can do it. It's just lacking the experience and the leadership qualities of the bigger teams. That's what I feel.
How are they going to change that?
It can sometimes change in the tournament. If they do well and they start having.
I think there's no easy way to that. You have to go through time, like more games, more tournaments, and there's no easy way for that.
Do they maybe pull in some of the European players, maybe some of the Chinese players?
I mean, they already did pull in one of the European players, so that's a really good start to join in ideas from the West and combine it with the C players and the Korean players in general. So I think it's a very big step for them. Maybe a Chinese player in the future, who knows?
Yeah, okay, we'll see how they mix it up. Anyone else, Seb, for you that you're looking forward to seeing play?
Fnatic. You have KYXY, you have Mushi, you have Ohio. They have Ketchik Imba that Mushi himself called him a super talented player that could become better than Mushi himself. So, and Johnny, that's very talented of a support player. So you have to watch out for Fnatic for sure. I mean, I know I said it already that they actually destroyed Secret, but not only them. This team can actually be it will be my dark horse for the lower bracket.
Okay, that's interesting. Very, very good. It almost seems perfect story, Ben, that they've somehow ended up at Fnatic with the orange logo, considering what we used to know most of these players as in previous TIs. And can they do the same sort of thing again this year?
Yeah, I mean, again, they did beat Secret. I wouldn't count them out. They did start off in the lower bracket, but they did get chosen as the 5th place seed, or by the 5th place seed, which is a little bit surprising. I wouldn't want to face Fnatic first round.
Yeah, it would be the same, but the explanation for that is that VP wanted to avoid Na'Vi because I believe they scrimmed versus each other a lot, and they're both CIS teams. They know each other a lot, so it's always better to go into a... They probably have stuff prepared, and they expect Fnatic to know less about them than Na'Vi, so that's the explanation.
So, there we go. That's the horn, which signifies the start of the day. So we are officially into our first set of matches, and that's a good point to start, because we're going to start with LGD versus Empire. Just overall, what are your expectations about what we might see going through this best of 3? Start with Seb.
Great Dota.
Good. I like it.
I just look forward to see what LGD are going to bring in terms of their plan, their execution. That's really why I look towards LGD and think that they have the edge at. Because whenever you have a player like Zhao leading you, it's just going to be beautiful. As for Empire, though, they have a lot of individual talent, and they're really skilled.
Yeah, I really like their teamwork. I mean, all of us at the analyst desk, last night we were all watching some Yoku Magnus replays.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh my God, this guy is next level. He is amazing. And the level of teamwork and chemistry that they have, I think, actually exceeds every other team here.
Okay.
So I really want them to win versus LGD.
And they just show a few days ago they could perform under pressure. So they had to play for that very important match versus Virtus.pro, and it was very decisive because now they're in the winner bracket instead of being in the lower bracket and playing that super scary best of 1. So they show that we knew they were a super good team, but they also show that they react really well to pressure.
Yeah. Winter, this is a very important game for all of the players playing involved, but there's also some history and some milestones potentially in here as well. Zhao is looking for a 2nd title, the only man to have ever done that in Dota. There's a few of them doing it as well here, but bearing in mind where he's changed team, he's gone to a different team, he's got different surroundings. This feels like he's got to go and do this and bring a title home, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and I like him as a player. The biggest thing is every time you watch a team play, if you have no idea who's playing, what team is playing, and you just watch the team movements and execution and the lineup, and it's his team.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing I admire about him.
Okay, all right. Well, we're looking forward to seeing LGD in action. And, of course, their leader, Zhao 8, of course, is in different surroundings, but he's a champion, but he's got a burning heart for another one.
我们都知道，小巴去年是在牛逼战队作为这个队伍的队长，带领全队拿到了 TI4的冠军。那今年的话是换到了，再次来到老干爹，然后再次来征战 TI。今年过来感觉和去年或者之前有什么不一样的地方吗？
感觉今年过来就是一个是自己的队伍和队友都不一样嘛，在一个新的环境下来参加 TI 吧也。然后自我感觉的话，就是感觉压力比以前大，因为我是上一届冠军，我过来了，我需要更多的认可，需要更多的证明自己吧，所以就压力比以前还是要大的。
那么现在的话是又回到这个老干爹了。当时回老干爹的话是队伍主动联系的你，还是你和他们说我想再次复出打职业，然后希望回到之前的队伍里来？
是他们就正好少了一个人嘛，然后就联系了我，就一定要我来。然后其实当时我也给他们建议了，因为我一开始并不是很想，就我觉得他们有更好的选择，但是他们还是坚持想要我跟他们做队友，所以我就来了。
应该说在这个来到 TI，包括来 TI 以后，国内的这个观众也好，其他队伍也好，会把老干爹放在这次出征 TI 的中国队的一个比较靠前的位置，认为你们比较强，然后甚至有说法是目前中国队状态和成绩最好的一支队伍。你是怎么来看待这个看法的？
我觉得其实我们的状态是还不错吧，但是，感觉因为在西雅图这几天跟其他队伍训练，我感觉其实大家的实力都很接近，包括中国队、国外队都很接近实力，其实，所以我不觉得哪支队伍就一定强过别人。
那如果要把现在此时此刻老干爹的状态和去年差不多时间的牛逼来征战 TI4的状态做一个纵向的比较的话，你会得出什么样的结论？
我觉得目前会比去年情况好一点吧，因为去年其实我们小组赛都差点就在悬崖边上，差点就死了，然后再活过来。我觉得今年应该不会这样吧，
起步点反而要稍微高一些。
对，
但是今年面对的强敌也很多。
对，
队友之间互相讨论的时候，对这次老干爹最终的这样一个成绩的设想有没有去确定一个相对具体的目标？
每个人心目中的目标肯定都是冠军嘛，尤其是 TI5吧，特别难，因为就比如说分组一出来，然后就感觉两个小组都找不到就比较弱的队，就都感觉比较难打，所以我觉得这实力都是比较接近的，所以我觉得这比赛真的很激烈。
好，那么鉴于你在这个之前 TI4之后有一段短暂的退役的经历，所以我们粉丝也会比较担心，这个 TI5打完，这个八岛会不会又给自己再去放个假，或者是真的就退役了？你现在有没有就是这方面的一些设想？
可能还会继续打职业，也可能退役，就现在自己
现在还没想好，
对，
可能晚一点，等比赛结束以后再做决定。不管怎么样，这个继续打职业也好，或者说开始其他的这个生活状态也好，也都希望你能够一帆风顺吧。好吧，那么在我们采访的最后，也是对一直支持你或者是支持老干爹的这些粉丝有什么想说的？
感谢就一直以来支持我和我的队伍然后的朋友们吧，因为很多时候就自己低落的时候，包括成绩不好的时候，成绩好的时候，就有陪我一起开心过，然后有鼓励过我，就真的有时候特别感谢他们，谢谢。
好的，非常感谢八岛接受我们的采访。
我第一次见小八大概是在5、6年前吧，当时我们是在湖南，然后一起打 Dota 认识的。然后做什么事情都特别的认真，然后会投入100%的精力。行业的压力、竞争，然后包括舆论各方面都很大。
我觉得不能盲目的来就是做职业选手吧，因为其实职业选手也有他辛苦不为人知的一面，然后他一定要付出自己的努力，还有很大的天赋才能成功的。老干爹是一支 规范的强队吧，然后每天一起训练，一起生活，一起研究新的录像，其实都是为了比赛想拿到好成绩。我这次回老干爹的原因，因为以前我们都是队友吧，我跟沙拉跟姚，然后觉得 TI 有些可惜，再回来一起努力再打一次 TI。
他在完成了一系列的成就，甚至说可以说拿到了这个领域的巅峰以后，然后还选择出来跟我并肩作战，然后那一刻是我很感动的。
觉得心里特别温暖吧，觉得有了家庭的支持，就希望自己能努力，不会让他们失望，就特别大的动力。
然后无话不说，然后干什么都一起，就像一个团队，像一家人一样。我觉得一个队伍的队长最重要的是以身作则。我觉得老干爹最强的强项是团队的执行力。因为小巴是我们的指挥，他说一，我们就不会说二。然后就他的付出，我们也是看得到的。
小巴是气场蛮强的一个男人，然后作为队长来说的话。队友们都很信服他，然后很靠谱，所以之后在生活中啊打 Dota 也是蛮令人信服的一个好朋友、好兄弟嘛。
TI5的话，只想就自己能带这个队伍做到自己该做的了。
There's a fantastic lineup. Of course, Zhao, previous winner in there, MMY as well, a man who has finished in the top 6 in all 4 internationals as well, looking for his 5th one in a row. And if he wins this match, it will be 5 in a row as well. So terrific record from MMY, and a very difficult team to beat in the group stage. They're going to be equally as hard to beat in the brackets, I presume.
You know, there's a lot to say about what Zhao brings to the team, but it's also a captain like this. He will never be a captain like this without his teammates giving him the trust he needs to actually achieve what he achieves. So, I mean, it's important for him. It's obviously part of his skills, his human skills, to just help them to trust him. But it wouldn't be possible without them, without the right teammates, you know.
Why do you think he, I'll ask this one to Ben, why do you think he switched? Because at the end of last year, after he won TI4, he says, maybe I'm gonna take a break, you know, I'm gonna go and play RPGs with my friend or something, and we're just gonna chill and figure out what we want to do. And then he said, I'm kind of done. I'm kind of not sure if I want to do too much more. And then suddenly, he's back and it's with a different team. I'm not fully understanding what it is. Is it hunger? Is it, you know, that wanting of more? Is it he's tasted some success and he wants a bit more of that? What has made him come back with a different team?
It seems like his teammates have inspired him to try and pursue another TI. I think one thing that struck me from the interview is that not only most people would say like it's probably equal pressure to last year, but he's defending champion, and he feels even more pressure to take another one home. And I was like, wow, this guy really has the drive.
yeah, that takes a lot of drive as well to make the comeback and actually do it again after having gone through it the hard way. LGD have always kind of flattered to deceive in group stages, whether it's the team they've got now or historically as well. What is it about them that we kind of build them up and go, actually, this might be their year, and then it ends up not being?
It's just the strength they show together. But I want to touch back to what you said there as well. Coming back and defending, being more pressure. It's something we heard before as well from Puppy, for example.
Yes.
He has told us this, like from TI1, TI2, TI3. We've heard the differences between all these experienced players. They say coming back is just a harder pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, from your experience, what do you think, Winter? Is it? I mean, it is harder coming back, obviously, but why? How has he been driven to come back? The guy won more than $1 million last year, and he's written his name in the sky in the history books. He doesn't need to prove anything to anyone. We know how good he is. Why has he come back again?
I think his biggest drive is from what I know from the past when I was talking to them, him and Yao, the offlaner, they are both very, very good friends. So they do everything together, they go out together, they hang out a lot, they talk about their personal lives and everything. It's not just the game about them, it's just their life, they share their lives, and they're really good friends. They call each other brothers.
Yeah.
So I think that has to do with something that it's his biggest motivation, that he wants to help Yao, even though he already accomplished.
So you feel like it's more for his friend than it is for him?
Yeah, I think he really wants to help Yao accomplish that as well. That is something that he looks at. It's important for his friend. Like he doesn't want to leave his friend behind because they were teammates for quite some time back in the old LGD.
Yeah. Okay.
And then he probably helps him in game as well a lot, because back then at TI3 on LGD did really well. They had this insane good run. Xiao 8 was playing offlaner, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they were switching around the roles between mid and offlane.
And he was a very successful offlaner. And Yao is not playing offlane, and Xiao 8 is captaining. So he's probably sharing a lot of his in-game knowledge as well with them. So both of them are really, it's a very nice duo.
Okay. They've only met a couple of times, and one of them was recently in Mars TV, of course, and then last year in the group stage, I believe, in TI4. So we haven't got a huge amount of, how do they match up against each other. But in your opinion, what you feel, your gut says, what do you feel about the two teams?
It's very hard to say, actually. I just feel that LGD have come together better here at TI. I actually think they're one of the definitely strongest teams to take this entire thing.
Okay, all right. So the Mars TV was quarterfinal best of 3, and it was 2-1 after Empire were 1 up. So does that tell us anything, Winter? Is there any? Can we get anything from that?
I think it's a long time, so I don't think it matters that much. But the important point about these two teams for me is the difference in style. LGD is very calculated. They are very unified as a team, whereas Empire is very somewhat random. They see a hero, they see someone out of position, they just go in. Whereas LGD is much more concerned and conservative. So it's a very big clash of styles between the two teams.
I mean, no, go ahead.
I was saying that I think LGD will really respect Empire. They won't, they're going to be a bit afraid of Empire. I'm saying that because Empire were a bit the Chinese slayers in the past months. Like, they met with Vichy Gaming the most, and Vichy Gaming looked the strongest teams back then, and they actually destroyed them almost every time they met. There was this big clash, it was for D2CL, I think, and they actually 3-0'd Vichy Gaming without a single. It wasn't even close, and then I'm pretty sure the Chinese scene was watching that very closely, and LGD must have been watching that. So,
however, like in Dota, things change so quickly. So, as you said, they were dominating back then, but going back, a few months back already, it's so far away that you can't really compare it to current stage.
It's funny, anyone tuning in who's watching a video game tournament for the first time is sort of saying, they're saying a few months is ages ago?
Oh, that's ages.
Even weeks is different, the game can be different from the group stage and the main event. That's how much it can change.
Yeah, I think I explained it to someone on the plane on the way over, that we have 4 human years every year. That's what it feels like anyway to me. And so things do change from a few months ago. In the way that they're set up, LGD, did you see any weaknesses in their play in the group stage? Said?
Not really. Their support plays are stellar. You have Xiao 8 with the leading support and MMY that's mechanically is top notch as well. Like Siler has one of the best carry stats at TI, overall probably the best actually, had to be confirmed. And then you have Yao that's second by Xiao 8. He's very scary as an offlaner. He puts a lot of pressure, although it hasn't been his style of play. But you can tell he adapts really fast, and maybe, to me at least, is probably, if not the strongest Chinese mid player right now.
Okay.
One of the weaknesses that I did see, I think you mentioned that they play very conservative. They like to stack and farm a lot, which is kind of a relic from a few patches ago. It's still popular to gain an economic advantage, but we saw some of the teams try and contest that jungle very, very early, within the first 10 minutes. And I think the Empire needs to do that.
Okay. Well, we'll talk a little bit more about Empire in just a minute, but Casey is roaming the key arena and has found yet more fans. Casey.
And I'm a very slow walker because I've roamed 2 feet from you guys again. My bad. It's because we keep running into some really amazing Dota fans, including one who shares a name with our lovely photographer. Your name is?
Myron.
Myron? Meet Myron.
Myron.
You're like brothers. And we noticed your hair. Let's show your hair. When did you get that done?
2 days ago.
2 days ago?
I was trying to be burning, but
Is that your favorite?
From Singapore, so I support Ice Ice Ice.
Nice. Ice and I go way back. And you know who else is here? We see a lot of cosplay. Ladies, hello.
Hi.
Tell everyone who you are.
I'm Odysseia Bridget. I'm AC. I go by Ashney Christ.
And you're from Canada.
Yes.
And you're from?
Oklahoma.
And how did you guys come together?
Twitch.
Twitch?
Yeah. Yep.
And who are you most excited to see today?
Secret.
Yeah.
Team Secret?
I got to root for my Canadian boy, Arteezy.
Arteezy fan, huh?
Yeah.
He's going to like hearing that.
For sure.
Oh, no.
You guys are also Team Secret. We're going to send it back, but I want to show you what everybody's drinking here. What time is it, sir?
11:15.
And this is beer number what?
3.
And there you have it. Everybody's cheering for you. I'm going to send it back to you guys with a cheers.
Yeah, cheers. It's always beer o'clock. That's fine.
When do we get ours?
I don't know. I'm British. I mean, I should have had about 5 already, shouldn't I, by stereotypes? Anyway, we are going to get into Team Empire. Gents, just for a second, we are going to head over and find out more about Team Empire. Now, there is one player, a man who is confirmed and absolutely jealous of touching the Aegis, but he wants to do more than that with his team. Let's find out.
So how have you been preparing for the international?
You trained a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Just studying all the time.
How many hours a day would you say?
10 or more.
Really?
Yeah. We really want this.
Tell me about that. What does that represent to you?
I know that's all for me. I heard about the international 4 years ago, 5, but I'm going for this.
Do you feel like this is the year that you have the best shot that you've ever had?
Yeah, we're prepared.
Mhm.
Yeah, we can win.
Of all the teams, you have quite a bit of variability when it comes to experience. You have Yoku and Aloha Dance, who are younger, a little bit newer, and then Silent, who's a veteran. What is that like, having such a mix of experience on the same team?
It's pretty good. We have new ideas from new players and such experience with me or with Silent, with Fly. So that's pretty good mix.
Yeah. How is the communication? How do you all communicate with each other?
It's pretty simple for us.
Mm-hmm.
We've been team for 8 months or less, so we know each other.
Yeah. What has been the biggest focus for your team? When you're thinking about the international, what's one of the main things you've been working on?
About our team play, about our game. We're thinking what we should pick, what we should do in game all the time.
What about your team makes you so strong compared to other teams you've been on in the past?
How we spend time together. We just playing tennis, ping pong, playing football, so we're just like friends.
Do you think about the money that's at stake, the $6 million that you could be splitting if you win, or is it more about knowing that you can win, the competitiveness?
More, it's like you're the best in the world. That's more than money, than anything. That's feeling after you win some great teams or great tournaments that I can't say about it.
A lot of people have called Empire a dark horse, and by that I mean you can pretty much beat any team that comes your way, depending on the day. You really do have the ability to go up against a lot of different kinds of teams and emerge the victor and win. Why is that? How are you able to beat so many different kinds of teams?
I think we're strong at team fights.
Team fights?
In game, yeah.
Yeah.
Because of our team spirit, you know.
How do you prepare up here? You practice a lot, obviously, but how do you get your mind strong for competition?
Just I'm understanding that that what I should do, that what I can do, that what I need to do. I need to win, that's all.
So how would it feel to bring this back?
I don't know how
to
it
them.
will be. It will be crazy.
So if people feel that you're underestimated, what would you say to them?
Time will show who's the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Просто там было такое время, когда там я вставал с утра там, с друзьями. Мы просто ходили, давали всякие фрукты, там абрикосы, вишни, яблоки. И шли на базары, продавали, там какие-то деньги получали, там 20-30 гривен. Ходили там, что-то покупали, какие-то вещи в киосках. Мой старший брат ходил с друзьями в компьютерные клубы, мне нечего было делать, и я за ним ходил, в общем, наблюдал, как он играет. Я поначалу наблюдал, потом тоже стал играть. Меня поначалу не брали в игры с ним. Через какое-то время я стал сам играть. Так как я живу с мамой и братом без отца, и мама домохозяйка, естественно, я поддерживаю, в общем, семью, зарплаты там, все такое. До команды Empire все мои какие-то попытки на профессиональной сцене были плохими, в общем, не получалось. Все какие-то плохие места занимали, там последние на каких-то турнирах даже не очень, там, где все команды были не очень сильные, вот. А вот в команде уже Empire, когда чувствуешь уверенность во всех игроках, ну вот, ты играешь с ними, понимаешь, что ты уверен в каждом, то, что он как бы сильно играет на своей роли, и ты знаешь, что от него ожидать, как это сказать. Ну, в общем, вот ты думаешь, Empire, если я не ошибаюсь, то у меня 100% попадание в гранд-финал. Ну, надеюсь, что на International это сохранится тоже. Вот. Ну и до Empire все мои попытки были ужасны. Вот. Dota дала мне возможность посетить много красивых мест. Начав Dota, я успел посетить такие страны, как Германию, США, Россию, Малайзию и Китай. Ну, мне нравится видеть новые места, смотреть вообще на окружение в других странах. Пока что я еще не особо много путешествовал, только начинаю. Но вот, допустим, последние турниры я уже понимаю, что дома я уже почти не бываю, там скучаю за домом, уже нету времени как бы вообще почти дома находиться, постоянно какие-то перелеты, переезды. Но это уже начинает становиться тяжело со временем. Я живу в Харькове с мамой и братом в 4-комнатной квартире, начал Доту с 7 лет. Теперь, когда я стал зарабатывать на доте, моя мама стала меня поддерживать и поняла всю серьезность этой дисциплины. Для меня семья очень важна, я люблю свою маму и очень хорошие отношения с братом, всегда поддерживаю отношения. Для меня семья это очень важно.
Team Empire then, as they line up. Fantastic story from a lower dance as well. So I think really puts into perspective some of the things that maybe not everyone sees in esports. The constant travel, the flights, the toll that it takes on your family members as well. And very touching actually to see that. And I think it is something that we maybe don't talk about as much. We all talk about how glamorous it is and how fantastic it is to be in these big teams. And there are sacrifices to be made, Seb.
It's very inspiring. Yeah, there are sacrifices, a lot of sacrifices, and you could also tell from the Resolution interview what actually drives them. He's saying it's not the money, it's not the fame, and then there's $18 million, and he's telling you it's not the money. It's about the need of competition, and what drives them and what helps them to make all those sacrifices, because there are social sacrifices, time sacrifice. They put so much effort. They practice 10 hours a day during a whole year for this.
Absolutely.
You can only admire this.
That's super true, because every player that you meet here from different teams, everyone has one thing in common, and it's the competitive drive. Like, no matter what you do, if you play cards or whatever, like everyone's gonna get super into it.
Mafia.
And yeah, that's definitely the game.
It's definitely the analog game we've been playing here, that's for sure. Ben, I want to get your thoughts on Team Empire, and particularly on the stories behind them. Sacrifices and what have you. How do you see that for them?
I think it is very important that he strives to be the best. I think if you just play Dota for the money, you won't get very far at all. And all of these players share a very similar story. They just want to prove that they're the best, show everyone what they're made of. And Resolution was considered one of the best mids at a time. I remember there was a time, 19 minutes, Midas, Necro 3 on Invoker, like every single game. We're like, how does this guy do this? Every single time. And yeah, today, I think especially after last year, they were very disappointed, but I think they still stuck together. They have a very similar roster and very similar playstyle too.
Yeah, okay.
There's a story with Resolution back in Kiev in the LAN when there used to be tournaments there where Navi were actually already an established team, and then they would agree to play some one-on-one versus ones versus random people from the crowd, and Resolution was one of them, and he played versus Dendy in that tournament, and then he was like, all right, that kid's good. And he was very young already. That kid's actually very good, and he's going to get somewhere. And now he's here.
Already picked out.
He's actually claiming that he can win the whole thing. He's going to win TI.
That's great. That's great confidence as well. Winter, I want to talk about their underperformance in the group stages. They only got through into this upper bracket by having to win a playoff game against Virtus Pro. So is that where you expected them to be, around about that mid-table point, or do you think they did underperform?
I think I personally expected them to be around the mid-table, but more convincingly, they barely scraped through.
Yeah.
They were really unstable in their play as a team. Like when we were talking about it with Ben in the group stages, we expected Empire to be the team that, when you look at them, their team play would be really good. But during the group stages, there were games that they were really off, and they made a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes. But at the same time, there were moments that you could see, oh, this team is actually going to do very well in the event.
Okay. Just to give the guys at home and the girls at home that are watching this an opportunity to cheer for one of these two teams, why would they cheer for instance, Team Empire, Seb?
They're extremely talented players, and their team chemistry is top-notch, and that's not common for a CIS team. Usually, it's more like flashy plays, individual plays. Their team play is insanely good. Like, their synergy is almost perfect, flawless, when they play their A-game, obviously.
Yeah.
So that's why I would cheer for them.
All right, Mulaney, what about do the case for LGD? Why should I cheer for LGD if I'm watching this from home and I'm a neutral?
LGD is the Chinese powerhouse. They have such big names on there. I think Yao has been in every single international. Xiao 8, the winner from last year. They're in Siler. I mean, everyone on that team is just absolutely amazing. And I think they just have better execution. A similar story to Newbie last year. They can do what everyone else wants to do and do it better.
Okay, teams are almost ready, and they are about to enter the Key West arena right now because it is time for our first game. And when they do walk out, they are going to be greeted by a huge roar. Make some noise, please, for both teams. Seb, how nervous are you on that walk-in?
I'm super nervous because I don't want any of those players to go home. They're not going to go home after that game, but I don't even want them to lose, you know.
Yeah.
They all deserve to win. Like, they're all so talented.
Ben, if you are in that and you're walking in right now, it's one of those teams, how nerve-wracking is that walk-in? Is that the worst part of the whole experience? Once you get to the booth, you can kind of get back in your team and start communicating again and almost forget the fact that there's thousands of people watching.
Yeah, I mean, ideally before a game like this, you've just been, playing 2 or 3 Dota games in a row, and before you walk in, you have to see the crowd, the loud music, the lights, the amazing Dota 2 stage that you're actually playing on. Yeah. Everything's just wild.
Yeah, it is crazy out there. We haven't really talked about the stage too much, but and you're not supposed to sort of point at production and say that's amazing, but actually it is pretty a special stage. Amazing lighting. We're going to see some stuff throughout this as well. What have you seen so far?
I've seen some.
Because I saw you getting all excited about it.
Some pretty good stuff last night when we were doing the rehearsal. Yeah. Yes, I hope to see a lot of it today. I'm not going to spoil it. I think that would ruin a lot.
We'll leave it for you to enjoy. But as these two teams match up, then Winter, where do you put your money? I'm going to put you on the spot now. This is the hard bit of the show, by the way. This is what we were talking about last night.
Yeah, do I go for the stability of LGD or do I go for a bit more random and risky? But and when you talk about risk and you ask yourself at this stage of the event, if stable play is the thing to get you further, or you need to take that a bit of risk,
Yeah.
For me, I feel risk is sometimes necessary to move forward.
Okay. So your prediction is?
Empire.
Okay, confirmed. All right, Wagger?
I was having breakfast actually with Resolution this morning, and he seemed really relaxed and very, he was very talkative, and he seemed very, very focused for this game. So I'm going to say 2-1 for Empire on this one, actually.
Okay, so that's interesting.
He swayed my mind.
So Team W have gone for Empire.
Oh, we're covering both no matter what wins.
Okay, brilliant. All right, okay. What about Team M over there in the corner?
Like, I'm the biggest fan of the Empire guys, and if they are going to win TI, this is when they're going to show it. But I have to go with LGD. So I'm going to go 2-1 for LGD, and it breaks my heart.
Wow. That's about the 4th time you've had your heart broken today.
It's broken a lot.
Sorry about that, buddy.
I'll go 2-0 LGD. I think they just look so much stronger than in a group stage. And
Okay.
as you said, I expected Empire to be like the Cloud9 of Group A, like, you know, third place, solid third place, and Cinder didn't expect them to be first. But where they're at right now, I think LGD's prepared.
Okay, as you can see, we're about 50 seconds away from our first game. So final thoughts on this matchup. You've given your predictions. You've kind of separated into teams here, which is really weird. We didn't practice that, I promise you, on the show. Ben, final predictions on how the match plays out.
I think LGD is going to capitalize on like one or big two team fight mistakes that Empire has. They overextend a little often. They take poor fights occasionally.
Okay, Seb?
The backbone of Empire is going to be Silent. We haven't mentioned him so much. He is a monster under pressure.
I actually think Yoku. Like, Yoku on Empire is a beast, and I really like his play on any initiators.
I think the supports from Empire would actually get an advantage for their team early on, but it'll be up to the whole team whether they don't make any mistakes after.
Okay, ladies and gents, the countdown has begun. Game 1 is right here.
LGD Gaming versus Team Empire.
That's right, we are in the first draft of the quarterfinals of the upper bracket of the International 2015 LGD Gaming versus Team Empire. And we have 4 perfect men to take us through the draft. How much argument is going to go on in this draft? I have no idea right now, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Gents, what are you expecting to see?
I think the Bounty Hunter would be a key hero here because Empire will be looking to trade a lot of kills, and yeah, Bounty would give the advantage to that team. And the other hero I feel would be in contention would be IO, because LGD might actually pull out the IO early on in this game.
Seb, you said to me yesterday over dinner, first 2 picks today in this first match are really, really important.
Yeah, they are very important for both of the teams, and I think they know that. And those teams are very stable, and they pick really close to the meta. You know, the most picked heroes are now Gyrocopter, Tusk, Dazzle, those heroes, and those are heroes that are going to be contested by those teams. And there you see the first pick Tusk. I don't think anyone is very surprised by that one. Special mention to the SF ban. That was like, it's a resolution respect ban. Obviously, SF on Radiant is extremely powerful, and Empire used that very well. They like to group up, and grouping up behind an SF that gets mech is always easy.
Oh, they're super good at doing that. Also, one thing to mention in this ban and pick phase so far is that Naga Siren and Bounty Hunter are both still available, and they have been first banned plenty in the group stages. So I think you're onto the right track about Bounty Hunter being super important here, but Naga Siren as well. Have to look out for that hero.
I think Dazzle is almost of equal importance, especially against a team like Empire, who are very, very aggressive, just preventing some of those kills very early. And how could we forget Queen?
Like a very classic opening for LGD.
I think we had this stat on Queen for LGD. LGD has not picked Queen so far, and they only ban it and they don't pick it. So yeah, that's what we see, that they don't. I feel the reason why they don't prioritize the Queen as much is the way they've been playing. Queen of Pain has a very long cooldown ultimate, so you don't get to have the Sonic Wave at every fight. So that could be one of the reasons why they don't prioritize Queen as much as the other teams.
That could be why. I think the Empire are very happy to grab it up though, and along with the Naga Siren, you have a pretty good start for a team fight, so they're kind of securing the team fight already and having pretty solid laning with Queen of Pain already.
Yeah, Empire, they exclusively play Naga support. We haven't seen them run the Naga core yet, so it's most likely a Naga support. And the Dazzle, it was expected. Empire had to expect that. I mean, the Tusk Dazzle opening is like the classic LGD opening, along with the Lina, Tusk. Like those 3 heroes, Lina, Tusk, Dazzle, is they pick almost exclusively that in the first phase.
This doesn't seem too different from the group stage, and one of the things we have discussed is maybe people holding some things back, maybe they were playing some pretty standard stuff, no pocket strats, and actually we'd see that come out in the quarterfinals, not so far.
The most successful team usually, like what they won in the group stage with, they're going to keep on playing it, and turns out the meta of that TI is very close to what Empire has been playing for this like past months in like before that tournament.
Yeah, I think LGD will stick to their guns. Like, it's still working for them. They're going for the Dazzle. They played it before. You get good sustainability. It's, you know, why change it if it's already winning you the group stages?
Yeah, for LGD, we said, yeah, there's no reason for them to change. For Empire, we pretty much discussed that it was never an issue with their draft. They can pretty much do whatever draft they want, and it's always up to their playstyle, their execution that will win them the game.
We talk about that. They mainly need to cut down on the mistakes, the overextensions they've been doing a lot in the group stages.
Yeah, can punish you really hard. And second ban phase is pretty important here for both teams. Bloodseeker being banned out by LGD is kind of interesting. The hero has not had a lot of success at TI at all.
I mean,
like
the
35% win rate.
I feel the teams that have been banning Bloodseeker usually have the Tusk, and Tusk is a hero that you don't want to go into the silence, the blood ride of Bloodseeker.
That's true.
Yeah, so that could be probably one of the reasons. And I like the approach of Empire banning out the anti-mage here as well, because Empire have a lineup which revolves around team fighting. So the other way of dealing with team fight, if you're the opponent, you go for split push, and anti-mage or Phantom Lance will be really good at dealing with that. So I like the ban a lot. So Empire is like, LGD, we want to take the fight to you. We want to go and group up 5 versus 5 early.
5 seconds
that looks to be the case. I wonder if Empire with their picks here is actually going to go for Alumina in their second phase. I think it's quite likely. Aloha Dance has played it a lot in the past, but of course LGD might ban it out here.
I think LGD wants it as well, like Seb mentioned before this, like they like to go for their standard core Tusk, Dazzle plus Lina.
Exactly.
So they have very good lanes, got good bursts, and very good at defending their other teammates with the Dazzle and the Tusk. So that could also be what LGD is looking to go for.
Empire is really the team that can, like, they're gonna punish every mistake or every weakness there are in your lanes. And LGD on the other side, they always have very stable lanes, very strong lanes, very stable pick. That Chow 8, it's his signature as a drafter. So let's see how Empire reacts to that, because it's not going to be so easy to catch them off guard early on.
Yeah, I mean LGD has the harder to read draft so far, because Tusk Dazzle, that doesn't give away much at all. Like, you really don't know a lot about what LGD want to do here, apart from what you have seen in previous games. Looking over to Empire though, Queen and Naga, it really sets the tone for your playstyle in a big way.
I like the Disruptor on towards their lineup as well. Disruptor, Naga plus Queen. It's a good way of dealing with the Snowball. You can set up with the Song of the Siren as well. So I think it's a solid pick for Empire if they want to go for more team fight.
And it's a hero they play a lot. Like they play a lot, especially on Aloha Dance.
I'm surprised they didn't ban it. Like, not banning the Disruptor in the second phase after the Naga is really surprising.
I mean, there's so many good teamfight follow-ups to Song, though. There's Darkseer, there's Earthshaker, which we saw ban out, there's Magnus, which I think Empire plays a lot more than most other teams.
You can tell that Empire did their homework, obviously. I mean, LGD must have done it as well, but I mean, the anti-mage ban and the Lina ban, those are lineups we've seen run by LGD, like the exact same lineup like Tusk, Lina Dazzle, or Tusk Dazzle into anti-mage. They did that a lot already.
Definitely.
We haven't seen Viper banned. I think every time that we see...
yeah, the Queen pick, you ban the Viper. But LGD hasn't been running that too much. That probably also the reason why Empire chose not to just ban the Viper, and they will go for the anti-mage.
Spirit.
That's a more... Now they just took the biggest risk that has been taken so far in that draft.
Yeah, it's a big risk, but maybe is such a good Storm player. Like, he is a monster.
But it's going to be a Storm versus Co-op Radiant, which is a tough matchup for the Storm mid, for sure. So let's see how LGD protects that Storm.
It's the most likely lane in a way, but there's also the possibility of running a safe lane Queen here. A lot of teams have done, but Queen against Storm is a fine lane for Empire.
Yeah.
Even for LGD, they have run Storm on the safe lane in the group stages where they put it on Syla. So it's still a possibility that the Storm might not be in the middle lane at all.
And you indeed called it, so they just picked a DK, which is very good for them. It's going to be a Queen safe lane to help dominate the... It's funny, so the approach of Empire is that they don't actually want to look to shut down the Storm too early. They're really going for that team fight oriented lineup you were talking about, because they're placing a melee versus the Storm, which is going to give a good lane for the Storm.
I think it's important to note that as a Storm, if you go mid against a DK, Storm wants to roam and do stacks and just whatnot, pressure the opponent's team. But against a Dragon Knight, whenever you leave the lane, you get punished. You lose the tower. So
you have to stay on your lane versus DK.
Yeah, you have to alter your playstyle against Dragon Knight.
Yeah, and also later on for Storm, it's not going to be easy fights, because there's Naga Song, of course. There's Queen, who will build into either an Orchid or a Hex, most likely, against the Storm. And there's the DK instance done. So there are some hard spells to play against LGD now. Their next pick is pretty important. Luckily, they do have Grave and Snowball to protect.
Exactly, they needed reliable disables, because when you face Storm that has the Snowball backup, the Grave backup, it's quite scary to play against. The Bloodstone into respawn, all those.
I mean, the split push is real now. They have Phantom Lancer and Storm. They're going to be looking to split up the map, try to get pickoffs here and there with the Storm. The Tusk will be mainly, I guess, defending with the Shards or getting a pickoff as well, but the early game will be definitely Empire favorite, I feel.
So now what's the approach to Empire? Do you go all in, push all in team fight? You're like, all right, we're not going to get into late game because facing this split push Storm is too risky, or you actually try to adapt your pick and you try to make sure that crossing the 30 or 40 minutes mark is not
I think you go for somewhat all-in play because against a Phantom Lancer and Storm, you don't have anti-match. That's a big problem. Usually you go for that against Storm PL. So I feel Empire has to do something drastic. Like they have to take the game in the first 15 minutes. They have to remove the first the 3 tier 1 towers of LGD and control the map from there.
Yeah, as strange as it may sound, I think going all in is less risky here than the other route.
I completely agree as well. Like, if you just split up this game, Storm is just going to find pickoffs, and you won't really be able to bring down Phantom Lancer
yeah, it's going to
with just a few heroes.
a nightmare for Witch Doctor if the game becomes a split type of map.
Exactly.
Witch Doctor is not going to be able to do anything.
Well, especially if Storm gets better start than the Queen as well, who could easily just take over and kill her alone.
And I like the Sand King ban as well. Like the Sand King would be a good hero to actually pick off the Storm or PL, and that's what Empire like to run on the off lane.
What Empire lacks though right now, it's those initiating heroes.
Axe maybe? Yoku plays Axe?
Exactly, something like this. It could be Axe, it could be Magnus. They just banned the Sand King, they banned the Shaker earlier. That's what they need. I mean, they need it because it's how they play. And right now they don't have that hero that actually goes in. Sure, DK can get a Blink, Quap can get a Hex, but they don't really have that, AoE initiation or AoE control.
Centaur, do you like Centaur here?
Yeah, Centaur could be a really good hero as well. They need that AoE control, especially versus PL.
Yeah, Centaur could work. It's like Centaur, Axe, or Magnus, as you said. And then, of course, Shaker, Sand King. These are Yoku's heroes, like those that he dominate with. So LGD targeted him, tried to ban him out, and now Empire has the choice. Which one do they want?
I think Puck's pretty good too. I like the silence versus Dazzle, so you can actually kill people. Focus one person down with Dragon Knight, focus another down with Puck.
Yeah, I don't know if Puck would have been that good with Queen together. I just feel the two of them in the same team kind of makes it so you have to run around your opponent too much.
You need like a front liner. I feel like Axe would fit the lineup much better. So right now they have a lot of bursts. Like Axe is going to jump in. They have like Witch Doctor Ultimate and Queen. So Axe would have a much better, and it's also a counter towards Dazzle. We've talked about it a lot.
Definitely.
Like teams have been underusing Axe against Dazzle in particular during the group stages.
Axe was the go-to pick for sure. In that situation, it's also quite tanky. It's going to help them with the sustain and the push.
Do you actually think they would actually dual lanes Axe plus Witch Doctor and just leave? I mean, they could do it to pressure the PL. You don't want the PL to just snowball and just keep farming. So Axe, Witch Doctor, Naga would be maybe just freestyle, do whatever she wants, just running around here and there, controlling runes, maybe stacking, helping the... I don't think the Queen needs that much help from the Naga, so the Naga is really free to do whatever she wants to do in the game.
That's the power, about the Safe Lane Queen is that you have that freedom. So definitely they could get a good start on Axe, and that's super crucial.
I also see the fact that PL Dazzle is quite a strong lane. This is a lane that is almost impossible to contest, honestly. This PL Cottle Dazzle is almost impossible to contest. I don't think they should invest too much into trying to shut it down because it's not going to happen.
LGD is like not going to 5-man. They're going to just split right now against Empire. Empire are the team that wants to 5-man and take the towers.
Yeah, but at the same time, LGD dangerous pickoffs. Strong strength.
I mean, Keeper Light is so crucial though. Without Keeper, they have no wave clear. I mean, Frost Shards maybe, but I mean, all it takes is one pick off on them.
It's such a great last pick from LGD. Like, we saw it coming, sort of, because they were, like showing the split push with Storm and PL, but that's a very good last pick.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time for our first game of the knockout stages and brackets of the International 2015. It's time to go over to our commentators, Cinderin and Toby1.
Thank you very much. Let's get TI5 underway. The first game here on the main stage. I'm honored to be sitting next to Cinderin here. What a fantastic game to start with. LGD, the top of their group, Team Empire. It would be their dream. They've been cursed at TI so far. Can they break it?
Well, they've definitely been looking better this TI than previous years, at least a lot of their players. So going into the tournament, I think Merlini overstated it a little bit, saying that I was expecting them to be first in their group, but I had high hopes for them for sure. And just like Mad said, this is the time when they need to prove their worth, right? If they can win this matchup against LGD and get to the winners bracket semifinals, they will definitely be one to look out for to go the whole way in this tournament. So on the other side, LGD, obviously we had the storylines coming in with Xiao 8, champion from last year, an exceptional captain, looking to do it again. This is going to be one hell of a matchup, and I love the draft too.
Well, it's such a great combo. Like we were looking for this from Team Empire. It's that ability to have the strong team fight with a blend of initiation and let them do what Resolution was saying during his interview. They want to be able to team fight. They believe it's their biggest strength, and they've drafted towards it.
30 seconds to battle.
They're gonna try, as it looks with their lanes right now, to do something a little unusual for Empire, playing the off-lane Queen of Pain for now, for Silent, but it could just be flat out an aggressive tri lane and look to safe lane with the Axe against, well, what matchup could he expect? Probably a one-on-one against Tusk, which is pretty good for Axe. Even any dual lane they can put with Tusk, Axe should have a pretty good time against with 8 tangos and a salve. So yeah, laning stage for is starting to shape up now. No one's going to contest runes, so the mid laners for either side will take that.
There's safety at the start of the games. With this lane though, now you're running a Queen of Pain on the off lane. Do we have to look to keep Aloha Dance up there with the Naga Siren and always want to fly? Do they have to babysit Silent, or should they be down there creating more space for the Axe?
I think this is a really good call because no matter which dual lane LGD puts up top, I think the PL will be under a lot of pressure, so they kind of have to do a 3v3 in the top lane, which is what they want, because then Axe gets a one-on-one against the Tusk, which he should win, or at least do he should win that for sure. And even should LGD try lane safe lane, I still think Empire's lane is actually good enough to challenge them here.
Yeah. Easy control at the very, very start. He did the Shard block on the side trees, and this has just made it so difficult for Yoku to get in close up against both Yao as well as Xiao Wei. But it's going to be also a lot more fun on this top lane for Sylar. This PL, while he might have escape mechanisms, Aloha Dance is not going to give him any space up against Silent, and it looks like we've already seen the first rotation of the game. Always want to fly, they're bringing him down to bot, obviously because of the presence coming in here from the Keeper of the Light.
This is a little bit early in my opinion. I don't think they needed to do it just yet. The pull is blocked, which they probably didn't know, so Always Want to Fly is probably going to be a little bit annoyed with that, but Yoku is still doing alright. Like, the kill potential of LGD's lane doesn't come much into play unless Yoku is like very low health or the Tusk is level 6. He should not be able to die. They're putting on a lot of good pressure here though, but
yeah,
as mentioned, plenty of regen on him.
It's Shard spam as well as Alumina. They're trying to hit Yoku the entire time, force him under the tower. His last hits aren't that bad, like it's 5 for 2 on this lane, but now Always Want to Fly is also going to start to take the punishment here, and they can easily move a lot faster onto that Witch Doctor. Keep in mind their Snowballs there, but Cottle isn't the greatest combo with him.
They're spamming very hard in this bottom lane, and now they have to take a little bit of a break, because Xiao Wei is running out of mana. He's going to Chakra himself now, and he has his last Clarity running. Yao's got his running as well, looking for the 2-minute rune. So this is going to be a little bit of a safe time here for Yoku in that bottom lane. Meanwhile, top lane, looks like the plan to shut down PL is working decently well for Empire so far. He's got 4 CS against the 9 for 2 on Silent's Queen of Pain. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, Storm, as he should, is beating Dragon Knight. Maybe a little bit more than expected, though. Resolution generally very good at his Dragon Knight mids. He is quite far behind already against me.
Yeah, a lot of DKs have had success during this tournament just because of this high-breathe fire span that you can get out from him. But even with the bottle that's now being couriered out to him with an extra stick charge, it looks like he's just feeling a little bit low on the mana.
Okay, I may have spoken too soon. There was another creep wave for Resolution, so they're actually pretty even. He's only 2 behind. I thought they were even on waves. So yeah, pretty even mid lane after all. And as far as the laning stage goes overall, it is just a very even game now. Now, the question is, when it comes to the bigger, like, overarching strategy, who's getting the bigger benefit out of the way the lanes are going right now? I would say a slight lead for Empire. They will probably get a pretty fast Blink Dagger on Axe this way, and as long as PL isn't getting a lot of farm, they have the tools to deal with him for quite a long time into the game.
But all this farm that they're getting, like, you got to take this and just turn it into an objective. What's the objective Empire's looking for? Are they looking to kill Storm Spirit, who's really getting up in Resolution's face? There's no level 6, so there's no ball lightning jump behind the tower, so he should be okay, Resolution. But he's having to bring more consumables out. That bottle's flying in again, but maybe knows he's got Resolution on the ropes.
This is something we've seen from Maybe a lot this tournament. He plays very
bottom lane, paralyzing cast. They're going to go on Xiao Wei, Yoku. This could be the opening. The Snowball protecting him, but they get a first blood in for Team Empire. Always Want to Fly, the man to spill it. They waited for LGD to be slightly isolated. The paralyzing cast doing the work.
And interestingly here, Empire Yoku is choosing to go for 2 points in Battle Hunger and 1 in Helix. So no points at all in Berserker's Call just yet, but with a cask like that, you don't need it.
No, it's the movement spears to chase after. But Xiao Wei returns to the lane. Now they go for the shots, but Always Want to Fly being pushed out of the icy wall.
And now he gets a point in Berserker's Call. So I think it's very important for him to at least have 1 point so that when the Snowball rolls in, they have a counterplay in case they, well, regardless of whether they roll on him or Always Want to Fly, he wants to be able to disrupt that.
And Yao's having some real issues up against Yoku. If he's able to zone out the Tuskar like this and go be looking for first bloods, yes, it went to the support, but that Blink Dagger timing compared to when Tuskar becomes effective, we're going to see a bigger space.
Notice also that Yoku has gone for an Orb of Venom, which is very unusual on Axes. I think this might be the first time I've seen it. Very uncommon build, but if you're getting a lot up in the face of the opponent, who do, of course, play a melee core down here, it could be pretty nice.
Top lane, Silent, moving in behind the tower. I don't know if he's looking to go with Always Want to Fly here, but he's very aggressive up in the face of Silas. Less of a Scream. Okay, he's going to back himself up. Didn't look like he's going to do anything. He doesn't have it's level 2 Scream. There's no burst damage from Silent.
Still doing well as far as farm goes, though, up there. 26 against the 19 of PL, which I think LGD are also okay with, because they should have a feeling that maybe is doing very well in mid and that he could at any point suddenly just rotate top and give them a kill on at least the Naga. Maybe the Queen of Pain, if she goes for an aggressive blink, they can punish it.
So the work is to get him low so they can't go in?
Yeah, if they can harass them down, that is obviously the best thing they can do, I guess, but at the same time, looking over LGD's lineup right now, what they want more than anything is just to try to find a setup for the Storm to gank whenever there is a possibility. He has the TP scroll already on maybe in the mid lane, so does Resolution on Dragon Knight, but he's a little more limited when it comes to initiation.
And okay, so Axe with his Orb of Venom, do you actually want to see him go directly into the Blink Dagger? Or are we looking to get a little bit more tankability for him before the initiation arrives for Yoku?
I think this is the type of game where you might have to stop for either a Vanguard or, if he wants, at the very least, Tranquils, which he's buying right now, because he has to be able to sustain against this constant Luminate spam. They can't rely on using the Voodoo Restoration from Witch Doctor the whole time, because he runs out of mana and then they can't make an aggressive play.
The Snowball going in on bottom lane, always on a fly, he's the man exposed. And they do find a revenge kill here, LGD moving with maybe to find that kill. But Yoku, he's not happy back here, but at the same time, maybe he's burned through enough of his mana. He's got a regeneration rune. He'll just go again.
Yeah, it's true. They could just try to dive him. They would have noticed that Resolution tried to TP and then he cancelled it, so Dragon Knight cannot help out Yoku right now.
Here comes your TP supporters, Wish Doctor coming back, but already actually cancelling the TP after Axe dies in the trees behind his tier 1 tower. But this is the punishment you look for. You've gone down the bottom lane, you pick up 2 kills, but Resolution's dropped this tower down to 1/3, and maybe has a crack over on Resolution. He's got more jumps, but Resolution in that dragon form is a very scary hero.
He's simply too tanky right now. He maybe probably also checked Resolution and saw he had 11 1 charges, so first of all, that of course makes it harder for him to kill him, but it also means Resolution has the potential to just turn it around on him with the stun as well as Breathe Fire, so he's playing it safe. As far as those rotations, this is what I was looking for LGD, for maybe to get involved in one of the side lanes, and with 2 kills in the bottom lane as well as 2 cancelled TPs for Empire, this is a pretty big play coming out for LGD. They're evening out the gold right now, which Empire was starting to build a decent advantage in the laning stage, but it's gone already.
Yeah, it actually is exactly 0. They had just over 1,000 gold advantage in the early stages. The experience that was still leaning the way of LGD. But we know the power of Empire is going to be when Silent finds these higher levels. You get that burst damage with the Sonic Wave, and you also get Axe with the Blink Dagger. Resolution, he's also one of those nice aggressive players. We saw Blink Daggers being successful on DK, but Shadow Blade options initiating, maybe Storm Spirit won't see it coming, and then Empire will find their openings.
Yeah, that's the main difference though, right? Is that Storm can just be aggressive right now, whereas the Dragon Knight is more item dependent before he can start making that type of plays. Now, as you mentioned, he got 2/3 of the tower mid, so with the next Dragon form, I imagine we will see him being successful there unless LGD prevent it by, I guess, a good defensive TP or just putting a lot of pressure on Resolution, so he has to go back to base, which I don't see happening right now with their heroes.
Is the Keeper like enough if he comes in there? You might be able to mop up the creep wave, but bringing down that tower, that's a little bit more difficult. Looks like bottom lane too, we got ourselves a bit of a rotation. Maybe and Yao are going on a bit of a hunt. They still don't have Walrus Punch. He's only 40 experience points away, Yao, from hitting that Walrus Punch, and they're not finding anyone in the jungle. It's like they're expecting the stacks to be farmed up, but everyone's showing themselves in lane from Empire.
That's also a little bit of a peculiar smoke timing. Tusk is like 1 creep away from level 6, which makes this gank a lot easier. If they try Resolution, I think they're going to regret it. I simply don't think they have the damage without level 6 on Tusk, and they will decide against it. Head down, maybe find something bottom here, but like you said, the first part of the smoke didn't work, and it's going to be kind of obvious now with
Xiao Wei. He's in real trouble here. The Observer saw him come up, so they'll go for the quick pick-off here on Xiao Wei. Storm going to jump in as well. Always want to fly. Trouble. Not enough life to survive this initiation from Maybe, and then they go down to Yoku as Yao jumps in, but Resolution Dragon Form's already here to defend. Yao dropping low. Yoku just so tanky. The breathe fire from Resolution, pushing back LGD. Maybe he's still got 10 more charges. The Storm Spirit will survive, but the Dazzle, the shallow grave may allow him to get back out. The ensnare, Aloha Dance controls him. MMY down for the count. The Culling Blade does the work, and that's where Axe is perfect up against the Dazzle.
And everyone being involved in that bottom lane, apart from Phantom Lancer and the Queen of Pain. So still, those two heroes without any kills or assists. But now Silent knows that there's no backup for Salar, and he can try to go for an aggressive play here. I still don't think he has the damage by only being level 6, and Salar's probably going to pressure him more than vice versa. And 9-1's also available on Salar. You're going to see him just run into Silent here, force out a blink most likely. There we go.
Yeah, and Silent will just back up. He wants to drop him as low as he possibly can. However, having PL Illusions replicate on him underneath the tower is not the happiest time in the world. But Yoku, he's got to be the happiest Axe in the world. 1700 gold, getting closer and closer towards this Blink Dagger, and then he can start rotating on the Storm Spirit. But maybe he's also having a great time. 4100 in the net worth for him. He's got a lot of mana to work around with here.
It's still important to keep in mind that with the kill score pretty much evening out, the additional tower pressure Empire have made.
Bottom lane, they're coming down, paralyzing cast because the initial stun, they go into the call, just controlling Yao. He'll be able to get the snowball off. Actually, no, he can't. Down for the count. Maybe he's going to jump in, dragging back Yoku. They're not close enough for the heal bomb and always want to fly. The Voodoo Restoration is doing some work. At the same time, Naga is about to loop in behind LGD to pick up the stragglers. Ensnare and Riptide's available. Aloha Dance, he goes up to Xiao Wei, but Aloha Dance is isolated. They come on with a heal bomb. It's the PL Illusion doing some work. Xiao Wei, he can't TP out. Resolution's behind him. They're looking for more as we split the fight up. The last attack from the Dragon Knight will find that kill as Yoku, Team Empire, they're walking over LGD on the bottom lane. Silas in trouble. The breathe fire hitting Yao and the Song of the Siren. Aloha Dance of 58 life. They're regenerating up. There's no paralyzing cast, but they're gonna stun Yao almost instantly. The call with the fire. Yao's gonna drop. Yoku with the Culling Blade. The bonus is there, but now Storm Spirit. Maybe he's back in the fight after buying back Resolution. Get a TP. There's your Vortex. Resolution dragged back in again. He doesn't have enough life to survive this. LGD will make the buyback worth it. Dazzle will find the kill, and we go 8-5 here in our first game of TI5.
That was still such a major win for Empire. I think even after the buyback, they come out something. What was that 4 for 2? I think, and a buyback.
It gave him a 3k advantage as far as net worth goes overall. It did dip back down again with the death of the DK. But definitely the advantage does go the way of Team Empire.
They have really made the Axe work so far, and now that he has the Blink Daggerman at 12, they could look to make way more of this type of play. It looks like LGD will try to get the bottom tier 1, and should they succeed, that is at least some sort of a comforting play for them, at least considering how much they lost there and they had to buy back the Storm. I wouldn't agree that the Storm's buyback was worth it just to kill the Dragon Knight, but with the amount of pressure they ended up being able to put here in the bot lane, it was probably well worth it. Yeah. And they will be getting it here for Salar. There is no glyph. It's pretty important for LGD who gets it, and he does. That's 1,200 gold in the bank.
Team Empire have also got a little bit scared. When Song of the Siren's down, you don't have that big controller to allow your team to reset. Is that one of those things we should be looking for as well from Team Empire? Whenever Song of the Siren's up, they fight, and when it's down, they farm?
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think they need the song right now. I think that's something we'll be looking at, say, 10 minutes later into the game, that the song will be absolutely crucial. It was great for the last fight, don't get me wrong, it definitely did make a difference, but they were already winning the fight without it. So I would say definitely for now, try to smoke up, get some aggressive plays out with the Blink Dagger on Axe, get 1 or 2 towers with Dragon Form, and then try to control the map and limit PL's impact on it.
Team Empire just saw that Sentry Ward going down. Their Observer's about to time out in the mid lane anyway. And by the time LGD get there, it will be dead. But they're going to start losing a little bit of vision there. What's happening on bottom? MMY, very aggressive warding. So they're actually noticing the rotations here of Yoku, and Silas taking over a little bit of the Radiant jungle. While Silas got his burst damage. Like, he finally got that 1-2-4-1 combo.
Yeah. He did show off the Sonic Wave earlier in the bottom lane, of course, so has been used. He's been part of 2 kills, 1 kill, 1 assist, but one thing we forgot to mention is even though the smoke from the Tusk didn't work out toward when they were looking in the Radiant jungle, they still got the good aggressive ward out that's giving them a lot of information about Empire's movements around the mid tier 1 tower. And if there's one thing LGD wants to do in this game, it's just slow the game down. So these aggressive wards, as they would seem, are actually, in a way, they're defensive wards, because they're out here to scout smokes. That's what they want to know.
Yeah.
Are Empire going for us? Because they will be able to push out the waves very easily with Keeper of the Light, with Ice Shards, with the PL, even the Storm Spirit with his Static Remnants. So they're not so worried about suddenly getting caught off guard. They're worried about the smokes.
Yeah. Well, right now, Team Empire, they're not even going to smoke. It's just going to be a 5-man move towards the top lane. There is a fresh Blink Dagger over on Resolution, so this Dragon Knight can be looking for a quick jump. Maybe he's the only man currently in position behind the tower, and Silent going directly up after him, screaming into the tree line. With the Resolution Dragon form up, this tier 1 tower is not going to survive much longer. There's fortification to delay them, but it looks like LGD, also another defensive observer ward being placed down. They realize it's just not worth the squeeze.
They do have Keeper of the Light level 6 now, so recall is available. Looks like it's going to port to the top lane. Storm as well as Dazzle putting pressure in mid, but they will be stopped right now by Loa Dance, who could actually use the Song of the Siren if he wants to try to sit up for it. They're all rotating in from above.
They need to control them. Storm Spirit, is there a way out here? Resolution blinks forward. Look for that stun over on Maybe. At the start of this one, they get it too. And the Sonic Wave! Maybe just explodes. MMY ensnared up, but that Shallow Grave does not save you from Axe. Yoku on the chase, Blink Dagger 3 seconds away, but Silent just blinks himself down. Yao and Sylar, they get the stun over on that PL. He does have Doppelganger, and he'll jump. There's 3 of them. Which one's the real one? They call all the wrong ones. Silent's gone west, and the blink up. They'll still be able to find it, but there's no control over on this PL until Battle Hunger will arrive. Resolution, there's your blink up into the Dragon Tower. The Snowball will protect him for a moment. The spin hitting Sylar, and Aloha Dance in from the side with the Riptide. Always want to fly. He's on 1 life, and that PL illusion will bring him down, but Xiaowei is snared up. Resolution wants to keep going. Yoku helping him out, and they're right on the back of Yao. LGD, they're being pressured by the Russians. Yao still ticking down that Shadow Strike and Battle Hunger. They're trying to keep him up the shards. Can't control Yoku, but he's going to snowball into Sun, bringing him up, but can't get him up on the high ground. Not just up there, but Yao's at least able to survive. Storm Spirit back into the mix. Silent blinked to the tree line. Spice is taking Oblivion stuff. He doesn't know. The Storm Spirit jumps down, chasing after Aloha Dance, but the bigger man, Silent, might be able to escape from this.
He's definitely going to get away. He has another blink in a second and maybe doesn't have enough mana for this, but Empire are playing hyper-aggressively like we would expect in this game against LGD, and they're taking so much advantage of having the 2 tanky frontliners in both Dragon Knight and Axe and having the Witch Doctor heal for the backline. I really like how Always Want to Fly in this game is prioritizing it over getting any points in Maledict. I think the heal has played a very major role in their ability to extend the fights for this long. And ultimately, of course, they do end up giving 1 back the way of LGD with maybe respawning, but another big win.
LGD, they're going to try and force an issue. They weave to start with, so the prepared armor to allow them to come underneath this tier 1 tower. Right now, Resolution just triggers DD rune in that Dragon form bottom lane, forcing the tier 1 tower. They'll slow down LGD Team Empire with that fortification. There's no Song of the Siren currently up. It's down for just under a minute now. So LGD, once again, should be able to take another tier 1 tower straight after the fight. Little chip damage on bottom, but still an even trade. Or a good trade for LGD.
It seems like that's the pattern of these fights. Empire plays super aggressively, they get many kills, they ultimately overextend a little bit and get caught and lose 1. And then LGD take a tower. They've done it bottom, they've done it mid. At the same time, though, Empire have also claimed 2 towers, so it's pretty even on that account. And the question or the challenge now, as Empire are definitely in the lead of this game, is how do they keep the pressure on the Phantom Lancer? They need to be able to get some aggressive wards out so they see his farming patterns and are able to isolate him and bring him down. And we do, of course, have the Orchid on Queen of Pain, which is really, really good against PL at this point in time. He does not have the Manta style, and it might force him into going Manta over Diffusal, perhaps. No, he could still just Diffusal it. I guess he would go Diffusal in either case. That seems to be the build these days, is either, I guess, optional Drum into Diffusal, and then a lot of PLs actually have not gone for Manta. They've chosen Skadi over it. I guess we'll see what Sylar's idea is here, but Diffusal multi-purpose here, of course, being able to purge that off.
Aloha Dance revealed himself for the moment. Zhao Wei does not want to walk up that hill, but the perfect observer ward in the mid lane is letting Team Empire see that Sylar is walking directly towards him. Now they go the other direction. They catch out Zhao Wei instead. And now what's the smoke gang movement up there, and they trigger the drums. They're just trying to get out of here. They want to get out scot-free. Sylar chasing him down. You still have the Song of the Siren, and as maybe jumps in, it'll have to be used by Aloha Dance, but Sylar maybe perfectly on top. And no, Sylar, he threw the ulti out. It didn't affect MMY. They start the defensive weave. Sun will blink away. The rest of Team Empire tried to TP out. Actually, just walks back. There's no tier 1 tower protection. Always want to fly. Needs to cast, but in comes the Snowball. Sylar maybe being controlled. The blink did work, at least for Queen of Pain. Unfortunately, Witch Doctor does not possess the same ability. He will be dying on this bottom lane. He'll make him work for it, but LGD will get at least a return kill.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate for Empire. They had a good cask, and then I think the song usage from Aloha Dance there makes sense. Unfortunately, the cask was bouncing at the same time, so that goes to waste. Then, above the fight, Silent has isolated a target and he wants to Sonic, and whoever his target was, I can't remember, actually runs into the song to get invulnerable. Very nice play there, staying alive, and
that was the dazzle.
LGD get a good overall, was that a 1-for-1 trade, I think?
Yes.
Almost no change.
That's the one. That was a Cottle for a Witch Doctor only. But you did again blow the Song of the Siren.
Yes.
And Team Empire only seem to be moving into these aggressive positions when the song is up, when they have that get out of jail free card.
So this means another 2 minutes of farming time for PL, sitting on 2k gold. It's still top 3 net worth as far as, the overall net worth in the game. We have top 3 on Empire, but they're not very far ahead of Sylar, who will now overtake the Axe for a bit.
It's staying close.
Yeah, it's a pretty even game. Like, as mentioned, it's a 5k lead for Empire, but one bad team fight, and LGD's game plan will just seem stronger. So Empire's under a lot of pressure to keep performing like this.
I still wonder that, like, should Team Empire be looking for these pickups? You get an Orchid over on Queen of Pain. You got a Blink Dagger on Resolution. Just finding 1 or 2 here and there. That's why they jump up, and again, Zhao Wei, the captain of LGD, has to run, but Resolution caught in the tree line, trying to fight his way out of here, but he's locked and being mana-linked in, and Silent, well, he has to come and help. Zhao Wei, no TP scroll, so he's forced to stand here, while the Snowball coming in. Silent will blink up and away from the Snowball Tusker, catching him out in the tree line, while further down, the Witch Doctor goes to work. They bring down that PL. That's one way to stop his farm. The tier 1 tower, one attack from Resolution will take it out, but instead he wants the kills. The blink forward, they look for the call, the double one as well. Yao is so low, and there's your dunk coming in from Yoku. They need to protect Resolution though. He's so low, and the paralyzing cast plus Restoration doing his work. There's another blink in 1 second, but the Sonic Wave, that will take out MMY. A 4-for-0 trade-off, including a tier 1 tower, and now damage to the tier 2.
This is not just damage. This tower is definitely gone. Resolution, finally now his double damage rune expires, but this tower is not long for life. They have no way of holding it. They're responding in 5 seconds, and then the tower is pretty much gone, so...
What's going wrong with the fights then? What's going wrong with the fights for LGD? How is Empire getting the upper hand every time?
It's just difficult for LGD to find the key targets they want to kill. They can't really go on the Naga. She has good positioning, and in this case doesn't have Song of the Siren, but Aloha Dance played it pretty well in the backline. Witch Doctor heal is doing so much work, as mentioned before, and who else are you going to go on? The Axe you probably can't kill, the Dragon Knight you probably can't kill, and then there's a Queen of Pain who has Blink. And if the Storm Spirit jumps on the quad, if she's fast, she can Orchid him in turn and try to just turn the fight around. It is just very difficult for LGD's lineup right now to fight, and Empire are doing exactly what they need to do. They're forcing LGD to fight.
Orchid, Silent chasing after maybe. No Sonic Wave, so he's just chipping him away and forcing the Storm Spirit to Ball Lightning TP away to safety.
It's just scare tactics. Like there was no risk of him dying there, but they don't have vision, so he doesn't know what he's up against. And
they're coming for that now. Silent. Always want to fly is taking care of that. The Observer Ward, there's still that one in the mid lane which is going to time out in about 13 seconds, but they plan a new one over in the Dire Jungle. So they're really trying to keep tabs on LGD when they can. And there's that Diffusal Blade timing now for LGD. 23 minutes. It's not bad, but really, what's this Diffusal Blade going to give?
It means that if they get ahead in the fight, they have another way now of chasing down heroes and shutting them down. And, of course, some of the key targets on the Radiant side, such as the Axe, is very mana-dependent.
Silent jumping in, Orchid over on Yao. Resolution's right behind him, however, but he'll let him go. There's no Sonic Wave or 5, but again, that Voodoo Restoration level 5 brings Empire almost back up to full life. And the chance, well, it's a little bit more chip damage. But LGD is slowly going to lose this tier 2 tower, and they're not finding any space.
PL needs to send these solutions on the Axe, in my opinion, and get his mana drain so he can't keep going. He's going to do exactly that with one of them here.
They didn't last long enough to really do any kind of work. Like he dropped a little bit of mana, but the blink call is still available here for Yoku.
Empire still need to be careful here. If they lose too much mana on key heroes, LGD can suddenly find themselves in a very good position and try to chase down kills. So it's very important Aloha Dance plays back. He does it very well. Claim the tower and get out. They don't overextend. I think some teams there could have even tried for the high ground, but it's not time yet. Get the top tier 2, get another core item. Probably looking at the BKB for Silent, which is almost up, and the Axis Shiva's Guard is only 600 away, so 2 very big items coming Empire's waivers.
LGD's teamfight is getting harder and harder. With no ability to control the DK, and now Act becoming so tanky and also controlling all of these melee walkers, it's going to be difficult to escape. Then you got such AoE control plus AoE damage. Team Empire said teamfight is their strength, and they've hit the nail perfectly on the head in this game, getting so much momentum. It's actually 11,000 net worth advantage going the way of Team Empire, and the experience is even 7.5k. This is the dream start for Team Empire.
Definitely is now. If they keep their play up, this game should most likely be in the bag. But once again, one mistake. If they get team wipe, or if they just lose, say, if they take a couple of fights where they trade, say, 3-for-1 or 3-for-2, just as long as it's LGD favored, they're playing into the Phantom Lancer game plan with Storm. LGD are very good at split pushing, so we're starting to reach the point now when Keeper of the Light can just port the Storm and the PL around and push out the lanes, and if Empire needs to start playing reactively instead of aggressively, all of a sudden they can just run out of time.
Does that mean that Team Empire should be looking to force the issue? Like, there's only one tier 2 tower left. It looks like they're grouping up for this one as well. What is the high ground objective? What do they need to get up?
I think their power is peaking right now. They just got a BKB on Quap, a Shiva's on Axe, 25 minutes in. Their lineup has proven that it's way stronger than LGD's at teamfights, so I would say it's worth considering high ground now. I don't know if any one of their heroes is building a pipe, as we do have a mech on Naga, because pipe would obviously be incredible against both the Keeper of the Light and the Ice Shards from Tusk.
No pipe, just the Assault Cuirass by the looks of it for resolution.
Yeah. And they might just think they can do it anyway, because they can negate a lot of that AoE damage with the Voodoo Restoration and just try to slow siege with Dragon Knight. And should LGD try to go for the jump, they will have the Naga back up.
Resolution blinking forward. He's not in range of Xiao, right? Because their aggressive Observe Ward inside the jungle that we're seeing, but LGD also have their defensive wards.
They're pretty far away from trading though. LGD's bottom lane still needs a good 30 seconds to reach the tier 2 tower, so Empire will be able to claim this tower for free, I do believe. Yeah. LGD are just not interested anymore. And honestly, I think this maybe should have been the strategy for LGD earlier. I think they've just given up too many kills to Empire and should have maybe just conceded towers that they ended up losing anyway.
Team Empire's coming. The Alumina hits Aloha Dance directly to the face, always on fire. That should trigger the mech fairly early, but you got probably another 10 seconds left of this Dragon form. Deletes into the tower, he blinks forward, going up to Xiao Wei. The Breathe Fire even goes up to MMY, and there's a jump forward, and the Sonic Wave from Silent. LGD are so low, they're being taken out inside their own base. Silent looking forward on the cover of the BKB, but he's not taking too much damage from the tier 4 towers. They went too deep. They have not taken the objective, and now LGD with a buyback by Tusker. Snowballing forward, always want to fly up in the air. Where's that song with the siren? It's not coming yet. There it is. Now Team Empire can back themselves out. There's enough mana for maybe to jump to, and Aloha Dance almost accepting fate here as he lets his teammates jump out. There's no TP's got on the Naga. He's down for the count. And Team Empire, was that the biggest mistake they've made so far?
Yes, and this is what's dangerous. You could tell how far ahead in the fight Empire felt like they were. They get the dunks of the 5-on-4. Silent comes in from above and hits a 2-hero Sonic Wave as well as Scream. Orc hits one of them. They're really low under the tier 4s, and then he goes for the dive. Big mistake here where, honestly, his Sonic and Scream should have probably forced both those heroes back to Fountain, or at least forced them to like stand and wait and use bottles or whatnot to get their health back.
And then you take
they dealt almost no damage to the tower because of this, when they could have just taken their kill, gone for the tower again, reset, re-go. And also the song, this time from Aloha Dance, a little bit too late. They lose an additional hero because he's a little too slow on the trigger.
And because of all of this too, now Silas finding farm. He completes the Yash, but still has another 1,600 gold sitting in his bank account. While he's not part of the top 3 in the net worth, he is very, very small distance behind all 3 of them.
And this is where we need to remember the mental aspect of the game, where how do the players assess their strength relative to how far ahead they actually are? Because now Empire might start getting nervous, right? the push didn't work out, they made a mistake. How much gold did we actually give over to LGD? They obviously cannot see the graphs like we can. If they know they're 12k ahead, they were probably like, okay, we lost a little bit, we could probably
Prepare
go
your bodies.
What do they feel like though?
Xiaowei, he's smoked up so they don't see him. They'll just see the Illuminate. And Resolution is Team Empire searching for LGD. But they feel something on the top lane without fully seeing it, and they just back up. And Team Empire won't find anything. Smart movement from LGD.
Yeah, and immediately they're down to the bottom lane with both PL and Storm. So if Empire want to make a play top lane, they've got like, they have to do it with the first wave, else they lose a tier 2 buy.
But they keep doing this, like you want to look for a play, but this Observer Wall that's inside the Dire Jungle is seeing all of the movements of Team Empire. Like they may have their aggressive wards, but it's in the Dire Observer Ward's always going to scout it out first.
Yeah, this is really good play from LGD. They're just moving them around the map. Maybe is farming the Radiant jungle. They just pushed out the bot lane with PL. Okay. And Empire are going to just be like, okay, you know what? If we can't get in top, we could probably go for a Roshan play.
But at the same time, LGD, that Sigil's already moving. Is coming down to have a look. They've got to do this really, really quick on Roshan, but they're only 1/3 through him. And that Sigil's going to arrive when Roshan hits probably just 1/3 of his life.
They do not have Medallion.
They're silent. They're instantly taking it out. He actually blinks up to get rid of it.
They have AC but no Medallion, and now they might start to get worried. They're getting aggressively woven here by the Dazzle. Keeper of the Light has his ultimate running, so there's Blinding Light to slow them down and to port in heroes here with the recall. And okay, this is the biggest moment of the game right here.
Yeah, they're going to make the opening, and Resolution, he tries to do it, jumps up with that Blink Dagger. He's going to be isolated from the rest of his team because of the shards, but LGD is so split. The Storm Spirit's still down the Radiant jungle, waiting for that southern jump in to attack where Empire doesn't have vision, because they got the ward on the high ground on that cliff's top. In fact, they're losing that too. Roshan down to 1500. The Illumina's going to hit pretty heavily. That Sigil still doing work. Watch that maybe Storm Spirit jump. Roshan 700. 600, Song of the Siren is going to isolate him, but Storm Spirit still jumps in. DK has the Aegis to the Immortal, maybe right in the middle of Team Empire. Stunned up, Shiva's Guard, Cottle great, doesn't protect again. Empire's got Aegis and a kill. MMY's on the run out of here. They might have got the shards to lock him in, but Star's still doing the work all by himself. Resolution will blink up after him too. So LGD losing the Storm. Luckily though, Bloodstone charges will make his spawn time a lot lower.
Good play there from Aloadance to just play it safe with the song. And you know, it's one of those moments of Storm Spirit where you're like, you just jumped in and you're like, oh crap. You get caught in the middle of the song, you know there's an Orchid and an instant stun from Dragon Knight and the call from Axe. There is no way out. You went for a risky play, you paid the price.
And I'm actually surprised he even jumped. If he had a BKB, that would have been an absolute wonderful time. But the punishment which Empire have done on the map, with a 14k advantage in the gold now, Empire's just holding on to all the monies. And LGD, they come out again. The smoke from inside their base, this time just with Xiaowei as well as Yao. Maybe and Sylar are still moving out quite visible in the lane. What else we got? We got a Mana Style now done for Sylar.
That's a very big item. It increases his split push potential by a lot because of course these Manta illusions last for a long time. Since PL was changed to more of a combat hero rather than the good old split push, more Naga style hero he used to be, his illusions don't last very long, but the Mantas of course have the full duration, and it allows you to really split push with the hero, and he even has Keeper of the Light to back him up for that, so there's definitely enough of that where that came from. It's a secondary way of dealing with the with the Orchid, and of course just maximizes his damage output. He very quickly is able to reach his max number of illusions when he uses the Manta as well.
It looks like Team Empire is rallying themselves together to make the most out of this Aegis. Talon's taking care of the middle lane for now, but it's a 4-man group up already on bottom. Song of the Siren's off cooldown in 8 seconds time. You are going to get your pipe build on a low hard dance, that's if they don't finish things now. But
it could also be Glimmer.
It could be Glimmer too, yeah. But Resolution has the full assault cuirass. In fact, they're switching it up. So they push bottom lane. Silence got momentum on the mid, and they're just going to go straight up there. Still a little bit more pressure from Always Wanna Fly as he watches the bottom lane. But LGD, they take the T1 tower, the blink up already from Resolution. They catch out Yao with the Orchid, and you do have that shallow grave. They need Yao a little bit lower, so now they can go for the dunk. They also gives Team Empire the buff up. Remember, objective-based gaming. They've got to keep going on these buildings and get themselves Rack's advantage here against split push lineup with the PL illusions ripping apart Salva. Number 4 dead. We always see Resolution getting in there. Cole down, but maybe looking for the kill on Salva. The blink away, not going to be successful, but they're still fighting with the Death Ward. MMY barely surviving back past the tier 4 towers as Empire, they still try and fight LGD LGD under the tier 3 tower. They've lost 2 and, well, basically lost most of their mana, especially when you can get that mana drain on Resolution. The extra stun, Silent to the front line, Diffuser Blade Charge being used on Resolution, slowing him down. MMY, do they have enough to really contest Resolution? Remember, he's got the Aegis, the Immortal. Witch Doctor's back in 23, that's too long. They drag him in, Song of the Siren is still going to trigger Aegis, the Immortal, but maybe the 10-second BKB, that's why he's isolated Resolution. He needs more time, and he wasn't bored. Yoki thinking about jumping back in again, and a Jowl wait to actually bring down the Dragon Knight, and they look for more. Maybe jumping deep after a low hard dance. They keep with the remnants, they're slowing him down, but that's a very tanky Nagasaran. Vortex back in, now also with the charges. They're gonna bring down the Nagasaran. LGD, you said Sin, one fight could change it all for LGD. They just got it.
And again, it's Silent being caught out in the enemy base going aggressively, and suddenly the Storm Spirit comes out with a BKB and does catch him at the top tier 3. These deaths are so expensive, because the moment LGD get ahead in the fights, they have such a good team to run them down. Ice Shard, Snowball, Sigil. Oh, wait a second. Okay.
The double call goes for Yao, the Sonic Wave from Sun, perfectly on target. The PL, however, brought down the Witch on the back lines, but Yoku, he's going on an absolute charge. MMY slow, Silent chasing him down the control, Silent with a call. There is still that burst heal, maybe jumping in, low on mana, but Yoki's got nothing. He's bone dry right now, trying to retreat, but they bring down the axe. Silent has to blink himself away from the PL. While they hit LGD hard, they don't stop the push. The 2 major cores are still alive. And LGD, they are going to respect it. They're going to back up.
I love the fact that Empire had the confidence to go in 3-on-5 there when they see the good opening for the Axe, but end of the day, they trade 2 for 1 where LGD get the 1 kill, but it's a 1,000 gold for the PL, ending the Beyond Godlike streak of the Axe. So I think all in all, this is still a victory for LGD just going for that trade, as Sylar is going to be able to get his next big item. He just got the Mansa and he has 4,000 gold again.
Yep.
That fight in the base was an absolute huge swing for LGD, and you know,
where do you even go if you're Silent? You got that much money. What is Empire going to do to you, and how do you stop it from happening?
Axe has to land some calls on the PL now, I think, to be able to control him. It's the Queen of Pain spells. They're not going to cut it anymore now that Sylar is going to get a tank item, whether it's a Scotty or a Heart. I imagine he will get one of those 2 at this point. The Dragon Knight's damage output is not good enough to just splash down the illusions with the Elder Dragon form. And one thing I wanted to mention, I'm surprised that Empire put the Aegis on Resolution. I think, judging from how the fights have gone so far and what the focus has been, Silent would have probably been a better Aegis carrier, since Dragon Knight's a transformation hero. He comes back without Dragon form. He is really weak on his second life compared to his first. Queen of Pain, however, good on both lives, has a BKB as well, of course, and would be able to Orchid against. He is going to get jumped, but maybe pretty slow reaction, though.
Yeah, Queen of Pain.
Still going to be alright.
Yeah, there's no control. Like, when you got that side device, then maybe you can have a crack at Queen of Pain, but when you got that side device, you're going to be earlier on the BKB. Now Team Empire, they're going to try and catch LGD out. LGD, they've won a couple of fights, so they might have a little bit more confidence in this game. They'll move up and then realize there's nothing but PL illusions, and to the rest of Team Empire, they're missing on the map. And again, LGD's map awareness, absolutely perfect.
Well,
they're
they
noticing they're
just
moving
run
out.
into them right now.
They could. Yao's actually moving down, and here they come. The jump up, there's going to be a solid pick off on the Tusker, but they still commit a heavy smoke for it.
Yeah, the problem there for Empire is there's no collateral. We focus on that a lot. When you get a good gank or a good fight, you want to take towers. And of course, that's what we've seen from LGD a couple of times. They get a little bit of a lead in the fight. They run it down, they get an objective.
Oh, here they come.
Okay.
Resolution very aggressively blinking up into the LGD base. Gonna lose a little bit of the mana here. They need to get rid of these PL illusions as quick as they possibly can. While the tier 3 tower does take a little bit of chip damage. They trigger the mech. Resolution's doing the tank work, keeping that creep wave up. The blinding light forces everyone back, and again, more PL illusions just running in. Sylar even able to hold on to this mana Silent Fears, and Team Empire, they just can't maintain the hold in front of the towers.
We're starting to get to the point where, you know, if we get 10 minutes further in and the gold lead is still 10k for Empire, I think LGD's high ground defense is just going to be too hard for them to overcome. They need the next Aegis and they need to go. And I think you're giving this Aegis to the Queen of Pain. You're playing her aggressively like the last fights to force the Storm's hand to go on her or the Tusk and drain a lot of their important cooldowns for your Aegis trade-off and get 1 or 2 kills with Axe in the meantime, and then hopefully ride the wave to get Alina Rax. Because the Dragon Knight Aegis, they're not going on him anyway, so why would he have it, right? It doesn't make a difference.
You're right. He'll survive, and then the rest of his teammates will be dead, so they just isolate him and kill him off.
Yes.
Just like that chase that happened down in mid lane. Silent moving with this invis rune. Now he's running down to the bottom lane, looking at Sylar, but this could be the worst kill to try and go for. They jump up, they got the vision, the sentry wall was there, Sylar's gonna drop. LGD, they were looking for a pick-off and they got it.
And guess who got the kill?
It was the PL, even more money coming in. It's not as though Sylar's got enough of this, but the middle lane's still being pressured. The Riptide coming in from the illusions of Nagasaran, keeping the pressure on and not allowing LGD to force out these side lanes and play this split push game. They still have to keep eyes on home.
One hero I want to keep my eyes on a bit now is, of course, the Keeper of the Light from Xiaowei, who is starting to build the Aghanim Scepter. In my opinion, one of the best Aghanim Scepters in the game. Permanent ultimate, major heal during daytime, major vision during daytime, which is going to be crucial against Empire's lineup to not get caught out. And when he makes it to that, judging from how the fights go and how Empire kill off their targets, he would be able to get a couple of pretty good Illuminate heals off in those fights. And that could really make a big difference.
At the same time, by the time he's probably got his Aghanims, unless he's able to keep farming up the jungle like he's doing, you should be seeing Witch Doctor with his own Aghanims. He's 2,000 behind. Are they actually moving for this? Empire do not want to go into their own jungle at the moment, and they know it. LGD is missing on every single lane. They got to keep the pressure elsewhere.
It's still worrisome when you're the team that's ahead on gold and you are very cautious with pushing out the lanes right now. This is the situation they never want to find themselves in, where they feel like they need to group up more heroes in order to push. So, oh well, they wanted to group up earlier, but the difference is the pushing speed of LGD is just so high now that if they start showing multiple heroes on the same lane, LGD will push just as fast in another lane and they will gain nothing. 1 minute respawn.
And that's actually almost up to the max timer. That's 2.5 out of the 3 minutes of the time. What Team Empire would give just to have Roshan up. They take it now and then they move on. Because the rest of the time is this defense nature, allowing LGD to get more lane control. I suppose that would open up a bigger question. You might wait around for Roshan, but like, are you going to waste 2 minutes of the Aegis, the Immortal, just trying to get control of the map back again? Because this PL is, at this point, just beating out the tier 2 tower, but this isn't even the real PL. These are just illusions that are taking up the tower. They Sonic Wave and maybe a Denial, which will be there by Silent. But LGD get what they want. They're slowly and surely taking more map control back from Team Empire.
And they know, by knowing that Silent is top, they can play way more aggressively bottom and try to get into the Radiant jungle if they want, or at the very least just control the Roshan pit, counter ward, and set up for the impending fight. It is going to happen. Empire will be going for this Aegis at some point in time. It's all about being as prepared as possible for LGD.
Looks like Team Empire is going to try and make LGD blind on the map. They're bringing a gem down to Aloha Dance now. Storm Spirit actually jumping in. Where's these big APs? Resolution gets it off with the perfect call. Yao's down low. They need to bring him down all the way and they cannot do it. The Sonic Wave from Silent. Minimal effectiveness. Yao dropping low to Resolution. He's just sitting up there. Maybe jumps in. They song with the Siren. It's 1-for-1 trade-off. They're looking for more. But Team Empire don't want it. Yoku just TP's out in time.
This could be a potential Roshan play for LGD, I think.
With no Song of the Siren against
No
it.
Song, no Dragon Form. Witch Doctor's out for 30. The trade is Tusk though, so I guess he would be one of their important Roche heroes, and they're not going to take the chance here. Will of course take them quite a while with Sylar, but they do have the Solar Crest on Dazzle, so I think between that and a defensive weave, they could try to go for the play. They will respect Empire's initiation potential here and play it safe.
Yeah, just back it up. These Naga Illusions are keeping pretty good tabs on the rest of LGD too. They know what's going on. Resolution in a blink position. The Dire Observer Ward's watching coming and maybe just recalled away.
Keeper of the Light Eggs.
This is going to get rough for Team Empire.
It's not just about healing the heroes. It's also that whenever you illuminate a wave, not only do you destroy the enemy wave, but you heal your own wave entirely. So there's a lot. It puts a lot more pressure the whole time. And here we go. Sylar found a double damage. Fortunate in the moment. They're going to try to go for this Empire, even if they know it's too late. This, in my opinion, puts LGD in the lead of the game.
If they can hold it, Storm Spirit will be the man with the Aegis, the Immortal. And he's actually got the full sight device as well. So a full sight, the Aegis Immortal, the Aghanim Scepters are up. Yao's got his mech, and how much money has that PL now got? Another 4.9k.
He's got a butterfly, I think.
Either will work. Team Empire's getting into a position like They're just not finding enough damage. Might be another reason too why Resolution's trying to get into this Daedalus, find that splash crit damage if he can get it.
The problem is it's not going to cut it, because Sylar will be getting a butterfly and he'll be getting crested by the Dazzle. And his evasion is just going to be way too much for the Radiant to deal with. They don't have any MKBs even remotely close at this point. I think Resolution, what he should do here is he should keep his Chrysalis and go for an MKB. It's going to give him better damage output against the PL, who is definitely the hero to counter right now, let's be honest.
Team Empire pinging out the Keeper of the Light. They're actually flagging the fact that it looks like LGD are preparing to fight on bottom lane. So instead of actually moving down there to fight, like Resolution's in the neighborhood, they're just going to move back. Go back to farming up the lanes. Try and keep LGD as far back as possible. And make them worry about the trade game.
Worthy tribute.
But LGD can play the trade game so well too. All
Yeah,
these side lanes are just push.
They have an Aegis on Storm who also has a Hex, so I think maybe's plan in the next fight could be to try to find Aloha Dance and just target him down really fast. Just use his Hex, use a lot of mana to go for that kill, because he knows that if the Naga is down, Empire's disengage strategy is gone, and then all of a sudden they can just run them over once again with the PL.
Yep.
And should it fail, let's say he jumps the Naga and Empire have a great counterplay. To kill this Storm with 13 mana and 2200 health, they need to commit probably Berserker's Call, Dragon Knight Stun, most likely the Orchid and Sonic Wave from the Queen of Pain, and then what have you got left for the second line?
Not a lot. And Resolution doesn't even have a second life. He bought the Daedalus, I'm sorry to say, Cinder, and it's not the Monkey King buff. So
makes him stronger against all the other heroes than PL.
Yeah.
But PL is going to be difficult to deal with.
Which basically means Silent and Axe have to take care of Sylar.
Yes, and they can't.
Not an easy task. Like a Blink call into that much, like that would be nice. Storm Spirit, long jump up, maybe the protection of BKB, gets a Hex on Queen of Pain, they need Silent dead, but now, well, maybe, can't go any further. Resolution losing a lot of mana here. These PL illusions are just burning him dry again. But LGD, they take the tier 2 tower, they chip away, don't find an opening, so they don't go any further.
And they can just play the mental game right now. Empire know that this is not going to work out in the long run, so LGD will try to force their hand, but they will not go and push the base because they don't need to. But rather, I think how much is left on that Aegis? It's another 2 minutes, so it's possible they will try to take a fight when it's closing in, so that they at least get to use it. But until then, they might as well try to get up another key item on one of their heroes here going into that fight.
And Team
And they also want to fight at day, by the way, which right now we're in the middle of the night, Keeper of Light.
It's kind of like the opposite of whenever we cast a Night Stalker game. But Team Empire, right, it's just so rough for them. Like, the experience might be sitting at 0, but it's been roughly 30 minutes before there was an advantage. Storm Spirit jumps in Aloha Dance to Glimmercape, protecting him and allowing him to run away to safety.
That's ice cold not using Song there, in my opinion. That is so ice cold. Like, the other heroes were catching up. I'm not sure if he's 100% positive there's no gem on the other heroes of LGD. It is Xiao8 who just got it now on the Keeper of the Light in the back lines. But if he gets caught out there, he did not have buyback, and the game would have they would have lost at least a lane of racks on that.
That's true. But having the Song of the Siren is going to make this a lot more difficult for LGD. Storm Spirit jumping again. This time it's always going to fly the Witch Doctor, but Axe jumping in with a Sonic Wave! The perfect call! The Snowball! Protecting them to the bitter end. MM1's able to get the heal up, but they've still lost the Storm Spirit. Now the Tusk's going to join him. Empire haven't lost anything. They keep fighting Silent outside the base, but Sylar ripping him apart! Silent just cannot repel power like that. He's just not tanky enough. And LGD will keep pushing the issue. Queen of Pain does have buyback, but the Sonic Wave's on cooldown for 15 seconds. He's letting Empire hold the line for now. That Tuskar Snowball almost did all the work for LGD.
It's a good enough hold for Empire, though. Again, Silent, however, he's, I think, out of 3 or 4 deaths, he's simply just been over-aggressive, like blinking in very aggressively, gets turned on and isolated, and his team couldn't back him up. I think the Axe wanted to try to blink and help him, but Sylar just spreads out his PL illusions. He puts one on Axe and he puts one on Dragon Knight, and they can't blink out, and it takes them so long to kill the illusions. It's very easy for them to just target down Sylar in that position.
So what should Sylar be doing though? Like, he just sits back and moves to the rest of the team? Because right now it almost feels like he's the distraction, he's the bait. It's like, kill the Queen of Pain, I blow everything I've got, I die, and then I buy back. But the rest of the team then has space. I know it's looking at the bright side of a bad coin.
But the space was used to kill 2 PL illusions, so that is not really that valuable, right?
True, not the greatest trade in the world.
He has to play more passively here. He can't play... as a player, he plays super aggressively, and on his Queen of Pain, he is not afraid to fight, which is a great quality to have, but it's just as great a quality to have to know when it's time to go in and how far you can go. And he has 2 super good frontliners in the Axe and Dragonite, so they can easily tank up for him and give him the better position. And then he can try to go for plays like that. But once again, a couple of unfortunate deaths. Like, he's still 7, 4, and 10, right? You could just imagine if he hadn't made those couple of mistakes what we would be looking at for his score.
Yeah.
But it's been the saving grace a couple of times for LGD now, especially inside their own base, and now also outside the enemy base. That Silent just goes a little bit too far in.
Honestly, he's going to get even more aggressive with more damage. The Monkey King virus, the build for the Queen of Pain. Resolution still finding a lot of money himself, sitting just shy of 2,400. So his damage output starting to get a lot bigger in the fights, and it's actually not really that bad for Team Empire defending from high ground, because you got the splash damage coming out from the DK. If it gets high enough and he has the direct damage, then we're going to see these PL illusions not surviving that long. And Witch Doctor also has the Aghanim's upgrade. So he's got a level 2 ulti on Witch Doctor, and LGD getting up and taking the racks. That's when Empire can just take one big fight, keep a lot of their players alive, and then push back on LGD. They probably won't take a racks in return, they'll just get buybacks.
They're just very limited in ways of dealing with the death ward.
Too far up, they're gonna hex on him. This DK way too far up, but maybe they have enough damage. Resolution's dropping low, and he's down for the count. The rest of Empire couldn't get there in time.
He does have buyback.
He does.
And he will have to use it. LGD will force it out. But what I was going to say is when it comes to Always Want to Fly in this game, the number of counters to Witch Doctor currently are the Hex on Storm Spirit, his pull, and the 2 spells from Tusk. Snowball as well as Walrus Punch. The others cannot stop it unless like low mana, Mono Leak into Blinding Light or something, but very unlikely. So those spells generally get used on the opener, so
Jump in. Yoku going for the call, but Sylar's got a full heart. They've got to work through. Resolution might be back, but Sylar, he's tanking it all up. He'll doppelganger away, and now Storm Spirit's jumping in. The Death Ward's going to go to work, but only PL illusions remain. Sylar ensnared. They still need to chase out further here, Empire, but they've got a Hex and low hard dance. No song on the side until Yoku makes space for the call. Neck charge as well. They get the malediction over on 2, but Resolution, he's completely out of mana. They're punching up on Yoku for the Song of the Siren. They're trying to get Empire away. They will, under the cover of the sigil, maybe gets his BKB off. They jump in deeper, maybe dropping low. Where's the damage? Yoku back in again, but he's too low. The spins are doing some work, but it's just not enough. Yoku's down. They snowball in deep under the tier 4 towers. Not where Yao wants to be, but he blinks himself back to exactly where he wants to be. Outside the base, letting the PL illusions do the damage to the tower. They might get an ensnare on Xiao Wei, but he's happy to stick around. Yoku bought back these PL illusions. Empire just have no mana to work with. They have no stamina in these fights while these PL keeps draining them out, taking away these blink daggers. Silent again, forced to blink all the way back to well, while Sylar is this raid boss sitting on the front lines. He doppelgangers away as Yoku trying to jump him. Now Yoku's gonna go down. There's a big call. The damage, the Sonic Wave. They're just pushing him in. There was enough spins, but actually no, there's not. There's just too much on Sylar. He is gonna win this game, hands down by himself. Silent, the only one he thinks he can kill is the old man keeper of the light. A blink away down towards the mid lane, but they just keep getting healed up. Illuminate after Illuminate, bringing LGD back to 100%, and Sylar once again moves forward to win it for LGD. He's doing it solo.
I disagree.
There's a lot of team behind him, but he could do it.
But you just saw, like, he has Butterfly Evasion and the Crest and Empire. They blew everything, and they got him to half.
Yep.
It's just not, that can't be the game plan for them until they get their MKBs. They just can't kill Sylar. They have to try to go for the backline and play around that, because they're tanky themselves, but they don't output enough damage to deal with Sylar. And yeah, this looks like it could be Megas. There's 40 seconds on Axe, who they definitely can't fight without. If nothing else, they will be taking the triple melees and then back out here as...
And LGD,
I don't think they're done.
They just take the full Megas. There is no reason to back up. Always gonna fly dead to the world. He got burned from the illusions to start with, and then Snowball over on 2. Silent being dragged back. Resolution as well. Battling. They are farming Team Empire practically on the edge of the well. There is only one remaining, and there it is. It's just GG. LGD take game 1 against Team Empire, repairing a 15k gold deficit to hit back with a very farmed up PL and a great game plan from LGD.
That has got to hurt Empire, though, because they were actually really, really close on 2 or 3 occasions to getting a lane of racks and maybe just taking over the game and just ending the game.
Yeah.
Like 20 minutes ago, that was entirely possible, maybe even 25. And, well, when their lineup peaked, they had a couple of mistakes that were really costly. LGD played a very good defensive game. They are one of the absolute best teams, if not the best team, at playing high ground defense. They're extremely good at it, and they show again here that you simply cannot underestimate the threat of diving into their base. Okay, I just want to mention Sylar has 38.3 fantasy points. That is very, very high. It's a fun fact. But
He had the greatest game ever, and Team Empire will have to go to the drafting board to find out how do they take LGD's base. That was their biggest hurdle in this game. Maybe we can get an answer from an analyst desk. We're going to head it back over to the boys.
Yes, thank you very much, Toby. What an exhilarating first game. 52 minutes, 47 seconds, 15,000 goal deficit, Seb. What on earth was going on there? We're also joined by the one and only, fantastic Jeremy Lin, who's going to join us for this game, so we're really thrilled to have you here. But first of all, Seb, talk to me about this game. What a nightmare game for Empire. Early game, fine. Mid game, fine. Control everything, good. No pushing. Suddenly, LGD just finding little moments where they could pick off players here and there, rebuild that goal deficit, and then really smash it into them after 52 minutes. Incredible.
It's such a hard game to play. You know, your Empire, like, we played really solid. Like, they played super solid. They outplayed LGD, outskilled them in many moves. They got the objectives, they got the towers, they got the Roche. The game was looking super good for them. They were 15k ahead. And then there was this dive where Silent dove into the tier 4s, and then they couldn't take a set of racks. And that hurt them so much, because the next push is they're pushing into a Storm that has buyback, into a Pia that has buyback. It's a 5 versus 7. And they can't afford to lose that 5 versus 7. You know, like, how high is the pressure? And then it's just like, from there, the game just starts to be harder and harder until you lose it.
I mean, there was one point where you were actually saying to me, yeah, it looks all right for Empire. Yeah, they should be all right. They should be able to take this.
They can't be disappointed with their at least first 20-25 minutes.
Yeah.
They did great.
Yeah. And Jeremy, I happen to know, little bird tells me that you play a bit of Axe. So what did you make of that?
Yeah, I play Axe, but you can't really compare to what he did. You know, especially early game, and I thought he did a good job of just putting a lot of pressure, but just wasn't able to get enough, wasn't able to get a racks early enough, and. But, you know, I learned a lot. I mean, it's incredible to be able to see them play at this speed and to be able to move and talk and just play, you know, rotate the way they do. It's incredible.
Yeah, I know. So you've been down with us for quite a while now. You've been hanging out with the boys here, but only because you're upstairs and you were kind of, this is probably over right now. I probably ought to go to the analyst desk. That was like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah. Like you said, you know, I came down early and I thought it was over. I thought Empire was going to take it. It looked like it was going that direction, and then they just held on long enough. It felt like PL was just farming steadily, and then Storm was able to do enough just to keep them off balance, and then next thing you know, they win a couple team battles, and it's just downhill from there.
Yeah, Melini, that Cole PL combo does have its detractors. It also has its lovers as well. But where do you stand? Which side of the fence are you on?
I mean, you can't let it get past like 40, 45. You're talking about it being 5v7 in the base. Like if they have Aegis and then you have Recall, you're talking about like 5v9 when they're pushing into the high ground. So you can't let it get past 40, 45 if you can avoid it. I thought they missed a couple of pieces. First, Solar Crest for Dragonite if he's sieging high ground. Another one is a pipe for the Keeper of the Light Blast. And it just... Of course, not diving into T4s like Seb said. But I think just with a little bit of cleaner play, a little bit of a different item selection, we were talking about the Chrysalis on the Dragonite. They needed a little bit more. We saw them throw everything at PL. He was at half HP. Maybe a Mjolnir or other items could have taken him down.
Winter, do you think they overextended a little bit? Because there were a couple of fights, weren't they, in that mid-game where Empire kind of got carried away. It was almost like they were like, yeah, we can do this, we can do this. And they pushed and pushed and pushed and then got really caught out of position. And that was the beginning of the end for them, really.
I think it had something to do with the item selection they had as well, because Empire were missing something. I feel that they had to dive and kill the Cottle because they feel he's doing so much spam, but at the same time, when if they had the pipe on the team, like maybe on the Axe, for example, they could have just piped up and just siege. And they didn't have to do the move that the Dragonite did. He blinked up and he tried to kill the Cottle a couple of times in the fights. And the buybacks turned out and they lost the fight. So I felt they could have played it much more stable with the pipe and just siege slowly and don't take any risk. So there's nothing they have to risk. They just need to pipe, siege the tower, and just rinse and repeat.
Okay, I think we do have a couple of the replays, so let's take you through those right now. The first of all is, I think this is the Roche fight. Yeah, it is. So talk us through this one, Seb.
Well, Empire goes for Roche, and it's a very good decision from them. They know they have there's a storm threat, like he's gonna try to steal Aegis. It's very common, so they need to be ready for that. So you have many ways. The best way to counter that is the sleep, and that's what happens. So he instantly procs the sleep. Like they were ready for this. Actually, he didn't have to use the sleep, which was really important. The Quelling Blade onto the grave and the Storm Dice. This is huge for them. So they win a fight that they need to win, because this Aegis is gonna be their best allies to push base, because they're gonna be able to push the base aggressively enough, so LGD just doesn't. So else they would just spam them out, you know. But you can't just get close to them and spam them out with Cottle if they're playing aggressive enough and they enter your base, you know. And the Aegis gives you that potential.
That was actually ended up as a 2-for-2 trade in that Roshan fight, so it wasn't massively decisive, but it was a mixture of those fights, wasn't it? As the game went along, it seemed like, yeah, every time they have one of these fights, LGD either come out even or slightly ahead every single time.
LGD are just happy to come out even. They just need to buy time for the game to go on long. Even every minute counts, you know. They have time to farm for like either the buyback or an extra item. For
obviously Empire know that, so it's almost like the worst thing in the world for them, because they then have to push every time.
They were just really nervous because they felt that the clock is ticking on them, so they needed to do something drastic. They needed to at least get one set of racks.
Yeah. You, Jeremy, you play with your family, I know. I think your brother?
I play with both my brothers and my trainer, my cousin, just all my friends.
What strats are you going to take out of this now? What are you going to take? What are you going to take home with these?
Well, the biggest thing that we've always been talking about is you always have to be ready to move, have teleports, be at the right place at the right time. We looked at a lot. The one thing I saw was just the warding, very aggressive warding early on.
Yeah, early on was spectacular.
Spots and different things like that. So I learned a lot. It was really fun to watch.
It's cool. How many times do you get to play a week? When you're in the season, I can't imagine it's much, is it?
Actually, during the season, I play a decent amount, because usually after games and on the road, I'm in the hotel, and so I get to play every night. I have a text thread where it's just like, all right, who's free tonight? So I'll play still during the season. I'll still play maybe 3 times a week.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, that's nice. I like that. I was expecting you to be like, kind of hardcore the Dota scene while I'm not practicing, not warming up, and not playing, and then maybe during the season you don't get to play so much. That's really cool though. It's really good. What would you guys say about the first match, and then looking at the second game now? Where do we have to change for Empires? I mean, obviously in the draft is going to have to be different now. They're going to have to look at it a totally different way, aren't they, Ben?
I actually don't think so. The draft has just never been suspect.
Execution? Okay.
Yeah. It's always that like 25 to 35 minute. Like they can't make the obvious mistakes that they.
But if they go back down the same road, do they not put themselves in danger of LGD reading them and going, well, we'll just play the same way then?
I don't think LGD had a great counter draft to it. It was mainly just to keep her light, and a lot of teams go for something like a clockwork, pipe. There are counters to it, and they kind of threw themselves a little bit too much. He was very annoying though. We saw like one time wave, and then like blinding light, and then there's no damage to your tower for like a good 15-20 seconds. So I definitely think it wasn't a draft issue.
Okay. As you can see, players are getting ready again. They are coming back out and rejoining their brothers in arms inside the booth. So we aren't too far away from game 2. Jeremy, with the way that the players play, and I'm a real noob, by the way, and I think I roughly know your MMR is definitely higher than mine. When you look at them and you play, and they play at the speed that they play. And obviously on a basketball court, you're fine with that, right? You're running rings around us, right? We can't even see what you're doing. Does it feel like the same to you when you watch the Dota pros play?
Honestly, people always ask me, why are you so into Dota? And I always say it's just like basketball. It's 5-on-5. You have 3 types of positions in basketball in terms of, you got your wings, your point guards, and your big men. And it's the same thing here. You got 3 different types of players. And so you can tell that, like, the higher level you go, it's all about teamwork. It's all about guys doing their role, like the supports. They can go 1-9, 1-10, and it's perfectly okay. Like Keeper of the Light went 1-9, but had an unbelievable game, I thought. And just stuff like that where just guys play their role perfectly. That's exactly what it's like in the pros.
Yeah, and the media give you just as hard a time in both worlds, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
So how do these guys cope? Because that was the other thing I was going to talk to you about. Money, obviously, it's everywhere in the NBA. Players earn an awful lot of money, but they play really well for different teams. It's starting to come into esports as well. This weekend, for instance, $18 million this week. The winners get $6 million. What have you got advice-wise for any of these guys that are very young, and you were very young when you came onto the scene, and you earn a lot of money? What sort of advice have you got for these professionals?
My advice has always been just to take everything slow, especially professional anything or an entertainer, you don't know what's going to happen, especially in Dota. Year to year, things change so much. Same with basketball, an injury here, an injury there. And so I always tell everybody, you have a small window that you can really count on to make whatever income, and you just have to make sure that you spend it the right way to be able to take care of you and your family the rest of the way.
Okay, good solid advice. I like that. So let's look forward to game 2. Seb, thoughts?
I think Empire has to play the same way they did in game 1.
You do?
Yeah, really.
But better execution, as Winter said?
The fact that they were aggressive brought them ahead. Like, they actually caught LGD off guard many times, and they crushed them in many openings. But it's also what lost them the game, so they need to find the right balance. It's going to be tough, but they can do it.
Okay, Ben?
I think LGD needs to draft more early game. I think they win a lot with Phantom Lancer and Anti-Mage, which is their safe and reliable strategy, but I think they have to draft far more aggressive heroes.
Okay, Winter, what do you think? I mean,
I think LGD might switch things up, because in the group stages, when we see LGD having trouble in one of the few games, Ben, we mentioned that LGD probably they had too little late game. They didn't prioritize too much and they had trouble. So I feel like LGD maybe should just prioritize more on the early game.
LGD Gaming versus Team Empire.
So here we go then. Into the draft for game 2 of our opening match in the upper bracket quarterfinal. Just a reminder for you, these two go head to head for the chance to earn a further $1 million by winning this match. And LGD are 1 game away from advancing to the semi-finals, a guaranteed top 6 position. Can Team Empire bring it back? Gentlemen, the draft is all yours.
As we said, previously, the draft wasn't really the issue. It actually brought them ahead, I think. Both drafts were very solid. It was very different ways to play Dota, 2 different playstyles that clashed. And I think Empire's answer to LGD's split push was very, very fine. So yeah, and as you can see,
with almost
it's the exact same.
Yeah.
And this is a strong message from both teams. And from top teams, that's something you see often. It wasn't a bad draft. We're confident in what we do. It was just mistakes.
Hold on though, because Ben did say he thinks maybe LGD didn't draft as strongly as they could have. Maybe there were better counters in there. So it would be surprising to see them go both the same way, wouldn't it?
I think it's really risky for LGD to draft the same thing. I think they'll probably change at least one of the cores. Storm Spirit plus Phantom Wave both require a decent amount of farm.
And the ban from the first game is now a pick for the second.
And Bounty Hunter is the type of hero where those kills that Empire got, and that it wasn't enough to actually break the base or to win the game. With Bounty Hunter, it can be enough. With the track gold, getting all those kills early on can be decisive. LGD might lose the game if they drop, if they feed that much.
And it also makes it feel like they're not on a timeline, because it lets your Witch Doctor farm Ags up, and having farm supports is crucial in this patch. And yeah, it just doesn't make it feel like, oh, we have to end this game by 25 minutes. We need to take a Rax right now. We have to take Roshan. We can't let them get it, because as soon as LGD gets Roche, it's bad news bears for Empire, and Bounty Hunter can just extend this timeline by a very large margin.
Are you a drafter, Jeremy? Do you draft?
Yeah, we do at times, but I'm not usually great at it. So I'm just listening and trying to hear what everybody's saying right now, because there's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah, you can't see it on screen right now, but Jeremy's actually got a notebook under the desk. He's busy scribbling stuff down. He's taking it out of here.
Well, the PL ban has to be a bit of a respect ban. Obviously, it was a big factor in game 1. Yeah. So Empire don't want to deal with that again, which is completely understandable. And LGD is doing the exact same. They're I think they actually banned the same 3 heroes that they did so far, and they did in the game 1.
I think the other one was Sanking as well.
Yeah, so far the same, and then the 2 picks. LGD feels pretty confident, but that's also the good thing about opening with Dazzle Tusk, is that it doesn't reveal anything. We could say they're going for their split push lineup again. They could pick Anti-Mage and play the same way, or they can switch it around completely and be very aggressive with those heroes.
I mean, that's the importance of having a very versatile opening. You don't want to give opponent too much info in
Definitely
what you're going to do in the game.
That's interesting though, the Wisp ban suddenly. It was ignored in game 1.
Yeah.
And now it's the Wisp ban with the same picks.
They don't have the Naga at this time.
Yep. It is quite interesting. Yeah, the Naga is actually a good counter to Wisp, so maybe they felt confident against Wisp since they had Naga, and they don't this time around. Could be an explanation, yeah. So they let anti-mage through the pool, and they did not in the first game, so that's what's different this time around, and we'll see if LGD changes up the bans a bit. Which they don't. I'm pretty sure from the sound that it was an axe ban, and banning axe makes it was a Bloodseeker actually. My bad. So they let the axe through the pool again, which is surprising to me. I felt like axe had a huge impact last game, like a really huge impact, especially completely nullified the grave, as Winter said earlier, and it really felt like a really good pick. And they give it again to Empire, so I don't know if you guys have any explanation for that.
I think probably the reason is because you have Bounty Hunter. The last game, the Axe had a good time because there's Witch Doctor. Like, Bounty Hunter is going to be a support, so he's going to be roaming around. They don't have that lane, the static lane support to make Axe a strong pick here.
Okay.
Maybe that's why they're not so worried about the Axe here.
Alright, they feel confident to shutting him down. Sure, it makes sense. And now they get the Lina. So Empire, actually it's Empire changing up things a bit. They let AM and they let Lina. And we could see Lina into AM. So, I mean, it's a classic LGD lineup. Now they just grab the Lina. It's most likely going to be a support. I don't think they run Lina core at all.
They don't run Lina core. It's mostly for the dual lane with the Tusk.
So very strong lanes, and that's what you want to have versus Bounty Hunter, because Bounty Hunter is that hero where if you have weak lanes, he's going to destroy you completely.
Yeah, especially with the Queen of Pain. There's a lot of openings like in the middle lane because Corp will always generally make the mid hero low on HP.
And, okay, that's very interesting. They grabbed the anti-mage for themselves. That's what they let it through. That's very interesting. It was also it was risky because they could have picked anti-mage third for LGD.
I think this opens up LGD to run like offensive dual or tri-lane though, and pressure an anti-mage.
The anti-mage is going to be for sure under pressure from the start because you have a bounty, so
it's very greedy.
It's going to be, it's greedy and you don't have a good lane support as of now for Empire. So the Tusk and Lina would definitely put a lot of pressure on the anti-mage.
And the Lycan for Sylar. And it's very aggressive from LGD. They're not even dire, so they're not even counting on the Roshan potential. They just want to have strong lanes, because Lycan is a strong laner. If you have like strong laners already, the Hall is going to make them even stronger. And they're looking to push, you know, the very weak, like the weakness of Empire's draft right now is that they have very bad anti-push.
And no stuns as well for Lycan.
So it's really hard for, exactly, Lycan can do whatever he wants in the fights. So anti-mage is going to be split pushing, you know, but split pushing versus Lycan that probably has Necro 3 hitting your base, it doesn't work.
I'm hearing a Magnus here.
Yeah, confirmed.
Even though the openers were the same, I think like the strategy for both teams has completely flipped, actually.
Exactly, it's funny because you can't afford a mistake versus that lineup, right? Versus anti-mage Bounty Hunter, if you like lose a fight 4-0 or whatever, then the game is insanely tough.
Do you think there's some brinkmanship going on because of the opening 3 picks were exactly the same as the first one, and maybe one of the teams wanted the other team to think that that's what they were going to do, straight pick again?
It definitely could have been a mind game between the two captains or the two teams if they draft collectively.
I think
what we have now is almost very different.
It is.
It's very different, but I think there's similarities between the two games. Like first game, LGD was on Dire side. They played a much more late game orientated lineup, and Team Empire this game, they're on the Dire and they're going for late game as well. So it tells us that the teams on the Dire side will prioritize having the Roshan, so they will go for a much more late game type of play, whereas the team on the Radiant would be on the pushing side of things.
Yeah, definitely. And Empire, with that Magnus pick, they revealed that it's most likely going to be a co-op mid, because AM's probably going to be safe lane and Magnus is going to be on the off lane. And LGD can still decide the hero they want to put against the co-op. It's a co-op plus Bounty Hunter, so it's very scary to play mid versus that combo.
There's still a Viper though.
It's one of the hardest combo. Like co-op Bounty Hunter, like they have a lot of killing potential. They have Hull, so it's going to be...
Spirit.
I think this is very risky. In my opinion, this Storm pick can be a big issue for LGD. They're gonna have to rotate supports there because the Storm alone versus Quap and Bounty Hunter, I don't think he can survive that lane.
I mean, he has hull damage from Lycan, and obviously the Dazzle would get an early teleport score just in case to react towards the Bounty Hunter's movement towards the middle. Lane.
Yeah, but then it's the Lina Lycan lane. You know, I feel like Empire can use that Storm pick. Sure, it's a very good pickup because, as you said earlier, they have very few disables, but I could see Empire crushing the laning.
I mean, I think their main plan is just pressure to AM, so the Bounty Hunter actually has to leave the lane. If the Bounty Hunter can't stay mid, and they have to have two supports to fend off that aggressive duo or tri-lane. I think that will definitely open things up for Storm Spirit.
Like the move for Empire right now is to abandon AM, honestly. If they try to protect AM and Co-op loses to Storm, that gets help from the supports in the hall, like the game is going to be a disaster. They need to sack AM completely, let him XP, and just win the other lanes. Give space to Magnus, shut down the Storm, and AM will catch up eventually.
Do you think they could switch up the lanes as well, like put the Co-op on the safe lane and put anti-mage mid against Storm?
They could, but it's going to be a tough matchup for him, I think, especially with the hall. It's going to be very hard to go for the last hits.
Yeah, their last support has to be someone that can do a lot of work early game.
They need an aggressive support.
Yeah. Like someone that can kill, like, because after RP they need a support to deal damage. I'm thinking maybe Skyroth could deal with the Storm, and it's a lot of bursts and very good at roaming early.
It can do it. That hero can do a lot of work actually versus what they have. And he roams a lot, Disruptor on Aloha Dance, so it's going to be interesting to see how he plays it.
Okay, quickly then, all four of you, quick predictions. Jeremy, I'm going to start with you. Based on the draft, what do you think? Who do you feel drafted better?
I actually like Team Empire's lineup. I think the Disruptor is really good for Storm. I think Anti-Mage is going to be good for Storm if you can get strong enough. I actually like Team Empire.
Okay. Winter?
I think Team Empire doesn't have the time to get, so I like LGD's lineup more.
Okay. So
I go with Empire.
Okay.
I like LGD's more. I think the Lycan's going to push early and win.
Okay, we've got two versus two up here on the desk. Very interesting indeed. It's all tied. Let's find out from our commentary team where they think this one's going. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats. It's game 2 with Cinderin and Toby 1.
I am gripping my seat, Paul, ready to go for game number 2, LGD versus Empire. Cinderin, man, I'm loving LGD's early aggression, but Team Empire's teamfight control is looking good.
Yeah, I've got to go with, who was it? Was it Merlini and Winter that favored LGD?
Yes.
I think
Winter's words were, there is no time for Empire.
Yeah, the amount of pressure that LGD can output in the early game if their lanes go well, I think Empire simply won't be able to find the time to come back here. And if you look at ease of execution and what Empire actually need to do, they don't have an obvious setup or an obvious way to gank. You can try to gank with Bounty Hunter and Quap's lane, which is great, but how do you secure your AM the early game? Disruptor, not a good defensive support for him. Bounty can't really help that much. Whereas for LGD, there's just way more flexibility. They can engage with the Storm, they can engage with Tusk, they have lots of spell burst, they have the split push of Lycan at the same time to force heroes to move around.
Yep.
And then they have the Grave, which this time is not countered by Axe, which made a huge difference the last game for Empire that they had that Grave counter. I think Empire's draft is very greedy, and I think it's to the point where it's going to be too greedy for them, just like they said.
But if it does pay off, then
if
Team
it does
Empire
work, their late game is
good.
extreme. But
yep. But a lot of it's going to come down to the pressure applied by Aloha Dance on that Bounty Hunter. And I really want to keep close eyes on Always Wanna Fly. This Disruptor play from Team Empire, it's not the first time, and it definitely won't be the last time we see it coming out from Empire. They love using this hero as a big favorite hero of the CIS scene, and they are just so good at it. If they can get one big combo, especially from fighting inside their base, doesn't matter how tanky you'll be on the Lycan, you might just lose everyone else in your game. And hello, already Sentry Ward down for the Radiant side. They are trying to keep Aloha Dance out of this middle lane, but they actually de-ward it. So Sentry Ward's down, you gotta be quick on the tangos. And these Sentry Wards just can't survive, but Aloha Dance has one more, and there's nothing left here for LGD.
That's a clear win for Empire. The Bounty Hunter will definitely be able to rotate mid here. I'm surprised Xiaowei went for the second Sentry, because even if it works, Aloha Dance can just trade again, and he will get the advantage. So,
essentially, all you gotta use is a tango. That's all. One tango charge.
It's a big change. I think when the patch notes came out, a lot of people just underestimated how much it would mean that you could tango wards, but it's huge for plays like this. Now, Xiaowei, okay, this is why he did it. He just bought another pack. They put a lot of emphasis on the mid lane, but this is already a head start for Empire. Resolution's going to have a pretty good time here in the lane, and they have the AM farming. I'm actually surprised we don't see more pressure applied from LGD to try to stop the AM's farm this early.
Yeah,
it's just
Yao up here. That's it. It's just Yao. But at the same time, you could look at Yoku on this offlane as the Magnus. He's in a position now where he's fairly happy, and MMY's been doing a pretty good job of trying to keep him off the lane. So there's 0-0 CS right now for Yoku, but he's about to claim his first one here. So
he's getting experience though.
Yeah. And that really is like, maybe that's the bigger question to ask. Like right now, is Yao getting as much as Yoku? Gold and experience, what's more valuable to both players?
I would say the Tusk is more flexible without gold, whereas Magnus really relies on the Blink Dagger to have a big impact.
Sylar, middle lane, the blink down into the tower. Resolution getting very over-aggressive. Living up to game number 1 silent play on that Queen of Pain, but he's going to push Sylar all the way back to base. This Lycan is going to get completely out-leveled now by Resolution.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the logic was for LGD. I feel like somehow they've been out-mind-gamed, if you will. That Empire just put the standard lanes and that they were expecting something else to happen, because for me it's not very logical how they put their lanes with what they're matching up against. The mid lane, Lina Lycan is not good against Quap. You have no catch. Sure, you can harass a bit with Dragon Slave, but that's it. Resolution's still going to do fine. Uncontested AM. At the same time, even the Magnus in the bottom lane is still getting his. So I want to say Empire are doing well in all 3 lanes. And I'm surprised LGD haven't adapted much yet. They still run their Lina Lycan mid here.
They're actually looking like Team Empire, looking very solid. Stun on Resolution in the mid. As you said, there's no catch. You might get that first Light Strike array, you turn on Hal, but where's your follow-up damage? The Wolves can dive under the tower, but Resolution has Blink. He can keep distance on them if he's really pressured into it. And to this point now, we see Team Empire, like, Animage getting early farm. He's got a PMS as well as having the Quelling Blade. Do you almost feel confident enough that you go directly into Battle Fury? Or do you finish up Treads, you go for another early game arc? Because he just actually bought, like, he's playing the Clover Face instead.
Interesting.
Actually gave up the Belter Giant strength for that.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get Treads. Else it makes no sense at all to buy the glove, unless you want to go for the super old school Midas, which is not a build anymore.
No.
Not on this hero.
Well, not when you've got like an Animage with no one else trying to contest his jungle. Because that's the other side about Team Empire. The Bounty wants to go on a hunt. The Magnus wants to go on a hunt. And if you need to, you can just give the buff up as well for the Empower. Sentry Ward's down, Aloha Dance going to get Snowballed, but he's out of range of the Shad. He pushed him up onto the hillside. The downside for Aloha Dance is he's got no way down. But on the bright side, LGD can't reach him.
He's going to need to ferry out a TP now from the base without getting noticed. And I think, fortunately for Aloha Dance, LGD probably didn't realize that, because else they could just camp and snipe the courier and or the bounty on the way out.
I think he's asking his teammate. I think always when a Fly's going to buy one from the side shop, or no, is it coming? It's coming on the courier now. But he's right in the edge of the cliffside. At least it's a wonderful seat in the house of TI5 to watch the game go by. But you want to be involved. So there's your Treads up for Silent. We are 440 in, but it's 31 CS so far in for the Anti-Mage against your bigger hero. Like it's the Lycan, the one we're looking to have some kind of like big effect early on and push.
Wow.
And he's only got 20 CS in this mid lane.
He actually TP'd mid instead of to base, so he's got to be bottled by Resolution here or salved. He has 200 health. There's no way he can make an aggressive play right now. Oh, okay. That's pretty confident.
What, to see Yoku come in like this?
No, Aloha Dance in the mid lane, they just goes in and melee dewards a sentry with 200 health on the enemy cliff. Like, if there's a support there, he's dead, but they might know Xiao 8 is hanging out top right now.
He might just be baiting Sylar to the front line.
Like, this looks like the first play from LGD to try to contest the AM, but it's just too late. And I'm wondering, okay, so here's my point. What if LGD just put their Storm mid or safe lane, which would have been a matchup against Quap and Bounty. I know they were scared of it. It would have been a problem. They could have contested the aim, and Lycan could have been in the other lane, and you play an aggressive trial lane with Dazzle, Lina, and Tusk. AM is in so much trouble. Even if it's just the Dazzle there, the physical damage from Shadow Wave ruins his laning phase. But instead, Dazzle has been bottom the whole time. They could have, if they wanted to put some pressure, just put Dazzle top and just let maybe solo bottom against the Mag.
There is one big upside. Yoku's just wasted the last minute and maybe a minute and a half waiting on the mid lane for the Lycan to be in a slight position where he can skewer to Shockwave. And you actually also saw the level up here from Resolution. He went directly into the Sonic Wave. So he's got a 2-1-2-1 build coming in from this Queen of Pain. Not a lot of early harass, but if the Magnus could get the initial grab, he'd be looking very, very good to get the kill.
I generally disagree when Queens of Pain don't get Sonic Wave on level 6. I think most of the time, you know, back in the day it was more common to like max out the Scream of Pain and then get Sonic Wave after.
Yep.
But since it's become pure damage, it's just such an incredibly powerful tool on level 6. So I'm happy to see Resolution do it. It's often that we see players who go 2 points in Shadow Strike first will get the 3rd point in Scream before Sonic, or maybe even the 4th. I just feel like it just doesn't have the same kind of impact. It's good. It's better for pushing out the waves fast and for farming jungle. But as far as skill potential goes, you want that wave.
I want to ask you a question as well. Is this worth it from Zhao Wei? He has spent, I think, 800 gold in the first 7 minutes on just sentry wards. Like, they're seeing the rotation of the bounty hunter. They haven't lost a courier, yay. But is it worth crippling your Lina to a point where she doesn't even have boots? She's got no items whatsoever. Finding levels in the mid, but that's all.
I mean, it's great to counter out the bounty hunter, but essentially you're breaking even at best with the bounty as Lina right now. And I would say, yes, it's worth it if you're winning the farm war because of it, but you're not. Like, you're just trading against a team that we agreed had a greedy draft and would probably do very well late game, but wouldn't have time. LGD is giving them lots of time. Just like, here, have some time.
Hey, win. What are they? Basically.
They're not really paying for it. And
no, they're not.
I can't remember who in the panel it was who was like, it's pretty confident that they go for the Storm Spirit into the anti-mage pick, which it is.
Yep.
But it's a very interesting matchup where if Storm has safe lane farm and gets a quick Orchid, he actually has a lot of pickup potential against the AM until he gets his Manta style. But in this game, the anti-mage is farming at such a quick pace. Storm Spirit is still behind him on farm that it might just almost overlap.
And Sire's gonna be annoyed about that. He was sitting right on top of the regeneration rune, and Bounty Hunter just steals it out from below him. To also say who it was Winter who knew what was coming. He was the one that predicted the anti-mage. That Sylar, like, just back into the jungle. How do you even, okay, so this Lycan, he's got some decent farm, but he doesn't look strong enough to go up against Team Empire right now. They've got to get worried too that Magnus has found some levels. He's got RP, not Mana really supported, even though he does have Arcane Boots worth of farm. But you're going to push into what? Force down a tier 1 tower? Where's your aggression meant to come? You already said yourself, they can't gank Silent. He's already at a point where they can't kill him.
They have a couple of plays. They can try to sneak a Roche, which is very risky against the Bounty Hunter and almost impossible to pull off. Or they could draw attention with a gank from...
Snowball down. They're going for a low heart dance. It's going to be the first blood. A low heart dance. There it is. And almost 9 minutes into the game, LGD are finally able to find something on Team Empire, but it's still just shy of level 4 Bounty Hunter only, while Anti-Mage is still free on the top lane to do whatever he wants.
I think if you're LGD, either you start split pushing more with Lycan in the bot lane and you force rotations that way, and it opens up the map for ganks from Tusk, who's closing in at level 6. Or you do it with Lycan off the map and he sneaks a Roshan. Meanwhile, something like that could work. Because a flat 5-on-5, I think, is LGD may be slightly favored right now, but it's just no, they're actually not even favored with Queen of Pain being level 8 now. I think the burst damage from Empire's team is just going to be too much to deal with.
Can they still find a quick pick-off? Because I'm looking at Storm Spirit at level 8. He's coming down for the 10-minute rune, and a low heart dance is going to chase him down. There's no vision on a low heart dance. In fact, Yao is already TPing out. They're bringing players to the top lane, so you suppose Zhao Wei as well as Yao. Smoking up for an opening, but resolution? Nah, they're not close enough to maybe to have a crack. Maybe, okay, maybe now when he jumps in like this. No, they won't follow it up. He's keeping attention away. Sun to the front lines. Yao ready to snowball in, but always want to fly. Starts both the ulti and the wall, and they're going to snowball underneath the tower. Resolution! There's your big sonic wave! Returning into LGD, punching the mana void, doing very, very little, but at the same time, Silent, too aggressive, back into the fight. It's going to be LGD getting the revenge kill, and what a big one as well. It's the anti-mage. Replay game 1?
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, it's unfortunate because we don't want to harp on it too much, but again, his blinks are just so aggressive. You know, he was very close to getting the kill on the Tusk, and he was probably frustrated that his ultimate didn't give anything. But he still went for it, and that is a very big price to pay there.
Okay, so LGD is setting up everything underneath the Dire Observer Ward on the top lane. Empire read what's going on, obviously because they can see it all, and then just push into the middle lane. The bottom lane's already got a little momentum behind it as well, and LGD, they might be able to do some damage to the tower, just like it is kind of like game 1 again. Sylar, wow, that's a lot of damage into you. Resolution's liking to drop them low, but it's the fact that you take a fight or you lose a fight, but you still come back and you push down the tower. It seems to be like LG's plan against Team Empire. But Silence on bottom lane with the catapult there. That tower's had a half-life. The middle lane's just above, it's like about maybe 2/3. Underneath the Sentry Ward, Bounty Hunter sitting there. That Sentry Ward's only got 8 seconds left on it, however. And they're just trying to be a nuisance to Sylar. But this is almost a straight trade-off. Like, Yao comes to defend up against Silence, but he's fine with this. And there goes your first tower. So the tier 1 tower dropped on top.
And this is pretty important. This gives them access into the dire jungle. The good news for Empire is that they still have the top ward for 3.5 minutes. As Yao is going for a very, very unlikely to hit Snowball there.
You're using Snowball against a lineup which has 2 blinks and a skewer. And then the potential just to glimpse you out the second you jump in. It's a danger world.
It's interesting to see Yao without any point in Sigil yet. I feel like it's unusual for Tusk's level 7 to do this. The second level in Snowball is great for laning.
Could be in trouble right now. That's going to be enough damage. A resolution double damage rune. That's where the extra bit came from. So they get rid of these Lycan mobs as quick as they can. So we're moving back into farming. So they give a low art dance his level 6 space. Yoku's still away from that blink dagger. Like, should you be looking, like, getting level 6 on Bounty Hunter is obviously going to be a brilliant thing. But should you be looking to get this blink dagger onto Yoku as a higher priority?
I think they can just get both at the same time, right? Just let Yoku take the farm and Bounty Hunter take the experience. I mean, obviously they would share in that case, but right now Aloha Dance is in the jungle getting experience from the Vul camp, and now he's going to rotate over to the top lane. So they'll be getting both at a pretty decent timing. This Magnus, he has 38 CS minute 13 in the dire offlane. That's really good.
Anti-Mage is also now only 1,000 gold away from that battle period and with 13 minutes into the game.
If that's including treads and with a death.
Yep.
Without the death, he would have almost had it by now. Because it's not the gold he loses, but it's the gold he doesn't gain while he's dead that hurts the most.
Here comes that LGD pressure. They'll take the tier 1 tower, always gonna fly, venturing close to the cliffside where the LGD are currently smoking up. They'll leave an aggressive ward behind. They're pinging out the top lane again. I don't know if they're looking at Silent and wondering if they can do something about him.
That's level 6 on Aloha Dance.
Still no level 6 over on the Lina, so there's no burst coming from that. And yeah, Aloha Dance just walks over Sylar, puts a track on him so we can see what's going on. And Anime just going to blink into the trees. Probably wants to get away. Storm Spirit jumps in, gets the dust. Maybe there's enough mana left here with stick charges to ensure the kill on the Bounty Hunter. So nice little snipe there from LGD.
This is a big kill for them to get. Maybe gets another 300 gold. And his Orchid timing is very crucial in this game with... I think LGD are not really, I mean, it's hard to tell, but with the lanes they did, maybe they are satisfied with the amount of pressure they've put so far with 2 towers in 14 minutes, but they have to know AM and swap of good farm. But if he gets that Orchid that little bit earlier, it can negate the impact the AM could have, or just delay his game impact by 5 minutes, which is a huge deal in a game like this. It allows their lineup to come online way more.
I'm still watching Yoku so closely. Like, if Yoku can get up to that 2250, get the Blink Dagger, then pushes like this from LGD are so much scarier. It's almost like they're trying to capitalize on the time they've got before these things come online.
Absolutely.
So the tier 2 tower is going to drop. Silent's almost taking out the bottom tower. Zhao Wei gets the stun. Silent dropping low. There's still no level 6. Now he gets it after Silent blinks away. The Gouda Blade kill would have been close.
Yeah, I think he would have had 100 health after that.
Resolution now. They've actually got Zhao Wei and MMY. This could be an easy double kill for him. They just need to burn the mana, and now Zhao Wei, he's low. They Yulstep the rock, but the Sonic Wave completely blown. The Shockwave comes up to ensure the kill. That's actually Yoku's Blink Dagger right there, and they will get MMY. This time they have to wait because there's no Culling Blade, and Yoku, not a healthy man, but he does pick up the Blink Dagger and a skewer to TP away to safety.
Empire look a bit nervous from that play. The Sonic Wave was off target, or I think it hit none of them, right?
Yeah, it hit nothing.
It didn't hit the Yule target, didn't hit the one outside of Yule's, I think.
Yeah, it was off target completely. It hit nothing.
And then Silent blinks into the trees and gets stuck, but at least he has a Quelling Blade so he can come out and hit there. But they look a little bit shaky here. So the game is okay for them. Like they're leading on Golden Experience. The game plan is definitely coming together.
And it's all about the time, isn't it? Like, because Empire's still enjoying their late game. And as the guys in the panel were saying, when you go to Bounty Hunter, you're not feeling the same pressure as Game 1, where you're on the clock. You have to win by a certain point. Like, you can defend from inside your base. You look for the track kills. Sound also, be really careful when you're that low. But it's one of these things where Empire, maybe they're just not feeling as pressured. They might get pressured more now that maybe finishes up this Orchid on the Storm Spirit. So his initiation's becoming better and better.
I really like this skill build from Maybe, by the way, which we almost don't see anymore. And there's a good reason why we don't. Because most of the time, Storm Spirits these days just go 4 in Static Remnant, 4 in Overload, and then you start getting Vortex because it slows the enemy down, but it also slows yourself down. I think he is exclusively getting this build. The only reason he's getting it is to counter EM. He wants points in Vortex, so he has long lockdown time together with the Orchid. And since the Static Remnant does pretty weak damage to EM with his Spell Shield, it's all about the physical damage you can output during these two disables. So I like this choice very much in this situation.
Well, it seems to work for now, but later on, that Anti-Mage is still going to find more and more farm and like more and more strength. Tier 1 towers forward on bot. There's no fortification, so they can't slow this down. But Yoku's ready to fight. Like, he's in the tree line with a Blink Dagger, and he could potentially just get a big RP, but he needs help. Always when it flies in the neighborhood, and that is your help. That's a big disruptor, and he sees Yao, just gonna skewer him up, and now, well, Snowball, but the wall's already there, and Yao, there's nowhere to run away. If Storm Spirit wants to jump in, well, actually, they just jump over to Roshan. Yao is currently gonna get glimpsed back up again. Resolution is here, so Yao will die, but Roshan's already been taken out by LGD.
Easily worth the trade here for LGD. Grabbing the Roshan just for the Tusk kill.
Is it really still though worth it when Silence continues to farm up? I think they get a kill with 2 heroes on bottom, but you're still getting a lot of farm for Empire.
That is still totally worth it for them. They need this Aegis. It's the... You know, it just puts so much more pressure on the map when there's an Aegis on the Storm. Like, well, you go for it, here we go. This is a very big... Okay, he's not...
Silent.
Actually not falling through.
Yeah, not attacking at all. So, okay, that was anticlimactic.
It almost looked like one of those situations where you jump and you just disconnect. But he didn't want to go for it. I think they might have actually been able to kill him, but he was scared of the counterplay from Empire, which wasn't in position at the time. Of course, respecting the potential for Disruptor to come in with a glimpse as well as Static Storm.
If Silent did hit him once though, as you just saw it, like it's only 1 point up in mana break, but one attack dropped maybe down to a point where he only had like another short jump left.
Yeah, he had 200 mana, so he could have, in order to kill the AM there, he has to use his entire mana pool, and then maybe he's afraid it's just going to be a trade, or that he doesn't even get it. Yep. I want to mention as well that Yoku has gone for...
Oh, Aloha.
Oh, wait a second.
Easy jump.
He is.
Dust him, and they bring him down.
Easy kill. So the Magnus this game surprised Yoku went for this skill build. Usually when you're playing with a melee carry in competitive Dota, you like to get more emphasis on Empower and a little bit less on Skewer. So you go like 4-3-2-1 build when you're level 10. But in this case, he has maxed out the Skewer. Of course, it gives more distance and more damage, which is great, but I would say the farming rate for AM in this game it's everything, right? They're building the lineup around AM getting big, so with Empower, he can farm a lot faster. And of course, it also, his impact in the next 10 minutes, the problem for Magnus is the time it takes for him to get high level Empower now is really long because of how long level 11 is. This is going to be another easy kill.
Yeah, they have to get rid of this Observer Ward. Team Empire is just seeing way too much. They threw down the Sentry Ward expecting Observer to be up on the high ground, but so far, every time we look for that ward, it's been on the lower side of the jungle, closer towards the camp. But at the same time, okay, so I keep seeing your point, and I keep seeing like LGD adding pressure after pressure after pressure. It's all built around the AM farm, but Magnus keeps being on the other sides of the map. They're trying to gank elsewhere on other heroes, add more pressure. So I can understand how the Skewer build's coming in. And then you get Resolution. He completes the Aghanim Scepter now 20 minutes in after finishing up a Yule Scepter and Treads as well on this Queen of Pain. So it's almost like Empire accepts the fact they will lose all outer towers, and after then does the game begin. Anti-Mage just slips through the cracks of the LGD lineup, you find your space to farm up, and then Empire just take it when LGD try and push and take a tier 3 tower, but if they feel pressured to do so.
But that's the whole point, right? You say he's going for a fighting build with a lot of points in Skewer, but they're not fighting. So why not go for the farming build if you want to farm and just give up your towers? It seems a little bit strange for me. Now, the thing I do think here is if they are forced into a fight in their base, the extra 2 points in Skewer might, like that extra 140 magic damage might actually make a really big difference, because they have to be looking at their lineup and be like, oh, they have to be looking at their lineup and be like, our bounty hunter's dead again.
They're snowballing after him at the moment. And Aloha Dance, it was just on the edge of the range of Dust, but it was able to connect. And LGD, this is now the 4th time they've killed off the bounty hunter out of the 7 kills they've got. And Yoku, TP out, Vortex, he's in range for it. Yoku's going to be controlled. No Blink Dagger for him. He actually binds up the Staff of Wizardry, accepting his fate of death. The Shards are coming in too, but maybe will finish the job by himself. And you just got to kill over on the Magnus. There's no buyback available, and you just also finish level 3 Necro Books on the Lycan. Maybe now is the time.
Oh, that efficiency from Maybe. He actually, I feel like it's very rare we see this, but the regen rune ran out on him. He actually didn't even get full mana from his regen rune. He just kept using it over and over for that kill, and then ultimately it expires, and he just gets full mana from Arcane Boots here. But He used that very well there. Now Aloha Dance. Not again.
That's number 5. They need detection, however. They don't have it. They're just trying to do it with AoE. And actually, he walked in range of the Sentry Ward on the hillside, allowing them to find the kill. There is, however, still track on Sylar, so Empire have a little bit of vision outside their base with the Necro units being triggered. LGD trying to finish this nice and early, get a fresh Mana Style on Silent as the fight will begin. But the buyback says 1 on Quap and there's 1 on Bounty Hunter. That's all you've got. An early Orchid being used here by maybe on Resolution. It's holding off the Sonic Wave for now. And Resolution's still going to get rid of these Necro units, but then Storm Spirit jumping on the Quap, disrupt their ulti. They're trying to control the Storm Spirit, and where's Quap? Can't blink away in time. Stan already did it himself, but these Necro units are chasing up the Storm Spirit. It's only the Aegis more they might pop here. That's going to be all unless there's some spill damage from the Mana Void, but even then, they're just trying to let him stay alive. It's still a long time. There's your Mana Void. Can't do the work. The regeneration rune. It was actually the Aegis timing. They were trying to wait out, and they couldn't wait long enough. The melee rack still drops, and LGD fall back.
Maybe just kept running. Please kill me. They're like, nope, we're gonna wait for it to expire, and then immediately he gets a burst of mana and jumps out when it does expire there. So LGD got what they came for. And you know, when you look at the overall way this game has gone, and you look at the last hits and denies, if you just bring up the last hit chart, you're like, okay, you just got into this game. It's probably looking pretty good for Empire just based on farm. But the whole way LGD has structured the game is they let AM farm because their timing window when they're strongest, which is right now at 20, AM will not have peaked. Even with complete free farm right now, he still is not strong enough to fight them. He needs another 5 or 10 minutes, and it looks like they've just mapped this out from the start that we'll let AM farm, in turn we'll farm Storm and Lycan, and we will look for these base pushes around this time before AM gets too strong, instead of contesting him and maybe sacrificing farm on one of our cores for it to shut down the AM, which would slow down our lineup as well. So it makes sense, and I feel like, well, you can't really argue with how LGD has executed this so far. And if nothing else, the way they lane has made Bounty Hunter have like 0 impact in the game.
Storm managed to find Silent, but the Mana Style's going to break free. Burn out as much mana as maybe as possible, but he jumps up. There's not a lot left in the tank, and in fact with Bounty Hunter here, AM needs time, and well, RP, they hold maybe in position. The Mana Void will take him out. That's a lot of money for an Anti-Mage. Chasing up the Yow, remember, it's also going to be track kills coming their way. Resolution wants to blink forward, so we go into the Yule Scepter. Xiaowei's got his own one. Resolution! Again, a 0-man Sonic Wave. They snowball in. They're chasing up the Yoku. He runs to the side and then skewers away to safety, so they cannot reach him. They have triggered the Necro units here, LGD. They chase after him. Yoku trapped in with the shards, trying to run away, but there's just too much damage from the big wolf. They chase after Aloha Dance as well. Into the tree, storm up, and they get the kill with a burst damage out from Dazzle. It looked like Empire was finding something, then LGD just hit back. But they did get a kill on the AM.
Absolutely perfect Yules from Xiaowei. It makes a really big difference in that fight. Sure, it's a 0-man Sonic Wave, but it was supposed to be a 1-man Sonic Wave. It's not like he airballed in like 3 or 4 potential targets. But Xiaowei's timing was perfect, and he is able to come back in that fight and get multiple spells off afterwards instead of just flat out dying and making it a 5-on-3. I still think it's super ballsy from Empire to try to go for that play. So Silent has almost no health after the fight. They did get the kill on Storm. He has Bloodstone though, so he would be respawning like 10 seconds after they went on for the engage on the Lina. And they still try to chase that. It feels like they're stressing a little bit in this game so far with their plays, like missed spells, rushed decisions. And as a matter of fact, you know, it's just Empire's playstyle. It's what we've talked about. They're a very aggressive team, but this is the kind of game where they need to play more slow and calculated. And so far, they've managed to get the farm. They haven't really managed to execute the fights they have been forced into that well.
I think anyone on the TI5 stage would be nervous. And Team Empire, not any exception right now. But they are still sitting in a position where they're not out of this game just yet. The advantage, of course, is heavily there for LGD. They almost peaked up a 5k net worth advantage. The experience, hilariously enough, LGD haven't led this entire game, but they're very close to, for the first time in 26 minutes, getting up on the top of it all.
The thing is, being even at minute 25 means they're leading. Like, that's just, their lineup is simply just stronger right now, or especially in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Having an even graph like that and the farm distribution the way it is easily good enough. Now, they take the last tier 2. And the question is when the next Roshan is. So it's in about 40 seconds, it looks like. So we'll probably see LGD try to set up for that. And they can kill it off really, really fast.
And does Team Empire even try and stop this? You do have RP available, but the Magnus isn't really in any good condition to fight right now. He buys a 4-star, so you'll have some more maneuverability to play around with when it comes to the Roche pit. Resolution, quick blink away, maybe, is not going to chase any further. Resolution's also start finding some good cash, 2.7k over on him. And is this a time where you look for the BKB, or is almost Lincoln Sphere going to be a better thing when you're going up against a hero like a Storm Spirit?
I think he needs BKB. There's simply too much between Storm, Tusk, and Lina to be able to deal with in the fight. But even then, he still can't play super aggressively with the Quab. If he goes for blinks similar to what Salin did in the last game, and he blinks into the enemy team very aggressively, Lycan's going to kill him before Blink is off cooldown again. So then he's going to need the 4-step from Yoku to be used defensively, or they're going to need to land a good RP when the Lycan goes on Quab. Maybe they only get a 1-hero RP then, which is not ideal. There's definitely a couple of problems to deal with here for Empire. Now, the good news for them is, even if they're behind a melee Rex and things are not going too well, they haven't slowed down their farm, and they do have the Bounty Hunter. And with the overall goal of the game being pretty even, they can get a pretty big swing out of just winning a fight right now, or just getting trading, right?
Team Empire gets a sentry, Storm Spirit jumps in, Yao very quickly on the way, but a low hard dance stays alive. They're going to glimpse attempted Yao back, but he moves so quickly. Now Storm can go in again. They just jump over top of a low hard dance, still no detection. Now it's going to be there, but skewer back. Maybe he's out of mana. There's nothing more to give, but they've already taken out the Disruptor here, LGD. As Empire move into the Radiant jungle, Roshan is alive and fighting.
Good fight for Empire. They trade 1-for-1, core for support. Yes, sure, the core suicides, but Lycan has used everything. He's used Book, he's used his ultimate. They're even going to clean up the Necro units here for an extra 400 gold for Silent. And Magnus is closing in on higher levels. And this is really important, because this, I know I'm talking about the Empower a lot, but it makes a really big difference for Silent to get that extra 30% damage and cleave.
Yep.
Now, unfortunately, Aloha Dance, well, I am not sure what the plan was there. Maybe just giving them information. Even if he gets ganked, they know where they are. Oh, the smash from Roche.
Silent's trying to get rid of the dogs, and yeah, he gets smashed by Roshan, so he's unable to do so.
And they still have RP, by the way, which LGD probably would have noticed if he used it, so they know it's available.
Are they coming in?
And that's what could have allowed them to Roche, is that they still have the RP for Empire. It's a big threat.
Empire backed up to take care of the middle lane, but now LGD, they start going on Roshan, and Roshan is dropping so quickly that RP has to come now. They're smoking, so they're moving very, very quickly. The blink blind and maybe blind RP would catch out too. They jump in with the animate. You'll set they're up already over on Silent. He evades the Light Strike array, and maybe, well, Yao actually keeping the rest of Empire at bay. He jumps up, always on a fly, Laguna play. They bring down the Disruptor, so there's no Storm here, but Silence let the ulti go. Yoku, again with that skewer, trying to get back in range of his own tier 3 tower. Roshan did die, and it went the way of the Storm Spirit.
I'm not sure if Empire could have held that, but it looks like a little bit of a blunder that LGD just get it completely for free. They're going to go in. There has to be a good RP now. The game is probably over for them already.
Well, wait for the jump. There it is over an Aloha Dance. The Weasels are going to go to work, and Aloha Dance. Wow, that's not a great time for him. But the Mana Void tearing apart the Storm. Remember, there's the Agassi Maul. The gem's over on the deck. MMY be able to grab it. They're snowballing in. In fact, maybe back to World of Living. Straight after Yoku. Still no RP. Where are these buybacks that don't exist for Team Empire? But the Anti-Mage is able to find a couple of kills. Silent trying to run out of here. Resolution staying on the tail. How long will that survival last? And it's going to be long enough. Silence back to base. They find him and why? Yule Scepter cancelling that TP out. Maybe still in the neighborhood, but he knows he can't do anything. The gem is lost for LGD. A triple kill for the Anti-Mage. That will actually help him complete the full butterfly on the Anti-Mage, but they lost the range racks. Not really a bad trade-off at the end of the day if you look at it. No buybacks from Empire.
This is definitely good enough for Empire. And it's a good sign for them that they can win the fight without using RP, right? Yeah. Has he used it all game? Maybe used it once.
Once that was all.
One-man RP, I think.
But every time he tries to jump in, it just seems like he's getting torn apart before he can get it off.
LGD are very good at spreading out, and both the Tusk and the Storm are paying a lot of attention to Mag and counterplaying him whenever he's trying to go for anything. They just jump Orchid or Snowball onto him and counter him out very well. But Empire still managed to get a pretty good fight out of that, all in all.
So this Anti-Mage is getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
The Lycan and Storm are kind of like the two major heroes that have to control him. Can they do this while he's got Butterfly up and running? Like, you need a Monkey King bar over on the Lycan, but is that really the path he wants to go down? And is that even going to be enough? Because by the time he gets that, Sam will have his next item. be it hard or whatever.
I think with an MKB, even a hard Lycan is still gonna kind of hurt really hard. I would definitely say it's the way to go now for Sylar, is MKB or BKB, whatever he thinks is most important. So far he hasn't needed the BKB, he hasn't died yet, even though he's against the Queen of Pain and of course the Disruptor with that static storm damage output and all the magic damage from even Magnus and Bounty. He's still able to play it pretty well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see an MKB build up. I'm just... You know, that last fight, the reason it's as easy as it is for Empire is that Storm went for the jump. They find a kill on Aloha Dance, who's like the least valuable target. Of course you remove the track, but as far as fight output goes, like what he does is track. That's what he has. He can't really do that much else, but he trades like 3/4 of his mana pool for that, and AM blows up the Lina with the Mana Void and the Storm. So they lose Aegis and Lina for the bounty. And then of course it's going to be very difficult for them. So might need to be a little more careful. Might need to get a Linken's on the Storm or even a BKB. And that fight goes very, very differently.
Well, he's got money. He's got 4k gold over on that Storm Spirit. So it will be possible. But at the same time, Team Empire, they're getting stronger and stronger with their defense now. Like even like normal heroes having this Empower buff up, they're going to be able to take care of the mid lane without having to have Anti-Mage there every time. And the attack into the tower, like this tier 2 tower might be fortified right now, but the backdoor regen, okay, just leaves it with the illusions. And Silent's already out. There's farm to be had on top lane. He's moving wherever he can get bigger and bigger.
These Ills are doing a lot of damage. They hit for like 10 a swing, and they hit really fast.
Yeah, the tower's
almost gets it. Now regen kicks in. He got it down to 1/4.
It's not bad. But he took all of the Radiant, well, most of the Radiant creeps before that. TP's up to top lane, takes a creep wave in half, jumps into one of the camps, takes that, then back up to take out the creep wave. And now you're seeing him at 23,000 net worth. Like the Lycan can't keep up with this kind of speed. Not that level of farming, at least.
I'm very curious to see where Silent goes here. I think the obvious choices right now would be either a BKB or an Abyssal in the standard AM builds, or maybe a Heart, which I think is not the best choice here.
So you're thinking Abyssal for more of like lockdown control so he can actually kill LGD as opposed to survive LGD?
It depends what you're aiming for, right? The Heart is the best item for him probably in terms of just EHP against a Lycan, especially if you anticipate the MKB to come. That would be Heart, yeah. So it's very good against Lycan, and to an extent also against the Storm.
Okay, Silent blinks up very aggressively, but now he's got a Mana Style. There's no Light Strike Array follow-up. He's just going to take the Ancients away from the Lycan. But that's a very aggressive blink from Silent.
The alternative would have been, so if he goes BKB, he is not threatened by Lina or Storm, or very little by Tusk, like it's a Walrus Punch and that's it. On the other hand, Lycan can maybe carve through him. With this Heart build, it's vice versa, right? He can get disabled a lot. I still think they will really struggle to kill him. And maybe the idea is, well, if I have a Heart and they use a lot of disables on me, that's probably going to set up for Resolution to get a good Sonic Wave, and maybe for Yoku to get a good RP, and then it all doesn't matter. So
to use Silent more as bait. I suppose he could also just farm at the buyback gold anyway if he really needs to.
Yeah. I wouldn't say as bait, more than you know, he doesn't have to feel the pressure of having to output a lot during a BKB timing, but rather just being able to, you know, play aggressively in general over a stretched fight is probably what he's aiming for here with the Heart.
LGD are coming up to Silent. Sylar already into Lycan form, but Silent saw him, and now he's just trying to run himself away. This is a 5-man smoke gate. He's going to blink again. And that's a long jump down for maybe, and a 4-man smoke committal coming out from LGD.
Yeah, Empire could actually go for a counterplay right now, I think. Storm was already lost half his mana. Well, he's going to regen it now. So they had to do it pretty much right away. And they will go for it at this point with Silent with the Heart. 3k health.
It just looks like they're trying to secure the tier 2 tower, but Roshan, like we still have just under 2 minutes until his potential spawn time. And Team Empire will have this in the back of their mind. If they can get, well then again, is this another one of those points where you don't want to see the Aegis over on Silent? That you would give it to Resolution in this game. Or even to Magnus, considering Yoku hasn't got himself an ulti off yet, or a big one.
Oh, wait a second, he showed himself in mid. This opens up bottom lane for LGD.
They dive in deep and they just keep going. The Snowball, again Disruptor, a heavy commitment. Maybe he's down to a low percentage of his mana pool, but they find an opening on Resolution. Orkin, and he self-fuels it to try and get out. Now in comes Silent, focusing on MMY. He's out of the fight for now, but he's lost 2 of his teammates. They mirror the Mana Void, ripping apart the Lina. Over towards Yahoo's also dry with the blink up. Maybe he jumps in again, but low hard dance, keeping these Shuri tosses flying. Maybe he's on the run out. He needs to get the mana low, and Silent's going to do so. Lycan back to the fight. Silent turns over now on Sylar. He needs more help, and then maybe Beast up. There's your Shuri toss coming out. Anti-Mage finds one, and the clean. It's a double kill. and Aloha Den survives.
He does so much damage. Like, look at this cleave he has. This is level 3 in power as well as the Battle Fury. If their heroes are even remotely close to each other, Silent will 3 or 4 hit like 3 of their heroes. Only the Lycan is really tanky right now.
If
I guess Storm has decent tankiness.
If we believe our teamfight recap, it said he did just shy of 8,500 damage during that fight.
That sounds about right.
It's big. And now takes tier 2, pushes tier 3. Storm Spirit's gonna jump out. Silent, remember, he's still pretty tanky. Laguna played. He's just shrugging it off. This shield, and now it's actually Zhao 8. No, there is a mana void available. He needs to burn all mana. You'll step the rock, but Anti-Mage, he's still got 1,700 life. They're working through it. Now Yao's back, punching him up. Silent, get out of town. He's down for the count. Silent actually gonna jump out by maybe finding Aloha Dance with the Orchid. They're gonna catch out too. They might have survived, but Empire just gave so much back to LGD.
Zhao 8 is such a baller. That was like incredible timing 2 or 3 times in a row there. The way they chain their disables and just buy time and slowly whittle him down so the heart never regens him, that was, to me, that was the best play of the entire game. The way they just killed Anti-Mage here. Absolutely incredible chaining. Read on the fight and what they could do. And now they end up forcing out a buyback as well. Because Empire are probably scared that Roshan is going to be taken right now. He's not spawned, but they don't know.
Well, they got no way to scout out for it either.
Incredible. Again, LGD's high ground defense is just like out of this world. That was fantastic.
Look at him smoke and move. Like Silence is going to blink straight in, looking for Roshan, but no one's there. And LGD, like now that the buybacks come out from Anti-Mage, they don't have to worry. If they can get a dieback on this Anti-Mage, it's so big. Like you might have 2,700 net worth, 27,000 net worth compared to the 19,000 of the Lycan, but it doesn't mean anything if you're dead. And they can put him in the ground and not be able to bring him back up. So there's a 1-minute counter now on Roshan.
And the fact that Silent just bought back is gonna, it puts a lot of pressure on Empire. Like, they felt pressured because Roshan could spawn. If they knew the Roshan spawn timer, he wouldn't have bought back and they would have been in a way better position. Right now, any big mistake from Silent is game over.
All these movements from Empire being watched so closely. The dogs are just sitting behind them. Aloha Dance lost a gem by sticking around too long with the Anti-Mage in that bottom lane. And because of that, LGD, they can just keep tabs on all the movements of Empire. So once again, like the D-Ward's going to be there, but the Wolves come up. Silent actually managed to find an isolated Zhao 8, and they should be able to find this kill. Support, where is it coming? In fact, Storm Spirit jumped to the side. They took out Disruptor, but the ultimate from Zhao 8 is delaying so much. The final track did come in. The Silent to the front lines. How much damage? He's still chasing after Aloha Dance. The Sonic Wave. Silent dropping so low. He doesn't have much more to give until the Shadow Grave will keep him up. Maybe isolating Yoku. He doesn't even get the RP off once again. Silence diving so deep, it's actually Resolution that finally finds that kill over on Sylar. But where is his Anti-Mage going? Chasing after Yao. The track is up again. The mini stuns. Yao so low. He's waiting on the mana void, realizing the Shallow Grave is coming back in again from Dazzle as maybe a TP out with that ball lining going to work. Yao, they still see him with the track. But Empire can't force the issue that deep once again. But Roshan is up. They may only have 2 heroes alive, but it's 2 big ones.
Yeah, Silent can solo it. So they should be fine. There's 50 seconds on the Lycan. This is an Aegis for Resolution, I think.
Yep, but there's also Cheese. The courier, I think it's already on its way out to pick that up. So they can save it for later. And maybe, is this the time? He doesn't have BKB, however. So if he jumps in here, he could just get Yule set it up the second he arrives. Roshan down to 4,000. Yao with the shards. He's going to try and isolate it. Roshan's still there. Silent actually pushed up on the cliffside. He'll blink back down again, but now the rest of LGD has arrived. Maybe BKB, 6 seconds, and they actually leave Roshan. Silent with the weave on him. He's losing armor quickly, and the rest of Empire's not ready yet, but that RP is from Yoku, giving the buff up to Silent. The Sigil keeping close tabs as well on Empire's progress, and Roshan now 800 life. Where's the opening? Are they coming? In fact, I think LGD to say it's too much effort. We're gonna let him have it.
Look at that defense. Immediately when Roshan dies, they're respecting LGD a lot here, thinking that the Storm will go for that. Immediately blink in the co-op, skewer in the Magnus.
Maybe he was in the right position. Like the rest of LGD were there, but it just must mean like you had all the time in the world to discuss, are we going to do this?
Yeah.
And they said no. This Anti-Mage, I cannot believe how much money he has got. It's almost 30,000 net worth over on Silent. He's actually going at 789 gold per minute. His experience is almost the same at 770. The closest to him on the Radiant side, well, is actually Sylar at 503. That's as close as you get. There's such a huge difference in the cores right now. And he's almost managed to wait out his entire buyback time. He's got another 3 minutes to burn here.
Now the thing is, we've reached the late game part now when Empire kind of peaks, I think. When Antimage has the Abyssal, this is the peak of their lineup. Come super late game, based on the farm that Yoku has got this game, I think the chance of a refresher is pretty low. There's going to need to be a couple of good fights with Trek, and then they might just win the game off that before he gets refresher.
Yep.
But if that doesn't happen, and AM is maxed out very soon, Lycan has a lot of room to grow, so does Storm. The Tusk can actually grow into a decent semi-carry if they want, and it looks like Xiaoweight's Lina in this game is actually aiming for a Hex, which he has the ultimate orb for already, unless this is like a Lotus Orb build. Why did I say Lotus Orb?
I don't know.
Linken's build. He could go for a defensive item, right? So I think it's Hex. It could be a Linken's if they feel like it's useful here to protect the Storm, but I think he's getting his own anyway. It looks like he at least has an ultimate orb himself as well. Tough to say. But they definitely have more room to grow than the Dire Lamp. Like, this Bounty Hunter is not going anywhere this game. And Disruptor has a point booster minute 43. So it's definitely about LGD's growth.
I'm still seeing Animage, though, right now, dishing out almost 400 damage a cleave. And he's almost got the money as well for the full Abyssal Blade. The issue he's going to have is, well, his mana style timing is going to be really important. Now you also get a Heaven's Halberd over on Yao. He's got the potential to disarm the anti-mage. And this can be after the other initiations come in. But it looks like Empire, they're not wanting to wait the clock out. They're coming down. They're looking for the opening. In fact, there's the full Abyssal Blade. Anti-mage just buys it. This means
buyback.
He has no buyback anyway, so yeah, why even worry about it? Just go for home, go for broke. And they've almost taken the tier 2 tower. The creep wave doesn't stand a chance against this anti-mage. And the rest of Empire. Now, how much him is almost impossible right now. Jumps in! Destroys the Dazzle! No shadow grip, but maybe looking for revenge and always want to fly. An ulti, can he get something off? He actually can! Splitting up this engagement. Sylar, he does chase down, but again, so much commitment for the Disruptor. While Xiaowei inside the base. There's your bash! Got it on Sylar, the Sonic Wave! It'll do some work. Resolution still low, taking too much damage from the tower, but Yoku's forward, and there's your Mana Void. Xiaowei will drop. Yao's trying to run out here. Sylar will move down and maybe back into the fight, doing as much as he can. A low hard dance, low at the moment. RP still up for Team Empire. It hasn't happened, but at the same time, they've only lost one hero. If Yoku can just ensure one more, they could potentially take double racks and force us into a third game here.
They can mega before before Lina and Tusk respawn.
What's Alumina meant to do? He's Storm Spirit jumping in. Yoku, your time, man. It is your time for ultimate. They get rid of the wolves. The Million Rex is going. Yoku, he's silenced up again. He can't do anything with maybe a Pistol Blade. And there's your Storm Spirit going down. That's Team Empire find the combo. Sylar to the front lines, beating into Resolution, going for a Aloha. But now Sylar losing his mana, losing his life. Forced back again. It's still a double raxing Empire. They're going up to MMY. Is this the death push? They're moving up. They need the tier 3 towers. The fight for Megas is real for Empire. They're so close to forcing a third game. No mistakes.
Yeah, backdoor regen is going to kick in, and they will give up on getting the third lane. So LGD managed to buy themselves some time there, sacrificing a Storm, sacrificing a Dazzle, and they still lose 2 lanes of racks, and now it's just...
All of these kills would track as well.
Yeah, they have buyback. They now have buyback on Antimage. He can buy Moon Shard, or he can buy Boots of Travel 2, whatever he feels like is most important. And they should be able to just take this one home by slow playing it, really. Just slow sieging top. They just put Crest onto him, and he starts hitting the tower. And LGD have to start hard committing. If they do it right now, Sylar won't have the MKB, and the Antimage is like almost impossible to bring down.
It's a crazy game for Team Empire. After game 1, as the boys in the panel were saying, it was a solid performance by Team Empire. They just had to do the same thing, but finish. Like, that's what it's all about. You've got 2 Raxes down to your 1 in mid lane.
That's the Moon Shard.
All right, consumed it straight away.
But this time
they still got money for buyback.
They went for a completely different approach this time, though. And it seemed like whenever Empire are in important games, we also saw it against Virtus Pro. I think that was... It was at least one of the games against Virtus Pro to fight for 4th place. They also pulled out the Silent Antimage, who we got a funny stat on in that game. Hadn't been played since 2014. He hadn't played Antimage this year. And now his first Antimage performance in the group stage was great. They won that game, I do believe, and looks like it's going to be another. Maybe that is the secret hero for Empire to win the key games.
This is the movement from LGD. They're going to try and wrap in around behind Team Empire. The Courier's delivering in the gem at the moment, and they actually attack the Courier with the wolves. This might flag a fact to Empire. They're behind him, and maybe the jump up the Abyssal Blade. They can drop in the RP, catching out two with the Sonic Wave, the Snowball. Protect him long enough. Maybe down, jump himself away. Yoki trying to chase after the kill, and then even glimpsing him back. Silent down for the count. This could be it. Yao's on the run back. You have your buyback coming in from the Lycan, but he's losing his teammates so quickly, and Anti-Mage carving him apart. GG! Team Empire will take game number 2 here, up against the clear favorites for this matchup with an ultra kill for Silent. The Russians have hope here against LGD, forcing to a game 3. I always want to quote everyone coming into this into this whole TI5. Any game is winnable by any team. Yeah, anything is possible.
This was very solid by Empire. They didn't really lose out too much in the early game. Honestly, I also don't feel like LGD pressured them that much in the lanes, but they played their game plan. LGD got early wrecks. They didn't lose their composure, Empire, this game, and had a good fight in their base and just started slowly building up momentum. And then when their lineup peaked, they made sure to get the job done. So very well played. We get a game 3?
Yeah, that we do. Amazing game from Team Empire. LGD will come back in just a moment, but for now, let's go to the panel and see if that's what they're expecting from game number 2.
Thank you very much. Yes, Toby and Cinderin there, of course. And Seb, congrats, mate.
Thank you.
The prediction is spot on so far. So, yeah, well done. I just thought I'd try and be nice to you for a change today. Serious note, though, we've had 2 very similar games, but for very different reasons. We've seen almost a mirror image of the same game we saw first time round, where it all looked like it was going very, very easily, and Empire were just going to crush this one, and then LGD, well, they're gone. And then suddenly it all swung around again. It seems to be a theme at this particular international this year. It happened a lot in the group stages and a lot in the wildcards as well. Why? Nahaz, because you're joining us for the first time.
Well, I just want to say you just saw why Silent is the winningest pro Dota 2 player of all time. 659 career wins. That's easily leading the pack. And I thought LGD was actually roundly outdrafted in game 1, and I thought Empire needed to make 3 pretty bad plays by about the 35-minute mark for them to lose the game. They made those 3 plays, and I thought 2 out of 3 were Silent. And he's one of the most consistent guys on the team. For him to come back and post almost a historic farming performance, you saw a couple of the stats that Knoxville put up in his last hitting. For him to come back and lead his team like this in game 2, that's just incredible to me.
Yeah, 17-6. Malini's not all about him, but a lot of it is.
Yeah, I mean, Lycan's been a risky pick. He was very popular at other TIs, but I mean, I thought they were off to a pretty good start. They got 1 set of wrecks, and I mean, Anti-Mage plus Magnus, though, it was actually LGD's strat in TI3. That's how they got so far.
We've gone back 2 years in a time machine. You and I were walking back, weren't we? We were like, oh, well, this is done. We're going to have to get into position now. We can't watch it from where we were watching it. And it turned around. Why? Why, in your opinion, did it turn around?
I mean, just few high ground mistakes. I mean, they actually had really solid items on Empire this time, and as we said, it was just a matter of just having a slightly cleaner execution. And then when we saw the bottom fight where Anti-Mage survived and all 5 LGD died, they didn't have a solution for Anti-Mage come late game.
I think we hopefully have that replay actually, because that was around about 35 minutes in, and it was a critical moment, wasn't it? In the sense that anything that goes wrong now, here we go. So anything that goes wrong now, either way, could end up in game ending.
It wasn't even an ideal RP from Empire that really turned the fight around. They had to blow a lot to kill the Queen of Pain. They chain stunner really nicely, drop an Orchid, and then here Xiao 8 lands a really nice stun. And then Yoki tries to interrupt the combo, but now comes Silent.
Yeah. And don't forget, of course, this was LGD initiating this in bot as well.
Look at the game understanding of Silent. He has a butterfly, and he understands that they don't have damage to deal with the butterfly. And he's 1 versus 3, and he keeps on fighting.
Yeah.
Look at how calm he stays, and he keeps on fighting them. And they realize, all right, we actually can do this, and he's gonna kill the 3 of them because his game reading, the reading of his fight, his reading of the fight is way superior.
Yeah. The only stat that was important in that fight, 0 Fs given.
This game is the example of the best usage of a butterfly pickup you can do. Like, they were losing the game, they were 1 side behind, then he got the butterfly, and then suddenly Empire was on the offensive until they actually started winning fights because they knew they could, and then you just won the game thanks to an item.
They really need to ags on Lina, though. I think she went for a different build this game and not prioritizing it over Yules. And like once he has those sort of items, like you have to Laguna him.
Well, they had a couple of really good uses of the Yules. They got a kill on the Anti-Mage after that fight when he was fairly big. And this is what Zhao 8 teams do so well. They just chain stun. I mean, they got that perfect Yules into Light Strike Array, Walrus Punch, chain stun off to get a kill. But yeah, I really agree that I thought being able to kill Silent before that point was really the more important thing.
We've got the end of the game just for, historical purposes more than anything else, because it was almost a foregone conclusion towards the end. I think I heard Cinderin say it's just time now. They could either slow push this and finish it off, or they can just decide whatever way they want to do. And actually, they just went straight for the jugular to finish it off. I think we've got that right now.
Empire was a lot more cautious, though. You could tell by the way they approached Roshan with waiting for the sigil. They were very patient. They waited like, I don't even, 20, 30 seconds for that.
Yeah, here we go. So right at the end of the game, 47 minutes in, 27-22 LGD, under pressure.
We have to say that maybe played spectacular on the Storm Spirit. Like his focus in the fight was
great.
Very flawless, but it's really hard for him to play that fight because he doesn't have a Linken's. So every time he shows up in the fight, he gets Abyssal Blade and he has to get out. You can see the Storm is low HP, he doesn't dare to fight, and the Silence is chasing him all the way down, uses the mana break when maybe he thought he's fine, and then he just dies, and it's GG because everyone's dead.
Yeah, this was the Ultra as well, I think, right at the end. So, yeah, Ultra kill. So, I mean, all right, so foregone conclusion towards the end. All done and dusted. We're now at 1-1.
Amazing. There is no way 12 months ago that Empire win that game. No way. It's such a huge difference when you looked at them coming into TI4. On paper, they had 34 LAN games. They had 34 LAN wins. But if you looked a little bit closer, only 20 of those were major tournaments. Right. This year, they had 50 coming into TI5, and they just look like a different team. The way that they respond to adversity, both within and across matches. Yeah.
I mean, as a franchise, we were talking about this off screen, they are the most played franchise of all time. They played more games than any other professional team, regardless of lineup. And maybe practice does make perfect. What do you think, Winter?
I have to agree with Seb as well. Before that, he was talking about the butterfly, the understanding that anti-mage was really strong, and they just utilized the window very well. And it was a very key moment that just changed the face of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of where they're at right now, and it's settled 1-1, do you think Empire will actually be very disappointed because they were ahead in that first game, and now they'll think, well, actually, this should have been 2-0?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of look back and you could have done better and closed out the series, but at the end of the day, you have to just deal with it one game at a time. You lost the game, you accept it, and you just move on to the third game, brand new, fresh, and just do your best in the last game.
Okay, drafting-wise, where are we going next, gents? What are we thinking? Are we thinking something similar again? They've both, after all, been very evenly matched through both games.
I'm not sure what LGD is going to approach with, because they didn't close out game number 2 and they lost early game number 1. So like both like going super late game and like kind of all early game didn't work out for them.
I actually think anti-mage might be a very big contention for both of the teams. Either it will be banned early, or maybe in the second phase, or someone would just pick it up very early in the second phase as well.
What do you think, Sam?
I have to say, although Tusk is one of the most contested heroes around, and it's always first picked, I didn't feel like Tusk was a factor in those games at all. Yeah. Because there's always one team that's dodging the fights, and Tusk is not so good at dealing with split push at all. Like even if you itemize with Blink and everything, I felt like Tusk was not a factor. So I would reconsider the Tusk pick.
Okay. What about you, Alan?
I agree with that. I was just going to bring that up, that I feel like Tusk has been first pick, but to make the most out of a hero like Tusk, you have to really play well in the laning phase, and you have to really have a lineup that can be aggressive in the laning phase. And especially in game 1, we just didn't see that. We're just not seeing the hero have the impact. I mean, historically, they gave up that hero to Western teams at DAC and they got crushed by it. So I understand them wanting to, I'm sorry, not at DAC, at Mars TV, and got crushed by it. And I understand them wanting to get it themselves, but they're just not using it correctly.
Okay, all right. Well, as you can see, we've got a few seconds to go. And we are going to get into our third game, our final chance for both of these teams.
LGD Gaming versus Team Empire.
Empire's turn to ban.
Okay then, draft time for the third and final one. Just a reminder for you at home, if you're watching this for the first time and you're joining us, welcome to the International, live from Seattle. We are in game 3 of the first match of the day in the quarterfinals. And the winner of this, the difference for the two teams is $1 million. That's not even what they win, but they are guaranteed a minimum of $1.2 million by making it into the top 6. This is probably the biggest draft of these two teams' lives. Guys, it's all yours.
Turn to ban.
Well, the first thing that we can say is that there's a quad ban from LGD, and that's very interesting because it's a hero that they gave to Empire twice in a row as a first pick, and now that they lost, they actually reconsider that. So,
well, I'm not surprised, though. What you've seen, I thought, in the first two matches, especially in match one, is that Empire just had the vastly better laning configuration. And one thing about Empire, they can run QoP as can a lot of Western teams in all three core roles. So it just gives them a lot of flexibility.
Definitely. And no Tusk first pick. So it really feels like they're adapting correctly. At least that's my understanding of it. We're going to see if Empire decides to grab it. But I'm pretty sure that both teams realized that it was not really a factor. And it's very, it shows a lot of Xiao, you know, he's reading it perfectly, at least in my understanding, and they're probably going to switch it around. There's also this, it's fair to say that Gyrocopter is a top hero for both teams. Like both Fighter and Silent are insanely good with Gyrocopter, and I mean, Empire decided to give them Gyrocopter.
With Gyrocopter, you never have the issue of not having enough anti-push, which I think has been a crucial factor in Game 1 and Game 2.
For sure.
And I think probably the most underrated aspect of Xiao8's drafting period is just he drafts lineups that are very easy to play. And especially in high-pressure matches like this, I think that can be really huge. I mean, Gyrocopter, it really does everything well in the game right now.
Yeah, it's very aggressive. It can be a very good late game if you keep on farming and stay ahead of the others. So, yeah, it's quite interesting.
Do you like the Dazzle?
Yeah, I think we've been talking about this yesterday during dinner, like Dazzle and Gyro together, how much it works. And like Empire, knowing that it's very successful this event, not going to let LGD get the combination of...
It's also that Dazzle's quite good versus Gyro as well.
Yeah, the armor. Yeah. Or something like maybe Warcry as well, like very similar towards how you deal with the Flag Cannon.
Definitely. Yeah, it's a very good counter to Flag Cannon and physical damage from Gyrocopter. We'll see. Empire hesitates a bit more on the second pick, which is the first time there's been hesitations in the first two picks, in that series at least. So they probably have something in mind.
I got to think they're thinking about their Tusk, because remember, Empire were, I think, the first team to make Tusk big. They were picking it for Aloha Dance way back and just killing people with it.
That's very true.
I mean, the issue right now at this junction for Empire, they have to go for something that's very utility-based and doesn't give away anything, very flexible.
So what's your list past Tusk? What do you think here?
Maybe a Clock. I'm not sure though, because there's no, usually you go for maybe a Shadowfin, but there's no Shadowfin here. Or I think the Tusk seems like the most stable pick here, even though he hasn't seen much success the last game. But
they haven't got to pick to get Shaker at all, like in this series. Maybe they want to grab it earlier.
Yeah,
it's a hero that
LGD have been banning Shaker
every time. So maybe they feel like if they want to get it, it's now or never, and they went for the Tusk, which is understandable. Yeah. LGD must have expected this. You know, it's quite funny where you play versus a team, you beat a certain draft, and then they let it go and you grab it. Yeah, you beat them again with it.
LGD might go for the Earthshaker even here. Like they do run Earthshaker off lane for themselves and Earthshaker plus Gyro, and in general it's just good versus the Tusk as well.
Oh wow.
Well, that was quick.
Insta-ban anti-mage as well.
Yeah, good point. I'm actually really surprised that they went for their bounty here, just because they haven't really been doing well in games 1 and game 2 in the part of the game where bounty's effectiveness would be maximized. They really haven't been winning those mid-game skirmishes.
I mean, maybe it's to shore that weakness up, though.
Okay.
Because, you know, if they have to team fight all the time and Empire doesn't want to team fight, let's say they want to split up and farm, they really need to maximize every one of those skirmishes that they get.
I mean, how much do you think when you pick a bounty early like this, it's with an eye toward the mid matchup? Because bounty can really make that enemy mids. I mean, I guess it's less relevant now that your hyper bottle core and Shadow Fiend is out.
Especially because all the strongest mid heroes at the moment, like Left Rock Quop and SF Radiant, are banned.
Yeah.
So Bounty can actually be a factor, but I have to say I didn't feel like Bounty was much of a factor last game.
Right.
And I think it's always scary to pick Bounty versus very strong laners such as Dazzle and Dusk, but they went for it, so they probably have something in mind.
You know, this is going to be really interesting right now, because I feel like the mid meta right now is kind of where the off-lane meta is last year. The pool of mid heroes that we've seen played is relatively small, and there are a lot of them banned already.
I think we're going to see Ember this game, either for either team, because a lot of Ember's natural laning opponents that pressure him a lot is out of the pool. And he could actually have a very good laning phase this game. Like, the hero is all about picking it when you can get away with the early game.
Yeah, that's very true.
No,
it opens up for many heroes, actually. You have a very good point, because all those pressure heroes such as Quop, Leshrak, even SF to a certain extent, they're out of the question right now.
No, that's a really good call, because there hasn't necessarily been this huge metagame surprise this year like there was with Razor and Skywrath last year. If there has been one, it's been the Chinese teams with Ember. They started like 8-0 with the hero in this tournament.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. They like to have like Ember plus Gyro. It's very good at defending high ground. And if you go into late game with that, you're very competent.
It's very interesting. You know, coming into that series, we said that both teams, they draft, the way they draft is very similar. And I mean, we're going to see other matchups today, and I don't think the draft is going to be that close. They're literally taking anti-mage or banning anti-mage so they can get them. I mean, both of them, very good call. The Ember is a very good call. Like, both of them wanted anti-mage. Now they're getting PL. They played PL game 1. It's very interesting how close the way they draft is.
Yeah, almost mirror images. That's right.
Yeah, it happens sometimes with certain teams.
Okay, so it'll be the melee call with Magnus once more for Empire.
Yeah.
But boy, the difference here is that they have the cores to deal with the PL.
I mean, both teams have been going into like very heavy late game oriented lineups. So like everyone is just not going to go into the late game knowing that their late game is actually stronger than mine. You want to match their late game.
I feel like that's so risky by Empire though. I mean, LGD, the team that's played more long matches than any other team.
Yeah, and they're bounty hunters.
But it's also when you think about it, they played game 1 with an approach where they wanted to break their base like quite early, put a lot of pressure, and they lost. They couldn't do it, and now they're like, all right, this is what you want to play. We're going to play that game because we're ready for that. We practiced.
I think both teams' confidence were shattered by game 1 and 2. They both went in there with an early game strategy. They expected to win, and they couldn't close it out after actually attempting to kill the T3.
Yeah, definitely.
So LGD is going to reply by a Rubik, just a solid counter towards the Magnus, and their lineup requires like a good laning support. Rubik plus Gyro is just a nightmare for any offlaner to go there.
MMOI Rubik is just spectacular. I think he has already like 20, 21 wins with the hero this patch. That's more than any other player on any single hero.
Yeah, I really like the Rubik pickup. Also, it's a good setup for ganks, just early on. Rubik Gyro is also very strong. It's a very strong lane.
Yeah, Darkseid being taken out by Empire as well, not allowing the Iron Shell plus Ember. That is actually very scary to deal with early on.
Clockwork, though, really being ignored so far in these games.
It has.
Clockwork doesn't seem really good against Empire's lineup, though. They have Dazzle and thus multiple ways of dealing with the hook shot, so I'm not sure whether LG wants to go for that.
A lot of times we've seen Ember Spirit has been paired with like a Dazzle or another defensive hero. I think they could just like easily all in on him with Magnus and combo him with Tusk, so I'm a little bit worried for Ember.
I feel it's always so risky to, like, it's so hard to pick the mid laner right now because you're facing mid plus bounty. It's always quite hard to come up with a mid laner that can actually deal with that. And last game they went for Lycan mid, which was very, very smart because the Lycan can always farm jungle. He doesn't care so much about the bounty. Here, Lina, I think it's a bit more risky.
Oh, I don't know. I'm wondering, even with the pressure from the BH, can you keep this Ember Spirit even with the Lina mid? I think that's a hard lane.
Yeah, it's actually a strong lane, especially if Dazzle goes there.
Ember is very weak against this matchup. I feel they have to help him so much, somehow.
They're gonna be helping him for sure. Indeed they have to. I'm pretty sure also we're gonna see rotations from the Tusk.
I think Script Breaker offlane to help him. I don't know, maybe.
And for once, it's a Tusk support, and it's not a Tusk offlane, so he's going to be looking to roam a lot. He's very good at roaming.
With the Spirit Breaker, can you go that hard into a single target disable against a PL?
Yeah, I mean they have Gyro and Ember though, so
okay,
it's still going to be the Clockwork.
Finally, yeah.
They lacked initiation.
It's going to be really good at dealing with the Lina. So if the Clockwork has a good start, they have a very good answer for the Lina in general.
This is going to be an incredible game. Both teams' lineups are just so balanced at every phase of the game.
And 4 of the top 5 most picked in the game. So one way or the other. It's something we've probably seen before, but we're going to find out because we are ready for game time in game number 3. Your commentators are Cinderin and Toby One.
And let's get into it. So the deciding game, game number 3, LGD up against Team Empire. Will the favorites coming in be dropped down by the Russians? We're about to find out. Cinderin, I actually want to get your thoughts because I saw when the Clockwork picked up, the expression on your face. I would love to know what it was about.
I didn't feel that strongly about the clock, actually. I don't know what face I made. Now, what I'm more curious about here is Empire's logic behind the PL pick. I feel like the panel didn't touch much on it, but both of the carries on LGD are actually really good against PL. Gyro is very good at dealing with the illusions. Ember Spirit, I think the reason, first of all, as Winder pointed out, they probably just wanted the hero in general, but it is incredibly good against Phantom Lancer when you get the Battle Fury. Sleight of Fist just, you know, PL naturally just clumps up with his illusions when he goes in, and so he can end up like killing himself to one Sleight of Fist with Battle Fury and a crit. Like you can have 3,000 health on the PL. If Ember has roughly the same farm as you, you can be almost a non-factor in late game. So Empire, I think, are not interested in taking this super late, but at the same time, high grounding against LGD's team with a defensive play from Clockwork, Sleight of Fist, as well as Flat Cannon and Call Down is going to be very hard.
So how do they do it then? You just wait for them to come out?
That said, Empire should be winning the mid lane hard, I think. As they pointed out, this is not a good matchup for Ember. He's going to be playing against the Lina, and there's, of course, the threat constantly of the roaming in from Aloha Dance on the supporting Tusk, so I like that a lot for Empire. And I have a hard time calling a favorite just based on draft, but to me it's pretty clear that the lineups peak at different times and have like different strengths.
So we'll discover those as time goes on. As it looks like, again, we won't see any contest for the early runes. It will be the Ember Spirit to get the one from bottom, and Resolution will take the one from top. But yeah, if you're an Empire fan, you should be really happy with the draft they've got. It's a lot of aggression, it's a lot of power coming out from their lineup, and their combo timings are wonderful. But at the same time, I've watched a lot of Ember Spirit games over the course of this TI, and it's been pretty brutal for the teams who have not been playing the Ember Spirit. If you can get that little bit of farm up, you're able to defend, you do a lot of damage, and heroes like Dazzle will not be able to respond in time before the Ember Spirit will find the kill.
And as was pointed out by, I think it was Nahaz, the Chinese teams of the tournament started out really strong with their Ember. I think it was at day 2, Chinese Ember Spirits were 8-0, and all other Ember Spirits were 0-7, I think, which was a pretty incredible stat. Like, it's very unusual that there's such a big difference between regions, but it seems like the Chinese teams have a better idea of how to utilize Ember in their strategies. So I guess LGD in that sense going to be happy with getting Ember for themselves in this game. Maybe they also just understand better when to pick it. It might not just be a playstyle, but that they understand the strength and the weaknesses of the hero just better than other teams.
I like the attempt there from Yoku. He realized the bounty hunter was going to get up in his face, and he tried to skewer him back. So level up skewer at level 1, so he's not finding farm with his shockwave. He was just trying to skewer the bounty back underneath the tier 1 tower, force the burning of either consumables or potentially even a kill. But it doesn't end up happening. He missed it just by a bit. But also at the same time, Team Empire, Yao is just going to be able to soak up experience. The pull point to the side got deep-watered as well. So LGD currently only have 1 Observer Ward down and is blocking the pull on the bottom. Doesn't see any of Team Empire's movements at all.
And the way LGD are laning this time around with an aggressive dual lane here with Rubik and Gyro, as well as the roaming bounty hunter, they were definitely looking to
light strike into the shards up maybe. He's a good turnaround for the series change. Yahweh's here, trying to beat into Resolution. He didn't see him. Another light strike erase back up cooldown, but the sleight of fist from maybe will find that kill. The TP in from the Dazzle was actually cancelled, and they let Aloha Dance die.
And he survives with 5 health. This is the worst thing that could happen to Empire in the early game. This is the lane they were supposed to win. They rotate in their Tusk, and they get an 0-2 out of it, which is going to secure Ember a pretty good grip on this middle lane, where if that goes the other way, he can barely walk into the lane. Now he has a fighting chance. That is absolutely huge. Wow.
LGD, they've been having a rough time at the start of the games for the first 2 games in this series, but this time, as you said, it's a wonderful way to begin. But they got to keep it up. Well, Xiaowei might have gotten rid of that sentry ward that was also in mid, allowing him to come back in again later on. You're still finding Yoki finding experience down on the bot lane. The PL silent 17 for 10 as this PL. But I suppose at the same time, we're going to be looking over to Sylar. He's got one of the most popular, if not the most successful cores in the game for this TI5. It's the Gyrocopter getting a good momentum at the start.
Yeah, I think out of the very picked carries,
they're diving in.
That's the highest win rate.
They're diving in. Just shards up and lock him in position. Actually, they're waiting a little bit for the cogs, and now the Snowball picking up the PL on the way through, and this will be one very dead Clockwork. Nice chaining of combos there from Empire to ensure the longest duration of control on that clock.
Getting the kill on Silent isn't bad either. Is it worth about the same? Was he worth 4 or 5 creeps? 186? Not bad.
It's worth a decent amount. Middle lane, Resolution, missing the light strike array, and again LGD. They're looking for the kills, diving in deep under the tower. Maybe with that DD rune has enough damage to finish the job. And again, another TP burned here by Always Wanna Fly. Unable to get there in time for the Shallow Grave. Also had no mana once he arrived, hence he cancelled it this time. He didn't have the Shallow Grave last time he attempted the TP.
I'm actually surprised maybe caught up to that attack. He has 310 move speed, and the Lina at the point in time, because of Fiery Soul, had 324. And it seemed like he was outranging him, but I guess just the movement pattern allowed maybe to just reach that last attack with the double damage. And another kill on him. He's 3-0 on a mid-Ember. This is pretty much unheard of that a mid-ember gets off to this good of a start.
Yeah. It just wasn't meant to happen. LGD were meant to give him support. That's what the guys on the panel were saying. Like, you've got to come in and give him help. But right now, Xiao Wei's been doing a little bit of work, but not a hell of a lot. Maybe he's been lifting himself at this point.
He's still getting outfarmed a slight bit by Resolution just on raw CS, but of course he will have the clear net worth advantage from the 3 kills.
It's 2.6k, the 1 point.
Aloha Dance is, yeah, very dead.
Yeah. Xiao Wei was stalking him, and MMY just comes
and
and give a bit
yoku
of a
could be in
hand.
trouble as well. He's going to salve here. He has Skewer. Salar's going to force him to use it here. He brings him with him.
Dragging back to the tower, but the creep wave's still there. So Salar's not taking any damage from this. Actually turns on Flat Cannon, so we can reach Yoki without having to chase him to the other side of the tower. And now Xiao Wei's also making his way down here. Yoku has no escape.
They're just going to dive him.
They rocket down to have a look at him. He's making a play for the TP scroll. There's no,
he doesn't have mana, he's totally dead.
Yeah, in fact, he buys the TP scroll before he even reaches the side shop. And the Shuriken toss available as well, so he's making him waste as much time as possible. And there's the death of Yoku. Are they going to give it to Sylar? Yeah, no. The Rubik will be greedy. He'll take it for the boots.
This early game from LGD is working incredibly well. It's very worrying for Empire because I think come the mid game, if both Ember and Gyro are having a good game, I just don't see PL out carrying them. Then they're going to have to rely on big RPs from Yoku. Judging from last game, he doesn't use it very much. And in this game, without a Blink Dagger, it's just not happening. And even with one, you're still playing against the Clockwork, which I think was the main part of the counterpick for LGD, was just to secure that it's going to be difficult for Magnus to get an RP. Clock is counterpicks. You see him with a rocket, you hookshot in. Magnus has to expend the skewer just to get out, and then he still can't get in position for an RP ever, because he just skewers you with him, and you just keep running next to him. You trade those heroes out of the fight 1-for-1, good enough for you, there's no RP.
LGD's bringing a bulk of their force down a bot lane, and there will be Emma maybe walking underneath the Radiant Observer Ward. They won't, however, see the smoked up Xiao Wei or the Rubik of MMY, while up on top, Yao actually dropping low. Yoku moved up here, looking for some level of initiation on Yao. But he's back too deep behind the tower, so Silent just creeps, skips it, so now they can jump in. But, yep, Ember Spirit, they're going on Resolution, and he actually manages to dodge again the Sleight of Fist. No support can arrive in time, and now it's Yoku. Not in the greatest position of his life either. And MMY is able to TP away with 45 life. So no revenge killings. It's 6-1 to LGD. They have an advantage of 3,000 net worth and 1,000 in the experience. To be honest, I was expecting it to be higher than that. This game really feels like it's a lot more out of control for Team Empire.
Well, they still have decent CS on the PL, so that one against Gyro is an even trade-off.
Lower, called down, has to snowball, and then runs himself out of it. Shard's up, and with the Light Strike Array, they ensure a kill on Sylar. You lose your Tuskar for it, but you finally get some level of comeback in for Resolution.
Oh, he's clipping Xiao Wei with that one. He's going to send him back to base. Yeah, this is a good trade for Empire for sure. They need to slow down the Gyro, because every time they kill Gyro or Ember, the one who benefits the most is PL. He needs to have even footing or be ahead to stand a fighting chance against these two carries.
Looks like Sylar's going to TP himself up to the top lane. At the same time, Aloha Dance has arrived, so the land spam starts up here from Silent, just wanting to chip away at Sylar. They also leave a fresh ward on that top lane. Well, they're expecting a loop around from LGD, but the top tower will get denied by LGD.
That's still good for Empire. Even with it denied, this gives them access into the jungle. It allows Tusk to move a little bit more freely, maybe together with the Lina. I think we can expect to see a couple of smoke ganks out of them, because Dazzle is really not a good ganking partner for support Tusk.
And Dazzle's movements have been totally watched. This LGD high ward, they put it on the cliff side in between the trees. It's perfectly watching Empire's movement in the mid lane. And because of this, they can't really surprise the Ember Spirit. Now, maybe he's still walking around with the DD root. So if he knows there's only just one hero sitting there, he can just initiate in with Spirits to double damage and Searing Chain to find a kill and walk away.
He can kill Lina without taking damage pretty easily. So Resolution needs backup, which is a problem, right? They picked this as a good lane matchup, and already 9 minutes in, their mid hero can't be alone against the Ember, unless she plays very defensively.
Should also flag the fact Silent walking around with this Ring of Basilius as well as Ring of Regen. Is this the time where you just want to go directly into Vlad's?
It definitely looks like, there we go.
Yeah, there's actually a full Vladimir's for the PL.
It's good for the farming speed and for, of course, pushing out lanes. Gives you a bit of tankiness as well with the armor and the lifesteal. Makes it very easy for you to sustain in jungle. PL is a special carry, though, in the sense that he can
Resolution.
actually... Oh, boy.
Dead. They'll pick him up. They'll follow up with Yao. Actually going to hook shot at point-blank range. They do find the kill over on Resolution. But Silent's still forcing out the tier 1 tower in the bot lane. And it's just almost getting to a point where you're killing Resolution so much that you're not even sending him backwards. He's just at a standstill.
That's still pretty good.
I'm not saying it's bad, but you've still got like your PL farming up. It's creating space. Like Yao, he's moving over for Silent, who actually knows he can take a fair amount off Yao. But Xiao way down here as well, going for a low hard dance. He needs to snowball quickly. Couldn't get it off in time. Yao put the perfect cock position out. And they'll track up over on Silent. So LGD moving as 4 heroes while it's actually Yoku, the man they're creating space for, but they go deeper. Silent doppelgangering away. They got to find him before the TP, and they do. They stop his TP out. Silent, a little bit of damage into Yao, but with the double damage on maybe and the support from the rest of LGD, all 5 players ensure the kill on the PL.
And this was set up really well by Xiao. He tracks him knowing that it can be doppelgangered off, but then it's on cooldown. And I just had the feeling there, Silent is going to use doppelganger to remove the track. He's going to be in behind the trees, and they're just going to dive him because they see it's being used. That's all they need to know. In that situation, you just realize you're outnumbered. You run away with track on you. You can maybe doppelganger to the left and just get out and lose your tower. Like, there is no way you hold that.
And Team Empire, this is not the start they were looking for. After the first 2 games were so close, LGD really stretching a big lead above Team Empire. And there's no real saving grace. Like, if you look for that Blink Dagger over on the Magnus, then maybe that's one where Tuskar to initiate. But Tuskar, 11 minutes in, is still level 4.5. He's not finding anything, but LGD, they're looking fantastic. You got maybe level 9. Got really good farm over on him. You got a Gyrocopter who finish up drums and phase boots, almost level 9 himself. And the Clockwork, level 7, already involved in successful ganks around the map. Exactly what you want from a Clockwork.
The support levels are just making a really big difference. Xiao being level 6 and MMY as well against level 4 and 5 on the Radiant side gives them way more teamfight potential. And
they got another one. It's always going to fly. Track him up, pick him up, throw him down, and then, well, he will keep himself alive a little bit longer with a Shallow Grape. Resolution's coming in too. That lands over on Yao. The Light Strike Array, they can ensure the kill over on Yao. So it does become a trade-off, but this is still a bounty kill for LGD.
Empire still got more.
They're going for Silent. Spirit Jump in. They got the Searing Chains, but Doppelganger, what an amazing ability.
And I want to point out how this is like the polar opposite of the Bounty Hunter in Game 1. Like, Xiao has been in 10 kills in 12 minutes. At this point in the last game, Aloha Dance has been in 0. But it's also just a different kind of game and a different draft. And they're
Resolution, instantly scouted. They need to skewer into RP or something. Right now, nothing's coming. The Snowball, protect Resolution. Side of Fist, he didn't get the Searing Chain, so another Spirit has to be committed. And they still finally get that kill. A hefty commitment. They're chasing after MMY with the Lancers up, but a call down from Sylar. The RP will lock him in position. One charge for Sylar, being ripped apart again. Maybe they can keep him alive with a Doppelganger away, but he's locked inside the tree line. 3 heroes down. LGD ripping apart Empire. Not to mention MMY got away with RP. So he'll have that for the next fight. Well, maybe Searing Chain or Low Hard Dance. The Snowball's there. He can walk back to his tier 2 tower. Again, these one-chargers helping out a little bit, but not enough. LGD, a 4-0 trade. And the Snowball is real for China.
This is an absolute early game beatdown. Like, they have more than a kill per minute right now. And that's with a Bounty Hunter team. If you start snowballing with a Bounty Hunter around minute 10, I mean, I don't know. It's difficult to put a win rate on that, right? Well, like, when are you snowballing and when are you like crushing your opponent? But this has got to be like 90-95%. When you have this kind of a start with a bounty, you have this composition with it. All of their heroes are really good at following through on the track. Gyro can easily catch up with Drum's phase. The Ember is naturally just very mobile. They have hookshot and clock. They basically just need to keep fighting. Just run into Empire with the Flame Guard on and take fights. Because until Resolution has the Yules, they can't remove Flame Guard. That's one of the big benefits of Yules in this game, and why it's great for them that they've shut him down, is that Flame Guard stays up. It can be purged.
They're going to get that pickup and always want to fly. The track was giving him the movement speed, LGD. Just to chase down the Dazzle. He Sentry Warded and saw the Observer Ward.
700 gold for killing a no net worth Dazzle. 4-man track gold.
Now this is the dream scenario for LGD right now. Look at even the Sentry Wars, that committal from Empire to try and get rid of LGD's movement. But they don't even find the Observer Ward. One in lane, one up on the hill. None of the Sentry Wards from Empire, apart from that one, which if they go out to deep ward it, they're going to lose. In fact, Xiaowei is already taking out some of the sentries of Empire. And they're just going to keep pushing. Take the tier 1 tower. Looks like Empire's just dodging. They're backing up. Maybe they can find enough space to get like level 6 on the Tusker to get Yoku that Blink Dagger.
They're weaker in fights no matter what, and they're fighting into tracks, so if they get like an even trade, which is very unlikely, they're still gonna lose gold on it, even though LGD are ahead by 13 kills. And in addition to that, like their chance of getting an even fight, I feel like is extremely little until they get a blink on Magnus. There's like, how are they gonna initiate? They can snowball in, which is gonna be incredibly obvious, and LGD have great counterplays with Rubik Lift, with Cogs. They could just jump away with their Ember.
Or as we saw before, you just trigger the call down and turn on Flat Cannon. And
exactly.
Like if the heroes don't have like 15 one charges, which is the only thing that kept Silent alive when he hit that when he got hit by that first rocket, he just dies so quickly.
Empire are just in a really awkward position right now, where the early game went so poorly for them compared to what they were expecting, that even with a very farmed PL, he's still going to be weak. Like even if he gets to free farm the next 10 minutes, he's still going to be weak, because Ember and Gyro will probably be ahead of him. And he won't be able to engage ever. Like, he can't play aggressively. He's just going to be turned on very easily. So they have to set him up with an RP that buys enough time. Or maybe if the Lina can catch Ember off guard with the Yules, perhaps they can get the kill. But it is very difficult to see some positives right here for Empire. Even with good farm on the PL, it's just not.
You just got to think happy thoughts at this point if you're an Empire fan, or sad thoughts for Empire if you're an LGD fan. As LGD rotating around, they lost a little bit of their vision, but Zhao waits on the front lines, and Yao, he's ready to hook shot in, he does find Resolution. The perfect Cox turns on the Blade Mail, and Lina can't hit back. You can Yule step to yourself in a moment, maybe buy a little bit of extra time. Actually, Yule's is maybe so he can run away. The Shards, the Shockwave, the Spirit from maybe, he doesn't want to commit to this. That'll be way too deep for him. So Resolution kept alive by his team.
Very disciplined play from maybe there. I think he might actually have been able to get away with getting that kill and jumping out with a Remnant, but the risk-reward ratio there, he knows he has a 5-kill streak, he knows how far ahead they are. They don't need that kill, they just need some pressure. And without getting that kill, they got the top tier 1. Because of how much rotation and defensive play they forced from Empire, they have no response to this top tower. And at the same time, while Silent is trying to trade bottom, they just port down maybe, and he's taking care of business here.
Yep. And he'll jump straight back up to the top. He left one of the illusions up there, so if LGD want to jump in back to that Spirit, they can just keep pushing into the tier 2 tower after he deals with a push on bottom. And it doesn't even matter if he drops low as well, because he'll just Spirit himself out. In fact, his Sleight of Fist dodges the Landstone in by Silent, Searing chains him up, and still has a regeneration rune. So there he goes, back up to top lane. Triggers the regen and ready to fight again. At the same time, hook shot finds a low hard dance. Tusker, Cog push back into the Tuskies. They can throw him almost back into the Cogs, but instead they throw him into the open arms of Sylar. Not only finding the kill there, but also stealing level 3 shards now for MMY. More control factors given to LGD, if it wasn't hard enough for Empire already.
And Yoku now 350 gold away from his Blink Dagger, which I want to say at this point is their only out. I cannot imagine Empire winning this game without a massive RP or maybe 2 in a row. So Yoku has to come up big here.
LGD is so far ahead. You could almost go for the old skill build on the Ember Spirit and get that early Desolator and go into a BKB. You may not even need the Battle Fury at this point of the game.
It's just a way better, not just a better safety build, but it actually deals more damage than the Deso to PL. And they have to know at this point that, judging from how Empire has played, PL is the only hero on their side that's farmed.
Yeah.
So he just needs to itemize against the PL, and then even if the fights go poorly, they still have him countered out later.
It's just the fact that maybe he hasn't spent any of his money. He's got 3,300 gold. It would have been very easy to pick up a Perseverance or some level of damage. That's the only reason why I'm buying different items. And TP scroll. It's just very uncharacteristic to hold him to 3,400 gold as an Ember Spirit.
It definitely is.
PL trying to actually battle against maybe. He's on his way to the Diffuser Blade, double Blade of Alacrity now purchased, so he just needs the recipe.
Yeah, he's almost there.
And that kind of mana burn will help out LGD. And there's that Empire, sorry. And there's that Blink Dagger up. They're going to lose, always want to fly. He'll Shallow Grave, potentially could TP Yao, but with Yao right next to him, he knows that, with the battery sold, there's no way he's surviving that. And Ember Spirit kill secures it, and it will be the Battle Fury. Buys almost the entire thing, plus the Quelling Blade.
Yeah, and now at the same time, PL is about to get the Diffusal. Sylar gets a BKB, so even with Flat Cannon down, he's not going to get mana burn by those Illus if he has BKB running.
It's the earlier chip that he's got to worry about.
And Lina's got quite a bit to go. This is something we didn't talk about, but Lina is, in my opinion, one of the absolute best counter picks to Ember. So, first of all, you can use off Flame Guard in the early game, which is Ember's strength in the early game lies in Flame Guard. And then Ember's strength in the mid game lies in his elusiveness and how he's hard to focus down. Laguna Blade just with X Scepter blows him up. He has very low base health. He kind of has to go for Glass Cannon builds, else he's not effective. So should that one come up for resolution, that could be a big play for them if they can catch him once or twice with the Laguna Blade when he's, if he's on 2/3 health, he dies from full health. Even with Flame Guard on, doesn't matter when it's pure damage. So there is hope here for Empire in that.
They're slowly getting it back. Like you start taking Ancients, got to remember that farming rate too when you got level 2 Empower now from Yoku, where you can just keep buffing up Silent during the fights.
Yeah, this time he's going for the 4-3-2-1 build, it looks like, at level 10 on the Mac. So.
But that Battle Fury arrives 20 minutes in for maybe. Nice and early for the Ember Spirit, but he's 6-0-5. You'd expect it around this point for him. While Sylar's already on his way to his damage dealing item. And they are giving space to resolution. This really doesn't feel like...
He just revealed himself.
Doppelganger. Got to block him with the illusions. Hook shot actually goes over to Yoku. Completely bypassing Sylar, but actually isolates Yao. He'll turn on the Blade Mail and move himself away. Another Doppelganger to avoid the Shuriken toss, but always want to fly. Picked up, thrown down, and the Slider Fist to ensure the kill just as the Shallow Grave wears off.
Yeah, that is not the hook shot he was looking for, but...
it works.
They still get a kill. If this game was even, he would have just died there. Like, that hook would have put him in a horrible position and Empire could respond, but LGD have enough advantage.
It still really is a little scary for LGD, because that Blink RP is still there. Their positioning has been flawless throughout
They also have a Blink RP.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Way on the guy on the Rubik if he can grab it.
Yeah.
Careful, careful. Well, he had Drum Charge while the Creep Wave's a little bit further back. Is he just burning it? He's got another 3. Oh, Il's the Buckler. Alright, so they just beat into the tier 2 tower. Maybe. Next Slider Fist, and so difficult for Empire to try and lock down that Ember when he's in such a position.
Empire are playing it the right way though. Like, they have to just try to hold with 4, spam out the wave with Ice Shards and
Silence farming in the meantime.
Dragon Slave, and have Silence Split push, because he can't be a part of fights right now. Like, it's great to have the Diffusal, which, if they're forced into fighting, it's probably the best item for the price he can have right now. But they really don't want to fight. They want to just delay, have Silence Split push and farm, and hope that LGD spend enough time focusing that mid lane that even with their farm cores, PL can still stand a fighting chance because of Empower.
Sylar makes the right choice to TP off that top lane as the rest of LGD were moving up there to stop him.
Yeah, now I can try to focus down mid tower if he realizes it. They do have a good ward here. That's going to see the rotation of Maybe, as well as MMY, so now it's going to be very obvious, and Silent will back out.
Still watching Resolution farming so much, because they gave him space on the bot lane.
Yep.
And actually looks like a group up. They smoke underneath the Radiant Sentry Ward. There's no Dire Observer Ward to see this. And the Rocket flies down to see Silent.
This is an unexpected play, I think, for LGD. They will not think this smoke is coming. Now, the question is if they find the pick they're looking for.
We're going to find out. Maybe he's on the front lines, but need to almost be a Blink instant RP. But you got a Clockwork with a hook shot right behind him, and actually, though, that's the Slider Fist. He was in range, broke the smoke on Team Empire.
Yeah, they gamble for the dust, hoping that Bounty's there. He is very far away.
He's also very tanky, walking around with the urn as well as the full mech. And they actually look towards Roshan now, LGD. They got some decent damage here, and with the helm of the Dominator on the Gyrocopter, they can just use him to tank up if required. And Empire are in no position to fight this, and they don't want to. Like, you've still got Resolution 400 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter, so then we buff up the Laguna Blade. And that's one way to get through the Ember. The Magnus is still okay. Like, he's getting closer and closer towards a level 2 RP. The PL continues to farm up as well. In fact, where does Silent even go here?
It's also a way to get through the gyro, the Alumina. I think it's a counter to both of them, and they just need to identify the right target in the situation. Silent, I'm not sure if Manta is the choice. I'm generally a really big fan of Diffusal into Manta. I feel like it's the best build in most cases, and a lot of the time I'm disappointed when I see PLs go Diffusal into Scotty. Not because Scotty's bad, it's a great item, but the split push potential, the way how fast you can max out your illusions with Manta is really strong in fights. But in this game, he might just flat out have to go for a Scotty to just tank up so he doesn't die. Like, there's, as mentioned a couple of times now, both between Ember and Gyro, his Manta illusions are going to die like instantly in fights. So it's going to be a pretty weak item for fighting. And then he's going all in on the split push with, you know, Ember can easily deal with it. Just drop a Remnant where they want to push. He goes back, clears out the illusions, and comes back to the fight. And then Silent has effectively done very little.
The irony of always on a fly, buying Observers and Sentry at the exact same time as MMY is able to get that gem out. It's actually onto Xiao 8. He'll be walking around with that gem. The vision, though, he can't see the Observer Ward on the hillside of the top river. And the only other Radiant Observer Ward that's down is a very defensive one inside the Radiant jungle. Other than that, Team Empire aren't really looking anywhere else on the map until now, when they put Observer and Sentry on the bottom river, but this was scattered out by the Dire Observer Ward, so they know where Empire has vision, at least for that point. And they're going to force the top lane now into the tier 2 tower.
Yep, they have, what's that? They have 3.5 minutes on the Aegis, so plenty of time to take this tower, maybe the mid tier 2 as well, as Silent is trying to get a trade here.
But he didn't leave any of his real self, so it's just the creep wave that's here. But the creep wave will take care of it.
Yeah. It's gonna get it. This TP's too late.
Yep. So tower for a tower, tier 1 for tier 2. Only 2 of them left for Team Empire, however.
In the current game situation, they should be happy with it. Just trading evenly right now. You could say tier 2 is worth a bit more, but in terms of its strategic relevance on the map, I think the Dire mid tier 1 is more important than their Radiant top tier 2. So I would say that slightly favors Empire. Also considering that Silent was able to farm in the meantime. You see the graph going up a little bit.
Just a little. Maybe.
And they're actually doing a good job. Like, considering how abysmal the early game went for them, they're still holding on in a game that I think most other teams would have just been like rolled over at this point. So they're keeping their composure, but they have not played the hard part of the game yet.
No, they have not. But at the same time, you can just look back to game number 1. Remember what we saw coming out from Silent with his PL.
Yeah.
The same is always possible. If there's a slither of hope, you give it a crack. Yeah, it's a different game, but
this time around, in that game, the PL was very poorly countered by the enemy team, or at least not this well countered. LGD have the tools, but it is true. If PL takes off, there is a good chance.
2 minutes left now on the Aegis, the Immortal. So keep your eyes peeled. When that timer hits 29, there's no more immortality for that Ember Spirit. But he's already getting bigger and bigger. Having the Chrysalis and walking around with a double damage rune, it's nice for him. But the top tower again is being pressured. This tier 2 tower has dropped low. Team Empire were just continuously pushing it out. And they're actually in a position now where Empire have buybacks on almost every single one of the heroes. It's just the Magnus as well as the Dazzle that don't. So if LGD do try and force the issue, they still shouldn't be able to claim a Rax against Team Empire.
This is the time that maybe can consider going for Boots of Travel instead of finishing his Daedalus, just to, you know, maximize his farm, be way more mobile, deal with the PL that way as well. They would put a lot more pressure on the map if he goes for that build right now than the Daedalus. But if they're looking to end the game and just siege high ground early, the Daedalus is easily the better choice. So I'm not sure if the game plan here is that they feel like, okay, in about 5 minutes, we're actually so strong that we're just going to take the fight to them without the Aegis. If that's the case, Daedalus is good here. Else, could easily see a Boots of Travel come out here for him. He might be considering it right now. As it is Empire's only play, right? Split pushing. Team fighting right now, it seems like it's just not an option.
It really doesn't. But at the same time, if you get someone like Silent caught out, you're going to have to expend buyback to defend.
And you might be a prophet right here.
He's a long way up.
He doesn't even have a TP. He's in a horrible position here.
Yep. He's going to have to doppelganger away. They pick him up, throw him down. Yeah, missed the hook shot. And the call down will come in, but he is just trapped inside the cogs. And that's the situation I was talking about, where you just have that moment.
They might be able to force buyback here if they go for it. They still have the Aegis on Gyro.
Yep.
It's 50 seconds.
Actually, it's not even that.
At the same time, they might be okay, well, we could try to go for the high ground push here and force the buyback, but risk-reward, right? The Aegis just expired now.
Yep.
If they try to push in and there is a buyback and they get RP'd at the same time, they can lose control of the game in one fell swoop, and instead they can just, control the map until the next Rosh if they want. Because they are not getting out farm.
Yep,
they play like this.
Just back it up. There is currently a quad stack of Ancients, and with this farm, Silent will be able to afford up his full butterfly. So it's so difficult to try and even stop this all. In fact, Ember Spirit. Okay, well, there goes the whole.
Interesting to see, by the way. I was expecting Xiaowei to go for the Guardian Greaves. Is what we usually see bounties do when they get both the Arcane Boots and Mech, at least in a lot of cases. But this time he goes back for Medallion of Courage, probably looking to get the high ground sieging item in the Solar Crest, so they can just put that on the Gyro. And when he has Butterfly as well as Crest, and there's no MKB on the Radiant side, there's pretty much no way they kill the Gyro twice. They have to Laguna him for the first death, and then how do they kill him again? They're just preparing. You see, it's very methodical from LGD. They're itemizing and preparing for what's going to happen in a few minutes rather than what they need right now. Because right now, there's nothing they really need. So Xiaowei, you can tell he's just mapping out the game plan for how they're going to end the game. They're already thinking about the ultimate goal.
The ultimate goal is that semi-final position. Guaranteed over $1 million if they can take this game. And there goes your tier 2 tower. That's the last out of tower of Team Empire. But they still have a home for now. Until LGD try and come in and Aloha dance. There's the observers and sentries there now. They just see a courier up there. There's no way they're going to commit for that. But they can see the rest of them. Oh, okay, maybe they do. Snowball down. Eat my words. Aloha dance takes it and snowballs down to the trolls. Goodbye, courier.
Nice snipe. And also distracts LGD a little bit. They almost lost their tier 2 top to Salin. He is doing a really good job with... When you're this far behind and you're starved on vision, it's very difficult to play a split push game with confidence because you're always scared that you're going to get caught out by something. But Silent is really squeezing whatever farm he can out of the map in the given situation. He's actually leading on CS, which I find to be pretty impressive against this Gyro and Ember who are dominating the game.
They're chasing after, always want to fly. These two observer wards for the Dire side are on the opposite sides of that observer. Of the Radiant, and there's your hook shot from Yao. They split Xiaowei and MMY, so he was capable of coming in for that hook shot, canceling the TP out, and then they'll instantly de-ward the vision if they can reach it.
It's actually a pretty good spell steal too. Shadow Wave is not bad. If they're looking to go for an aggressive play and a little bit of push, it's a good some good sustain to try to counter out the Dragon Slave's damage to the creep wave. Between that and mech, they might be able to look at high ground. I don't think they're going to do it though. Like, just control the map again, Rosh, Solar Crest, and then they're looking to end. That's when Empire have to pull out an incredible fight to just keep themselves in the game.
The creep wave should never reach high ground though. Like with Shad, Slave, Lancers, Shockwave, all these things, they can easily evaporate the creep wave before it even reaches the stairs.
At some point, the creep wave's going to have a siege creep.
Map.
And then that one's going to reach.
It's the only way to do it, though.
Alternatively, LGD could get a pipe and just pre-pipe the wave so that they can get in. It's something we've seen teams do a lot in the past when they're struggling against Tinker, Keeper of the Light. This is a similar situation. Ice Shards, Shockwave, and Dragon Slave deal a combined, what's that, like 800 damage to the creep wave or something? So 850. So with a pipe, they would be able to keep the wave alive and even maybe mech it up and get in. But
that courier from Team Empire, luckily not affected by bombardment, at least not heavily, is bringing the Reaver in for Silence. So we're getting a heart build now up on the PL.
Yeah, it might be the best build. I was thinking Scotty, but his illusions need to be tanky this game. That's just the way it is. And like, if you look at the math of how much health it gives, I don't know the exact ratio because obviously Scotty gives some good armor as well. But it should definitely be, like, for just raw HP for the Illus, it should be better. But a little weaker as far as aggression goes.
Yeah, but he's still got the Magnus to help him with that. Like that level 3 Empower right now, that you're still going to find that extra bit of damage you're searching for.
That's only for the main one, though.
Yep.
And Empire cannot contest this.
No. This is a very, very simple Roshan for LGD, and If Team Empire move over for it, like, you can weave scout it, but that's going to be all. They know almost like the only way Team Empire is going to really win a fight is from inside their base and probably with a couple of buybacks against LGD. But the only one who's got that right now is the Magnus. Tusker will have it in a moment. But Low Density says initiation. Like having the Blink Dagger over on him, the Blink Yules from Resolution, they have pick-off options. The issue is vision. They just can't keep it up against LGD.
Yao was really thinking about that hook.
Now Yao's not. He turns on the battery assault to try and get rid of him. Actually does disarm, misses the hook shot again. An inch too high on the PL. So Silent will back up.
For what it's worth, that hook shot would probably not have done anything. He would have just doppelgangered out. No one was even remotely close to follow up on it, so.
But LGD, again, we're in this position. Ember Spear is backing up because you had Yoku as well as Resolution force the laner. The tier 2 tower would die to this creep wave if someone doesn't come and deal with it. And that's why the Ember is up here. Good money as well. And where does Ember go from here too? Like, you're going up against a PL. Is this one of these games where you look for the second Battle Fury over getting something like another Daedalus or MKB, if that's a choice up against the PL? Preparing yourself for that butterfly later on?
Now you're giving me another one of those math questions. When it's against PL,
I'm sorry, Sid.
2 Battle Furies against 2 Daedalus, I think Lincoln's is a better choice here. He's getting a Lincoln, so. He wants to address the Lina problem, is what I'm reading into this. Like, it doesn't counter the Magnus at all. It's okay against Tusk, I guess, but it's more just to try to dodge the Laguna or the Yule setup.
It'll be nice if you could do that. But at the same time,
he just wants to put it on Sylar. Like, they just make Sylar an absolute monster with Lincolns, Solar Crest, Butterfly, BKB. I don't know how they're going to kill that hero.
It's difficult because, as you were saying earlier on, like Resolution just chooses his target based on what's going to be the better one to go for. If it's maybe or if it's going to be Sylar. He just makes a choice, which means then your Lincoln Sphere timing has to be perfect, understanding what choice he's going to make. The Rocket's getting picked off. There's attempted tracks coming out here from Xiao Wei to keep vision up there. He does have one over on Aloha Dance who can't dispel it. So they're having just to wait in the safety of their base. Also notice too, the Silent spent the money to buy the hard recipe, but he doesn't actually have enough money for buyback right now. He's short by 900.
Right?
It's in his stash.
I thought he had the Vit booster on the courier.
Clockwork, long hook shot in. Resolution dropping down low as well. He yields him to avoid the last bit of damage, and now he has to run away. Yao's right behind the Shallow Grave to keep him alive. And that's good for Team Empire. They've still got RP available. They're losing a lot of life on their players, but they're not losing players.
I don't know if that's good for Empire. They lost 2/3 of a tower and did nothing. And LGD, all they expended was a hook shot. They can wait 30 seconds and do it again.
True.
But it's true, I mean, considering what could have happened, it's good.
Yeah.
But they're not making progress themselves.
You gotta always look on the bright side of life for both teams. LGD, they really want to try and claim this Rax, but Team Empire, they know just how effective this spam is at keeping their creep waves out. This next wave doesn't have a catapult, so it shouldn't be able to reach the high ground. Meanwhile, middle lane, that momentum is starting to build up again. Like the tier 2 towers will take a little bit of chip damage while LGD just keep pushing for Rax, making the most out of this Aegis time. Sylar comes up. Again, they go for Sylar. The hook shot from Yao off target. He bumped into the back of Maybe. And now it's Sylar who's pretty low here. Resolution could just kill him off and blow the Aegis to the Immortal. The tier 3 tower, however, is down to 150 life. Maybe's going to put it all the way down, taking up the tier 3.
I'm a little bit surprised Maybe didn't link in Sylar there. I think he had time for it, but, you know, Maybe has played like almost the perfect series. His Storm Spirit was incredible. His Ember this game has been near perfect as well. So, you know, I mean, at some point you're going to make one mistake, right?
The heart stun. The Dire can see it happening though, is flying underneath the Observer Ward. And yep, there goes your... Wait. That Courier's going a little bit too close there to Xiao Wei.
Oh.
He doesn't have a Blink Dagger though, so we can't catch up to it. And we get a full Satanic for the Gyro. He looks so difficult to kill. Tracks over on Resolution, but then Sylar.
He just bought everything he has.
He's got to jump away. Doppelganger up. The Yule Scepter over on the Bounty Hunter. Can't control. Hook shot down from Yao. Pushing him back, but the Skewer dragging him closer. The Lancer's still going to chase after Yao. They're back in base. Silent Fist searing chains. Magnus is low to call down. It's going to find the kill. Magnus down for the count, but buyback is available. LGD, they look to the bottom lane. Empire trying to drastically heal up as quick as they can go. Silent's got the heart to help him out. He's just got a land spam, keeping Yao low, but they jump in. There's your Searing Chain again. MMY, not a healthy man with those illusions following. It's Lina. You'll set her up. Sylar actually going to shallow grave over on Resolution so he can jump in. Laguna Blades on Sylar. Resolution! 2 life! He gets back to base, but no, he doesn't. He burns to the attack of the Gyrocopter of all people.
Oh, look at the Ember just keeping them at bay like that. Just 1 crit sends 2 heroes back to the fountain. They're going to buy back the Lina, and again, no cost for LGD. Okay, they lost their Aegis, but it was, you know, it was going to expire at this point anyway. Just keep building up their lead. They got a couple of track kills.
And they got double buybacks. They got it out from both Resolution as well as out from Yoku. This is
25,000 lead right now.
It's not too shabby. It's not too shabby at all.
There's the crest for Bounty Hunter, finally completed.
And a Blink Dagger for maybe. So the jump initiation to get that Searing Chain off and then go into Sleight of Fist.
I think he's using, so there's 2 cool things about the Blink Dagger. One of them is definitely that you can do that. The other is that you can Remnant in, Sleight of Fist, and then Blink out. It's both a good, it's like a hybrid.
They found Silent. This is going to be big. He's going to doppelganger down. Yao's waiting for it. The call down. They forced up Silent forward. There's too many illusions blocking the hook shot, but he finds Yoku. He's still got Skewer available though, and that's why Yoku can get back up on high ground into the safety of his base.
These 4-staff plays are so important. If PL is out of position and dies once, the game is just over. 100% over. Like this, they still have a little bit of a chance. It's very little, but they do.
And Silent just keeping the Lances going. He needs these PL illusions to start replicating out. He needs more of himself to fight the LGD invasion. Especially when you got buybacks on cooldown. This is not when Empire want to have an engagement. But LGD, they want to force one. They smoke up. They still have the negative weave, but it's going to time out now. So it's a 5-man smoke move to wrap all the way around. And Aloha Dance is the man to die. Quite fast as well.
He doesn't buyback though. I think this is actually the best thing that could have happened for Empire, apart from not losing any heroes, was for him to go out there, scout the smoke, and just be a casualty. Anyone else would have been way worse. Magnus wouldn't have had buyback, Dazzle wouldn't, PL wouldn't, and I think Lina also, no. Anyone else dying there is way, way worse for them.
Well, it looks like they didn't even have to buy back on him. 20 seconds in LGD. The creep wave's going to arrive in a moment, but this one doesn't have the catapult. So getting in is difficult. Silent just going to doppelganger himself away. As Yao actually dropping low on mana. He's actually at a point right now where he has to use 1 charges to ensure he's got a combo. And again, they're getting weaved up. So LGD want to initiate, but they're at negative 10, 11, 12 armor.
It's running out now, though.
Yeah. But it's whenever they're looking to come in, they just can't do it. But Roshan's going to spawn up in a very quick period of time. It's actually an instant respawn, practically.
Yeah, they're getting it again.
Yep.
Guess they're going to scout it with a rocket, or maybe MMY is just going to walk in there. Yeah, he's check it out. Rosh is up, guys. Let's go.
Yep. Take it quickly.
And once again, Empire can't really contest. Actually, LGD are going to wait a little bit here. I don't know if they're... Oh, it's because maybe it's top lane. They're playing it very safe. Just wait for him to come back down in case a fight does break out. Meanwhile, just farm up here with Sylar on the Ancients.
At the same time, though, now what does Empire do? Like, you realize that Roshan's probably going to be done, but you notice that Ember was also on the top lane. So is this that moment where you think, you know what? We can actually go over and give this a shot. LGD should be all together, not expecting us to try and go against this, but then again, LGD, they smoke up and move in, but Yao going all the way up, count, but maybe chasing after Resolution, but Resolution's already thrown out everything he really needs to do, while PL, well actually, where is its attack? He cannot do it, maybe chasing right behind him. Silent's got a lot of life behind him, including 17 1 charges. He's taken all the mana off Xiao Wait, and it's a 2-for-1 situation, trade-off that is. And LGD, I was honestly expecting that to be a lot better for them when they had that huge advantage when they broke the smoke of Empire.
Yeah, the way the hookshot came in and the target he found the Tusk, and he was pretty far away from his team, so Tusk is able to do the counter initiate. Lina blows him up with the full combo, and then LGD just decided they're in a pretty... Like, they're in an awkward position where, once again, it maybe doesn't make sense to risk it. I think they might have been able to win that fight, but...
Empire's coming.
Respecting the PL.
The smoke's not going to break, so they're not blinking in for it. There's a 3-man smoke to try and counter this. And they look inside, Silent, waiting it out. Xiao Wei's in the neighborhood. Detection-wise, they do have the gem over on Resolution, so they'll see Xiao Wei.
Oh,
You'll Scepter to start with, and now, where's the follow-up? Can it be quick? And here it is. Bounty Hunter will drop, they'll D-ward out. Ember Spirit jumping forward and back. And then getting bashed by Roshan. But at least he's inside the pip. But is this the time from LGD where you think you can do this? You're going to start losing vision. And Team Empire, for first time in what seems to be forever, have all 5 players outside their base.
Yeah, they're going to get a little bit of time from Xiao Wei being dead. I think LGD are going to just wait until they have even numbers. Empire seem to feel pretty confident that they're not going to try for the Roche. They're wrong.
Yeah, LGD go back in for it. But then you also ask yourself the question, okay, you thought about forcing it out. Now that LGD are all back up again practically, is it that time where you just let it go? So you accept the fact you can't take it, get back into farm, push Silent towards... I still actually don't know what Silent's going to be going here. Like, he could sell up anything, but looks like he's going to finish the Mantis. Actually, no, that's a Demon Edge for Silent. He's going to keep it with the casual Yasha.
MKB against the Gyro?
By the looks of it, yeah.
Realistically, it's the only way they kill him now. Like, we saw in the last fight, they kill him once with Laguna. But again, what are you going to do in the second life when they just pressed him and he has butter?
But Silent can push this top lane so quickly. Ember has to come back. That tower is at 66 life on the top lane. That's one hit from the PL to finish the job. And LGD, yeah, they're not going to do anything to stop that. It takes 2 hits because of the quick backdoor regen. And there's BT's now up for the Ember. But this is actually a significant push from Empire coming on top. And LGD, they don't have the lanes of their own pushed over the river.
Gyro doesn't have a TP right now, so he has to run all the way up there.
It's a long way to go. Xiao Wei, at least, however, has managed to find Silent. Gonna track him, but then Doppelganger away, instantly breaking that track. But he's trying to stay on the tail here of Team Empire. And I think this is almost the time for Team Empire just to get the hell out of here. Yep, TP1, TP2, TP3, and the 4th one, Yoku, is still hanging inside the tree line. He has no vision at all. And what do we actually got coming out? Looks like Yao's Aghanim Scepter. So the Clockwork now finally has like infinite hooks.
Is this some sort of setup for a fight that's going to happen in 1.5 minutes, or why is he staying up there? Because
he's just enjoying the scenery.
I mean, you could try to he could blink down and try to cut the wave a little bit and help with pushing out that way.
Until he gets vision on LGD, however, he doesn't really want to be doing that.
All right, he's done.
Okay, just come back.
Oh, that's weird.
So what are we looking at for buybacks wise? So we've got PL as well as the Dazzle are still short of money. LGD only have the Ember and the Rubik who have buyback currently. The other 3 are also short of money. No one has it on cooldown at least. And this PL actually now is, yeah, a long way short of money. He buys the full Monkey King bar, but what a time to have it just as the push is about to come.
Yeah.
But there's still to deal with the Aegis Immortal. This is another 3 minutes worth of Aegis time for LGD.
It's the right call from Silent, though. I think they have to all in and rely on getting a good fight. The buyback on PL is not going to make that much of a difference because he's more than likely not going to be the first hero to die. And if he comes back out alone, he can't fight anyway. So has to maximize his impact on the first life. And he is going to hit pretty hard now. He has Empower.
Oh, shot.
400
long way in. Four stops away straight away, though. Was forcing a reaction out from Team Empire. The side of Fitz with a blink forward. Man, they drop so quickly. They're burning so hard. Silent, however, man moaning up against Silent, the BKB. He has to doppelganger away from this one. He'll leave a couple of himself with another hook shot in from Yao. Silent forced off back from the cogs. He will go down. No buyback available right now for Silent. And this could be it for LGD. They got Empire licking their wounds in base. They will take the bottom racks, but it's 70 seconds without a Phantom Lancer. They are
that
crippled.
Sleight of Fist flat cannon combo almost killed 3 heroes.
Here they go again. Resolution controlled. Hook shot after it. Yao going to work. Yoki, he actually can't get himself out this one. He's locked here forever and even critting down the back lines of the Dazzle. The only one up is buyback is Lina, and that's it. GG. LGD will advance themselves forward to the semi-finals, knocking Team Empire into the lower bracket. The first victors here of our first series of day 1 of TI5 at the main event. It looked like a slow march to victory for LGD. No mistakes, methodical.
the important thing about this game to keep in mind is how well they did the early game. Like, that's what matters to me. The remaining 30 minutes was just, you know, disciplined, structured, which we expect out of LGD, out of any Xiao8-led team. They just are good at keeping their lead and playing very structured, but their early game was absolutely phenomenal in this game. Like, all the rotations from Xiao8 worked out, the way they put their lanes worked out. The Ember, who was supposed to lose because of those rotations, ended up winning his lane against Lina, and the game was just, you know,
It was the 2-0. It was the lanes that weren't meant to work, but they worked for LGD. They get to go 2-1 up against Team Empire. But now, let's get back to the panel and get their thoughts on the whole series.
Thank you very much to Toby1 and to Cinnamon for our opening game. We'll hear from them a little bit later on. Back with the gentlemen at the panel. Very interesting, tactical, strategical, all kinds of what I'm going to call patient play from LGD. The perfect kind of play. Alan's going to disagree with me.
No, I mean, there was all that. And there were a lot of great plays, and it was an interesting draft, and blah, 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 standard points. At the end of the day, maybe. Done. I mean, look, 6 months ago at DAC, in the biggest Dota tournament ever outside of TI, we saw Sumail burst on the scene, and we saw him be the best player at that tournament, which at that time was maybe the biggest ever, okay? I never thought I'd see that again in my life. And we're seeing from maybe in this tournament, if anything, a more dramatic performance. Kids got, so I tracked KAD, kills plus assists divided by death. So how many kills do you participate in for every death? Kid's got a KAD of 10. 10! The next closest player is 6.5. He's been incredible.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just a beast, and it's just not on one hero as well, but he has multiple heroes they can really shine on. So in this game, Ember Spirit is like, okay, I'll take it, I'll do it. You know, his Storm is also phenomenal, so I don't think that you can pick one mid hero that he feels insecure about.
Right. Yeah, just a few landmarks as well in here. Xiao8 now confirming his place as the most winningest player in international history. He's now got more than any other player. Also, MMY reaches his 5th consecutive top 6 finish at an international. No other player's done that either. The consistency of those two players alone, added in with the brilliance of the new boy, if you like. I'm finding it very difficult to find any weapons that can be taken down to use these against them. They are looking very good from this game alone.
I mean, good, it doesn't even describe it. We talk about Team Secret as an all-star team, okay? And they are an all-star team. But so is this LGD team. I mean, I really, if I do nothing else at this desk this week, I want to make some LGD fans because this team is special. I mean, you've got MMY, who has the most LAN wins all time in Pro Dota 2. You've got Siler, who's got a career 6.0 KAD at the international. Only one other player is above 5. I mean, this is a team of special players with great stories, and I really do hope that some of our fans here will adopt that team.
Okay. Gents on the end, you've been very quiet. Why? You feel a bit sort of like dumbstruck from that last game. What's going on?
I mean, we all know how great Maybe is. I've been watching him since he was on C-Deck, and he just dominates. And we even saw him in the group stage for Secret. I mean, that game, like last 30 minutes, as Sin said, was pretty much going through the motions. The first 5 minutes were just spectacular to me. I think he caught Resolution off guard with the 2-1-0 build. Most Ember players, I think, start with a 1-1-3, and he just one moment, and after that, it was just over for the Lina with Xiao8 constantly rotating in, and LGD, they just know exactly what to do and how to do it to win the game.
Yeah. So
I thought it was.
What are your thoughts overall?
I thought the way LGD handled the bounty hunter pick with the Lycan mid that can rotate into the jungle was quite smart in the second game, and in that game when they picked the Lina, I mean, they had to last pick the mid hero, and I felt it was hard to pick a hero into that bounty hunter roaming, and I felt the Lina was quite. I didn't feel really good about the Lina pick, and it didn't really work. Like, Lina is obviously a good matchup versus Ember, but it was sure that Xiao8 would focus on that lane. I expected Tusk and Tassel to help a bit more, but sometimes, you know, when you play those rotating supports, you're just late for 5 seconds. 5 seconds late, and it's already over.
I mean, what I'm picking up from all of you is that really, I mean, we're going through the motions for the last 30 minutes, perhaps. Toby made a point that it was very methodical, and I thought that was a good point as well. But really, Alan, it came down to the first 15 minutes, and we had Bounty on 11 assists in the first 15 minutes, a brand new record at the International, which, by the way, It overtook the previous owner of that record, which is Seb. Sorry, Seb, but you've lost out again today.
You had it was in 2013. You had 10 assists in the first, back with Sigma. You had 10 assists in the first 15 minutes as a bounty. That record stood for 2 years, no longer. And that's the thing. I think Waga was the one at the desk that pointed it out. I mean, at 12 minutes, he said, Bounty's been in on 13 of the 15 team kills.
And then we start looking, and then,
Whenever you see a Bounty have
Sorry,
that
buddy, it's just not your day today.
Whatever, I'm glad to give it a product.
You held a record that you didn't know you held, so it's not that bad, really. I'm probably not that depressed about it. Let's go right back to the very beginning, because there was a double kill that got things started off, and it really set the scene and the tone for the rest of the match.
As well as the roaming bounty hunter, they were definitely looking to
light strike into the Shad zone, maybe. Here's a good turnaround for the series change. Yao's here, trying to beat into resolution. He didn't see him. Another light strike, a race back up called out, but the sleight of fist from maybe will find that kill. The TP in from the Dazzle was actually cancelled, and they let alone.
And that's a great example of what you were saying. You know, maybe on form, right at the forefront of everything that they were doing. Less than 2 minutes into the game.
I'm trying to wonder whether or not they coordinated with their safe lane, because if you look at the Dazzle, he was actually pretty far away from the Clockwork, and it didn't look like the Clockwork actually canceled his TP. But if he's like, oh, you know, you can go on them right now because I can just stop the Dazzle TP. And I mean, if Dazzle had TP'd immediately after the fight broke out, then I think he could have turned it
for sure.
Yeah, Wagger, you've not said an awful lot about this game. I saw you sitting there very pensive, watching it and sort of taking it in.
Yeah.
It seemed the most excitement for you was watching Twitch chat break at 3:22.
No, it was mostly just seeing, you know, how they wanted to cheer for Empire there. It was very tough. In a game like this where they hold on for so long after that terrible start, it's exciting to see if Empire could do anything to recover. But in the end, they just didn't have the tools to fight against Ember and Jarrow with a PL carry. It doesn't.
So one of the other things I wanted to ask you as well, I'll come back to you, Seb. For the new person watching this, they'll look at the scoreboard, because that's the first thing you look at when you're a new player, and they'll see 23-3. Let's not do the 22-3 thing. They'll see 23-3, and they'll think, well, that's very one-sided. Why hasn't this finished yet? Because it's taken another 10 minutes. So for the newer people that are watching, explain to me, Seb, why it takes a little bit longer than perhaps it could be perceived to take.
Because sometimes, first of all, the number of kills doesn't really say if the game is actually finished or not, or even if the team is leading. You know, it could be 3-20, and it could be even. But that's the first reason. The second reason is that they want to play it careful. They're playing for $1 million plus, so obviously they're going to play it very safe. But what I wanted to say is that when you think about it, you know, we were watching with Ben and we were like trying to theory craft, and so you have that PL that's decently farmed, and it's only Ember actually that controls him, because you know, Bounty does nothing versus PL. Rubik does nothing, Clockwork does nothing, and the Gyro with the BKB, it's a decent amount of damage. But if the doppelganger is timed correctly, it'll be fine. So PL can actually have a huge impact. And I think Empire had a window at some point if they were LGD was playing very aggressive, because they were actually leading by 15 kills. And I felt like if they tried to control the Ember and they take those fights and they try to control Ember, PL could actually get many kills and a lot of gold in that situation with the gold system. And then they had a chance at coming back. But when they reached that point where both Gyro and Ember were a serious threat for the PL, I felt like it was over.
I think the more important part was also the Ember's build later on in the game, buying up the Lincolns and Blink. Yeah. He knows if he gets control, they can definitely lose that fight, because they need him, because he's one of the few heroes that can reliably kill off the PL. Gyrocopter has to have his flat cannon up, as you mentioned, or his ulti. So I just think it was smart itemization as well.
It really felt like, to me, it felt like Yoki went for the big plays, the big RPs, although he should have, or at least that's how I see it, one chance he had was to just solo RP the Ember, try to kill him, or try to control him while Silent does his job as a PL. But I felt like the way LGD played, he could never get those RP. It was a super hard game to play, but I felt like they had to try, because if they go into that late game situation, it was almost impossible.
I mean, Yao found him a lot with the hook shot. He also has to worry about the Rubik steal, so I think they drafted even around that.
Yeah,
but we really made that point in the previous game as well, right? That he had opportunities at the previous game to solo RP the Storm. Yeah. It could have ended the game quicker. I thought he had a couple opportunities to just solo RP that Ember, and exactly what you guys are talking about, get him out of the fight, and you have a chance.
Okay. In terms of Empire, a little bit disappointing. Not the end of the road for them, we should point out, because they are in the upper bracket after they won their playoff game in the groups, and thank the Lord they did for their point of view, because otherwise they would be going home right now. What do they learn from this? Because they have to learn very quickly and get back out of this sort of losing mentality and bounce back from the lower bracket. Where do they go?
It's tough, because the third game was very one-sided.
It was, but they can take great joy at the first 2 games because actually they probably, arguably, could have won both.
Exactly. You said after game 2 they must feel bad themselves because they probably feel like they should have took it 2-0.
Yeah.
So that's what they need to look at. You know, a bad game happens. That's why it's not best of ones. You know, third game is a bad game. The rotations were off. They got outplayed. Whatever, you know. And if you're gonna give 15 kills to a team like LGD in the first 10 to 15 minutes, coming back, the chances of coming back are very low. So don't look at that game. Just look at what you did well, and use that for the upcoming games.
I mean, they were the 2 prize fighters stood toe to toe for 3 games, trading punches. And one of them blinked. But let's be honest, LGD has looked like the best team at this tournament so far, and Empire traded blows evenly with them through 2 games. I think as Empire, they looked shaky at points during the group stages. I think you have to feel pretty good about this performance.
Okay, all right. We're going to wrap things up now on Team Empire as they fall to the lower bracket. And congratulations to LGD, top 6 guarantee, $1.2 million plus dollars already. And we are going to move on to our second quarterfinal now. It's CDEC versus C9. It's very interesting, this matchup, for a number of reasons. I'm very excited about it. I know you guys are as well. You've got one team who have overperformed massively, and then a team who perhaps have underperformed a little bit, but not too much. They've still gone in the upper bracket. We expected them to be in the top 4. We'll start with CDEC. Alan, I know that you are supporting the Chinese teams very heavily. You feel like they get a bit of a raw deal in the Western zones because we're not quite as excited about their play, and we probably should be. I mean, CDEC is wild, and I want to go back to understand CDEC. I think you have to understand something that you brought up and a point that Seb made a few minutes ago, and that's that especially if you're a newer player, you have to understand that in Dota, kills are not an end. Kills are always a means, okay? And so when you watch CDEC, the thing that pops out at you is aggressive, their safe lane carry. If there's any player in Pro Dota that lives up to his name, it's him, right? I mean, he's getting level 6 on his gyrocopter, and he's TPing around the map, ganking. You just don't see that for most carries. In 10 out of their 14 games, he's been in on a kill before the 5-minute mark. Envy on C9 side is 5 out of 14. Burning is 4 out of 14. So this guy's playing. But that's not the key. That's not the key to CDEC. The key is that in 10 out of 14 games, they've then gone on to take a tier 1 tower between 9 and 13 minutes. When you look at this team, it's like they play by a script. Right. It's like they make these great, the other thing that stands out if you're a fan, they make these great team fight plays in the mid game. But those plays don't happen if they don't follow that script, take those early towers, give themselves map control, give themselves that vision advantage, and let's be clear, that script is working for them. Yeah, absolutely is right now. Malini, in terms of the lineup and the way that they shape up, Alan's given us that kind of statistical analysis, but from a human point of view, from a pro player's point of view, who stands out in CDEC for you?
I think Shiki has been really, really delivering. There was that one off game with the Bloodseeker that we saw in the group stage, but for the most part, his Lina, his TA has just been absolutely incredible in establishing the map control and giving opportunities for Aggressive and the rest of the team. They work really well as a unit, and again, I thought they would fall apart without Maybe, but Shiki's been an absolutely standout replacement for them. And I mean, I kind of view them like similar to Empire in that they're like synergy, their chemistry, their teamwork is just top notch.
Okay, all right. Seb, from your point of view, as a wildcard team, they weren't expected to do too much and actually almost won the group in Group B. So incredible from them as a performance.
Yeah, it is really incredible, and they must feel like so confident now, because they did the hardest, which was to qualify and to pass the wild card.
Are they at the point, sorry Seb, are they at the point where they're almost that magical team where they think, oh, do you know what, actually we've gone way ahead of where we thought we'd go, we'll just have fun from now on, and that actually takes the pressure off and then they play even better?
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah.
They have a lot of momentum right now.
Okay, all right, we're going to take a quick break at the analysis here and check in with CDEC. If you don't know who they are and you don't know what they're going to do, we've got your back.
好，那你现在是效力于 CDEC 战队，那这次是在什么样一个状况下加入到 CDEC 的？
他们队的 God 以前和我当过一段时间队友，然后几个队员我又比较熟，然后他们就喊我，要不要一起打？当时正好我是一个没队的状态，然后就决定加入 CDEC。
那你们5个人在一起，应该彼此之间年龄都差不多？
对，我5个人的话 ，God 最大，然后我最小吧。
你们俩差几岁？你今年多大？
我今年23吧。
23，God 呢？God
27还是28？
27、28，其实他也是元老将了，是吧？
是的。
好的，那我们知道接下来你马上要参加的是这个外卡赛。那对于这个外卡赛，你们是怎么样来准备的？最近因为我知道你们训练的很刻苦，别的队也告诉我了。你们有没有针对外卡赛的这个对手来进行一些针对性的训练？
改变了很多，所以说也不清楚对面的，所以说我们训练一般是主要针对自己，然后学习一下像国内的老干爹啊、VG 这种强队的打法。
第一次过来打 TI， 然后现在是外卡的阶段。当然了，这个随着比赛的推进，你们有可能打进小组，有可能有机会打进胜者组，甚至有可能再走得远一点。那你来的时候有想过我在这一届的 TI 要走到多远，我能够走到多远这些问题？
来的时候肯定是先想着外卡赛出现啊，这个是最关键的。外卡赛不出现，我们已经说好第2天就坐飞机回去了。
不看了是吧？
不看了，
会很伤心是吗？
对。
其实我觉得年轻第一次过来，我觉得可以把心态放得更平一点。
但是我们自己对自己的期望还是比较高嘛。
反正就是横下一条心，一定要先打进正赛。
对，然后打进正赛的话，肯定是争取进入胜者组啊。
在这边会考虑放松一下吗？还是在比赛之前一直都会处在一个比较紧张的状态？
不会啊，肯定要等到外卡赛打完，外卡赛
打完之后，紧接着又是小组赛了。
对啊，紧接着就是小组赛，然后肯定会一直等到被淘汰之后才会出去玩一下什么的。反正这次也是我第一次出国，肯定要放松的话，肯定也会放松的。
应该也是在比赛之后，是吧？
对，淘汰之后。
那你从打职业到现在有机会来打 TI， 中间经过了多久
？1年吧，就是我去年 TI 之前打的职业。
那你还是这个时间其实是非常短的了，对你来说？
还行吧，1年时间。
你觉得是你实力强还是运气好？
运气好吧。
运气好。好的，非常感谢你接受我们的采访，然后我相信所有人应该都期待着你们能够在小组赛出现。
好，谢谢。
Okay, that is the story of CDEC Gaming. Wild cards through the groups and into the winners bracket is exactly what they've done and what they plan for. They are waiting backstage right now, getting ready to come out into the main arena for their quarter-final matchup on Cloud9. Cloud9, of course, will be back there as well, ready to come out. And if you don't know who Cloud9 are, well, that's okay, because if you're new to Dota and you're new to the International, we've got you back with that one as well. A little earlier on, before the tournament began, actually, Casey caught up with Eternal Envy.
You have, from what I understand, an incredibly strong work ethic. Where does that come from?
I don't know. When people say that about me, I always feel bad because I don't feel like it's exactly true.
Why is that?
I mean, I always feel like I could work a bit harder.
Then how has the preparation been? I know that you play a lot throughout the year. When this year did you start to really focus in on the international? What were the first steps you took as a team to start getting prepared?
The one difference is that we did do boot camps. We did one boot camp in Romania, like a few weeks ago. And then we came a few days earlier for Seattle and did a boot camp at the HTC office. Usually we don't do that for any other lands. For TI we do that.
How are you feeling this year compared to last year, going into the international?
Last year I was more like, I guess imaginary. Like I came in and I was like, I didn't know what the hell was happening. My first TI, and you just really want first place. Even though last year we looked awful, like going to TI is still the dream is still lived inside. And this year it's I have a better understanding of how strong teams are and compared to each other. So it's more like probability based. I guess you can say I've matured, but I prefer having the last year's mentality a bit more.
So you're saying it's a little bit harder to come in knowing what you're up against? More pressure, maybe?
No, it's not about that. Just like everyone has a dream of winning TI, and the last year I was, we pretty much had no chance of winning TI, but I still had my mentality was like, I'm still gonna win. And this year it's more probability based. Like I have a chance of winning. It's not as last year, I feel.
Talk to me about your teammates. What do you think their roles are as far as the dynamic of the team? Obviously, you're the captain, so you're a leader. Anybody else who's a strong presence? Anyone else who acts as maybe the re-energetic guy when it's time to get people refocused and re-energized?
Bone, he's a very logical guy. He doesn't really show much attitude, so he's kind of the clown of the team. I think No-Tail's the energetic guy. He's pretty funny.
What about Misery?
Misery? He's also the outgoing type. He's also pretty funny to talk to. He's a good teammate to have. He's very experienced.
So do you feel the team as it is now is stronger than it's ever been?
Oh, it's definitely been stronger than how it's ever been in comparison to other teams. So that's the difference, right? Like teams always improve. Some teams benefit more from roster changes than others.
What do you want to say, just kind of last few words?
Thanks to everyone who's been supporting me. I know, like, I don't stream much. I'm not going to stream during this TI, but people still would chat on my Twitch stream. So it's always very cool knowing that, like, sometimes when I'm sad, you just go to the Twitch stream, you see people there for no reason, just talking about things you like, and you're like, you just smile. It's very nice to have supportive fans.
So the fans have been able to kind of bring you up if you've had a day where you're extra hard on yourself.
They're very easy, like they're very good for changing your mood. Like when at events when I don't do well, like not when I'm out of the tournament, just I can just walk outside, you know, the fans go crazy and your mood just gets instantly swapped out to something else, and then your mood is reset. So it's very nice having fans.
Well, thank you for taking the time. Best of luck in the tournament.
Start very early as a child, almost just walking. He played Game Boys.
He was extremely clever, quiet, and he was just living in his own world. I always said that if I could duplicate Johan, I have 10 more children.
I remember in high school, he found out he wanted to play Dota full time.
Right there, I met some friction between especially me and my mom, but also my dad. I think they were a bit disappointed because games in their time was only related to something you actually pay to do, not something you can ever get paid for doing.
He's very, very talented in the ways of gaming. Like any game he plays, he's actually really good at. Like it's actually pretty scary.
So I forced myself to think different, because when he's that good, there will be a place for Johan. Of course there will.
In a game like Dota, you need to have a clear mind to do the right decisions. I admire how calm he is all the time, and he's very good at not only looking at his perspective, but others as well.
For all the new players, I'd only suggest that you try to understand other people, try to learn empathy. This to me is what can make a really talented, great player an amazing teammate to have.
Normal people do have this filter, and they only say what you want to hear, but that's not Johan. You always got the truth when you're around Johan.
And he always makes time for me and his family and Pumba. He loves his dog very much.
He never get a dog because his father says no. But when Johan was 15 years old, his mother said, now you will have your own dog.
My dog, Pumba, he taught me like what I am. In today's world, it's all about presenting yourself to be something that you probably aren't. Like you're not this person that goes to party every weekend, but you want to look like this person. You can't do that kind of facade to a dog. You can't be fake. My my biggest inspiration is Caesar Milan, the dog whisperer. A lot of people laugh when I say it because it is kind of a funny nickname that he has. But then again, people laugh at one of my nicknames, so we got that in common.
What nickname do people laugh out of yours?
Big Daddy. At the moment, I'm being a bit selfish because I put my heart and soul into Dota, and I'm doing it mostly for myself because I feel like I have to be able to achieve my goal.
When I picked him up last year after TI, the first thing he told me that I have made my decision. Next year I will be a part of the final. Sorry.
He wanted this since he was a little boy, and I'm gonna cry. I just love him so much, and he has to go for his dream, and I'll be there supporting him.
Every time you generally just reflect back, then you also ask yourself, is this really important? I think it can be. I think it can be great to have won TI and to have set the goal and to have reached the goal. I think I would be feeling very, very empowered, feeling like I could do anything.
So there we are, the lineup of Cloud9, a fantastic story as well. It doesn't matter what you call him. I've heard him called Big Daddy. I've heard him called Big Daddy No Tail, just No Tail. But Cloud9 are in the building, ladies and gentlemen. And so are CDEC, on their way to the booths for our second quarterfinal of the upper bracket at the International 2015. Gents, we haven't had a chance to talk too much about Cloud9 just yet, but I'm not sure about the dog choice name, but other than that, No Tail's story is very common actually, and we don't always tell those stories. It is about passion, it is about sacrifice, it is about giving up the things that perhaps your parents or your friends or your girlfriends or whatever don't want you to do, but actually you have to go and do it. So Seb, I know you've done pretty much the same things throughout. You've made those life choices, Dota rather than something else. Just explain how difficult it is.
You know, all those players, they had not only to fight against the teams they had to fight in order to win tournaments, but they also had to fight people that were supposed to support them or that didn't really understand their choices. So you need so much energy, and the only thing that can drive you is this need to compete, this desire to win. You know, a lot of them, I see them as they win because they also hate losing, and that's why they win, because they don't want to lose. You know, it's that they're competitors, they're true competitors, you know, and I don't know, when I hear that, I feel like, all right, I want that guy to win. Yeah. But the other guy against him and the other 8 guys are the same.
No, exactly,
you know?
Exactly right. Melini, pro player obviously before as well. You've gone through those hard times and good times and enjoyed a little bit of both. And you know, the good times obviously make up for those, but does anything make up for the sacrifices that you make?
I mean, it's especially tough for a player like No Tail. When you think of your family and your friends, they're always supposed to have your back, no matter what. And then he had to make this really, really difficult decision. Do I want to go like kind of against my family's wishes and do what I love to do? And he made that decision, and I'm really glad to see that everyone has his back.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic that these parents actually do support him, even if maybe initially they didn't really think it was a valid career choice. But we're changing that kind of perception all the time right now.
Hey, I mean, if we can do nothing else at this international, can we shed this stereotype about gamers? Because you know what, you take home $1.2 million from a video game tournament, your parents are moving into your basement, baby.
And you know, I think like now we're highlighting one of those players that actually made it into TI and is fighting for $1 million. But I think it's important to think and remember all the players that are actually playing or that played. I'm not talking like I'm being serious. Like all those players that tried and had to, you know, make sacrifices and didn't get there because it's how competition is. You know, sometimes you don't get there.
I also wanted to talk. I also wanted to talk about the mentality of Cloud9. Now I've come into this fairly fresh this year, obviously, and did a little bit of Dota last year, and the difference between the team from last year to this year seems much more positive this year. I mean, you heard Eternal Envy in his interview saying that yeah, they're definitely stronger. They're maybe mentally a bit tougher as well. It's a different lineup. He feels like it maybe hit their best shot, a better shot at TI this year than he did last year. And they finished top 6 last year. So actually, they could be headed for a top 4, top 3 maybe if they're playing really well.
I think they're a little bit better than they realize. I talked to Fada after the group stage, and he's like, man, yesterday we played so damn good. And he seemed so surprised. I was like, yeah, you guys were amazing. But, you know, it's kind of interesting to even the players themselves know that they have pretty high variance.
Absolutely. And I also picked up as well that they seem a very, I don't mean this in a derogatory way, so don't misunderstand me, but a very moody team, as in they're sort of,
they're emotional.
What their mood is. Emotional is a perfect way of saying it. It almost depends what their mood is. You heard Eternal Envy again said, you know, he could be having a bad day. They maybe have just lost the game, and then he goes outside and there's thousands of fans screaming his name, and he thinks, actually, well, that's pretty good.
It goes both ways. I mean, they're one of those teams that will get extra happy. Some teams, like when they win, yes, you're happy, but I don't know if you can get Cloud9 happy. And the same way, if you lose, you know, you can definitely blame yourself, and you can have.
I always knew there was a reason Jack used Cloud9. It's obviously that's obviously why. That's where they go after they've won a game. On a more serious note, they've got a tough opponent today. They can't make any mistakes in this quarterfinal, Seb.
I think, they have to play very solid. But you know, when Cloud9 plays solid, I'd place them as one of the best teams in the tournament, if not the best team. That's my opinion. I think individually and their decision making when they play their A game is better than the average game. Like I think they can. I wouldn't be surprised if they play the A game that they 2-0 easily any team here.
Yes.
And easily.
And they're the only team, I think, they're the only team that you can really say that about in this tournament. They're the one team that can easily beat any team here and can easily lose to any team here.
By the same scoreline, presumably.
And they've been like this for, this is Cloud9. This is what you get. They are a fantastically talented team. They are at times a fantastically inconsistent team. They've been part of 3 out of the 10 largest comebacks in pro Dota 2 history.
Well,
2 losses
one of which
and 1
in
win.
the groups as well.
Yeah, one of which is it's in the top 25
yes,
this year.
It is, yeah.
You know, and they are a team that you never quite know what you're going to get. They mix up their lanes, they mix up their heroes, and the question to me, guys, in this series is, can they knock CDEC off that script? Because CDEC really hasn't been forced to play different styles in this tournament.
But if there's one team that forces you to play different, this Cloud9.
Exactly.
So I think it's going to be very tough for CDEC, and Cloud9 are very good at abusing. Like, when they recognize what you're good at, they're very good at playing around it. You know, you don't want Cloud9 to be able to read you, because if they read you, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble.
And something to mention, let's quickly here, talking about Cloud9 so much, is the fact that their style works really well if No-Tail, who was featured here, gets his core Wisp. Like, something that he, more than any other player, stands out on. Like, they can just change their gameplay so much.
He's, I can't take credit for this, I wish I could, but he was also renamed Big Dazzy No Fail, because he's been on Dazzle for pretty much the entire group stage, and he's done well there as well, right? That's a new one to you? I like that, yeah, Big Dazzy No Fail, that's what they're going to call it now.
He had, there are 6 different player hero combinations in the game that have 100 or more wins. Admiral Bulldog actually has 2 of them on Lone Druid and Nature's Prophet, but No-Tail's IO is in the 6. He's 100. It's just, I can't even read it. It's silly. He's 107 and 34 on this hero.
Okay. In one word, very quickly, as we're down to the last 40 seconds before the draft, I want a quick prediction from you, Malini.
2-1 Cloud9.
Sad?
2-0 Cloud9.
2-0 Cloud9. Okay, that's very decisive. I like that. Alan?
2-0 Cloud9.
That's interesting. I thought you statistically would have gone for the average of 2-1, but okay, all right, let's accept it, Wagger, very quickly.
I'm not going to make a prediction. I think No.
You are an analyst on this.
I'm going to say it's going to be upsetting. Okay, if you're holding the Sven to my head, I will say 1-2 for C9.
1-2 for C9. It's a clean sweep here at the desk as we head into our second quarterfinal of the day.
CDEC Gaming versus Cloud9.
Okay, it is time for the draft of our second quarterfinal. See the teams in their booths ready to go.
When Cloud9 drafts, I'm always like, I'm shaking, you know. He can either go super well or super bad. That's the way I see it. You see some openings sometimes. You know, I remember a game in the group stage. They open with Pugna into anti-mage. You know, how often do you see that? It can only be Cloud9, so I'm really looking forward to see how they adapt it, because they did change a lot of things during the group stage.
Yeah.
The way they drafted was they went back to what they used to play, Beastmaster and Farah, very mobile heroes, favoring vision. You know, they're really known for that. And let's see how they're going to approach the main event. I'm pretty sure it's going to be part of their drafting.
Yeah, one of the more unusual things about Cloud9 is they're one of the only teams, in fact, the only team to this extent, that favors hardlane dual lanes over hardlane solos. They've run hardlane dual lanes 10 times in their 14 games in this tournament, and they've shown 15 different heroes in those lanes. So it gives them a lot of flexibility in terms of what they draft.
It's quite hard to predict the way they're going to lane.
I think they have to break CDEC out of their script, though. I think CDEC, they pretty much, as you said, they ran the same thing with different heroes every single one of their games in the group stage.
I think they already made one of the biggest mistakes possible, though, arguably, like giving Aggressive his gyrocopter. I think he's the one player at TI I would not want to give gyrocopter. But C9, let's see what they actually bring out with that.
Yeah. It's just a static thing right now. 72nd time it's been picked now throughout the games, and easily the most picked.
Right. But it goes back to predictability, though. I really do. I felt like C9 coming into this draft, we're going to give CDEC a lot of those heroes that they seem so locked in on, just to assure themselves that they're going to play the same tempo.
Oh.
And there it is.
We talked about it before.
That's a very good sign for Cloud9.
And the Wisp is in.
Yeah, they can definitely fight really well around that. I mean, N0tail will push this hero to the limit, and he will often bait the enemy, just waiting very long to heal up his ally, and then last second just turn around the fight.
Interestingly, Alan, not one of the most popular picks we've had, only 17. So.
Yeah. No, but it really is important because Cloud9 have recently, and really in the last 6 months, been a very weak early game team. They only get first bloods in 26% of their matches, which is by far the lowest of any team here, and it's only 5 out of 14 so far at this TI.
Slightly less serious question. Do we need to go and get our sleeping bags from the hotel right now, or?
Oh my goodness.
It could be. It could be a long match.
Could be a very long match.
These guys have gone late a lot recently.
Yeah.
C9's first series in the group stage was 2 games that were both, I believe, above 1 hour. I was casting it alongside Toby, and it was, it was exciting.
97 minutes as well, second game.
Yes.
The biggest weakness of Cloud9, at least in my opinion, is that sometimes they struggle to end the game when they can, or to actually push high ground. That's why also the games last. I want to highlight the Bane pick. I think it's a great pickup with Wisp. It works very well together for many reasons. So when you play Wisp, there are 2 ways of playing Wisp. Obviously, you want to play the Wisp later on in the game that split pushes and whatnot, but early on, he's a great fighter. You know, a Wisp that rotates, you know, you go for a dive and then suddenly Wisp TPs in, heals the guy up, and then they turn. You know, stuff like this. Wisp is a great ganker. Obviously, he doesn't gank by himself. He ganks with the help of the other hero he's linking, but he's a great ganker. And getting a Bane is one of the supports that has the best stats in the game. I think it's probably the support that has the best stats. He has 22 in all stats. Yeah. He's very tanky. He has good movement speed. He's very strong at fighting early on. So he's a great duo with Wisp in the laning phase and also later because he's one of those supports that can set up for a relocate. You know, with the Fiend's Creep and the Sleep, it's great setup for relocate. So I think Bane Wisp is probably, to my understanding, the best support duo with Wisp.
Yeah, and I'm glad you went there because that's exactly the way that N0tail approaches this hero. You'll see a lot of even pro players, high-level pros, kind of sit back on that Wisp until they hit level 6. You will never see that from Johan. He is going to look to pressure lanes with this hero, and I think that shores up a lot of what's been problematic for C9.
They're going to force CDEC to fight very early, and with Wisp and Bane, it's very scary to fight those heroes. I don't think any kind of supports can actually do that. So CDEC are going to have, they need strong lanes right now. Bounty Hunter is fine, but I think it can backfire.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Bane, as you mentioned, there is a really key component for C9 because Misra's positioning on that hero is phenomenal. However, there's a bounty hunter on the enemy team, so he could maybe track and Shuritas bouncing around. You can easily cancel the Fiend's Grip.
Yeah.
So I think Vision is the name of the game here, and CDEC, how they play it is going to be very important.
I completely trust Matt on everything he says about Bane. Back when he was on Sigma, it was a Sigma special. Bane and Mirana.
Yeah, and like really, Bane Wisp is a great combo. Like a Bane that gets tethered by the Wisp is literally unstoppable early on. I'm talking first levels, like literally. The first 3 levels of, like the first 5 minutes of the game are going to be very scary for CDEC. That's how I feel. They're going to have very strong lane C9. And he's a great dual laner, Bane. You know, like you can, like Bane Lina is extremely good on the offensive. Bane bottom, as you mentioned. And C9, they've been playing that. They play those heroes. And the Bane Lina, for example, it's them. You know, I remember, maybe I was screaming them or it wasn't officially, I don't remember. They used to play that versus us, this Bane Lina combo. And it's extremely strong.
I think that Gyrocopter's win rate has decreased as the group stages went on. He initially started off above 60 and has decreased, and I think the majority of the time that people have won against him, it's through anti-BKB. Naga, Sleep Isolation, Lina, Ags, EG with their Clinks.
Still 57.7 right now after 71 picks. So you're right, it has dropped down because it was absurd at one point. I think it was like up in the 70s at one point.
Oh, it was even higher. Like he started out 10-1.
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
So he did have a very impressive start, but people always tend to figure out the heroes after a while. So that's why we see these, and we talk about land metas.
I love this DK pick though. This is, people forget, Fana was one of the guys who revolutionized this hero. I mean, he started going mech first on DK. He's a very unique mid player anyway. He's very team focused for a 2-position player, especially in today's meta. And this Dragon Knight fits what he wants to do so well.
It's what makes him one of the top players in the world right now. And it's always been like this, it's a former teammate. So I'm used to, like, that guy never actually won something big. I mean, at TI, he never placed really high, although he deserves to. He has the level of the players that won TI, the mid players. He's extremely skilled, and he's a team player, and that's very rare.
Yeah.
Having both this team play attitude and the skill of a solo mid player that has his own ego, which is important in Dota, it's very rare. He's one of those players that can really shine in a best of 3 like this.
I really like the Dragon Knight pickup. I think they can go 2 different ways. One is like just super sustain with DK in the front line with Tether, and also it's great for setting up reload ganks.
They're gonna set up ganks, like for sure. Every game, I cast 5 of their series during the group stage, so I'm self-proclaimed C9 expert by now. He's gonna go Shadowblade, like almost guaranteed. Even against the Bounty Hunter, I think he will still opt for that item. There's a chance, of course, to go BKB.
And here comes the Envy Razor, and this is I like this setup a lot. Again, I'm repeating myself at this point, but the games that we saw CDEC really get a little bit in trouble was against EG, where that laning phase went against them, where they couldn't get Shiki off to that great aggressive start in lane. And so Aggressive did okay in his lanes, but all of a sudden if the other lanes are losing, those TP ganks aren't there. And I think that this Razor and DK are really going to put pressure on the other lanes.
This is the draft I like the most so far. Like from all the drafts we've seen, I think it's super solid and it's very scary. Razor also, like, it supports what we've been saying with the rotations early on, because he's one of the safe laners that doesn't need any help. He's gonna crush whoever faces him on the lane, although he get except if he gets ganks, that's different. But one-on-one versus any off laner, he's gonna do super well, as if there were supports that helped him. It's the same result. So Bane is gonna be able to roam as much as he wants, and same goes for the Wisp. They're going to have to help the DK.
Yeah, it's very important as well that they did ban out the Broodmother there, because if they didn't do that, you wouldn't have that guarantee, because C9, they're looking to win the lanes pretty statically, get up the items, level 6 on Wisp, and then start taking over the game.
Does this also add into what you were all saying earlier on, which is that CDEC are very standard in terms of the way they're going to... There's nothing spectacular about the way they've drafted so far through the groups, and this would back that up. It's very meta right now, whereas EG's, Cloud9's is all over the place.
Definitely. It's very standard from Cloud9.
And I mean, I think that's what we all expected going in. The one thing I will say, I mean, Cloud9 fans won't like this, but it's got to be mentioned, is this lineup is also sort of typical of some of the problems that C9 have had closing out games.
Okay, do you know what? I'm okay with that. I thought you were going to mention the second place or something.
Oh, come on. No, I mean, part of the problem, Envy plays a magnificent Razor. He farms on the hero better than probably anybody outside of Arteezy, but Razor is a hero that, I mean, if you're not ending the game by 35, 40 minutes, he can really get passed by even a lone core gyro in the late game.
I mean, that's why they have the DK, though. I think I've seen them end games in less than 25 minutes. With DK, so I think it really makes up for that lack of pushing high ground.
What's great with this lineup is that it could be a global lineup, like just, pushing towers, ganking people with DK Shadowblade, Bane, Wisp relocate, that relocates the Razor and Razor keeps on farming. It can be a pushing lineup, as you said. DK with the Razor Axe, the pushing power is actually insane. This lineup is very stable. They can do whatever they want, basically. They can adapt to CDEC.
Yeah, and like DK Razor work very well together, because late game they're not irrelevant. They both are really strong, and their pushing power for high ground at 35-40 minutes is terrifying.
Yeah.
So they work well, and Envy has spammed Razor so many games.
Especially with the Wisp behind. But Wisp is going to make it even easier to push.
I mean, overall, guys, I just want to get the overall sense. I think C9 has done what they needed to do with this draft. They've gotten a draft that is going to allow them to throw CDEC off their script. CDEC at this point in the game, unless something crazy happens in the lane, they're going to have to play with a map disadvantage, and that's not something we've seen from them.
CDEC has an opening right now in the mid lane. If it's a Lina support, or if they get another midder that's quite Lina mid and another hero support that's aggressive, they can actually destroy that DK. Sure, Whis is going to try to help, but they have so much burst damage with the Shuriken Quintals and the Lina that even the Wisp, you know, tethering in could be the one dying. That's quite interesting as well. Wow. You know, this turns into, it could be either global, like out-farming C-Deck, or just go for the full push with Nature's Prophet. I really like, C9 have 2 super solid game plans that are the opposite right now.
I think it's those 2 things actually. You go for the ganks, if you get them, then it's immediately the full push, as you said. So that's sort of a strength here.
I think it's a very, very solid pick from Bone7 and the whole C9 team. Quite impressive drafting.
No, I mean, this to me is why this series was maybe the most compelling on paper to me in the first round. Just the sort of polar opposites. One team executing, playing that script so well, and the other team just doing everything they can to throw them off their game.
Yeah.
What are we going to see here for the final one?
Depends if Lina is support or mid. But as you guys said, we've seen them run the Lina mid.
Yeah, Shiki has played that mid before.
Alright, yeah. So it is a mid Lina.
Winter Wyvern.
Winter Wyvern picked for the 30th time with a 0.34 or 34.5% win rate, so not been that particularly successful so far.
I think it's all going to be about the mid lane and the rune fights early on.
Okay, all right.
I think Winter Wyvern is also a hero that some players just shine on so hard. Like Soneko, for example, is a player that you just cannot give that hero, where some other teams are trying to copy it and it doesn't work that well. So we'll see how well C-Deck can execute this. They have really good defensive though. But it's kind of risky to run a gyro core like this.
Okay, very nice. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are almost ready to go then for our first game in the second series of the day. It is the quarterfinals of the upper bracket. And please do enjoy this one. It's going to be mega. C-Deck versus C9 is on its way.
Greetings and salutations, Dota fans. It's time for C-Deck versus Cloud9. I'm LD. I'm joined here by Blitz. Blitz, it's your first ever cast at the International. Are you hyped, man? Are you excited?
I am so excited to be here, especially for this game. Both lineups. This is just going to be an aggressive game, I feel. This is not one where either team is going to play particularly passively.
And you look at how the teams came into this match. C-Deck, they had a really strong run in Group B. I think caught a lot of teams off guard. They put up 2 2-0 wins on, I think it was day 3 of the group stage. With that, guaranteed themselves top 4. Going into that final day of the group stage, it felt like EG had maybe figured them out a bit. They 2-0'd them. They were prepared for all their picks, and it seems that's where the analysts sit coming into this draft, that C9 just know what C-Deck like to do. I cast a lot of the C-Deck games, and this is their bread and butter. The mid Lina, the gyrocopter for aggressive, the kind of stable offlaner in the Clockwork, and then the playmaking, mobile, disruptive support here in the Bounty Hunter. So looking at the draft, Cloud9 doing something very different, C-Deck doing their stock and standard lineup. Do you agree with the analysts? Do you think that they've just been kind of outdrafted and outmaneuvered here in Game 1?
I don't think so, because I think both teams are pretty satisfied with the type of draft that they got. C-Deck is the type of team, you described it best, they just play solid standard Dota. They don't really throw anything too wild at you. They just win their lanes, they focus on winning team fights. And I think what happened in the EG series more than anything is you kind of saw the weakness in C-Deck is that they were a little bit too afraid to go for anything, but Bone7 is going to try to snipe the courier. It's not in range though.
Oh, these are the next level strats that we expect from Cloud9.
Oh, it's going to get it!
One more shot and down it goes. Bone7 suicide into the enemy Falcon. He'll spend his gold. Knowing Cloud9, we expect something different from this team. You go back to the International 4. This is the team that ran the Pylai roaming Bounty Hunter with the Meepo, and I think got 4 courier snipes in one game. Out of nowhere, Meepo would just poof all over enemy heroes. Well, they found a new way to get started on the right foot here.
That was so smart. They knew the Bounty Rune would go onto the Lina. She was going to bury herself some regen. And you deny her some regen, and I mean, that was the most Cloud9 play I've seen out of Cloud9 plays.
That really is. That only works once, I guess, against this team. You see the Nature's Prophet pick again, and teams will be prepared, but they get off to a hot start here in Game 1. So let's run through our lanes, Blitz. Looking at the off lane right now, it is Garter moving in as the support Bounty Hunter. You decide to pressure the enemy safe lane for now. Q will be on the Wyvern. He's generally the lane support for the team, and Aggressive goes into the offensive, I'll call it a dual lane, because I don't think Garter necessarily stays here. This lane, obviously, C-Deck looking to pull out on top, and already Bone7 is getting driven back quite a bit.
Yeah, and something I do want to point out about C9's draft is that you want to just pay attention to how tanky they are. I feel like that's the counter to Bounty Hunter more than anything, is that if a Bounty Hunter just continues to track your team, but everybody's super tanky, what will it lead to if you don't actually get any kills? And that's why I feel that C9 have gone for such an incredibly defensive draft. Like Bad has mentioned, you've got Misery playing a really tanky support. You've got the IO plus anybody combination. Razor, who's one of the best at taking up in the late game with his unstable current. And you're generally just going to build towards being a little bit more tanky rather than going for farm-oriented.
It's kind of a different way to do the same thing that EG did with the Treant Protector, where whenever the Bounty Hunter shows his face, you just living armor that hero. Tough to get a kill from there. In this case, they don't have that global heal, but they have just tanky heroes, like you said, so it kind of accomplishes the same thing in the end tier. Looking at the mid lane, so far, Shiki not really dominating this matchup. The Dragon Knight of Fada getting his CS, and this is because the Bounty Hunter hasn't really been mid. Garter's going to make his first move towards that lane, but he's been under no pressure. They've seen the Bounty bottom, and a lane that normally Alumina looks to dominate is not really being dominated at all.
I think part of it is just because he got his courier sniped, he can't play as aggressively as he wants to because he's going to run through regen faster. If you notice, he's already done with all of his regen, and he still can't quite get his bottle yet. I think he's pretty afraid of the next level Bone 7 snipe number 2, so he's playing back a little. And
so I guess at this point you wait for 3 minutes. You just don't even let that courier leave the base.
Yeah, but if you notice in this mid lane, Garter's going for the exact same thing, trying to even this out, and
Cloud9 are ready for this. We've seen a lot of Bounty Hunter courier snipes, and he's just going to hang back. They may even ferry the items out here with the Nature's Prophet of Boat 7. Otherwise, perhaps they just wait until they can upgrade it. Now hits 3 minutes, and, well, he's going to continue going all the way back. In fact, the courier's now headed to the well, so nothing coming out just yet.
Yeah, and this is so smart by both teams because they realize what just happened in the very beginning. I feel like they're even more tentative.
It must throw them off so much to lose the courier like that. It's one thing for it to get sniped in the more normal way, but just losing it with that initial salve, it's hard not to have that throw you off your game. But I will say, having seen quite a few CDEC games, this team has been down to some really strong teams. They were down to Vici Gaming in the group stage in one of their games. By 5,000 gold, they were getting outplayed all over the map, and they never lost their composure. Despite not being a well-known team on the big stage, they have shown that they can deal with the pressure. So, looking at their farm so far, good start for the Gyrocopter here up in the bottom lane. Aggressive, already 23 and 12, 24 and 13 now. And the Lina over towards mid of Shiki, also getting this farm. So their cores are farming pretty well.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job right now because Bone 7 isn't even willing to go to that bottom lane anymore because he realizes if that Gyrocopter decides to just run at him, he can't really do too much. And so C9 supports, a lot of this game depends on Misery. He has to apply the early game pressure. Yes, C9 have a really good 5-man lineup, but you have to get there at a decent pace. And when it comes to CS right now, they are losing. And at the same time, the Winter Wyvern is stacking up the Ancient Kamet. This is what I'm talking about. CDEC just do all the little things correctly.
Carter is going to scout out Misery here. Only level 2, not a whole lot of kill potential. Looks like they wanted to maybe put a bit of pressure on the Lina mid, but they won't find the opening. And of course, for Cloud9, it's a very unusual offlane they've been running. The Eternal Envy Razor in conjunction with a Big Daddy IO. But so far, you're up against the Clockwork, and as expected, they are getting more or less free farm up here on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and the Razor is able to pretty much zone out XZ by himself. But the problem is the Clockwork is just going to soak up XP naturally, whereas the Nature's Prophet can't really stand there. The Gyrocopter's kill power is so much higher than the Razor's, so he doesn't need a support to stand with him. And he's playing so aggressively in this bottom lane right now, and that tower's already down to half HP.
Yeah, and if you're Cloud9 and if you watch the replays, you really have to mine Aggressive's movement. If he disappears from this bottom lane for even 10 seconds, they got to be careful on the other side of the map. This guy, I think more than any player in the tournament, likes to rotate off his lane and go for early ganks, be it through a smoke or even a TP gank. He's really wanting to get his level 6 here. We'll have it soon. Misery hugging the tower for now, along with Bone 7. But these are two fairly squishy heroes, especially the Nature's Prophet. No boots just yet.
Yeah, and Fada
looking for the opening.
TP at the same time.
But they are scouted out here. There's the ward in the lane about to expire. It's seeing all three at this point, I think, is maybe not Garter, but definitely the other two. And Misery's just going to be the one up in front.
With that Sentry ward down, they do see Garter, and they don't want to really overcommit for anything because the TP support can come. The Razor has one on him. Fada's about to deliver himself one. And I think they want CDEC to overcommit for this tower, and CDEC's just going to back off, and I think this is the correct idea because it's only a tier 1 short lane tower. It's not as important as a mid lane tower is for control.
So the game fairly slow so far. Normally at this point, C-Deck are diving towers and going for multiple kills, but the ward has disappeared in this bottom lane. Gyrocopter is now level 6. Cloud9 really have to be careful here. Calldown could come aggressive. Looks like he wants to go for this one. There's the calldown. Should connect on Misery. Can he get the self-deny? Nope, no chance. Tries for the brain sap. But first blood will go to C-Deck. In the end, this is just standard C-Deck Dota. Shiki even rotating in, though. He wasn't able to find anything in time, so a big commitment there. They don't take an objective, and Fada's going to take this opportunity to apply a bit of pressure back in the mid lane. Pops the ultimate, already hit level 7, and they're diving. They're expecting a TP to come in, and they actually saw Shiki arriving. Not sure if they have the burst damage. Big Daddy may get Laguna here, almost dead. It's not quite enough damage. No hookshot mana from XZ after the TP, so Cloud9 bait out a big ultimate and continue to pressure this tower. In fact, they're going back in. XZ taking the Dragon Tail. He needs some backup here. Well-placed Cogs, pushing Fada away, and Cloud9 forced to retreat for now. Both teams, 6-7 heroes just descending upon this middle lane. Even the Winter Wyvern getting into the action, but can't quite finish off the Dragon Knight. And it leaves Eternal Envy happily farming the top lane and aggressive. Surprisingly not rotating, but that is, of course, due to the calldown being on cooldown. Doesn't have a TP scroll. Very rare that he won't in the laning stage.
I think he just realizes that his presence there wouldn't make too much of a difference. C-Deck are going to have a hard time initiating on this, especially when their Clockwork doesn't have mana like that. He no longer has a TP available to him, and it was more of a defensive measure. They just didn't want C9 to overcommit, but you saw the strength of C9's lineup right there against the Bounty Hunter. The Bounty Hunter walks in, you just get repelled by the natural tankiness of the Dragon Knight who can frontline, and he has so much support behind him.
Yeah, of course, he's being overcharged. He's getting the tether heal from Big Daddy. He's got lots of ways to keep himself in fighting shape. We'll have a pause here from C-Deck. And as you mentioned, they have been stacking up the Ancients a little bit. Looks like currently just the double stack. Haven't invested too much in this. And I'm not sure if we caught it, but Aggressive actually apparently did use his TP, and not sure if it got canceled or if
he did cancel it. He did cancel it.
So that's why he didn't have one earlier. But back to the bottom lane. He continues to put the pressure on here. And it seems nobody from Cloud9 is particularly eager to lane against this, but that is going to give a free tower. And as soon as this tower falls, you could expect this guy will be on the move. Cloud9, look for them to be ready with their own TPs. Currently, I'm counting 5. Every single hero prepared to counter gank, prepared to support the team should the tower dives come.
Right now, C-Deck, I feel like this is their type of game that they want to play. The pace of the game is pretty slow. The Gyrocopter is dominating in CS, and they're stacking Ancients, and Cloud9 isn't, and so I think they're going to be pretty satisfied with this, but C9 going for the pretty typical play. They're going to go for this top tier 1 tower with the use of the smoke. It's not really meant to catch out anybody. It's kind of one of those gimme plays. If you get somebody, fantastic. If you don't, you're still at the tower so quickly that there's no time to respond.
And you're showing 4 heroes, which means they have to go to the tier 2 or smoke their own way in, or they risk giving up kills.
Exactly, and C-Deck don't have the best heroes at counter pushing him, so I think they just have to give this up, continue to go for the stacks, and look for the pickoffs if they can.
They want mid.
They know
they want mid. They see Bone 7. The stun's going to come through. They follow it up with the Laguna Blade. He barely gets it up. Then the hook is going to prevent a counter initiation for Misery. And now Q joins the fray. Shiki kept alive for now, not quite low enough. Misery's self-sleep isn't going to be sufficient. Here's the call down. The backstab from Aggressive, rushing in on Fada. Chews through him with the Rocket Barrage, and now looks for Eternal Envy. He's up to 100 stolen damage, but he can't deal with the magic punishment of Aggressive. The man from behind finds a couple, make it 5-1 as C-Deck continue to press in, but a well-placed Sprout by Bone 7 will blunt the offensive for now. They didn't end up losing the tower mid, and good news for Cloud9, but they are going to lose a bit of their offensive firepower. The Dragon Knight out on cooldown, and Aggressive, he loves these early fights. If you're going to try to take it, he'll be there.
The Gyrocopter is so strong for that. I don't actually think there's any other carry that can do what Gyrocopter does. You have to anticipate the Rocket Barrage damage is just so insanely high in the early game. And Dragon Knight, yeah, you've got a lot of armor, but pre-BKB, you're not going to do too much to affect that. Same with the Razor. And Eternal Envy, he doesn't have his mech yet. And I think C9, that was a little bit too much of a forced fight. Neither of the supports were there in position to help out any of the cores. And I think they were like, okay, we can go into this. There's not a lot of mana, but Rocket Barrage actually doesn't cost too much at all.
And they are on the smoke now. XZ and Shiki moving as a tandem towards the bottom side of the map. They may get eyes on Eternal Envy, who's not all that tanky yet. He doesn't actually have the mech complete. He's got a lot of armor.
Oh,
but that may not help him. If this hook connects, and it will. It's a bullseye. Eternal Envy trapped within the cogs. No relocate available yet, and they blast him away. Shiki strikes again, and they look for more. Misery trapped in the woods, trying to retreat out. Call downs at the ready, but Cloud9 a bit too close to that tier 2 tower. So C-Deck And this is really the thing about this team is, yes, they're aggressive, but they're rarely just foolishly or suicidally aggressive. They know that if they dive that tier 2, 3, 4 Cloud9 heroes may show up and they may overextend. So they do back it off. They slow the game down. Do want to point out as well, Blitz, that this is something CDEC has been really disciplined about, is trying to get the economy advantage with Ancients. They've sentry blocked the Radiant Ancients. Meanwhile, as you pointed out earlier, they've been stacking their own. I believe it's now a quad stack. And they are going to start looking to farm that up with Aggressive. So it seems like they can just pull ahead and farm here, even if they slow down the pace.
Yeah, and that's what I like about CDEC right now. Is they could have just gone for the farm, but they continue to apply the pressure. And C9, their lineup is meant to go for the 5-man fights. And every single time you go for that Razor kill before he gets his mech, it just slows it down further and further. And C9 right now, they don't have the best catch ability either. You've got Fada, who's got the Dragon form, but No-Tail isn't quite level 6, so the relocate isn't going to come. And so you're just going to have to headlong run at them. And C9 don't have the best lineup for that either.
And you're running into cooldown, you're running into Cogs, you're running into the Wyvern ultimate as well. That's something we didn't really talk about, is how good a Wyvern can be this game with a Wisp on the field. One of the reasons why I feel like Wisp had fallen off over the past couple months, but it's CDEC's turn to smoke. Cloud9's was a bit of a fail. XZ looking for the initiation here. Big Daddy off in the trees. Rocket's going to come through. They get eyes on him and they hook him in immediately. Battery salt, and there's the track. That's a 4-hero track takedown. And now they're called out on 2. What a Winter's Curse from Q! Demolishes 2 more. CDEC rampaging through the Cloud9 side of the map. And there's no split push. There's a Nature's Prophet in this game. There is an IO. And they are fighting 5v5 and getting crushed.
They're just so under-leveled right now. If you take a look at the IO, only level 5. The Nature's Prophet is in a similar situation. C9, they want to try to play defensive Dota, but they can't really hold that tier 1 anymore. They just don't have the levels to battle. They've got 3 heroes on their lineup, 12 minutes in, that aren't even level 6 right now. And just taking a look at the other side, CDEC have done such a good job. They've got the track up on the Bounty Hunter now. Q did have the Winner's Curse up, and every single fight from here on out is experience-based because they don't have any sort of major tier items. There's no mech on Eternal Envy yet, and so it's pretty much going to come down to the experience, and CDEC just shattered them when it comes to that.
So what's your play beyond that? You mentioned they don't really have initiation. Do you want to see like a Blink Dagger on Dragon Knight? We've seen this from Empire's Garter. Will get caught off in the Radiant Woods and finished off, but I mean, what's the solution to that particular problem?
I think you need to get some items onto the C9 heroes. Like Eternal Envy has the mech now, so they can start to go for the push. Once you've got level 6 on both your supports, you can probably start to take fights. That's a pretty big game changer, and the Dragon Knight getting a Blink Dagger or some sort of tanky item like a BKB would probably be what they look for. But I think it's going to be smokes that open up the game for them and relocates. But CDEC are well aware of that, and they're just playing tight, close Dota. Like, they're going for the stacks, they're not really showing themselves on the map, and they're just not really giving C9 a lot of opportunities to open up the map.
Yeah, when it comes to the smokes here, I'm seeing none in the hero inventories, none on the Cur, and there's only one in the shop. Then Cloud9 are going to be out of smokes for some time, so this is going to limit their ability to use them to their advantage as CDEC moves his 3 down towards the bottom lane. Only giving up the 1 tower this game, and I think it's also worth mentioning, it wasn't really discussed in the draft, CDEC is one of the few teams that has really preferred the Dire side. This time around, they don't have the best Roshan lineup, but I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up a medallion and start looking towards that objective if they can find a good fight.
I think it was
Oh, they're relocating. Oh. Here they go. Onto the bottom lane. Aggressive trapped out to start the fight. Now the static lane coming through, but he runs, and now he's going to turn with the call down again, the Winter's Curse, and they're running into it with Eternal Envy. He does have the mech. He retreats out for now. Aggressive hiding in the trees as the hook comes through. XC tries to hold Fada in place. They do have the track on him, but he's a rather tanky fellow, and I don't think they quite have the firepower to bring him down. Instead, they look for Misery. Already used the Brain Sap. Laguna to end him, getting a little bit outflanked here. CDEC, again, the ones finding the kills, and they're going to bail out on that as Bone 7 TPs towards top. Looks like it could have been a decent fight for C9.
There's just not enough disables on the side of C9. Right now, they're getting kited around. The mobility of the gyrocopter just destroyed them in that fight. The fact that he was able to get away after all of that, and CDEC walk away with the track kill is pretty absurd to me right now. And C9's lineup was developed to go for 5-man fights. They have incredibly tanky heroes. You've got Bone 7 who can split push, force C9 to kind of turtle into their base and open up the map, but nobody from CDEC is fighting right now. They continue to play within their jungle, within their ancient camps, and whenever they take a fight, you notice that all 5 are willing to get into a fight.
And it's going to be tough to keep up in the farm department. The Ancients have not been stacked at all this game. Eternal Envy's gone early mech. We haven't seen a Midas on the Dragon Knight, which isn't really a popular build anymore. Used to see it once in a while. And we're not seeing a Prophet Midas for Bone 7, so it's going to be just farming. It seems like a difficult way to get back in the game. And do you? Let's say they are able to catch up and farm. At that point, do you feel like Cloud9 can match up against CDEC later on in the game, or do you give either team a late game edge in that department?
I think CDEC, once they get items like the Aghanim Scepter and the level 16 Owen at top, Misery's going to get initiated on as Bone 7 comes in, but Misery is a long way from the rest of his team, but everybody's rotating over now.
Here they go. Aggressive trying to finish on Misery. They don't get the track kill. He's healed up by the Mega Eternal Envy, and now the chase is on. Look for the relocate. The relocate's going to bring them even farther forward. The Winter's Curse goes onto Eternal Envy, who tags Laguna. He's already used the mech. He gets splatted onto the ground, blown up by the forces of CDEC. They even managed to keep Aggressive alive, and now they look for more. The Yule Scepter thrown out as Big Daddy will relocate back to where he once came from, and they're waiting for him. They're just laying into C9 and collecting kill after kill after kill. There just doesn't seem to be a silver lining this game.
It's just the amount of farm that Aggressive has right now. That SNY phase boots allows them to stay ahead of the C9 heroes. Not enough lockdown on their team. You can't really commit on the Bane there. Once the Bane has 200 HP, he's your main form of disable. You can't fight anymore. You can't chase anybody down. And C9, they were just barely not able to kill that Clockwork, and Aggressive gets healed up. And the turnaround potential for CDEC is so high right now, and you can't take these fights because of the track factor. Every single one of these fights that you take and lose, you're just allowing CDEC to just create this giant chasm where I don't really know how they get back into the game. They don't have a Midas on any of their cores. It's not really coming too soon for anybody. The Nature's Prophet will have it at 20 minutes, but that's not something you want to see, especially because it just delays whatever items he brings to the table. Midas is not a fighting item, LD, and I feel like this is Bone 7 saying, okay, we can't get into fights anymore. I'll just do what I can to drag this late.
And it's a really late Midas as well for Nature's Prophet. Considering they start the game with a Courier Snipe, we're looking at 19 to 20 minutes here, and then he's got to actually make the Midas pay off. So I think, like you said, it really signifies the Cloud9 mindset right now. We just can't really win fights. We need a little bit of late game insurance. We'll have to see. Now, normally Cloud9 is one of the teams that will look towards Roche, even if it's a risky play, and even if they're Radiant, even if they don't have the map control. But can this lineup even consider that type of possibility?
Yeah, I mean, both teams can. You've got the Clockwork who's gone for the Medallion, and something I was going to note is that CDEC really put a priority in their itemization, if they're on the dire side, to go for the Roshan. Like, you see this Clockwork go for a Medallion of Courage. How often do you see that? We saw their Broodmother player get one as well when they were on the dire side, just so that they could go for the Roshan.
Yeah, it was XZ then too.
Yeah, exactly. CDEC, they realized that's the safest objective on the map when you're on the dire side, so why not go for that?
And they even value the Dire over the Radiant in most cases. Like, I have seen this team actually first pick Dire, which back in the day used to be very common, but in this patch, it's almost always first pick, and once in a while teams will choose Radiant. They're going to begin their siege now. Shiki has a haste rune bottled up on the lead. Now he's got the level 2 Laguna Blade as well. And Cloud9 on the smoke, wrapping around to the north side. Going to be a tough fight to go into here with Q available to bail out Aggressive. They swing around through the river, look for the opening. CDEC backing off. Shiki may even walk into them. It almost looked like he was trying to reveal something, but didn't quite get any vision. Fada still hanging out near the tower. Both teams feeling like the other team might be baiting a bit here. And Cloud9, their smoke wearing off soon. They've got about 30 seconds tops. Still not finding the opening. And CDEC gonna back off, but they've done a lot of chip damage to the tower, and they don't fall prey to the Cloud9 smoke gank. They do not have a smoke now for 3:22 actually was the time on that.
And that was so huge. You need the smoke comeback mechanic, and C9 were looking for that fight, but they don't really have the best way to get back into this game. Their own jungle isn't safe to them. Once again, Midas still isn't completed on Bone 7, and the levels just aren't there. I pointed out earlier that their supports weren't finding any levels. In the 9 minutes between them, since I brought that up, they've gone, what, 3 levels between the two of them? And
they just don't feel safe. They just don't feel like they can get active on the
they're going to run into Fada.
They are going to make their move now. There's a fight breaking out of the Radiant jungle where Aggressive gets Fiend's Grip, but the hook's going to cancel. Well played by XZ as Aggressive marches back, but he's trapped inside of this ground. This will be a gigantic kill, and they're sapping all the damage. Eternal Envy looking for vengeance here. Will he be able to finish him off? Aggressive does fall. It's 3 wiped down for CDEC all of a sudden. Gigantic fight going their way. Garter wanted to catch the Big Daddy IO right before the relocate ends there, but not able to do it. He'll get back to the tower, and now they move on to the Roche pits. Cloud9, after feeling like they had absolutely nothing all game, a beautiful Fiend Script sets up what could be a completely game-changing fight. That's going to wipe out about half the lead here of CDEC, giving Aegis to Cloud9, and give them some breathing room here in game number 1.
I can't believe C-Deck was willing to take that fight. I think they just got a little bit too overconfident. They assumed that the fight was okay because they just had an overwhelming advantage, but you can't press into that, especially against a team like C9. It just feels like they have some sort of magic.
Shiki wants Big Daddy. He's got vision right now from the rocket. No, he's going into the pit, trying to fight this one out, but the Aegis will go onto Eternal Envy as they look for an organized retreat. Shiki still nuking them on the way out. XC able to snipe Big Daddy there. The hook shot wasn't even required. Laguna onto Misery, also on the run. The hook actually goes to the north where Fada gets trapped. 3 hero track takedown. Immediately Bone 7 heads top. He wants to split push this and slow it down, and they're not done just yet. Misery still being pursued. Shiki gets slept, and it seems Misery may live to fight another day. They do hang on to that Aegis for Eternal Envy, but it's going to cost them a tower. C-Deck getting some track gold right away, even after the Roche.
And C-Deck are going to be really satisfied with that fight. The fact that they were able to get away with anything there when it looked like C9 was just going to get a clean Roshan. But C-Deck making the correct choice, and they've almost got a BKB on Aggressive, and that's going to change a lot. He's opted to go for such a move speed oriented build on top of the Quelling Blade, which will allow him free mobility. C9, what do they really have to match that? They've got a BKB coming up on their Dragon Knight, level 2 ultimate. I think this is C9's timing, actually.
So there, it looks like it's going to be an Orchid as well for Bone 7. He's not quite there yet, though. So when you say it's their timing, what does that mean? Do you push the bottom lane in? Do you go for a smoke gank again? What's your general approach here, C9?
I think you go for a smoke gank, try to pick off somebody, and then start to play objective-based Dota. What's the point of the mech? I guess you sort of deny the mech or the Aegis advantage from C-Deck, but at the same time, you need to get something from this. You have to start to establish map control again at some point, and Envy's kind of gone for...
He's gone very tanky here.
So mid-game oriented.
We'll get the Solar Crest. I feel like almost always this is the support item, especially considering that in some ways he's kind of become the one position hero for the team. May change moving forward, but he's adapting to the game, and Eternal Envy really feeling like I just need to get as tanky as I can now. Hang on, give Bone 7 time to come online and really bank on our global lineup. Try to outmaneuver C-Deck more than fighting into them head on.
But who would get it on their team? The Bane can't.
Yeah.
I think he wants to go for the Force Staff.
Fada would have loved to back in the day, but the mana cost is a little too much even for him.
The Dragon Knight absolutely needed the BKB, and the smoke is picked up on the Wisp now, and I think this is the timing. You've got a BKB.
Oh, this might not be the timing. They're going to find the Nature's Prophet here. Big Daddy has the defensive relocate. Will it even come out in time? Not even going to try for it. Just the quick TP wave, but no! Big Daddy is denied by XZ, and Shiki cleans him up, and now Eternal Envy.
Oh, he's in no man's land.
Teammate died twice here. He's stealing all of Garter's damage. He's painting himself out. They have no buybacks in either global hero. He's now diving towards the enemy well, just stalling this and running from a pack of angry wolves, but they'll kill him off once. They've got the track potentially ready to come out again. Garter sets up. They've got Cogs in position. Eternal Envy, no static link. It's going to be the death of him once more. Aegis caved in. C-Deck not even giving up a single objective to that Aegis. And all of a sudden, an extra 1,000 gold into their pockets as Aggressive is primed to pounce on mid. Looking for the initiation here. Call down. Shiki does have the Yule Scepter, and that's going to force out the BKB. No way to kill him off now, but that's his 10-second BKB charge immediately used
when at top, Bone 7's getting initiated on.
Beautiful pick. Q with the solo kill, it looks like. Just did it all by his lonesome, even though Rocket from XZ wasn't required. By the time it arrives, Bone 7's already hit the dust, and that is a scary sight when an enemy 5-position support is able to snipe one of your cores like that.
The problem right now with C9's lineup is that you have these core items. You've got the mech, you've got the BKB, you've got the Solar Crest. In an ideal world, you would have wanted to push with those items. What are you really waiting for if you're C9 anymore? You've got the Smoke Up available on Big Daddy No Tail's inventory, and there's not really one item that's going to change their fortune anymore.
It's just not really C9 Dota to play that way. Like, if you told me LG, oh, here's the hook on again and again, it's been XC finding out Big Daddy. He can't even try for the tether away. It'll get instantly interrupted, and now Shiki with the monster kill picking off the Bane of Misery. As C-Deck are the ones to group. They're the team that wants to fight 5v5. I just feel like Cloud9 aren't comfortable with this style of play.
It felt like they went for something different. They wanted to go for that 5-man style that we're not used to them seeing. We usually see Envy play those ultra late game heroes where his team is able to fight without him.
The Phantom Lancer, the Anti-Mage especially as of late. Even Gyrocopter, kind of a nice hybrid.
Yeah, exactly. But in this game, C-Deck was just so thorough. They saw C9's lineup and they said to themselves, okay, that really relies on opening up space. If we allow ourselves to get picked off, maybe there's a chance that C9 win this, but they just completely played on their side of the map. They went for intelligent smokes, and they just forced the issue on C9's turf at all times.
Well, you can see Bone7. Cloud9 have been in these games before, where they're down a lot early, and even towards the mid game. This team does know how to rat, and they may get something for free here. The Courier gets sniped, and that's the Guardian Greaves down. Pretty big item to pick up. Will be delayed here for 3 minutes. This Bone7 TP's out, but no XC! Again with the hooks, just butchering Bone7. He's caught on the periphery of the cooldown, and again he falls. He does get the Courier, and he is slowing down the game, and it's really what they need to do, but man, it still costs them as Eternal Envy moves up. He's tracked up right now. They have a Winter's Curse available. He's hunting forward. They've relocated Fana in. They get eyes on the Garden with the dust going through. He mechs himself. He tries to run a bit further, but he can't make it out. Eternal Envy getting something out of this. The relocate now done. And Envy on the run. He doesn't have a TP. Oh, Envy, you need your TP quickly, my friend. He's going to go for it. Do they have a way to cancel this? No hook shot available. The Yules, oh, they got him with the stun. No TP, no way out. Down again. Not the first time that's happened to Cloud9, but man, it really hurts.
I mean, they decided to go for some sort of fight there. It didn't start off good when the Nature's Prophet gets picked off, and right now everything is going C-Deck's way as Shiki is just causing chaos around the map. He picked off the Bane earlier by himself. He finds somebody in the river. He's level 16 at 27 minutes in the game. 12 Bloodstone charges on him. He's just being a monster this game. And once he goes to the Aghanim Scepter, I don't even know if C9 has the damage to take him down.
You go back to the EG series versus C-Deck. In game 1, they leave the Lina in the pool, but they pick it third for Sumail before C-Deck can get their hands on it. And then they 5th ban Shiki's TA. So he was forced into an uncomfortable position. I believe one of the games he played Dragon Knight, the other game Bloodseeker. But he wasn't on his comfort heroes. This game, he's on his comfort hero. Aggressive is on his comfort hero. XZ's on one of the off laners he prefers. Everybody's getting to play what they're just best at on this team, and you can see the synergy really kicking in now. They're up by a lot. It's almost 17,000, 18,000 gold advantage that they put together. A 15,000 experience lead. The warding's pretty deep now. There's one ward way out deep in the Radiant jungle. They've got a decent lane ward up towards top, and they're controlling the map surprisingly well, considering there's a Nature's Prophet as well as an IO in the same game. And now they might have gotten eyes on Big Daddy there with the rocket coming in. He's going to tether back quickly. They look for the retreat. Seems they will escape for now, but C9 are running for their lives.
And right now, they have one smoke on them available.
Bone7 in the top lane. He's been caught out by Aggressive. Caught out's going to come through. The Sprout, not going to be good enough. He's dead to the rocket barrage. Punishing every Cloud9 movement. They might even go for Eternal Envy top. That'd be a bit too far to go.
There's just been so many solo pickoffs for C-Deck this game. The Lina's found a few of her own. The Gyrocopter finds one there. We saw the Winter Wyvern get one by himself.
They're going in. They're going in once more. Here's the track. The follow-up stun comes through Misery. No chance for a brain set. They didn't even need the Laguna. Brutal.
C9 is just being gutted right now. There's no real way for them to come back into this game. They don't have the lineup for it. And right now, C-Deck recognize that and are just applying the pressure left and right. And C9 heroes are just getting picked off solo pretty much.
Having watched quite a few of this team's games, it feels like if they get their normal drafts, it's really tough to split push against them. Probably the biggest game that comes to mind is the aggressive Slardar game, where Vici tried to rat it out with the Tiny Wisp, and it was just punished at every turn. But now we go again for C-Deck, over and over, diving in, the BKB deployed, and Aggressive reigning supreme with Shiki, just doing all the damage in the world. He's still got a Laguna Blade. He can basically pop Bone7 instantly, but he's holding the ultimate, looking for Misery. Pow, right in the Kissa, and then the Bloodstone deny as the Laguna goes out. Even that one kill denied to Cloud9. They are being given nothing here for free. Q may get caught. No, doesn't seem like it's the case. In fact, it's Eternal Envy in danger. There's no relocate. The Wisp is dead. He's trapped. He's down. Fada next. C-Deck just rampaging forward. And it's GG. A team that didn't even have a guaranteed slot at the main event has just taken the first match here off of Cloud9. Wildcard team, no longer this team has a shot at going deep if they can keep it up.
That was just clinical. C-Deck didn't really make any huge mistakes. That one time in the jungle, maybe that was a little bit of a mess up, but they just allowed C9 to wear themselves out. C9 tried to abandon their game plan and say, okay, we're going to go for the split push game, but so many solo pickoffs were enabled by that Winter Wyvern, by that Clockwork, and I mean, C9 just weren't able to keep up.
Where do you feel it went wrong? Was it the draft for you? Was it the execution? They're just out of their comfort zone? A little bit of everything?
I just think that C-Deck, they read the lineup. They said, okay, C9 want to try to get into these fights. We'll just kind of play passive-aggressively. We'll stack up the Ancients. We'll wait for them to come into us. We'll go for these smart smoke game pickoffs, and we won't really hard commit for anything. And by doing so, you've got the track advantage in the back of your pocket. You've got Shiki, who just went absolutely ham this entire game. Your gyrocopter's free farming more or less the entire laning phase. There was just no pressure.
Well, it was a very comfortable draft and a very comfortable game here for C-Deck. They surprised Cloud9. They're up 1-0, and we'll have to see if they can bounce back. Game 2 is coming up, but before we get there, let's hear what the analysts have to say.
Thank you very much. Yes, we will take a very good, hard look at that first game as well. Alan, we'll start with you. You said before this game started, C-Deck like playing one of those structured, scripted games. They know exactly when they're going to hit. They're going to plan out on specific moments. And Cloud9 are the complete opposite of that. They're kind of weird, crazy animals that are just going to go roaming through the jungle and find weird kills. You were right in one way.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to be mean about it, but it was very difficult to be right both ways. But that wasn't Cloud9's best performance ever, and actually C-Deck just stuck to exactly the script.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the simplest games I've ever seen to analyze because, it's one thing, it's true in all sports. You can have a great game plan, you can theory craft to death, but at the end of the day, you have to execute. And Cloud9 in that game, quite simply, didn't execute. I think they really underestimated just how difficult it was going to be to throw C-Deck off that script.
Yeah. Okay. We've got a clip, and I want to roll it now very early on because I think it kind of epitomizes what this game was all about. It's 15 minutes, nearly 16 minutes in right now. Talk us through it, Seb.
Well, they just go on the Bane, and it's already really hard for him to land a spell off when Clockwork goes on him. So that's a hero that's out of the fight pretty much. And you can see he still gets a really good grip off, but the initiation is already really hard for T9. The relocate in helps them to come back into that team fight. And it's pretty much the best team fight they can get so far, because it started with the most awful way it could start. But even without that, the Winter Wyvern, it's a classic counter to the Wisp +1, and I'm quite surprised it got through the draft because it's a classic, for example, PPD pick versus Wisp. They just give Wisp away and then they pick Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, it's very hard because you stack up so much playing the Wisp combination. But I also have to come back to they didn't get the lanes as they wanted. They wanted to pair up the Razor against the Gyro, but the aggressive Gyrocopter was just having free time down on bottom lane. No one was even going up against him. Yeah. I think that C-Deck won way early. 5 minutes in, it seemed like there was almost no way back in.
Yeah, it did. It was very early on. Ben, thoughts?
But the courier kill.
I mean, that was C9.
It was, and it really, with the draft, with that, C9 did everything they possibly could to signal, we are not going to let you play your game. But the fact is, you can strut, you can draft however you want. If you get into that game and you make those little mistakes in the early game, you get out of position against aggressive Gyro, they're going to punish you, and that's how that script works. So that's exactly what enables them to do what they want to do.
Okay, just for the newer viewers, there was something that happened at the very beginning of the game that they might be not familiar with and might have thought, what on earth is he doing? Why is he walking into their base and dying like that? So who wants to take that one as an explaining to a new friendly person?
So, I mean,
Wagger, go for it.
Nature's Prophet, he has a global teleport. Yep. He's smoked up so that when
we have the clip. So let's show the clip because it's actually really cool right at the beginning of the game, and then you can walk us through it.
Yeah, let's see it here. Because in the beginning, he smoked up, TP'd in here. He already is here. Courier is immortal now because it's close to a fountain. He's waiting for it to deliver the first item, the salve after a bounty rune, and there it goes, and it's no longer immortal. He can kill it, and then he suicides. He could make, but it doesn't really matter. He gives 119 gold.
Yeah.
So a beautiful play.
Yeah. So that's why, because often someone said to me straight away, I was like, I don't understand that. Why did they just suicide like that? And I think when you've come from other games and you look at it, it's like the complete opposite of what you would want to try and do.
He would have cooldown on his both his teleports if he died, if he TP'd back home. So he could have TP'd to the lane maybe, but still a great play.
Yeah, really smart stuff.
Classic play.
One of the again, without being too disrespectful, one of the very few highlights for C9 that game, because they just did get dominated in play. And how do they bounce back now, Seb, on this second game? Are they going to draft differently now? Do you think do they draft more conservatively because that maybe was a bit too wild? But then doing that, does that play back into CDEC's hands, and then they then can pick what they want and lane how they want?
I like to believe that a team that's as good as C9 can do make the difference between a poor draft and a poor execution. And I think in that case, it was rather the execution that wasn't the best.
Okay.
I don't think the draft was the issue. But I hope they don't switch it up too much.
I'm glad you've said that, because we've actually seen that draft before, and we've seen it here at TI5. So it wasn't like it was an unusual draft, was it?
No, I think it was pretty standard. Like, it's very similar to what they have run before. Having the Wisp, having some initiators like Bane and the DK with disables.
Yep.
And then Furion was the only thing that was a little bit different from what they wanted to have. I think the Pugna would have been beautiful, but it was last banned by CDEC. So I think it was a standard lineup. They just a little bit confused on lanes.
Yeah, they also tend to run Pugna as a 4. Misery, I believe, is undefeated on that hero.
They've run it on multiple lanes. Bone 7 has also played it.
Oh, okay.
When I've seen Cloud9 have the most success, they draft to win all 3 lanes. And like DK versus Lina is not that great of a matchup. Furion, if he leaves his lane, that leaves 1 lane free. And they seem to just concentrate on one of them instead of all 3.
Yeah. I thought the draft changed really. The draft did take a very different character at the very last minute when you saw the Nature's Prophet and the Winter Wyvern, because up until that point it did seem like they were placing a lot of emphasis on the laning phase, and then all of a sudden Nature's Prophet, a pretty weak laner, and you allow the Winter Wyvern through, which really counters a lot of what you want to do with the Wisp to apply pressure around the map.
I mean, the idea was still to win the mid lane in a sense with the Nature's Prophet killing off the courier so no salve can be slinged in. It's going to make it a lot easier for the DK to lane against Lina, but he still needs rotations. He doesn't win straight up 1-on-1.
Yeah, the problem is that DK, even if you pressure the Lina somehow, is never going to, pressure Lina himself. You need more than this. He has no killing potential in Lina at all.
Only with the Bane or Furion, yeah.
We've got a number of fans in the audience, obviously live here and watching at home. I really do feel for Cloud9 fans. They really do go through the mill with their team, don't they? I mean, I know they're fantastically loyal, and I love that about them. But my goodness, do they take them round the corner, upside down, and round and round and round? They're literally on a roller coaster.
It is a fantastically talented team. I mean, on paper, it's a great team to root for. But yeah, these kinds of matches have to drive you crazy, because if there's one team in this tournament that you can't make those early mistakes again, it is CDEC. You let them get on that script, and they're a machine. They're not going to stop. I mean, I just think it comes down to, in Game 2, Cloud9 have to cut out those mistakes, period. I wish I could give you something more deep than that.
We've talked a lot about C9 and their mistakes and what they didn't do, but CDEC did everything that they should have done, right?
Yeah, it was flawless play.
I think they got their draft, they got the play. Like, as we said, they didn't mess up at all.
It was
even with the lost courier, they didn't lose their composure. They just
didn't panic, didn't start out. I mean, it was very interesting if you looked at the body language between the two booths at the very end of the draft. C9 came out of it looking actually very confident. They're a bit cocky. There's a bit of a swagger going on. They thought they got the heroes that they wanted to get. CDEC, no problem. This is just group stage. This is just like wild card. This is no different whatsoever, even though there's $1 million on the line. So
another day at the office.
Another day at the office.
But come on, Ben's been quiet, and this should never happen. Use your Manta style, Merlini. tell us how Cloud9 can win Game 2.
I think they just need to go back to winning the safe lane and winning the off lane. Mid's usually going to be a watch with Bottle Crow and whatnot, unless you have courier snipes, but I really liked how they pressured the off lane a lot with Wisp Gyro very, very often. And as you said, giving Gyro to CDEC, probably a big mistake. I thought they had a better game plan versus it, honestly.
I did too.
Two teams returning to their booths, having had their break.
I think that game plan could have worked really well. They just needed to pair up the Razor against Gyro early on. Like, they couldn't leave the Gyro unattended. And we see him sit down once again, Game 2.
Yeah, we're going to get into Game 2 very shortly. In the sense of a mentality now that they go into Game 2, we said before, CDEC are in that kind of whirlwind romance with the TI5 tournament, if you like, because they came through the wildcards. They kind of wanted to try and get into the groups and do well, and they kind of wanted to try and get into upper bracket, and then maybe they can finish top 6. They are on the verge. They are one game away from at least capturing $1.2 million and a top 6 finish at TI5.
I keep thinking back of the Shiki interview, where he's like, one step at a time.
Absolutely.
Let's win the world card.
Yeah.
we're aiming for the winner bracket, and that's also a second step. You know, it's still not the final step. So they are very methodical with the way they actually approach the competition, and they are methodical with the way they play. They're just methodical.
Do you feel like that maybe that's the key as well for some of the more successful teams, is actually to take the emotion out? I know we love seeing the emotion as broadcasters, and I know the crowd do as well, but is that the key to successful teams? We've seen it in other sports, obviously, where they take the emotion out, completely nonplussed by it, and then deliver the result.
I think it's both individual per team and individual per person. Some people feed of the emotion, you know, they have to get like, oh, I'm going to go for number one. Some people just need to have it step by step because the pressure can be too much. So I think it's very different from every team here.
And let's be honest, I mean, it's like in football, you know, you make a team stop the run. I mean, when you show that one look over and over again, and they just can't stop it, and that's a confidence boost. I mean, CDEC, they literally have not won a tournament.
No.
They have not won a Pro Dota 2 tournament, and they're about to finish top 6 at TI.
Other than those 5 as well, there are only 5 other players in the tournament who've never won it. 4 of them play for Complexity. So it's an extraordinary achievement, even if they, I hate using the phrase even if they went out now, because they might not even go out now. So it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Seb, you were going to say?
It's madness. He started competitive like Dota 1 year ago.
Yeah.
And he's
that is crazy.
About $1 million, win $1 million at TI. Like, I don't even know if it's. I didn't even think it was possible.
Yeah, it's crazy. Right, final thoughts just before the draft. Where are we going? Is this a 2-0 now? Are you going to anyone changing their minds? Last chance.
I'm sticking with C9.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. I hope they stick to their draft.
All right.
Didn't he say 2-0, Cloud9?
I'm pretty sure he did say 2-0. Thank you, Ben.
Nobody said that.
Thank you, Ben.
All right.
Yeah.
I still think C9 can take one game. Yeah.
Okay. You think they'll take one, but you think it will still fall the way of the Chinese?
Yeah, I still think they can take one game.
Okay.
I think they can regain.
All right, we're ready for game number 2 in the quarterfinals of the upper bracket.
C-Deck Gaming versus Cloud9.
Game 2. Big draft, massive game. Probably, arguably, the biggest game of those gentlemen's lives so far. Top 6 in TI4, looking to go one better at the very least here at TI5. Now face elimination to the lower bracket. And boy, you do not want to be in that bracket right now. It's an awful bracket to look at, very competitive.
I am mildly surprised it has taken Envy longer than 5 seconds to ban the gyrocopter.
It's an automatic ban, in your opinion.
They have first pick. They're fine.
Wow, could be.
That's actually very true, because I think C9 are very happy to run it. Eternal Enemy plays it amazingly as well. So
Yep, had some great games already here.
But I'm pretty sure that if there's a team that might, after losing like quite convincingly to another team, go for the same approach when it comes to the draft, it's going to be C9.
Is this the,
they might just give them Gyrocopter again.
This ban, is it gyro? It should be, right?
I don't think.
No, I don't think CDEC should fear Cloud9's gyro.
And I don't think they're going to first pick gyro.
Really? I think they're going to go with like gyro wisp
There it
and
is.
push her offlane. I actually think that's a little bit of overconfidence by CDEC, or maybe mistaking that they won't take gyro first.
Envy's gyro is again though. Remember, Envy's gyro is very high variance. He's had some great games on that hero. He's had some very difficult laning phases on that hero. And again, you know, I keep going back to the biggest potential problem for C9 is that early game weakness that they've shown.
What can they pick that's not high variance?
I mean, it's going to be the Gyro Wisp for sure. Gyro and Wisp combination is just so strong, and C9, when they play it, they had a 20-3 kill score once on Envy. I think the high variance is for sure there, but that's just because Gyro gets picked so often.
And it's also, you know, there are two different ways to play gyro. Like, mainly, you have those gyros that go for face boots. It says a lot about the approach they want to have to the game. It's very aggressive because it's here that it dishes out a huge amount of damage, and when you have face boots, you're always going to be able to, you know, get to your opponent and kill people. And you have other gyros, and Envy's gyros is more that one. It's the portrait gyro, more into farming items, you know, not as aggressive as the one we saw last game.
I think that CDEC actually expected the Wisp pick, just because if you look at their lineup, it's Lina Bounty Hunter. These two heroes, tremendous amounts of burst. You can just kill Gyro or kill Io.
Yeah.
And, you know, Wisp is really strong against, like, slow, sustained damage.
No, I mean,
not even burst damage.
I just double-checked this, and if you guys remember the 16-0 game, okay? IG, Invictus Gaming, have played 770 Pro Dota 2 matches. There's one match in which they've been held to 0 team kills, and it was at this TI5 against C9 running that gyro wisp. They put a beating on IG like I've never seen before, and they are obviously confident with this
It was
game.
a pleasure to watch and cast that game, and they played beautiful in that game. So that's the C9 that can upset, you know.
Yeah, that's the good
Sometimes they have
C9.
bad games, sometimes they have bad games, sometimes they have
I'm
amazing
glad you
games.
brought that up as well, because it now gives us a perfect opportunity to witness the difference, perhaps, between CDEC and other Chinese teams.
Right.
Because how are they going to cope with that now? Has there been a conversation between some friends backstage somewhere about, hey, if they pick this is how to counter it?
Yeah, well, I don't think IG are going to be the ones to give tips on how to counter it from that
CDEC.
experience.
No.
But CDEC, they have a really good draft against Wisp, as you pointed out, Merlini. Lina and Bounty Hunter, Bounty feeds on a Wisp. He really does. If you get a good start, that's just free money walking around right there.
What I want to say is that so far in this tournament, we've seen Bounty Hunter dominating. He won two games earlier today, and he just won a game, and very convincingly. And again, so you're drafting, and you got to pick a hero for your midder, your mid laner, and he's gonna face Lina, which is already one of the strongest mid hero in this game, plus the Bounty Hunter pressuring him. So it's extremely hard, and I don't think trying to come up with a hero that can actually deal with that is the right answer. Dodging that is the best answer. Just win the other lanes. I think it's the best approach.
Are you talking about dual mid, or you just want to
No,
be really
I think
safe?
you should just, you know what SG did earlier today is that they had a Lycan that could jungle. And they were like, whatever, you want to pressure mid, we're not even going to be mid. So we're going to do better in other lanes. He's going to catch up eventually. But I don't think trying to fight that Lina Bounty Hunter is an answer. It's really hard.
I think you're pretty much right there, because putting something that can get at least a wash on mid lane, that's what you're aiming for if you're C9 here. And DK is just a little bit too easy to abuse. In last game we saw how it got punished.
And
Maybe
DK doesn't
something
come
like
back.
Windrunner or something like that can farm from afar and doesn't get brought down by a bounty hunter so easily.
The main problem with DK, there's no other option for a DK in the early game than to lane somewhere. He can't jungle, he can't roam. He can only be in a lane and stand there and get XP. And if
But
you
why
can't
not
do that-
both? Why not both? Your Radiant side and Shadowfiend is still in the pool. And that's a hero that can go to lane, and if it starts getting pressured, provided your supports can stack, which No-Tail, by the way, is masterful doing on his Wisp, that can fall back into the Radiant side jungle.
I think it consumes too much. I don't think they will do that. I think they will go into Beastmaster, if anything here, Cloud9. Because if they go Shadowfiend and Gyrocopter, Wisp has to run pretty much with Gyro all the time. He can maybe help mid in the beginning, but it just becomes a question of having two sort of farmed heroes instead of having one really strong. And Beastmaster can do so much.
Just to be fair, I probably wouldn't have mentioned that possibility strongly for another team, but I feel like, again, going back to talking about Fata as a team-oriented mid player, I feel like he can play a Shadowfiend and he doesn't necessarily need ridiculous levels of farm. I mean, obviously on that hero, you're always looking for a lot of farm. But no, I like the Beastmaster pick too. I mean, that's obviously, Beastmaster and Puck, Fata's two signature heroes from way back. You've played a ton of games with those.
Definitely.
Yeah, statistically, just to give you a little bit of flavour on the end of this one, Bounty Hunter currently the 4th most successful with over 10 games played at TI5, 62.2%. Only PL, Crystal Maiden and Templar Assassin with better win rates so far at TI. So it's been a successful pick.
Do I have a job here, Paul?
Sorry. Wow, shots fired the other way. Finally, I'm getting some grief. I like this.
Fantastic.
Well, not from me. I surrendered earlier. Darkseer pickup is also, I like this pickup because it's going to cause troubles to the safe lane of Cloud9. Because
I'm scared. I mean, their CDEX lanes are looking really solid.
if there's one thing I was bad at doing is zoning heroes. Like, you can't zone heroes with Wisp. Either you go for the kill or you're in trouble. You know, he just stays there in XP.
Yeah.
And Darcy is one of those heroes. Like, you're not going to kill him with Wisp and Gyro unless you force Gyro to get levels in the second spell, but that's also something you don't want to do so much on the Gyro.
Dazzle is still available. Like, there are still good heroes that could take that job, but then you're going to have to run the Wisp towards mid, which is fine though. So that's still a possibility.
Don't you think that Cloud9's just giving CDEC whatever they want?
Yes.
Like Lina, Bounty Hunter, Darkseer, Winter.
Did it not feel like that in the first game too?
Kind of, but at the same time, you know, I'm looking at all the heroes that, a lot of the heroes anyway, that C9 would want to draft here are available as well, right? I mean, the Beastmaster is still in the pool, the Puck is still in the pool. I mean, I think they have plenty of strategic options.
Skywrath Mage.
That's not one of them.
Wow.
No, that's a reactive pick.
I really
As
don't
soon
like
as the
that.
Darkseer comes out, they want someone who, exactly like you talked about, fucking man, they want someone who can harass him away. So the Arcane Bolt is going to be the solution to just harassing the Darkseer.
Yeah.
So this is going to put the Wisp towards the mid lane more and securing the safe lane with the Sky.
Don't you just feel though like this hero in Necrophos like Glimmer Cape just absolutely crushes those heroes.
Sort of. He also has the silence to him. I don't think Skywrath is all about the damage. It's mostly about what early game control you can bring. However, he is similar to Wisp in that he turns into food against a Bounty Hunter and Lina. And
a PL,
yeah, exactly.
if he gets anywhere near an early diffusal.
This is very, very like intimidating for C9. They have to be very crisp in their execution earlier.
Cloud9 so far is one of the teams that have revealed their 2 supports very early. They picked Wisp and Bane first 2. Now they have like Wisp and Scar first 3. I'm not sure. Maybe
Legion
it's
Commander.
one of the weakness of their approach, and that's a typical 1-7 hero. And they drafted mainly because he's drafting for them right now. I'm not sure. He probably saw an opening for Legion. It's hard to say. Legion Wisp is an extremely strong offlane duo, like very, very strong, because the Legion just sits on the lane and just spams their safe lane with his first spell, the nuke, and you can never really go on him because Wisp is just waiting. And if you actually try to go on the Wisp, then Legion is just gonna use press the attack, which is a second spell to back him up. So you kind of have to let them be and let them XP and get a bit of farm.
Yeah. This also makes me like, I think the Beastmasters could still be very viable because really you're all in on very, very strong single target disable now to take care of the PL early on.
Like Legion is a great pick right now. Also, Legion and Wisp are good together. Legion Sky are insanely good together. Like it's very easy duo into Sky ulti, and it's a great setup for the relocate. So
and they better ban Windsor.
Yeah,
Windsor owns
they have
Legion.
to.
They definitely have to. And I think that Legion Commander, they used to have trouble running this hero. C9 is one of the teams that really struggled to get it to work.
Yes.
But they have also managed to get that. It is working well for them lately.
No, I mean, they really persevered. They had some games where they looked awful on this hero and kept running it, and it's like, well, they must know something that we don't, and they did.
Yeah.
I think Legion was actually brilliant, now that I look at it. It's even good versus PL. It's actually a brilliant pick from 1-7.
It's very good versus PL, but the question, it's not that strong a laner. Do you think it's going to be the Legion Wisp offlane?
With Wisp, it's very strong. If it's not with Wisp, then yeah, I'm not sure about it, but with Wisp, it's actually very scary.
Okay.
Only the third time.
Like
TI5 so far, by the way. That, we've had Legion out. Yeah.
Probably mainly Cloud9.
At least one of them.
And only the 8th time for Skywrath as well. So 2 very not popular picks.
And they did ban the Winter Wyvern.
Well, we saw enough Sky at TI4.
Yeah, really.
So he's fine.
To last forever.
Yeah. This combo was so much stronger last year when you had like Void in the mix, when you had Glimmer Cape, but now that when they didn't have
Glimmer Cape.
Yeah, now that Glimmer Cape, it's like Skywrath is his window to shine is so little, like 1 to 15 minutes maybe.
I feel like they need a strong support. They need I would see some Dazzle or something, Witch Doctor. I'm not sure if that's going to work.
Man, I really like this draft out of C-Deck. I really do.
No, Witch Doctor is beautiful against Wisp as well. That's another one of those heroes. Like, you want to tether, it's very difficult. Until
Look at
you
it
have
go.
BKB. Yeah, until you have BKB on your carry, it's just so hard to play against.
I could see the Legion Wisp lane doing quite some damages, but
I think they're gonna against a PL Witch Doctor. Yeah, okay.
Zeus.
Oh, this is another hero Fada plays brilliantly.
That's a very good approach to the Lina bounty. Just spam out the lane, Lina, and just chill, get some levels.
I like this. Once again, I think we've seen a draft turn around dramatically in the last 2 picks. I actually kind of like C9's draft here now.
Yep.
Okay, very interesting indeed. Zeus picked up for only the 8th time as well. They've got 2 other heroes in there that have had less than 10 picks so far. Is it a winning strategy? We're about to find out as we head over to our commentary team. Take it away, LD.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're live here on the floor of Key Arena Blitz, and we are getting ready for C-Deck versus C9 Game 2. C-Deck already up 1-0. If they win this game, this team goes from a wildcard team to guaranteed over $1 million in prize money on day 1 of the main event.
They're doing okay. They've had a pretty good Monday if they end up winning this game.
Don't get too confident just yet, C-Deck fans, but, well, look at the draft a little bit. Cloud9, they go back to heroes that are not very popular around the tournament right now, per se. Wisp, we've not seen too much IO. Zeus does not have a great win rate, and Legion Commander's hardly ever seen. But these are like Cloud9 signature picks. It's definitely more in their comfort zone than what we saw in game number 1.
I think I talked about this with Matt, the concept of picking heroes that you're familiar with versus what's popular in the meta. If you're going to lose a tournament or go down 2-0 and get knocked into the loser bracket, you would want to play heroes that you're really comfortable with heroes that maybe aren't the best for this meta, but ones that you feel confident, that you've played with, that you know how to play around, and that's what makes them strong for you. And I feel like C9, this is the lineup that I'm more comfortable with them seeing. They've got a good balance of late game. They've got actual catch potential. They've got a Fada type hero. Yes, he plays the Dragon Knight, but Zeus is a hero that I love seeing Fada on.
All right, let's see how it's going to develop. As for C-Deck, this is probably not their most common draft. Generally, they do get I'd say they've been given the gyro more often than not in this tournament. As of late, it's been either banned or picked against them more frequently. But they have run the aggressive PL before, and it really doesn't matter what hero he is. He can be an anti-mage. He's going to come to fights early, and expect to see his PL once he gets like the Aquila, maybe the drums. He will also look to get involved, so keep your eyes on him, as always, when watching this team. But the rune's about to spawn, and we'll see these teams immediately look for a bit of a clash. It's that early Skywrath Mage IO roaming duo, at least to try and secure the runes that comes out here for Misery and Big Daddy. Bounty Rune bottom, completely ignored by both teams. And they're like, oh, hey, maybe we should try and grab this. That's free gold, free experience. Sounds great.
And Garter's waiting for this mid courier, but he's going to be a little bit disappointed by the timing because Fada, instead of going for any sort of stat items, has just gone pure in for the quick bottle. And I called it LD. Winter wasn't on the cast, so somebody had to Merlini it up. And
yeah, you said Zeus very early. You said Zeus like 2 picks in, and it gets to the last pick. It's like, is it really going to be a Zeus? It's a Zeus, but it seems like the draft really centers around Bone 7's Legion Commander. You've got only one setup for everything, pretty much, and that's the ultimate of the Legion. But if he gets a good ult, Zeus ult comes over the top, so too the Skywrath Mage ult in a lot of trouble as they look to dive XC. Cloud9 off to a much better start already. Give them the first blood. It's the IO Skywrath duo, extremely strong offensively, very squishy, but they were on offense there, and our offlane Darkseer of XC not going to have quite the start he did on the Clockwork.
Yeah, and I think that was a bit of a mistake because Envy doesn't even have a level of the Rocket Barrage. He's decided to go for the Flat Cannon early game, and they haven't even been able to do anything as a result, and they're going in again.
Jeez. He is level 2. Is this where you start to consider the jungle, or do you feel like he still needs to stay here and keep the pressure up on the supports?
I think you want to just stay at this bottom lane for at least another wave or two, maybe even getting the Soul Ring if you can, or just pushing the lane and making it difficult, but you have to apply pressure because you don't want these supports to roam around. You don't want No-Tail to just stack up the jungle. You want at least one of these heroes to hard commit. Because Misery, I feel, is the type of player that's most successful when he gets to move around, when he gets his levels, and him just staying static in the lane to zone out a Darkseer is something I don't think he wants to do.
I'm curious to see where the Bounty Hunter moves around this particular game. Last game we saw Garter focus on the enemy safe lane early as he is going to be engaged upon here by Bone 7. Gets off that initial auto attack, they'll trade some blows, and the Bounty Rune goes the way of Bone 7. Meanwhile, Misery looking to secure a regen rune for himself, or possibly for Fada, whose bottle is now out. Now that they've actually seen the Bounty Hunter, he feels safe to move the courier out. Was the one downside to the support's bottom. He didn't have somebody to ferry it out for him, but he didn't really need it in the end either. CS lane already 12-0 in this mid lane and keeping up pretty much with the lean up Shiki.
Yeah, Zeus doesn't really lose a lane to anybody just because you can Arc Lightning spam. He's opted to go for 2 levels of the Arc Lightning, so it's going to be incredibly hard for Shiki to do anything. And Lina is a hero that does rely on dominating her lane, getting that early pressure, trying to kill, but the reason why I thought Fada would play this Zeus is because you can just play the spacing game. When Sniper was such a popular pick by pretty much every team, they would just pick him Zeus so that he could play the spacing game, but in mid, he's so slow and...
They've got no Janata here. This is a very difficult go. In fact, Garter's in a bit of danger. Gets zapped twice, almost finished up. Only a level 1 Lightning Bolt, but just the Chain Lightning spam alone is really bullying C-Deck in this middle lane as even Shiki gets forced back quite a bit. Much better start here for Cloud9. Now, on the side of C-Deck, it is free farm for aggressive here top pretty much, slightly behind Eternal Envy's farm, but not being pressured all that much by Bone 7 either. And it looks like they are going to rotate XC to the jungle. He decides the bottom lane just isn't working for me. I'm going to look to get my early mech and levels here on the dire side of the map, and the trade will be that Garter comes bottom, but he has to be careful. Misery started with a dust, and if he gets even the slightest suspicion that this Bounty Hunter's in the lane, they may die for it.
Yeah, they have boots on Misery. He's level 2. He's saving his points right now, and he's decided to go for the concussive shot. I think they know that Garter's actually down here, but Garter's just hiding in the woods right now. They don't want to overcommit for this, but once he turns that corner, they might just pop the dust and go.
If they're watching the scoreboard, they would have seen him just get a level here. And generally you expect the support to be leeching the experience in this position. But not going to make the go just yet. For now, they're content to pressure, but it is definitely a lot more pressure from Cloud9. They're getting active on the map in the safe lane. The supports are moving around a lot more. They're fighting the runes early as Eternal Envy will officially get eyes on the Bounty Hunter now. Rotating against Misery, they just keep on threatening for this tower dive, and not something CDEC can really punish. 0 TPs out on the map at this point. So it'll be a free tower and potentially the death of Garter if he walks anywhere near it. He's not even going to try. Eternal Envy, they get the first blood bottom, and now he gets the first tower here as well. Cloud9 already up by, it's going to be close to 1,000 gold after this. But experience still pretty much even. It seems when it comes to that, CDEC's actually the ones pulling ahead.
And a much smoother game for C9 this time around. They've gotten the heroes that they wanted. And in the last game, I almost felt like they were in a position where they had to just go for the all-out push once they got the BKB in the mech. But this game, they've got a lot more diverse of a lineup. You've got Fada who can back you up by just spamming in the background, and he's doing a really good job of keeping up in farm. You've got the IO, which I feel pairs a lot better with the Gyrocopter than it did with the Razor.
And they really have great solutions for PL. The Legion Commander with Overwhelming Odds already very good against illusion-based heroes in general, as it does bonus damage to the illusion. You've got Zeus, who excels at killing off illusions with the massive magic damage and AoE he brings to the table. And then you've got Gyro. So even if it goes late, it's not like the PL is an auto-win button. Now, that's not to say Cloud9 wanted to, but I think to go back to what you said, the key here is they have options this game. They don't have to all in, as mid lane Misery will get blown up by Shiki. It's only a support Skywrath, but that is going to slow down the offense here for Cloud9.
Yeah, and Shiki is just doing such a good job. He's keeping up in CS. He gets the kill right there, and that's going to allow him to do even better. And I mean, this guy's just a god. He's just done so well in the last 2 games.
And it's been an interesting evolution for CDEC in the way they approach the draft, because you go back to the EG match, and something you and I briefly discussed during the draft is that hero actually got 3rd picked. So this time around, I think CDEC, having showed it last game and it having been successful, and EG having taken it away from them, they just move it up to the first phase. So it really shows you they prioritize the Lina even over, like, say, the Shiki Templar Assassin, which has been his other big hero in this tournament. They're kind of adapting their drafts based on what works, more so than like what they think is necessarily strong going into it, as we're getting a little bit of chop here.
Yeah, and I like that. I want teams to more rely on things that they're comfortable with, rather than what is relevant to this current.
How long did this getup take you today?
It took me about an hour, and it was mostly in the car. So
you did this in the car?
The car looks half like Witch Doctor Mobile at this point, but you know, it works for now.
Please tell me you weren't driving.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this.
You were driving while putting on purple paint.
I wasn't. I had my buddy Shaman driving.
I think that really most of your effort went into your mask. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so this is a piece from the 1700s. Leonardo da Vinci actually inspired this. You can see the accents and the teeth right here, and they really add a lot of stature to the picture.
I think really, like all artists, it will be more popular after we're all dead and buried.
Yeah, the Louvre actually called me, so I'm gonna send this over next week.
Well, it is your birthday today.
It is. I'm hoping for some strong medicine on my birthday now that we're in Seattle.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Where are you from?
420!
Where are you from?
Oregon.
Okay, Oregon?
Yeah!
Come on! Which heroes do you like playing now?
I usually play support, like, I like Rubik a lot, Ancient Apparition, Witch Doctor. So.
Did you see the Witch Doctor we just interviewed?
I didn't yet.
He did his makeup in the car ride over.
Oh gosh. No, we took the bus and we ended up getting lost.
Oh no!
So, I'm sorry. And I live here too, so I should know better.
I feel so underdressed.
That's fine, you know.
I wore my gold, but not my plushies. Which of these represents the hero that you like watching the most?
The hero I like watching the most? Probably Enigma.
Okay.
Because always the big plays happen. So that's always fun. Unfortunately, my favorite hero isn't a micro plushie yet.
Which one is that?
Rubik.
Oh.
He's my favorite.
Yeah.
But eventually,
Yeah.
I'm hoping.
Someday.
Yes.
I think we're having too much fun at Dota. We forget that this is a serious game with serious fans who take this game seriously. Not so much the laughter and the smiles, but the game and the seriousness. So what is everybody laughing at? Oh my God! What have you done to your fur?
I shaved it. My friend said I was stupid, but I say I look amazing.
How are you going to handle the grow back there?
You know what? It's not so much the grow as the razor burn. The razor burn hurts a bit. It wouldn't hurt if you guys like Photoshop maybe a tan and some a six-pack.
We're not going to do that.
No, we're not going to do that? All right. Then, you know, grow back, whatever. You know, women love Dota, so I figured why not? You know?
Wait. So you have revealed this to women, and they have gone crazy for it.
Obviously, I've also done Batman and Superman before, but Dota takes the cake. More women love Dota.
Well, there you go. You want to get more women? Shave Dota into your chest.
Proven fact of science. Google it.
Fact.
Fact.
Hashtag science.
Hashtag Dota chest.
Before you ask.
Honestly, I made the medication.
No, I'm not keeping chest hair stats. I'm not doing it.
I'm glad to hear that. Fair play to the man. I mean, that takes some carving work. That does. I'm actually speechless for the first time today. I don't understand. Casey, where are you?
I know, right?
Casey.
Hello.
Seriously?
I know.
I mean,
Sorry.
can you stop chasing men with hairy chest logos, please?
Hey, wait a second. I did not go around asking people to flash me so I could see their chest hair.
Well, I just don't understand how you managed to find the only guy that's managed to shave a Dota logo. How did you do that?
I put an ad on Craigslist. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. You heard the man. Ladies love Dota chest fur.
Ladies love it. I'm not doing it.
You guys love chest fur, right?
As much as the next person, really. Yeah.
This is the next person. Do you like?
I love me some chest hair. I guess I do too. Chest hair. Do you have chest hair? Not Dota chest hair.
What's your name?
I'm McCoon. Nice to meet you
What's
guys.
happening here?
I don't know.
I think we're
What's up?
discussing each other.
All right, raise of hand. Out of the fellas, who would shave Dota into their chest hair? Really?
Wow.
Ladies,
Wow.
the one lady standing here, would you
Here's the
appreciate
acid
it?
test.
It's all right.
Oh man, that's a rough one. Let me get your thoughts on the paused game behind me. What do you think is going to happen once we get this game going?
All right. So right now, my boy Eternal Envy is thinking up of the most next level strat. Okay. He's gonna come back after game one. Gonna forget that one. He's gonna come back and show no mercy.
Do you have like a direct line to him? You sound like you just spoke to him.
Envy, don't throw this.
Okay, now you just sound threatening. I'm gonna have to. Now you're scaring me. Okay, we can't threaten the players. Any other predictions from the crowd?
Shout out to New Zealand!
You, sir, are a winner. Thank you. New Zealand, we love you. What about you? Come here, kind sir.
TV smile.
That's your TV smile? Can we see it again? Perfect.
Brilliant.
Who are you rooting for in the game right now?
Team secret, but that's not today. But right now, I'm not Cloud9.
Not Cloud9.
Not Cloud9.
You're not rooting for Cloud9.
I'm not rooting for Cloud9. And it's the same because it's really just Lena and Gyrocopter now. They're repeating. So it's always Gyrocopter that's just doing stuff. So, yeah.
That was good. You did good. TV debut?
What?
Exactly. All right. All right, we're going to send it back to you guys. I'm going to keep looking for embarrassing moments that I can make you feel uncomfortable with.
You've done a great job of that. I
Thank
don't
you.
know if it's your job so much to do that. I just felt a little bit weird about the whole chest hair thing. Glad you cleared it up. It's all right. Keep rocking out there, Casey. Doing a great
Will
job. Gents, I mean, come on now.
I don't even have
Each
chest
one of
hair,
you,
though.
they're already telling me I have to ask you. What would you do? Would you shave that into your
Sebastian would.
Sebastian would.
As a Frenchman. As a Frenchman, I
Yes.
would not.
Wow. Okay. All right.
As an Asian man, I would not. Hair is not very.
All right.
I would not do it there.
Often just come in with XZ. CDEC still want to take this head on, but they're fighting into a lot of AoE here if they actually engage. And the tower drops dangerously low. Now the call down thrown out. A bit of a zoning tool. Glyph already popped, and they're still trying to hold the line, looking for the potential nuke on Envy here. Big Daddy keeps him in fighting shape. Now Aggressive rotates in. A Thunderbolt coming out. Instantly Aggressive lost all his HP, and they're going to lose the tower. It is denied by Q. Very nicely played as well. Have another pause here. And in 5 seconds, it looks like. So the teams will have a chance to collect their thoughts. And I mean, at this point, Cloud9 completely in the driver's seat. They can pressure the map with the double global threat. They've got their key levels to make moves around the map. And it really feels like CDEC are going to have to play complete defense for some time. They need the Darkseer mech. They need a good team fight opportunity. They just don't have anything in the near future.
Yeah, and something I really like about C9's play this game is that they're forcing C-Deck to respond to whatever they do. They decide to go for the mid-tower push. C-Deck isn't even in real fighting position, but they're forced to react to that, bring some heroes over, and that's just time where they're not farming. They have to bring the Phantom Lancer, who instantly gets nuked down to half HP, and it's almost like they wanted to defend that mid-tower, but they were thinking to themselves, there's actually no way. If you take a look at C9's lineup, there's just so much nuke potential. They have a lot of heroes that balance each other out well. They've got the physical damage of the Gyrocopter, and like you talked about, Fada's got so much farm right now. He's got a Soul Ring, Arcane Boots. He can spam for all he wants.
I have seen him go Midas occasionally on the Zeus. Do you think Midas is too greedy this game? Is Bloodstone good enough, or?
I think when it comes to an item like a Bloodstone, the sooner the better. You don't want to go for half of a Bloodstone and then deviate. I feel like getting it around the 15-minute mark usually means that you're going to be winning fights, just because of the amount of tankiness that you have, the fact that you can spam your abilities nonstop. You're probably going to build up a decent amount of Bloodstone charges. And if I'm
and they have lots of ways to get those kills around the map as well.
Yeah, exactly. You've got a lot of different setups. Last game, I think a large issue was that the supports just simply couldn't get levels LD. But this game, they've done such a good job with it. Skywrath Mage is level 6. Wisp is level 6. This was around the time where we saw both the supports at level 4 in the last game, and so you're seeing a complete change of tempo for Cloud9.
And it goes back to the way they chose to late it. They ran the dual lane, the IO, Skywrath, something that we used to see. I think Alliance was running it for a while after TI3 even, and would often dual roam early with Ake and your friend EGM. It's kind of fallen off, and it is a very risky support duo. If you don't make plays happen in the laning stage, you've got two supports with 0 stuns between them, are frail, to be quite honest, and not particularly strong against BKBs generally, especially the Skywrath Mage, but they made it work. They got the first blood bottom. It seems like they've been able to find their levels even through the pause and then into the other side of the game, and they've managed to take objectives with heroes that normally aren't really known for taking early objectives. So a different support style here, more comfort picks for C9 and maybe less like meta picks, but they're paying off.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about what you just said when it comes to meta picks, because yes, there are certain heroes in the game that are just strong right now. Like Leshrac, I don't think is a hero that you want to give almost any team, but heroes like Gyrocopter are probably similar, but after that, you can pick heroes that you're more comfortable with, and I think that's how you should play, because from first-hand experience, if you play a hero over and over again, you're just going to have a natural familiarity with it. And so I think that's the better resource to go for. But if you're C-Deck, I mean, they've done the same. They've got heroes that they're really comfortable playing. I've seen Aggressive play this Phantom Lancer. The Lina, we talked about it a ton on Shiki. These are heroes that C-Deck are more or less comfortable playing, but it just feels like C9 this game are a lot more aggressive.
And C-Deck really need time. Like I mentioned the Darkseer mech. We bit about how
you just want to force somebody out of their force you to adapt to their type of Nine's draft is a lot more balanced. Fada just throws 1 or 2 lightning bolts, and he's conservative with his mana. Low, and then C-Deck aren't in shape to fight. Like you said, there's no mech on the Darkseer yet, so it's not like they can look for a fight at any time soon.
The score sits still 2-1, about a 2,500 gold lead for Cloud9. Experience even. The team's trying to stay focused and composed here, and it's something the panel talked about is it's tough in this type of situation. Not to lose focus, not to get a little frustrated as a player. Well, with that,
really hard in the early game. Like these heroes can really suffer if you get the wrong.
So what's he gonna do? He's just gonna stand in the fog, just keep on pushing the lanes, you know, and you actually have to go and scout him. Bounty Hunter is probably gonna try to get him, but he's gonna create a lot of space for C9 to just do whatever they want on the map.
Yeah, and I think for C9, they should pair up like the Skywrath and the Zeus want to really run together a lot, because if you get the Ancient Seal on anyone, they can die so quickly to the burst, and use this timing before the enemy have BKBs.
Like C9 they don't want to get into a 5 versus 5, you know, like face-to-face engagement. It's not gonna be, they might win it if they're ahead enough, but it's really not the game they want to play right now. They just want to kite, keep on nuking people until they actually see killing potential, you know, like go in, go out again, keep on doing that. Like keep on kiting until you actually get a good fight. But, you know, going kind of YOLO, you know, all in, the 5 of them, trying to get someone is not going to be how they want to play that game.
Let's talk a little bit about the PL, though, because PL has gone drum in this game, which has increasingly become the standard. The downside to that, of course, is that, I mean, he's forever away from his diffusal in a game where it looks like C9 is going to be set up to fight sooner rather than later. So the question is, if you're C-Deck, how do you create enough space for that to PL to finish the diffusal blade? He's really not much in fights until he finishes that item.
I think it's a very hard PL game. You know, it might look where to say it, but they have so much nuke power that it's almost impossible without a BKB, at least to me, because they also have spells to reveal which one is the real PL. You know, one overwhelming halts from the Legion Commander, and you know which one is real PL, and you just burst him down super fast. Same goes for the Gyro's, you know, AoE. I think it's a tough game for PL.
Yeah, for PL it's really difficult until he gets plenty of items, because they don't have that good stuff to deal with the late game PL, but early game and mid game there are so many good spells against it, but later on they only really have the flak cannon against it. Overwhelming odds is always going to be useful, of course, but it's not fully reliable. It's the only counter.
Definitely.
Feels like the game is nicely poised, doesn't it, in one way or the other, but have any of you got any preference for which team you'd rather be on in this pause right now, and then knowing that you come out of it potentially you can take the game? Which one would you prefer to
I like Cloud9's position.
Yeah?
I think if you get off to like just a slightly good start, which I think they have right now, and get Wisp level 6, they can just, you know, get a lot of dual kills, use Zeus ultimate every single cooldown, and, you know, Gyro and Skyrat don't have very long cooldowns on their ultimate to begin with, and the pressure's on C-Deck to try and stall, delay for PL to get big, and on top of that, if Cloud9 get Roche, it's really, really bad for them, because they can just easily sack like 1 or 2 heroes plus Aegis and just team wipe C-Deck. So I think it's a very risky place where C-Deck is right now.
Are you all in agreement with that?
I mean, that's something that we actually should have mentioned before now, that as important as any of the admin decisions, that Wisp is sitting almost at level 7 at 12 minutes. I mean, he's made perfectly fine leveling progress, and that's a lot of what C9 wanted to do in this game. That's exactly what didn't happen.
I would rather also say C9, but want to go back to something we mentioned before about Bounty Hunter and kill participation. Like, this is a very low kill game, and Bounty Hunter, he gets such a slow start. If you can't find kills in the first 12 minutes, it becomes really hard. They have had 1 kill on their team, and he was not even in it. So I'm worried that the Bounty Hunter could turn into a little bit of a feed for the Zeus and for a Legion Commander if he cannot find more kills happen.
Do you think that's on purpose from C9 and they've made that happen? Or?
I mean, they have LC too. They also want to get kills.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I think C9 have played a good control in the early game here, and they always do that. Big Daddy No Tail always has good play with his Wisp, where, you know, the early game is where he shines the most.
Yes.
I think that's just a tribute to the good play from the supports of C9.
Okay.
It's also what we said about Bounty Hunter earlier today and in the draft, like during the drafting phases. You don't want to get into early skirmishes versus Bounty, because if you do get in those skirmishes and you give him levels, it's not even that actually. It's just that if Bounty doesn't find kills, like you said, he's completely useless. He does nothing. He just runs around. He can't farm. He can't really gank people by himself. You know, he's not gonna run into someone. At least not in those games. If they expect him to roam somewhere, they're gonna have sentries ready for him.
Right.
Yeah,
so he just capitalizes on every move he's in. So if you just have strong lanes, you know, play patient, then Bounty is not it's a non-factor.
Yeah, I've always felt like I want to get you guys' reaction to this, because I've always felt like with Legion, early duels are a nice bonus, but they're not a necessity. That hero can still contribute, whereas Bounty Hunter, if he's not participating in kills between like 10 and 25 minutes, the hero can just have 0 game. And you see that in the stats, right? Bounty Hunter is one of those heroes like Clockwork where when he wins, his numbers are really good. When he loses, his numbers are just downright awful.
I think it's more so, can he get the track off without dying? And if you can do that, I think you can still be useful in the late game. But too often, it's like, okay, Storm with the gem. If you track anyone and you don't have a blink on Bounty Hunter, you're just dead. And then you're useless.
Right.
Pointing out a thing that we haven't really touched on, Bounty Hunter is really good against a 5-man moving together. You know, you can early predict where people are going and what they want to do as a team. But looking out to what C9 drafted, they have Wisp. They have the mobility to just join any lane, so all they need is a Blink Dagger and Legion Commander. He can set up a fight, and, you know, tracking the Wisp and his partner might not help you.
And it feeds into what Matt said about Fada being so good at pushing that lane equilibrium in your favor. Zeus, that's another thing we don't talk about a lot, but CDAC, their script relies on getting map control and being able to manipulate lane equilibrium. It's going to be very difficult to do that against a farm Zeus.
Yeah,
it's a very good point.
Just while we're in this pause and moving away from the game a little bit, I have been taking some questions on Twitter just for fun and giggles. And one of them I found really interesting. I thought I'd propose this to you. Someone said, if you guys on the panel were a 5-man team, what roles would you play?
Coach?
Now, yeah, I was thinking coach, thanks very much, that'll be fine.
So are you in the team?
Yeah, apparently.
Okay.
This is a worry. You guys are going to have to carry me.
I mean, there are 2 jungles.
I mean, like, what we should think of, is there something I can play at the fountain?
Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden.
Yeah,
That's really what you get.
And then I don't get killed, and you guys can just go and win.
Yeah, we just run Aura Strat where, well, I don't know, CM and, I don't know, Avenge, Beastmaster, Wraith King, and these guys.
Or I'll just play Mirana because I know what Mirana does, so I'll just run away.
No, you can play Cottle. I heard it's fun.
Yeah, no, I'm with Jeremy Lin on that one. So yeah, interesting. What do you think? What would you play now? I mean, I know what you play, but we'd love to hear it anyway.
What you guys? I would be fine to take the support role. I chose Swaga and Merlini.
All right.
I think we would have Merlini carry. I think.
Oh yeah.
I can carry.
You know that C9, I mean, they just actually popped the Zeus ult in that bottom.
Oh, aggressive. He's going to try to doppelganger his way out of this one. Bone7's on the hunt. He's just got the range for the duel. That's going to be a walk duel. I believe the first of the game, plus 10 damage. Eternal Envy getting involved with that one as well. He'll be the one to collect the gold, and it is not a Bloodstone. It is not a Midas. It's just going to be a blink off the bat. Some mobility here. Sometimes you see the blink and you're not sure if it's more defensive or offensive, but this game it feels like an offensive item here, something to allow them to just chase for these kills and get more aggressive.
Yeah, that was part of the problem I felt like last game, where they didn't really have the best aggression. Like they had nothing to follow up. Like once the Nature's Prophet TP'd in or they used the relocate, what was the follow-up there? But this game, they're using the relocate because they have an advantage. They're actually getting kills as a result. The Zeus ultimate has now gotten them another kill, and they've just done a good job of keeping up the pressure. And this Phantom Lancer, like you said, he opted to go for the drums. He opted to go for the Ring of Aquila. He'll probably go for the defusal after, but he's still in no fighting shape. Like, there's not enough on his team to back him up right now.
And I kind of go back to our discussion earlier, and I feel like if it goes late and it's even, I'm not sure that CDEC have the late game. Zeus is so good against illusion-based heroes. Legion Commander's really good through his first ability, and a Gyro can flack them down to some extent. So I don't know. I'm kind of worried here for CDEC with the way the game's developing.
Yeah, it's only 14 minutes into the game, so you might think to yourself, okay, it's a little bit too early to say that one team has an advantage, but it's more just, you should look at where the teams are farming, how they're moving around the map. You know that CDEC have a smoke available on the Witch Doctor, but they're not willing to use it because they're not really sure that it'll amount to anything.
Yeah, I think they feel like we could smoke, and probably the best result is we don't die. The chance of getting a kill is tough at this point. They have some decent wards out here for CDEC, though. You can see one in the mid lane, but it's almost too deep. It's like to the point where they're not even likely to go for something here. And as soon as it's planted, Fada able to deward it, and well, he'll get the last hit. The creep's trying to steal it, but Fada won't let them. Chopping the arcane boots, just gonna pop the soul ring here, try to get maximum efficiency out of that item. And then back to farming. This is the kind of pace and setup that C9 normally like to play, where they can get a lead and then just farm and try to push the lead from there. Looking, I think in particular right now for that Legion Commander Blink Dagger, if it's not already out, to come out soon and allow them to start finding those pickoffs. Eternal Envy now rotating towards the bottom side of the map. He's going to run right past Garter. He doesn't have any backup. He's playing awful aggressively, and this could get punished here potentially. There's a tier 1 available, and out comes the Lance, and Envy's caught, and the Death Ward comes splashing through. He's going to get a call down off of 3, but they've already brought him down. That's going to be a track gold going their way. Garter going in biz, Dust getting popped and aggressive, going back in. This is the kind of scrappy fight that CDEC love to go for. Big Daddy almost finished off. He's able to completely deny the bounty hunter here on his way out, but there's still a little bit of a chase going on with the Phantom Lancer progressive diving back towards the tier 2 tower. He will get the kill. It's 4 C9 dead. CDEC. I have seen this from this team more often than I think other teams would care to admit. They are just so good at seeing Ikiro slightly out of position and snowballing into 3, 4, sometimes even 5 kills. Look at that, Will. 3,300 gold swing, almost a 3,000 experience change. That is a heartbreaking fight for Cloud9.
Yeah, they had good map control, but with one smoke, they find Envy, and the surprising thing is how much more they found after that. It felt like there was time for C9 to get out of there. They had Blink Daggers on their heroes. There was no reason to commit for that. I think they kind of overestimated their advantage and decided, okay, we can probably get into this fight. They overcommitted for Envy. He got a 3-man call down, but you can't make those kinds of mistakes against a tracked, when you've got tracked heroes, because I mean, it just swings that quickly.
And it shows the power of the bounty hunter. There's actually I wouldn't even say a deep ward, but there's a ward behind where the tier 1 stood bottom. That saw Envy, and it also saw he was alone. And this is something that bounty hunter really excels at, is getting that vision up for the team.
Yeah, and he does a really good job of spotting where people are, like you said, and more importantly than that, it just forces you to play a different style of Dota, because you don't necessarily want to just stay stacked up, because then the Phantom Lancer outfarms you. But if you decide to go for that solo farm, then you get picked off by the track, and that wasn't even necessarily a bad move by Envy, because he was backed up by the tower. His teammates were kind of in position, but it was just such a fragmented fight. Like, they were kind of going in one by one. They lost Envy, then they lost the Skyra, and then from there I feel like there's zero chance you come back, but this is them getting back into it. They're saying, okay, we still have a pretty good advantage. The team fights are still in our favor. Why not just go for the push where we can kind of make the Bounty Hunter useless?
But C9 still want to apply some pressure here. They've got Big Daddy looking to keep Envy alive. The double heal coming out. Something we haven't talked about is that they have that purge ability as well, in addition to the regen, so they can really top Envy off constantly. He'll tank the tower. The last hit going to Misery of all heroes. Not often you see a Scarith Mage getting these tower last hits, but on the back of that, Cloud9 got a deeper ward down. It looks like it may be almost immediately dewarded. Cheeky already taking care of that. He did opt for the Yules, though. Did not go for the Aghanim Scepter in the end, so just the casual point booster that Nahaz was talking about, and is a decent value pickup for sure.
It's one of the more cost-efficient items that you can go for. He didn't really have the best start, and his team was struggling in the early game. The problem, too, is if you just decide to go for the straight Yules, you can't really dodge the Zeus ultimate. And once that lays on you, you're at, what, 700 HP, and then from there, C9 are emboldened. They're going to say to themselves, okay, we can get into a fight here because they're so low. That's part of the thing that Zeus ult gives you, is that advantage in HP that forces one team to run away. And when you're a team with the Bounty Hunter, you want to be the team that consistently re-engages, tries to fight around the map, but Zeus stops that in their tracks.
Garter again going on a bit of a foraging mission. Looks like bottom lane did get dewarded in the end, although I think it was fairly close to expired anyway. Envy and Big Daddy, they're playing as a tandem now. Not seeing Envy on his own nearly as much, but this is giving time for CDEC to continue their farm on their other core heroes, the Lina of Shiki, as well as the Phantom Lancer of Aggressive. And in the meanwhile, haven't seen much out of Bone 7. He's kind of been quiet since that first duel after the pause. He does have the Blink Dagger now, working on an Ogre Club, and once he gets a BKB, might be able to get more aggressive with these initiations. But now, CDEC looking for their move. They're going to smoke up. They swing through the river. Garter trying to get them some vision off the bat. You can see Fada blinking around through the jungle, trying to do a bit of farming from distance here on his Zeus to the south side of the map, and they're going to get eyes on Envy. They also see Big Daddy No-Tail rotating through. They've got someone on the high ground here. That's the Darkseer, but they're going to need a bit more to make the move in, and this is a tough go. They need to find Big Daddy if they want to make it happen. Can they chain stun him down? Big Daddy looking for the relocate. It got interrupted by Shrugatos, I believe, and now Big Daddy, no, he didn't even get it off. Ends up going down. Envy forced out of the fight. A 1-for-1 so far. Support for support, but now the dust on the Garter, and he too will be forced back. Aggressive, just lucky to get out of here. Take a pounding from that nuke damage of Fada, and in the end, we'll have to back it off.
Still, a decent trade for CDEC. They get the track kill, and that means more than anything is that your entire team gets that extra gold bounty, and you see it right there. You get one Wisp kill, the gold change is 503, just 191 for C9. That's pretty standard, but CDEC, you're starting to see the issue with when you leave that mid tower alive. When you smoke into their jungle like that, you can't really back out. You're forced into one direction, so you can't go around like C9 can.
Yeah, your options to attack different avenues that you have available are very limited. And, well, it was almost a crazy play if that Shuriken toss ends up interrupting a relocate. Wouldn't have mattered too much in the end, but Big Daddy did hang on to it. So we'll see. It's Cloud9's turn to get aggressive here. They've got a Sentry Ward up in the jungle. I think they may have seen this Bounty Hunter moving through. Garter, he's close and he will be scouted out here. Now the tether forward. Do they have any detection? You betcha. Dust pop, Cloud9, just at the last few seconds of that Sentry's expiration date. They're able to find an additional kill, and can they turn this into another objective? They're dewarding again. Misery will find yet another observer. They figure since the bounty was just bottom, there's probably another ward here, and Cloud9 are just winning this vision game right now, it feels like.
Yeah, and honestly,
just actually in range.
That's actually going to be really unfortunate for Misery because he just dewarded one, and
I think I jinxed him.
It was close though.
They may not see it. It's going to expire in like the next minute or so, and they're going to have their hands full in this mid lane.
Something that is concerning me right now though is that CDEC is starting to catch up in net worth. You're seeing the Darkseer just behind the Zeus. The Phantom Lancer is a hero that's naturally going to farm slower than the Gyrocopter, and so when the Phantom Lancer has only 1 or 2k net worth behind the Gyrocopter, you know that he's actually in really good shape because you've got Alumina backing you up, and that's just a better core than the Zeus is when it comes to fighting and taking down heroes.
Well, you talked about how much CDEC focuses on objective gaming, Will, and this time it's Cloud9 who appear to have a good tool for the objective gaming. They just keep on healing up Envy, they give him the overcharge, he attacks fast as lightning, he'll take down the tower mid, and they're doing it with very little risk. They've got Big Daddy parked behind him, they can always relocate him out. CDEC not with that many tools to interrupt it, and lacking the vision to even look for a hold. They're down to 1 tower, just that tier 2 top, and you gotta figure Cloud9 are gonna be thinking, we could walk into this Roche pit soon, just need to find a pick before they do.
Yeah, they don't really want to get into one if they can, because again, you're on the side of C-Deck. C-Deck could opt to go for buybacks. You've got
They're
the Phantom
relocating.
Lancer.
They're trying to go on aggressive here. He's going to doppelganger out. He drops the...
Yeah, you just Tokyo drifted out of there, and at bottom, they're going to finally leave it. And the Phantom Lancer has so much mobility, and I actually think they're just going to churn and try to get a kill here. They'll run into the ward, unfortunately, but this should at least mean a free D-ward, but it is going to mean information for C9 because they're just going to group up. And it actually just expired.
I think they saw it, but he doesn't have sentries right now. So even though they know there's a ward there, there's nothing C-Deck can do about it. But I still think this is okay for C-Deck. As you mentioned, the Darkseer has gotten his levels now. He's almost level 11. They have the level 2 or 3 vacuum at the very least, and he's got a blink as well as a mech picked up, so he can really add a lot to the team fights here. And now into the Roshan pit they're going to go. Will Cloud9 realize what's happening in time? They're not even remotely close to the pit. They don't have a Zeus ult. They don't have a relocate. They're really going to have to just sprint to this pit to have any chance whatsoever at fighting it. And they're not quite there yet. Roche looks like he will fall before Cloud9 get in range, and there's no objectives to be obtained. They've even got the bounty hunter to scout this one out. They're trying to make their way in. Roche about to drop, and he will fall in the end. They're not quite in vision just yet to make a fight happen. Cloud9 hanging back for the time being. It's aggressive, surging forward, looking for openings onto Fada. He will go. Big Daddy doesn't have a relocate. No way to bail Fada out if he gets bursted down here, but he throws out the lightning bolt, and he will end up getting nearly the bounty hunter killed off. They're able to pop the mech, keep him alive. So there's a track kill going the way of C-Deck, plus an Aegis hit, but well, for now, C-Deck, with the Aegis, they're going to smoke, but guess what? It's right under a Radiant Observer ward. They're moving directly down mid. Cloud9, the pain's frantically coming. They want to fight this up on the high ground. They're in position to potentially turn this in a big way, and it is Garter who comes in first.
They're baiting Envy right now.
Urging Envy. They do have a relocate available. Cooldown comes through. The Zeus ult deployed. It's a lot of AoE damage. C-Deck need to back off for now. XC going in. He went for the back in the wall. He hardly hit a thing. They've already lost their Aegis. Mech will come out a bit too late to save the Phantom Lancer on his first life, but Cheeky looking to make it work regardless. They have a Laguna at the ready. Yules interrupting the tether and holding Big Daddy in position. They will find the first real kill of this fight, and it's a 5-hero track kill for C-Deck. Cloud9 thought they could take it. Doppelganger down. Misery.
Oh, he's going so far.
Purge. Aggressive going ham. And in the paint, he will find another kill. Fada can't even engage into this. He's out of mana already.
The fact that he was able to do that just shows you how aggressive C9. I mean, they can't really deal with that level of aggression because they know that the Aegis, once it's down, they use so much just to take it down. They had a zone out, and it was just a weird fight for C9 to take. Like, they had the advantage in knowing that they knew that C-Deck was coming in, but at the same time, they had the Aegis. I feel like that's an opportunity where you just avoid going mid, you split up the side lanes, and just wait out.
Well, Cloud9 suddenly on the back foot. It felt like they were the ones in control of this game. With the reasonable recovery from the Legion Commander, the vision the Zeus gives you, the team fight potential of the Gyro plus Zeus, but it seems like they're going to have to dig deep here, Blitz. They've only got one ward up on the dire side of the map. Tower still slightly going their way, but what's your play here if you're C9? Do you try to bait C-Deck into a fight? Do you look to get aggressive? How do you approach this one?
I think if you're C9, you just decide to go for the safest objective. Right now, what's allowing C-Deck to get back into the game is that they're playing aggressively. They're kind of setting the tempo and allowing the fights to be set up however they want. And I think C9 is still confident in taking a fight. Even with the Aegis, the fight was not that one-sided. Like, C9 was still able to get some advantages. It's just the track. Every single time that happens, C-Deck are always going to push it for an even trade. And so C9, they're going to group up and just minimize the potential of the bounty hunter. If you show yourselves as 5 and kind of group and cluster, there's not a whole lot the C-Deck can do because their AoE isn't even that great.
But they do want to fight this one. It feels like Garter's in position. They're going to duel him off the bat. Envy committing for this. They want that dual damage, and Garter will drop. That's winner number 2 for Bone 7. Not really their biggest team fighter, but with the bounty hunter down, C-Deck are going to back off. It looks like they may give up this tower, and aggressive. Showing some versatility here. He's actually split pushing. Normally we see him coming to the fights as a hero like Gyrocopter, but he does recognize right now, despite the Roshan going their way previously, they're not all that strong in the 5v5, and he's going to adjust his game plan.
I like that C9 keep responding to whatever C-Deck do. If C9 gets ganked by the smoke, they say, okay, we should group up and continue to just focus on the objective. This is a different look that C9 is giving me, because previously it just felt like they were okay with trading kills left and right, they were okay with the dives, and now it just feels like,
hunter.
yeah, it actually just feels like they're
MVP Phoenix there with some wise words from the slightly more mature March. That's what I'm going to go with. 28. It's no age, really, as he leads out his team. But as he rightly pointed out, he is going to be heading off to the military after the international, which is a real loss for us, a real shame to see such a leader in his field disappearing from the scene. But let's wish him luck as he heads into the arena any moment now. The players are getting ready backstage to come out into the arena. We do also need one more team, so let's check in with Newbie to find out where they're at in 2015.
在 TI5 对你的采访，那先给大家介绍一下吧。你大概是第几次过来参加 Dota 的国际邀请赛？
这是我第4次参加 TI 的比赛了。然后反正从 TI2开始到 TI4，我的成绩一次比一次就是往上在上升吧，一直到去年的冠军。每次我都回想的时候，我都会很激动，也是一样的，我感觉是一样的心态，抱着那种很激情的感觉吧。
我们知道第一个调整就是小巴当时离队了，对吧？他在离队的时候，当时担任的是队里的3号位，然后你们是引进了在 TI4表现非常出色的老干爹的这个 Rabbit。
对我们兔子这个队友的话，他就是他的性格的话，可能和我很相似，然后就是打法的话比较就是激进，然后什么事情就是他说的话，比如说他要打或者干嘛都会去听他的。在carry 方面的话，其实也是一个不错的 carry， 打前包括gank都结合的都挺不错的。
明明来了以后，在队里担任3号位，能给我们评价一下这位选手吧？
这位选手的话，也算是一个典型的，就是天梯那种高分选手打法。打 CW 的话，也有那种路人习惯在里面，很信任他，才喊他过来担任这个3号位这个位置。
队里有2个老选手啊，资格比你还要老很多，就是我们的这个 banana 香蕉以及是3生啊。那你感觉他们俩在最近的一段时间的这个状态怎么样？和去年相比的话，
之前一样的，其实就是经验很丰富，然后可能给我的感觉就是比较注重防守一些吧。
那打比赛时候的指挥呢，一般是谁来？
打比赛指挥的话，一般都是我跟兔子，这可能是1、2号位担当的要多一些吧。我打比赛的时候也是特别激情的那种，就是都是要喊出来，不管就怕队友没听见。香蕉跟大狗的话就是3生，他们说话的话，平时包括训练声音都很小的那种，就是很低。你不再为他说一遍，可能你听不见。就是所以说，要打的基本上都是我跟兔子在。
你们俩会指挥会多一点，
都会多一点。
是作为你自己来讲，有没有在心里想过今年还想再拿一次冠军？
当然有想过，但是想过毕竟是想过嘛，可能这个主要还是看我们小组赛的一些状态，然后和当时如果进了胜者组以后，到时候看我们整体的表现吧。最高的期待我可能是进入前3吧，最低的期望可能就是前8以内。
那对现在这个版本，和去年你们夺冠时候的版本最大的区别在什么地方？
这个版本的话，主要是加强了酱油的经济，每分钟的金钱。现在它改动的话，主要还是跟以前的区别就是，以前可能是刷到后面刷着可能就赢了，现在的话可能是你一直刷不打架，或者说怎么样的话，可能最终不是很好赢这个比赛，主要还是看团战吧，团战很重要。
那我想知道，就是在你的心目当中，大概在这届 TI 夺冠的热门会是哪些队伍？
今年国外队在我心中就2个队伍，一个EG和秘密，可能跟大家认为的有点相似。中国队的话，我觉得老干爹希望最大，毕竟老干爹在国内现在是打的是最好的。
牧神，我想问一下，在业余的时间你有什么样的爱好？因为我听说你唱歌很厉害，然后据说在这个咪咪咪参加音乐节目的时候，你还给他出过一些主意什么的。
唱歌不是特别好吧，然后可能就是声音比较低，中低音那种，唱不上高音，所以说我只能让他去来完成这个事情。
那我们知道，牛比从去年的冠军到今年参加 TI 之前，也是经历了很多起起伏伏。但是我相信还是有很多包括木你自己的粉丝以及牛比的粉丝会支持你们。那最后有什么想要对这些支持你们的粉丝说的？
我想说的是，希望不管我们这届 TI5的成绩怎么样，希望大家继续支持我们吧。就是我们也会努力打好这次 TI。
好的，非常感谢木接受我们的采访，也希望你们在 TI 发挥出自己的水平。
谢谢。
是一个就是那种比较闷骚的人，平时就是话比较少吧，面对什么媒体这些人比较话比较少，但是平时我们在训练的时候，他就是挺嗨的，有时候。
当我最后一场比赛最后一局的时候，赢了比赛的时候，那一刻我心情很激动，但是激动到没有去用我的表情去做出来，这是一个梦想，一个伟大的成绩。
木这个人呢，感觉他就是游戏天赋很高吧，然后但是他的性格比较属于那种性格比较火爆的人吧，但是他就是打线下比赛吧，打比赛的时候感觉对队伍的帮助挺大的，他就是很靠谱的游戏，就是值得信赖嘛。感觉他会比较喜欢的事情吧，就会很兴奋嘛，就是挺搞笑的吧。听歌吧，会听到嗨的时候会就唱得很大声。
我觉得一个队伍团不团结，就与他的成绩是挂钩的。团结了，你才有信心去打好比赛。这是已经到 T25了，已经过了1年了。我觉得今年相比去年的话，压力的话，可能说没什么压力吧。TI 这个比赛有很多不稳定因素，大家的气势打上来了，可能就会有不一样的意外的收获。如果进了前8，我们可能再会往前移前3，然后到了前3，可能再会想着冠军，就大概是一步一步。
我喜欢我们队伍的风格吧，因为我们是偏打架风格的队伍吧，所以说我们队伍的人都打法比较激进吧，就是比较喜欢打架嘛。
我就是感觉一个是自信，再就是努力，这2点。可能是比较作为职业选手的话比较重要的。我希望我的未来，就算我不是职业玩家了嘛，我可能还是会继续去玩 Dota 这个游戏，因为这个东西给我的荣耀，给我的快乐，给我的希望。
The reigning international champions, the champions of TI4, and of course back to try and defend their title with a slightly different lineup. They are entering the arena right now. Newbie, the reigning champions, are back at Key Arena, and they have a best of 1 to face to carry on in the tournament. Otherwise, they will complete their tournament right here, right now, finishing 13th to 16th. It's a massive game for the champions. But, as they rightly pointed out, less pressure, less stress, and less, perhaps, expectation on them as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really big thing. I mean, the thing is, when you're talking about expectation for newbie, if you look at TI4, Na'Vi compared to TI3 were completely different and didn't do as well. Alliance didn't even make it out of the group stages. This year, newbie, 1 game from going out. Last year, they won it, and they went from the group stages to the final without losing a game, I think. They didn't drop a game, I believe. So a year is a long time in Dota. I don't think it's really fair to compare the achievements of last year and the achievements of this year and say they should have done this, they should have done that.
Sure.
Everything's different.
Yeah, and it's I wouldn't say it's a curse as such, but there is difficulty in repeating such an extraordinarily difficult thing to do once, let alone do it twice. And we know that there are a couple of players floating around the upper bracket right now who do have an opportunity to do it with different teams, but do it as the same team it's got to be impossible. And we spoke earlier about there's 4 human years in 4 esports years in 1 human year.
That's pretty much true.
Yeah, so it's like the Olympics.
Where does that come from? They're not dogs, Paul.
No, it's definitely
How is that true?
like that.
1 year in esports is 4 years in real life.
No.
No wonder I feel so old. Jeez.
You're actually 146.
I am now, technically.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, that's why it makes it so difficult, because it is a bit like the World Cup, isn't it? Where there is 4 years in human life, where trying to do it again is really tough. And, and this feels kind of similar.
I mean, the thing about Dota is that you have several big balance patches throughout one year. You're going to have so many major changes. You can't really compare last year's TI to this year's TI directly. It doesn't really compare. And to look back and say, like, Newbie did amazing back then. They had figured out the current state of the game then, and they're still amazing players. A lot of them are still fully talented and could definitely win, but it's about figuring out how to win in this current patch and how to work the best as a team in this patch.
Ben, is there an element in here as well of, well, 3 of them have already won. They already won $1.2 million. They've been there, done it, don't really have to win it again. How do the other 2, who are super motivated to win and want to win and do all the things their 3 teammates, how do they motivate the other 3 to make sure they're actually on it?
I mean, June is clearly very motivated. I think Moo referred to him as like a high MMR, but he's like 8,000.
He actually said he's like a high MMR pub player.
Highest MMR in the world at some point.
I think that's what a lot of people thought about maybe.
Right.
Because I think they're very similar to like super high on the MMR leaderboards, and they didn't really have too much competitive experience, but you can clearly see it from the individual play. I watch his Clockwork, I'm like, wow, this guy is really good. And I think he's one of the few players that has super flashy plays from the Chinese scene. Generally, it's all about teamwork, not taking too many risks, and doing whatever you can take to win the game. But June actually has a lot of flashy plays, and I can tell that he's really good and definitely talented enough to bring home a championship.
Okay, and not a bad singer apparently either. Flipping over to MVP Phoenix right now. Korean Dota, as we've already established, is not quite as established as perhaps other games, and also not as established as it is in, say, for instance, China or in North America or even Latin America right now. Losing March is a blow for that as well, isn't it?
I mean, it is. He is one of the more experienced. I remember talking to him if it was a TI3 already or TI4. And yeah, it is very sad to hear that he has to do the military service now at 28. Can't evade that anymore. But he has already done a lot for Korean Dota.
Yeah, he's set such a great foundation. I think I actually played with him in 2009 and 2010. He was, as calm and level-headed back then. He was super mature, and I think he's just done so much and training. I wouldn't say like training his teammates, but getting them into the Dota scene and making them work together to become what they are now.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, best of 1 for them. They did all right in the group stages. They didn't look like they might sort of go into that top 4, but finishing 5th in that group, that's a decent result, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they did very well in that regard, and it's mostly also because the other teams underperform. Like some of the teams like IG, Navi, they all underperform, so that allowed the MVP to actually place higher than usual. And I feel like a lot of the team has a lot of like motivation because it's March last year, so everyone wants to do this one last time for him, and they don't want to let him down and go down on the losing end.
Standout players for you in the team? Who stood out in the group stages?
I think for me, the whole team, but their standout player is definitely Kyo. Like when he's on, he's really on. He's one of those players where we talk about him a lot in the group stages, where it's either he does really well or he just missed the whole game.
Kyo had some games that were just incredible to watch, and especially on Ember Spirit, he performed so well. And they're not shy to buy Divine Rapier, so I definitely like this.
Yeah, we had that incredible game as well during the group stage with exactly that going on. So more of that, please. That'd be very nice. Flipping back to Newbie, Ben, with regards to them, there was a part in the movie with Moo that said he could be a bit too hot-headed. I have never seen that. Of all the videos and old videos from last year and this year, I haven't seen any of it.
That's the thing. It's so hard to tell the internal workings of some teams, and no one really knows how exactly they fared without Xiao 8. I mean, you can tell that they're worse, but I don't actually know like who stood up to the plate. Like, how do they work as a team? Is it just everyone does their own thing? Does June maybe call the shots?
Yeah.
We don't actually know.
Yeah, no, I mean, according to Moo, it's mainly him and Rabbit, which would make sense, wouldn't it? Because there was like that, coming from LGD with that kind of experience, they're going to rely on him a bit more, and I know that kind of honour is very high amongst those teams when they get an experienced player and they do respect what he says. So I think he said in the film, actually, most of the team listen to Rabbit when he says something.
Yeah, he said that the team decisions are mostly split between him or Rabbit, depending on who is actually leading the charge.
Yeah.
which is sometimes could be a good thing, but at the same time, like having 2 person, it might be a bad thing as well.
I wrote down a note which was it said communication question mark. How do they put up with that? I
mean, some teams like they have like two people like leading the mid player when he's roaming and ganking, and when the carry is like, I'm going to come and fight. We are strong enough to take this fight, and he tells the team to take the fight. So some teams just function like that.
Okay. In terms of the makeup as well of MVP Phoenix, it's very interesting actually for a Korean-based team. To have an Australian player in there, maybe not so much a Singaporean player, but it's a nice mix because the other MVP team, of course, have also mixed it up and have got a Finn, which is, I don't think I've ever seen a Finnish player playing in a Korean team. It's extraordinary.
It is pretty amazing, yeah. Jarek's got drafted into Hot 6 there.
Yeah. But they have to do that because of the way that they've
I think it's very healthy to get different views because, you know, Dota is that type of game where if you bring experience from one side of the world, you can sometimes get more insight, especially when you have a scene like Korea where they mainly practice against each other for a long time. It's very healthy to open up a little bit more.
I mean, the thing is, these guys won't get the chance to play against most teams because of ping issues, because of that limitation, which we often forget about. So you get Jerax in, and all of a sudden it's like, well, here's a bunch of information just for free that I'm just going to give you. You don't even need to play them. Because I guess this must be one of the only times, really, that they all get to play, all the teams from all around the world, these big events. And it's just invaluable experience.
Yeah, actually, they try and break out of their own scene to play more, you know, international matches, not international matches, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But with Newbie, and we've already spoken about the 3, and we know how coveted they are and what they did last year, how do they make that run again this year? Because last year was almost infamous now because they didn't do very well in the group stage, almost went out, then got a lucky break with a 3-way tie, won all of those without dropping a map, then went through the upper bracket without dropping anything, and then won the grand final. I mean, it was almost extraordinary. You couldn't understand how they changed from one part of the group stages into this. Now they're going to have to do something extraordinary to get through to the grand final.
Yeah, I feel what you mentioned is very much referring to TI3 and TI4 because it was about teams figuring out the patch and winning a lot due to that. But right now it feels like a lot of teams have something that work really well, CDEC especially.
Yes.
And many are copying CDEC right now. Now it's more about, you know, executing that kind of play or finding something that works good against that kind of play.
Okay.
So we're kind of at that point where the patch is starting to be figured out.
We're not too far away from the draft, so let's start talking a little bit around it. This is where these interesting strats come in. Potentially, MVP Phoenix have got nothing to lose
Best of 1
by having coming up with something over the weekend that's crazy in your minds, but actually might work. Has high risk, high reward.
The main risk is they'll come up with something boring, and then everybody does that.
Ted Downing again.
I'm just saying, like, if they come up with some strat that actually is incredibly dull to watch and win with it, it's like, oh man, here we go.
Yeah.
But hopefully they'll come up with something exciting and original. That's what I think.
Yeah, remain positive, Ted. Stay with us.
Okay, yeah, I'll try and
stay with us. We'll keep you on life support. It's all right. Likewise, Newbie almost don't really have anything to lose. I mean, they will look at it and think they had a disappointing group phase, but they only lost 1 game as well. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
They might have drawn a lot, but they only lost 1, so they're still going to be difficult to beat.
Just get your first win, you know. They always get 1-1 if you just win your first game here. It's pretty much the same as drawing.
Yeah, absolutely. Winter, what do you expect from these 2 teams? How do you think they'll go draft-wise? Risky?
I think during the group stages, Newbie their points don't really reflect how strong they are. And coming into this BO1, obviously, I think they are slightly the favorites because based on experience at the end. But it's a BO1, so I feel the stronger team doesn't have an advantage in the sense that usually you differentiate the stronger teams and the weaker teams by how they adjust during a BO2. But it's a BO1, so I think it's 50-50. Draft-wise, we'll probably see something interesting from MVP Phoenix, I'd say.
Yeah.
From Newbie, most likely just standard stuff.
Yeah. So maybe reactionary, depending on what MVP come up with. Yeah.
We've been hyping the Warlock picks since the group stages.
March Warlock.
It's coming. We know it's coming somewhere. The human side of this is very interesting, Ted, isn't it? In the concept that if March can go through here, he carries on his story. He then guarantees top 12 as well. That's great. That's a real improvement from where he was, and he's shown that every year. I don't know if he'll be that excited about that and maybe go off to military thinking he's done all right, but I would imagine that is a good result, isn't it?
I think if you're faced with elimination, any time you're allowed to continue in the tournament has to be considered a win. I mean, this is, 1 loss and they're out. I mean, you wouldn't want to go out like this. So on day 1. So, I mean, just blows my mind that people have to go off into military service no matter what they're doing. It's like there's Dota to be played. Like this has to override military whatever, surely.
I'm sure a man of your caliber can write something up, send it to the Korean government and get this fixed, Ted.
I'll tweet at them.
Okay, that'll do.
I mean, that's the best I can do.
Let's get behind that tweet, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ted's going to tweet it out. We'll get behind it, and everything will be great.
Nice.
Marsh's
change
legacy
minds.
has already been established. So TI3, no Korean teams. TI4, they made it to the wild card. TI5, there's 2 in the main event.
Yes.
So regardless of whether or not they win here,
Definitely progress.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. And Newbie then. Again, from a human side of things, tricky for them, isn't it? With those 3 champions and the 2 hungry guys.
I mean, no one's going
How
to
do
feel
they
sorry
square
for
that?
them. 'Cause
No,
they won
well, no.
last night.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame, really, isn't it? They could almost forget that the other 2, like, they weren't here last year. These guys are as hungry as they were when they came last year. Interesting dynamic, though, with those 5. How do you feel about that in the sense that what do these 2 have to do? Or do they have to do anything, really? Do you think there's still that hunger there for the other 3? Bearing in mind, they've been off to La La RPG land for about 5 months after last TI.
I mean, they're still together as a team. I think that definitely says something. I think if you lose a captain as strong as Xiaowei, it'd be very easy to say, okay, I'm going to find a different team because they don't see it going anywhere. But they're still here. 1 year later, they've delivered beyond my expectations for the group stage, and it's clear that they still play a lot. Just judging with the way they play, it's not like they've been playing RPGs for the past 5 years.
No, I don't think.
Wait,
being a little
they
bit
played
facetious.
RPGs for 6 months?
They took some time off, Ted.
What did they play?
They're never going to hear the end of it.
Yeah, some anime RPG
Oh,
stuff
God.
they enjoyed for fun, Ted.
Oh,
Do you remember that
let's
time
let's
when you
knock
used to
these
play
guys
games
out.
for fun?
Let's knock these guys out.
Yeah,
Give
no,
them
no.
no anime. Come on.
When you used to enjoy gaming just for the fun of it, that's what they went off and did for a few months.
No, I played a win, Paul.
Okay. I understand the mentality as well.
I mean, last year they were probably just like training so hard that they probably got burnt out at some point, and you can't really fault them for that. And if there is a time to take a break, it's after TI, not before the next one.
Indeed, yeah. So, Winter, you laughed, you chuckled, but it's an interesting strategy for a championship team to go off and just do something completely different for a few months.
Yeah, I think sometimes like people think like maybe they took too long, too much.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Like 6 months might actually be too long. Usually teams like go like 1-2 months off. They restructure, they get a new roster, and they start training again.
Okay, in one word, very quickly, before we're heading into the draft, who's winning this one? Wagger?
I believe Newbie is going to take it.
Okay.
MVP.
I'm with Winter all the way, MVP.
Warlock, but newbie.
Wow, okay. 2 for 2 on the desk. That's very interesting. I like that. Nice balance. Bit of friction, bit of rivalry, bit of ribbing after the match as well. It is a best of 1 as we head into the draft for the first knockout game in the lower bracket.
MVP Phoenix versus Newbie.
We say it every time, and we mean it every time. This is the biggest game of these guys' careers so far. Maybe not for the 3 newbie guys, perhaps, because of last year, but absolutely the biggest game for MVP Phoenix right now. And I got a sneaky feeling they might put out something crazy here. We've been talking about it all weekend, and we're finally here in the lower bracket in the best of 1. So, where do MVP Phoenix go? Where do newbie go? Guys, it's all yours.
Newbie, I think, should open with Queen. I think they've utilized it very well, and I think it plays pretty well into their play.
of pain.
I mean, it's obvious, I guess, but
You're the best, Ben.
Thank you.
She's a very strong opening. I mean, works well into most lineups and also can punish some of the drafts that MVP will come up with in the sense that she's a strong laner. So definitely a good hero to first pick.
They utilize it like Empire. Like, you don't actually know where they're going to put the Queen, which I think is very, very strong. If you always put it mid, I don't necessarily think it's a great first pick.
Yeah, and there we see QO, of course, pretty much the flashiest player you could look for when it comes to Korean Dota. He has brought some amazing games here in the group stage. And it's interesting to see what MVP are going to go for double pickups here. I mean, obviously Leshrac and Gyro are both removed here already, along with Naga Siren and Undying. So Bounty Hunter had great success today. And
Would you look at
Wagger, you're amazing. You guys are the best.
Gamer League, we got it.
I think we need a theme tune. It's like you keep saying you're the best, and I keep thinking in my head, hurrah! I don't know.
Wow.
Brilliant. It's
all right, so what's next? Come on,
perfect.
Winter.
Yeah,
You've got to make it a
Winter.
trifecta. Who's the pick after Bounty?
No pressure.
Say Earthshaker. Earthshaker, let's say.
Spirit Breaker.
Oh, I'm sorry, Winter. You should never listen to me, dude.
Got the wrong cow, man.
Yeah, wrong one.
Pretty close.
Yeah, close, yeah.
I mean, they're going to be like, they're just showing their card right away when you pick Bounty plus Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
You're going to be aggressive. You're going to be looking for kills. And less likely to pick Warlock, I guess.
This is also not MVP mixing it up, by the way. Bounty Hunter Spirit Breaker, this is along the same theme that they played in the group stage, so they're trying to keep it the same way so far. Obviously, we only see 2 picks, but they like the Spirit Breaker, starting up fights and just trying to take the aggression to the enemy early.
Yeah, and I like newbies like when they play Dragon Knight as well. Like Dragon Knight could be a hero that goes really well, goes very well against the Bounty Hunter because you want to have tanky heroes that the Bounty Hunter can't kill, so you can't make use of the track early on. But they're gonna go with the Clockwork, much more utility in the off lane. Doesn't show too much of what type of strategies they're gonna go for.
And such strong laners again. I mean, Queen already, and now Clockwork as well. He can do a lot of work on any lane that he goes to, really. So we'll see how they can utilize this.
It's also like, it's like kind of a stop pick as well, because if you pick Clock, there's a bunch of heroes you definitely don't want to pick purely because of that Clockwork pick, right?
Yeah, that's very true. Like, some heroes can't cast anything. It's never fun to play something like Witch Doctor against it. So
Earthshaker, hero, the list goes on.
Yeah, definitely impacts the playstyle. And here we see Respect Ban coming out from Newbie, I'm gonna say, on the Ember Spirit. Definitely don't want to fight against that.
Yeah, and MVP Phoenix is also taking out the Dragon Knight. So you don't want the opponent to have a lineup which is tanky. They're going to be grouping up like a Dragon Knight when he has his ultimate taking towers. That's when you feel the Bounty Hunter and Spirit Breaker becomes less useful in the game because you can't get kills and you're bad at 5-manning. So
do you think Viper could be a good ban as well for MVP here, Winter? As it's also one of those hard to kill kind of hero.
I mean, they can also do, like, pick the hero just so that you upset the balance of the Queen of Pain being able to win all her, like, anywhere she goes. So when you have the Viper, the Queen of Pain kind of wants to dodge you in that sense, and you weaken the Queen of Pain pick in general by having a Viper in your lineup.
Yeah, especially with the Bounty Hunter, life can be very difficult for the Queen.
I'm actually very happy to see that PL ban out. Honestly, as amazing as he is of a hero, he just feels very inevitable against some particular types of drafts.
Amazing and inevitable are not the words I would use to describe Phantom Lance. I think this is a sort of PG-13 broadcast, so I'll bite my tongue.
Yes, do that. We know your stance on this. I'm with you.
But these are two
Okay,
carries.
Wagger, we're friends now, for life, buddy.
These are 2 carries that can escape the Clockwork. For me, it's like, if you want to draft the Clockwork, you need to draft against heroes that Clockwork can actually kill and hold in place. And you know, I think they're actually looking to take the fight against Newbie, even though MVP Phoenix has this really strong killer opener.
I mean, Clockwork right now can kill the Bounty and the Spirit Breaker fairly. Like, if both of the heroes, like, compared to Spirit Breaker, you have equal farm, Clockwork can definitely kill the Spirit Breaker and the Bounty Hunter as well.
The only thing is if you get bashed outside the cogs, which does happen, against the Spirit Breaker.
Roughly 17%.
17% of the time. Yeah, it does happen. God, this is like one of my games. I'm serious, these are all heroes I play.
Oh, he really wants to play? Okay. That was a hero that I previously mentioned is not fun to play against Clockwork, but this is not about fun, it's about winning, and MVP, they want to have this hero behind them.
And MVP tend to like supports that are very strong at team fighting, and Witch Doctor is generally one of those supports that really great if you can get a full duration ultimate off. So it's kind of something that the team is really comfortable with.
It's also his sustainability. Like, his heal is very good because kills are great, and when you have Bounty Hunter, they're even more amazing, but they're not the end of the game. You're not going to win that way. You need to take towers, and for that, very often you need to heal up after the fight.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you look at the way CDEC played, they would take fights where it looked like it wasn't working, and then they'd get one, and then they just didn't stop. And the bounty meant that gave them so much more gold when they did that. Oh, wow, I hate this guy.
Winter Armor is really nice. They actually don't have that much magic damage on MVP Phoenix right now. I was thinking that it might be a Dazzle for a lot of their single target abilities, as well as giving the armor, but Winter Wyvern's a very nice support.
I mean, they could go for Lina now to have some form of magic burst against the Cold Embrace, and it's a very good matchup versus the Queen of Pain, and it's one of like QO's favorite heroes as well, so that could actually fit into what MVP Phoenix have, and Lina plus Spirit Breaker, usually a very good combination to get kills in the middle lane.
I agree. I think that's a very good call, actually. It fits really good with all the stunts they have, and it can capitalize on the track and get a lot of kills for your team. And as you said, countering the Cold Embrace so nicely, whenever he gets stuck, just throw all your AoE at him.
At that point, though, they'll probably switch Queen of Pain to safe, just because, I mean, they don't have like overwhelmingly great late game. And if you want Queen of Pain safe, I think one of the main issues is actually getting outscaled.
Shadowfiend certainly still does the same thing. Like it's just much weaker in the lane against the Queen of Pain. Lina is much stronger,
Templar
but Shadowfiend
Assassin.
will definitely be the team. Will be the hero that builds the map for that team. And here we go, Vargas, favorite hero.
Very nice. I'm happy. He's back on the board.
You love TA.
I do. I mean, it's an amazing hero, dude. It's 10-5 currently at TI. Really? Good win rate.
And it's on Dire, so it's even better that way. Like you can go for the Roche with the TA very easily.
It's actually both ways. Like Dire is nice in a way because it's easier to Roche and your Ancients are a little bit safer. But it's also hard to stack Ancients and it's a little bit more exposed on mid lane. Dire mid lane is tougher than Radiant mid lane.
Yeah, true.
Just because of the terrain.
I guess there's pros and cons to both of it.
Definitely.
But right now, MVP has a very strong like fighting and taking towers with the Shadowfiend completing their first 4 heroes. And Newbie kind of has like a more all-rounded draft. They are really strong in the lane. They can take Roshan, they can take fights. Very good at ganking as well because they have the clockwork.
Yeah, but currently I think that Newbie's 5-man is like very terrifying for MVP. They need to keep it a chaotic game and try to, you know, orchestrate that with their Spirit Breaker a lot. He has a lot of pressure on him. He needs to have the right decision making, or this game could quickly turn sour for Newbie or for MVP.
Right now, Newbie is going to be looking for another support to go with the Wyvern. Maybe someone that can actually have initiation tool, something like a Rubik. Like their heroes right now, the only stun they have is obviously the hook shot. So they probably need someone else like to actually help them get kills apart from the clockwork.
Yeah. I'm actually looking and just thinking about this game, thinking that Vengeful could work well here, but it's a hero we haven't seen much at all.
Yeah, why is that? Because I still feel like Venge's a super strong support, really good, but
she offers too little early on, I think. It's just that when she doesn't have items early on, especially if you don't have boots already, you're just way too weak compared to some other aggressive heroes like Spirit Breaker and so on. And it's just harder to play out, I suppose.
I feel like in the prior patches, supports were always poor, and Venge is one of the best, like, super poor position 6s even. And now that supports have a lot more farm, you can get away and just have a lot more variety and versatility with hero picks.
I think like a lot of the situations where you pick the Venge as well was because of Bad Rider in the past, and since Bad Rider is sort of out of the pool right now, so Venge becomes like lower priority. And if you're looking for a defensive support, there's Wyvern, there's Dazzle, there's so many better options. That's why Venge, she's in kind of a bad place right now, apart from being able to help the team rush much better.
Oh, that starter ban was actually very nice, I think, for Newbie. That could have been a good addition to MVP's lineup. Just the minus armor between Shadowfiend and Slaughter, they would have had enough damage to fight really strong, and he could jump the Queen of Pain, which is more important.
They haven't played Shadowfiend much according to the stats I'm looking at here. 3 times, is that right? In this tournament?
I'm actually thinking maybe Storm would also be a good pickup instead of the Shadowfiend here.
Oh wow.
Juggernaut. Not something you see often against, you don't really pick the Juggernaut into the Cold Embrace that much. But it's really strong. It's still really strong in the lane. Like good at killing the clockwork as well. With just one support, like the Witch Doctor plus Juggernaut can definitely kill the clockwork fairly easily in the lane.
He's one of those safe laners as well that can do pretty well if you run away with one of your supports. You can sort of leave him to his own device. If he has the Ring of Aquila, he has the healing ward available. Mana and HP are not an issue.
He doesn't need much babysitting.
No.
He actually hasn't done that well though. I was looking at the stats for Juggernaut in the tournament so far, and I think he's only won once when he's been picked. It hasn't really worked out. Why might that be?
I mean, he got several nerfs to him when you nerf different things like Mask of Madness that is going to indirectly target him. There was a meta where Juggernaut was picked all the time, but hopefully we're not there anymore, I think.
I think Lions had almost even worse stats than the Jug.
Like according to Cinderan, when you pick Lion, then you have a Lion.
Is it the odd draft that we maybe thought it might be, with the best of one in mind?
Not exactly, though.
No. Okay. All right. I didn't think so. Time then for our first lower bracket game. It's do or die for both teams. It's Newbie versus MVP Phoenix with your commentary team of Syndran and OD Pixel.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first elimination match of this year's International. Newbie up against the side of MVP Phoenix. Of course, Newbie, the defending champions, up against a team that's climbed themselves through the wild card.
Yeah, this is, you know, when you saw how powerful and how strong Newbie were last year, this is probably not where you would expect to find them the following year if you were to guess about a year ago, but it's been a pretty rough year for Newbie all in all. But they've kind of stepped up their game, to be honest, coming into TI5, and I think a lot of people now expect them definitely being favorites in this matchup, and perhaps they can go even further and make. I would be surprised if we see a run similar to TI4, where they almost got knocked out and then just went the whole way. But they've definitely shown some pretty strong games. And then on the other side, like you said, we've got MVP Phoenix, who have been a little bit hot and cold. They've had some really hot games. Like you just told me, they actually won with Juggernaut against Team Secret.
They played
that was one of their
against
hot
Team.
games.
Yeah, I mean, if you can beat Team Secret with your Juggernaut, you know it's going to be very, very strong. And KP as well, he's one of those players that surprised me a lot in the group stages. Every time I've watched his performance, it's always been incredibly reliable in the sense that regardless how the rest of the team's going, you'll expect KP to always have the farm and do what it takes. We saw Naga being banned out in the draft. That's one of the heroes that he's been able to carry a lot of very tough matches through for the side of Phoenix. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does in this match against Juggernaut and against the heroes that Newbie's got, because they've got a fair few ways to deal with the Jug.
Yeah, I was actually surprised to see them pick Juggernaut. I think part of the logic is that they want some sort of damage type that can get through Refraction, and they can do that with Blade Fury in the early stage. But later on in the game, you generally don't want to use Blade Fury at all. You want to use Omni Slash as your damage choice, and then right clicks are generally better than your spin. So I guess the biggest concern for MVP is, can they deal with the Templar Assassin? Mu is incredible on the hero. I think he hasn't been counterpicked very much in this game. He even has the backup of the Winter Wyvern that they also picked the Juggernaut into, as the panel mentioned. So for me, this mid lane is definitely going to be the lane to watch from the beginning. They're looking to help QO with the Bounty Hunter of Febby. But on the other side, it looks like Newbie has their number.
Yeah, absolutely. They've already got the sentry down here on the side of Newbie, so they're ready to deal with Febby. They're expecting him to come in. Sansheng's there already with the Arctic Burn, and just a few hits already. Febby's down to less than 50% health, and this is going to be perfect for Mu here on the TA, which is going to give them that start against the SF and make it a lot harder for QO to find the edge here on the Shadow Fiend. Top lane, March getting harassed pretty heavily back on this. And it's not a nice lane for the Spirit Break. He's up against a Lion, so we've already got a hero that is going to be very, very hard for him to get himself out of there if anything goes down on the top lane. And potentially Rabbit, a few levels in with the amount of burst that the Quap's going to have, you've got to be very careful on that Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, it's generally what we often see when Spirit Breaker's in the offlane is that he tries to force as many spells as possible to be cast by the opponent and then just charge out when things get dangerous. So you trade health for experience. But against Lion, when he's level 2, both disables, of course, great to just shut him down when he goes for the charge away. And since Queen of Pain can slow him down with the Shadow Strike, they'll probably just be able to, force him to charge, and then if they can cancel it, that could easily be a First Blood. Speaking of First Blood, mid lane, QO. Being pressured a bit more. They're not going to commit fully to it, but he's definitely being put under a lot of pressure here from Sansheng. He's not going to have an easy lane. This is already, if it's just a one-on-one lane, it's TA favored. With a Wyvern in there, not good time.
Yeah, it's not good at all. I mean, Febby we saw on the Bounty Hunter headed down to the bottom lane to see what he could do against the Clockwork. He's now rotating back towards the mid lane. In fact, he's going to be looking for the Courier Snipe here, as we can see him going through the tree line, heading towards in between Tier 1 and Tier 2. And it's not coming out at the moment, so Febby won't find anything. If he goes up to the top, I mean, I guess there's killing potential with the SB on that lane. But at the same time, it's going to be hard against a Lion and a Quap, The Quap in the sense that she's going to be able to escape, and Lion's going to be there with the defensive capabilities to stop any kind of aggression.
Yeah, there's no easy target right now for the Bounty Hunter. This is what we saw also during the group stage quite a few times when a team picks Bounty Hunter very early in the draft. Sometimes the other team would just pick a difficult to gank cores either because of mobility or just based on tankiness. In this game, I'm with you. I'm slightly worried for Bounty Hunter's game impact here. So he is looking for the Courier, but I feel like this trick is just outdated. Everyone knows it's
not
coming
working
now.
anymore.
It simply doesn't work. So it seems like a waste of time in most games. I believe the only Courier Snipe we've seen so far at the main event was the Prophet teleport from Bone 7.
Good old Bone 7.
Unless there might have been one in the mid game. There was definitely one more, at least one more. But it was not like a Bounty Hunter sneak between your towers at minute 2. That just doesn't work.
And he's coming back to the mid lane to try and put a bit of harassment down onto Mu, but with the start that Mu's had, he's fine with it. The Refraction just turns around, gets a few hits in. The sentry's still there. The side of MVP haven't been able to de-ward this one. So it's very hard for Febby to find any kind of productivity in this mid lane. The raise is coming through onto Mu, bringing him low. But Mu, of course, he has got the backup of the Wyvern. Cold Embrace is ready and waiting. We're going to see a charge actually coming forward into the mid lane from the base from SB. And it's going to be interesting to see if they can do anything off the back of this, because Wyvern's still there in the sidelines, ready to back up the TA if anything goes down. Let's see if he follows through here. March leading the way, and he's going to go for... Oh, no. Holds back just to the last minute. It's a bit of a risky one trying for the TA here.
Yeah, they knew Mu would have Refraction again as well. He had it on for quite a while, so it would be off cooldown. Interesting to see that MVP haven't only done...
It's got to be careful, these raises. I mean, he's really playing on the edge of his life here.
Yeah, I'm very surprised with how well QO is doing in this lane. I mean, I think it's become more of a, like, this matchup is less one-sided than it used to be. Generally, if you had Shadow Fiend against TA, you would need a lot of help, but they've just kind of, you know, traded help, Bounty Hunter for the Wyvern, and Shadow Fiend has definitely been the one doing the best so far, 19-6 against 13-5 on Mu. Now, the good news for Newbie, I guess, is that as far as stacks go on the Radiant, actually, never mind, they have a triple. I thought they only had a double, but they do have a triple stack already prepared for the Shadow Fiend in the big camp in the middle. And that could give him even more of a head start, since looking over at Newbie, I believe they only have one double as their right stack.
Yeah.
Oh, they also have another double in the bottom left. So
I don't believe
pretty
any
even.
Ancients have been stacked either yet for the side.
Once for Newbie. Actually doing a pretty good job at stacking multiple camps across them.
Coming up to 5 minutes in, no one's died as of yet, both sides. I mean, we've seen the rotations coming out from the Bounty Hunter, but he's unable to find anything as of yet. Ping's coming out, they're aware of what's going on here.
It's a best of one elimination game.
Yeah.
Kills can take a while sometimes.
Well, Febby's found Sansheng here. He's going to go in with a few hits, and with the slow as well, going to chase it down. Arctic Burn is available, so he's going to be able to fly if he needs to. He's going to be all right nonetheless. Just a few right clicks in there from Febby, forcing back the Wyvern. And still in the mid lane, as you said, the lead here for the SF. Moves catching up.
Top lane, they're going to go into March.
March. Rabbit going forward here with the and now with the stun. March is out in place. He's got the charge. He's going to be able to get it off there. I don't think the poison damage is going to be quite enough. He should be okay. He's going to be very low. Bottom lane though. KP went in onto June. Oh! The final right click there from KP, reaching around the tower. And that's going to be your first blood there to KP. And as I said, this is the carry, the player. You've got to be really careful about mid lane. Mu going very aggressive here onto QO. It's not quite enough though. QO just a little bit too tanky at this point for Mu to get the damage in.
Yeah, that could be very different if Mu is level 6. So they have the traps that's going to allow Wyvern to catch up, and of course Mu to dive him into the tower. But so far so good for MVP in the early game. They do get the first blood. Juggernaut, one of the carry heroes with the most kill potential this early on in the game though. So it is to be expected. Even a hero like Clockwork, who generally is decent in lane against Juggernaut, you know, you just cog him out and try to burn his mana. He is still very susceptible to getting only slashed because he has to come in a little bit closer for last hits. Unless if he only goes for Rocket. As now June is going to walk in and ward. No, he didn't ward actually. He's just going to take a Maledict. And I'm not sure about this movement from June here.
June popping the cogs. One raise comes through onto June. QO looking for a second one. Will find it. Cold Embrace. Is it going to save you against those magical raises? But the side of Newbie, they want to try and find something in return. Mu onto Febby. Will find the kill. Now Mu with Sansheng. Can he turn it around? QO. No, Sansheng's got to run. But QO not going to find a kill. It's a double kill already for the SF. And now they're going to try and chase for more. Going up to the high ground. KP moving, and he's got level 4 Blade Fury. And he's not going to be able to quite close the gap between the two of them, but double kill for the side of MVP, bringing it to 3 for 2 on the scoreboard.
That was some weird movement from June there. I thought he was going to plant the ward, but that ward is old. So he basically just ran in, popped his battery assault, started running at Witch Doctor, only to realize, wait, he has boots too, so I'm not actually catching up. Then he ran, instead of running right, I guess maybe there was a Juggernaut going for the right, so he was just caught in a bad position.
March looking for the charge there. March did, of course, worth note to die at the same time on that top lane. And, oh, okay. We're going to have a little pause. Just wait on for a few seconds. But so far, as you're saying, MVP, I think they're having a favourable start here. But you've got to look at the Queen of Pain. She's been having a great time up on the top. The CS has been pretty much impeccable. She has found herself that kill onto the Spirit Breaker already. So it's going to be up to how much Rabbit can do on this quad across the map and what he can do against the Juggernaut.
Yeah, it's pretty much a dead even game right now when you look at experience and gold. These amounts are completely negligible at minute 7. So looking across the board, I want to say, relative to expectations of how I thought this laning stage would go, this favors MVP. The Shadow Fiend is going to find really good farm in the jungle, I think. The lanes that I was expecting going better for MVP, but at the same time, Clockwork has actually found a lot in the offlane. Let's not forget, June's Clockwork 17 CS to the 6 of March Spirit Breaker. That is the big difference, and why Newbie are pretty even on gold, is that offlane where June will probably be finding level 6 at a reasonable timing, and if he can get a fairly quick blade mail, that can be very difficult to deal with for a Shadow Fiend who generally tends to go mech first before BKB. So there could be a little bit of a timing window there for Newbie. We'll see.
The show is back on the road here as we get ourselves on. I'm surprised as well that if you look at the Spirit Breaker, level-wise, he is doing it as well as the Clock, because he's in a lane against a Queen who's come up to 20 denies, so a lot of XP being taken away from March, but he's found things elsewhere in the map. We see him in the mid lane now that SF stepped back to use the jungle camps, giving March that capability to get himself up to level 6 and get the Nether Strike online.
That is going to be very important. A big part of the Spirit Breaker pick here for MVP is to counter Queen of Pain, as they saw that in the draft order. Queen of Pain first pick, they immediately respond with Bounty and Spirit Breaker. When you pick it so early in the draft, it's very important you make the most of it. And, well, he is closing in on level 6 at minute 8, so that's pretty good.
The offlane for Newbie June has now got his level 6 on the clock. Moving towards the rune spot here. QO and Nuts are about. He's going to just drop the cogs here. They're trying to go in with the Maledict as well. June's got to be careful. Cold Embrace is going to help him for the time being, but QO, he wants the kill. Moving in with one raise. Should be able to find the punches after. Stick charges from June, and now the hook shot. Trying to turn it, but it doesn't matter. June's down. QO's going to lose his life here to Mu, though, as they find the kill in return. And it's simply a 1-for-1 trade there in the river, but of course favoring the side of Newbie as they get that kill on the SF for Mu on the TA.
Yeah, this is the... If you're a newbie right now and you can choose one hero to kill and one hero to get the kill on, I think this would be your first pick. For TA to kill Shadow Fiend right now is perfect. And Mu is gonna take advantage of his position, already being over there, to just go and do the Ancients. Very effective at this point with his movement pattern. And he should overtake the Shadow Fiend now on net worth. No, actually not. He's still 400 behind. But he is 2-0 on the TA, so having a pretty good start as expected. It is very difficult for the Radiant lineup to gank him.
And of course, Sansheng here in the mid lane looking towards his level 6, just coming to the edge of level 4. But once that Winter's Curse is online, we can expect to see Newbie go a little bit more aggressive in time to group up. There's actually going to be a smoke here on the bottom lane from Banana and Rabbit moving, and they do have the Sonic Wave available. If they can catch out KP here, but he's got the Blade Fury, he's got the Omni Slash. He's all alone, though. There is no backup from the rest of his team.
He's going to die within 1 second if he gets hexed.
Let's have a look. Let's see if they can find it. Junie's got the hook shot here as well. They're trying to move in, and here we go, jumping forward. Blade Fury's been baited out. The question is, do Newbie want to go deeper for this? Looks like they're going to leave it here. KP's going to be able to keep his life intact there with that Blade Fury.
Good reaction there. Yeah, the moment he gets hexed, he's dead. Any TP support will not be able to arrive in time whatsoever. So, it's a smoke wasted. Good news for MVP here. And KP actually looking for... He can solo him if he reaches him here.
He'd love it, but June, he's well out of it. Top lane, March has now got that level 6. He's ready to go, ready to charge onto someone if needs be. And MVP actually grouped up as 4 in the mid lane. And we saw this as one of their stats. These MVP Phoenix is one of the teams that likes to group up very early and go for the pushes, go for the fights.
Yeah, what better hero to do it with than Juggernaut with the healing ward, of course. Loving his skill build this game, by the way. I think these days, more often than not, it is worth it to max the Blade Fury. Especially when you're playing against a hero like TA, you just want to get up close and personal with the Blade Fury in the early game. The scaling is very, very good.
Absolutely. And also very nice, of course, against a team that's running a Wyvern. In the sense you can get that magical damage through the Cold Embrace. Cold Embrace isn't going to save the heroes every time. KP moving in, looking about it, but June is there, ready and waiting with a hook shot. Sansheng as well. It's going to be a hard fight for MVP to take if they want to go up to the high ground here. They are going to hold off on this one for the time being.
They might slow play it a bit until they get the mech. QO should have that within the next few minutes. I believe he is currently about 600 off. Yes, there's a charge to the Queen of Pain. He does not have... Oh, he does have a Mango, though.
It's TP in from Jug, who has...
This is a problem for Rabbit.
Get the charge onto Rabbit. Rabbit's going to blink straight away, but they're going to go for this one potentially. March continuing on the charge. He's going to need a bash or two. Now he's going to turn on this. The TP's come out. He's a little bit spooked. He's going to go for the TP. They haven't got anything to catch up, but the damage with the Sonic Wave. They'll bring him down, and that's what you get for TPing out in front of the tower.
Very quick reaction here from Newbie, realizing they can go for that. And they seemed very confident they could get that kill too. He wasn't waiting with the Sonic Wave until the last second. He just blew everything immediately. The Spirit Breaker there will fall. The trade-off for MVP is getting about half a tier 1 mid, which I don't think they're very happy with that trade-off, considering that they were probably expecting to kill the Queen of Pain in that situation. Now instead they will be looking for Banana, but he's in a very good position. If Spirit Breaker comes in with a charge, there's no way Banana doesn't see it halfway. We'll just hex him next to the tower and probably just bring him down with Impale Finger and any sort of help from the side.
We'll see if he can turn this one around, because with Nuts and Febby in the neighborhood, March is going to want to go all the way in for this one. Here we go, but the Hex is there, as you said. He's going to try and turn it around with the Earthspike. Now June coming in with the Cogs, holding March in place, the finger as well. March,
what a cast goal!
It's doing a lot, it's not quite enough. Now it's Nuts is in trouble as well, but now June and Sansheng looking for another kill for the side of Newbie. They're going to chase down Nuts. He's walking around with a healing one. It's not going to save you. Heal that up, Mother Drucker. Rabbit with the kill. 2 kills for Newbie. And maybe even more Q. And Febby coming in. Febby with the track. Maybe MVP can try and salvage this. Find something in return. Oh! The Shuriken bounces. They'll find the Wyvern. Now they turn to Rabbit. He's got to blink in 1 second. It's not enough. KP with the Omni Slash finds something in return. And it ends up being a 2-for-2 trade between the sides.
Very, very important here for MVP Phoenix that they get a little bit of a trade-off in the end there. Again, March's gank unsuccessful. He's currently 0-3-0 on the Spirit Breaker, not what they drafted it for, but ultimately ends up setting up a decent fight for them, which might also result in a tier 1 tower mid. TA is very low on health and kind of has to go back to base. Queen of Pain, 13-second respawn. Wyvern, cooldown on teleport. I think they've got it.
Yeah, with the double damage from QA, they make short work of the tier 1. More money into the pocket at the side of MVP, and of course, we say it a lot, but Newbie, they've got to be careful about these engagements because Bounty Hunter with the track is going to make it favorable for MVP every single time. You know, it's a 2-for-2 trade, but MVP with the edge because of that track card.
QO got a lot of money out of this. I believe he also got the last hit on the tower. No, wait, that went to Juggernaut. So that's going to be his full drums. Going for quite of an early mid-game centric build here rather than a farm-up build. The classic Juggernaut build we used to see before a couple of patches was a lot of points and stats.
But there's a lot here again. March says, I'm out of here.
That could be Curse.
The Winter's Curse cancelling the TP. 4 heroes going straight in onto KP with a Hex as well. There's no way that fish can flop away. He's going to go down, and they're looking for March as well. There is a hookshot available. Is he going to try for it? No, March is out. March is out with the charge. But getting the Juggernaut, that's big there for Newbie.
They do trade it for tier 1 again, though. QO finding that top tier 1 tower, but well, it's a 1-for-1 trade on that, and they get the Juggernaut. So definitely favoring Newbie in this exchange.
Yeah, and they get this tier
and it goes on TA. She's closing in on a pretty fast Desolator here. We're probably looking at, let's see, what's that going to be? 17 minutes, 16, 17 minutes from Moo. That's pretty early with Treads and Bottle, and Aquila, by the way, and Wand. And TP scroll.
Very nice indeed, yeah. Don't forget the TP scrolls. Back towards the mid lane.
Money.
Drums now finished here on the Jug. QA starting the pressure here. They've found 2 of the tier 1s. They're still yet to go down onto the bottom lane and try and get the push back on. And there might be a bit of an engagement here. Rabbit and Moo towards the river with Sansheng as well. QA trying to get himself in, but the side trap slowing him down. And it looks like Moo, Banana, and Sansheng will be able to escape. They can't quite close the gap. Febby can't get the vision there for the trap. And Newbie will simply just back off, and MVP will go back to their half of the map.
And it is, by the way, going to be a 15-minute Deso. When he takes this ancient camp, he will have it, and that could set up for Roche. Between Desolator and Meld, you've got minus, what is that, minus 15, I think, armor? Pretty sure. Yeah, it's minus 15 armor on Roche with Meld Strike as well as that, so very powerful. As Banana is going to find Febby here. This is going to be a very easy kill. He smokes by mistake.
He smokes! That's not a dust, son! He does get the dust out in the end, and they'll find the kill, but a Bounty Hunter down and a smoke down. March looking for the TP out. Nothing to cancel that one. March will escape. Febby not as fortunate there.
If Clockwork wouldn't have used the hookshot there, they might have found March as well on the high ground here, so fortunate for him that June panics a little bit in the moment.
8-6 for the side of Newbie, favouring them at the moment, but QO with a superior amount of farm. He's very close to his BKB as well. And once he's got BKB and mech, and with 1,000 gold to go, if they can get this tier 1 here as well, he's going to have that in the next couple of minutes, and he's going to fight into them.
This is a very risky push from MVP. There are four heroes pushing. Their bounty hunter is very far away, so they don't have the track vision. At any point, Newbie's heroes can port in. They're going to play it safe and back out. They've got some decent damage on this with the Shadow Fiend.
It looks like they're going to double back in here, the side of MVP. They're still hanging around here on this bottom lane. A lot of things up for the side of Newbie. Winter's Curse is available for this defense, and well, we're going to see the Queen be able to grab herself this double damage rune here. Just waiting to see if anyone else comes towards it. Bottom lane, that's going to start to get the push on again. MVP, they've got to be careful. Sansheng moving in here. Trying to look for QO. We'll find the slow here with the Arctic Burn. KP's actually blade through straight into 4 of them. He says, we're going for this. And then he says, no, actually, we're out. Nuts backing up as well. Hookshot now to QO. Going to break it up in the river. KP can't get past. Sonic Wave onto 2. Now they're looking for KP here with the Hex. Death Ward's been dropped. Nuts with the high ground with the Winter's Curse. Catches Nuts for the high ground. Catches the Death Ward. But he gets the Omni Slash out KP. Can he find a kill? One more.
I got the crit.
Yes, the crit. Rabbit turns around, gets himself a double kill. It ends up as a 2-for-2, but again, Newbie coming out on top as they take down both the SF and the Juggernaut.
Absolutely crucial for the outcome of that fight, by the way, something I believe we didn't see on camera. Febby goes and steals the double damage rune. So Queen of Pain was saving it for the TA, and Bounty steals it right in front of her face and tracks her up. Slows her down and prevents what could have been a disastrous fight for MVP as it was shaping up. They do salvage it decently, though.
At least they find something in return, but nonetheless, Jug and SF not great.
Careful here. He's out here. He's starting to get rocketed down. We'll take a couple more, though. It's level 2 rocket, so.
That's as well. I mean, on the Witch Doctor, he's managed to find himself the point booster already, of course. Going to be working towards that Aghanim Scepter. We'll see if he's able to get that up in good time. And QA And he's still just short of the money here for the recipe because of that death. That has set him back a little bit on his road to the BKB. And they're going to smoke on the side of MVP.
No, they're not going for this. There
Are
is
they
no
going
way,
for
there
Rush?
is no way they can think this is a good idea right now.
Febby's going in. He's going to
All right, they're just checking. They're just checking.
Oh, he got him! Oh, you're not going to TP away from that one. March comes in.
That's awkward.
Oh, he's going to be able to blink away, but KP, Q, Nuts moving in. Can they catch out the Queen of Pain? She's going to have another blink here in a second. She's got a Yule's complete as well. Rabbit should be able to get herself out, but a very close encounter there with the Spirit Breaker. Newbie now, they're looking for a smoke, moving into the jungle. They've got a hookshot available. Q and Febby farming up a camp. It might be their last camp for a bit of time because June coming in, the sun spike onto Febby, looking for Q, but Q with the race is bringing Sanshake low, the finger onto Q. Febby, he's going to fall almost out of yes. They do find the kill. June stuck in the cogs. He pops it down the death ward, hitting onto June. Oh, bring down the clock. KP looking for Moo now, moving in. Can he find his Winter's Curse? Onto QO, holding March and Nuts back. KP getting low. Moo, look at the damage he's doing here with the Desolator. One more hit, not quite enough to bring that KP. Now March with the bashes. What a fight, Moo! What a fight there for MVP, taking 3 heroes down on the side of Newbie, and it was Newbie who were looking to fight that off the back of their own smoke.
What a heads-up play from QO, letting out the Requiem at that point in time. He was so close to getting stunned when they initiated in, but just the fact that he gets the Requiem off before the fight starts, even if it's not on top of a hero, he hits all 5 heroes with the slow with the minus damage from the Requiem, made the world of difference there. If he does not get that Requiem off in the start, and only the Death Requiem, they probably get 3 or 4 0'd in that fight. Instead, they take it 3-1 and get a tower.
Yeah, absolutely key for the side of MVP. They do have the BKB now on it.
They did not even have Onslaught Slash there. They actually won without Onslaught Slash. It goes on cooldown.
And I mean,
that bodes really well.
If you're winning if you're losing a fight and the Joke hasn't used Omni Slash, you've got to be a little bit worried. And the net worth as well. SF really starting to break away here from the TA.
And let's not forget the cask as well. I think Witch Doctor's casks in this game have been really, really good. Nuts is doing a good job at identifying when to throw it and just reading the fight very well.
Oh, shot onto Femi. They've got the cogs as well, but they don't have any detection, at least not on the June now. Banana coming in with the Sentry, now the Hex onto Femi. Nowhere for the Bounty to run, and Newbie will find themselves a lone Bounty Hunter.
This could be a call for Roche, actually. They know Requiem is down.
Yeah.
They're 5-on-4, and they're next to the pit, but oh, wow. He was thinking about it.
He was. He revved himself up there with the roll with another strike. Cancels it in the end. But as you said, yeah, I mean, Newbie certainly could go for it with the meld with the Desolator.
It is risky, though. They should know Omni Slash is up. Now Requiem is off cooldown again. And fighting in the pit against Witch Doctor is always scary when you don't have BKBs.
Oh, they're going for a charge here. Onto Rabbit on the bottom.
This could very well work.
He's got the Omni
This time there's no tower.
Oh, they don't want to go for it. They're a little bit too scared. A little bit worried that Newbie would be waiting in the wings to counter it. They're going to play it safe and hold back on that one. SF continuing to farm now, coming up to 1,300 gold on top of the BKB. Moo, look for the tier 1 in the mid lane, should be able to find it as well. A charge will be coming through. I think Moo's going to be well and truly over to the other side of the map, or at least he's going to try to. March, he's going to follow through with this one. Now Rabbit blinking forward, they want to catch out the Space Cow, going for it. Nuts and Febby are there with the backup, but is it going to be enough? The car's bouncing between Banana and Boomer, but Rabbit with the Sonic Wave will blow up the March Spirit Breaker. He's going to buy back QO with the Requiem for the River, but now with the Winter's Curse onto KP, holding the jug in place. Moo will be able to find that. It's too much damage here for the TA, but now with the hook shot onto QO, holding him into place. Now he's turning around with the raises, June getting low, but Moo, he's doing too much damage with his Desolator. Now March with the charge, he needs to do something here because March brought back if he finds his kill, and he will. Can he find Rabbit as well? Rabbit blinking himself away. It looks like the Queen will get herself out of this one.
She might try for the snipe on Febby here. She could have got the kill here, but might have risked her own life and plays it safe.
Could have been a risky one, but March, of course, with the buyback there, well worth it to find that kill onto Mill on the TA.
And it looked like a completely suicidal charge in the first place, but he actually wanted to bait Newbie to jump on him, and he got that. He got what he wanted.
Very nice indeed for the side of MVP, but still 15 for 15. I mean, I think a lot of people thought that, looking at how these teams performed in the group stage, this would be a very close game, and you don't get much closer than this at the moment, Cinder.
That is very, very even. Of course, one thing favoring MVP is the track gold, and Bounty Hunter is not that far away from level 11, which is a big swing in every track kill that should not be underestimated. And Witch Doctor...
Oh, he's so close to the axe.
He has quietly just been surviving every single fight and found 1 kill every fight and a couple of assists. He's now only 900 away, as well as level 11. This is going to be a really good timing compared to what we usually see. This is going to be well below average time on this axe, unless the game takes a really bad turn for him right now. What do we got for Newbie? We got a Blink Dagger on TA, so a lot more mobility and the ability to... Most likely, she wants to jump and blow up the Witch Doctor, I think, so they don't get that Death Ward off in the cask, which has been a really big problem. Queen of Pain just finished her Aghanims, so way more frequent ultimates with a little more damage.
Looking towards Roshan here. Has been spotted out by the side trap, but with the double damage, QO says we're going to go for this one, guys. He's going to do it fairly quickly here with the damage and the crits from KP, but I'm sure Newbie will want to contest.
This is very good placement for the healing ward. The least likely cliff to be checked by the Wyvern.
Moving in with the Arctic Burn here. He's got the Winter's Curse available. He's gonna use it straight away now with the jump in here from Moo. The damage to the side blades. Look at the side blades go now with Jude with a hook shot. Trying to disrupt on the fight, keeping Nox and Febby out of it. Sansheng and Moo though, they're getting on Q. He's done too much here with the Rick Rim and the white right click. Sansheng, you can't fly away with that. Oh, Banana with the biggest figure of his life. Taking a kill and return. It's a 2 for 2 so far. Solid way from Rabbit. Clicks Q and Febby. Febby getting himself south. Q going north. Q's going to try and chase this one down. Q is going to look to the left. No, he's going for the team. He gets himself out. He gets himself out, which means MVP take that trade there. 3 for 2.
I cannot believe he got out of that mess.
Oh, man.
Unbelievable. And it's been really interesting to see QO's development throughout the tournament, because going into the tournament, we've kind of... One of the characteristics we've said for him is that it's like feast or famine. He's got incredible games and pretty weak performances, and his first few days were not good. And then all of a sudden it's like he flicked a switch and he just started playing well every single game. And we're sure he's just showing very high skill again in this game.
Oh, Rabbit, I'm going to give him a bit of a 1v1. Rabbit says, no, I'm out of it.
But again, MVP win the fight.
Yes.
3-2.
Yeah, 3-2.
No Omni Slash. He got his spin-off, which I think in that moment was a mistake from KP. I think the moment he got out of the Winter's Curse, he needs to Omni Slash immediately. Going for the spin first is very greedy.
Look at this move.
Oh yeah, if they get away with this.
If they can finish it off here, this is going to be massive. I don't think MVP are going to get there in time. They are near the pit, but look at the damage the move's doing. Newbie are going to be able to take Roshan straight from under their noses, and that's going to be the Aegis onto TA. At the moment, 24 minutes in, 18-17, an incredibly packed game. Oh, there's the Ags on Wish, though.
I would like a stat on the average time on this pickup. I feel like this is very early.
And he's level 11 as well.
Yeah.
He's got the second point.
That's perfect. If they don't address him in the up-and-coming fight, and if they don't see he has the Ags, it's going to catch them off guard, and it's going to hurt real bad.
What's that move? He's going to be going for that BKB.
He's out really far on his own. Question is if they realize this. Well, they're going to go for...
He's cool. As soon as the track came out, blinked straight back. Doesn't want to be caught around for any kind of funny business. But one thing, looking at the net worth at the moment, you have got, of course, Cure here on the SF at the top. But then it's followed by the Crop and the TA, and Jugs, he's a few thousand behind. I mean, is this something that MVP should be worried about? With the Jugs falling behind in terms of farm?
Well, it's not ideal. Let's put it that way. They would definitely like him to have a bit better of a game, but because of Shadow Fiend's great game so far, and especially the Witch Doctor can probably compensate for the lack of physical damage that would come out from Juggernaut. So I think it would be a way bigger problem if Witch Doctor wasn't having a good game. But since he is, he can maybe carry through.
Okay, and I guess, of course, Jug, the fact that he has got the 4 points in the healing ward, you know, pushing tabs with that and the Voodoo Restoration, it's absolutely invaluable for a team like MVP that like to group up as much as they do and fight as much as they have been in the first 25 minutes of this match.
It started out a bit slow, the game, but they've definitely changed the pace of the game. What was that? The average time was 33?
33 minutes,
So
I
he's
believe,
like
in international 30.
9 minutes sub-average. That's pretty good.
It's pretty insane.
That is very early.
I mean, the question is he going to be able to find the opportunity to get a good duration of Death Ward out? Because there's a fair few abilities on the side of Newbie that can be used to cancel it.
Yeah, most likely they're going to use the Clockwork Hookshot on someone else. I think in every single fight, the Clockwork Hookshot has been used more or less exclusively on the Shadow Fiend, I would say, but maybe once or twice in the Juggernaut as well. I think he's going to have to change that and target out the Witch Doctor at this point. But once again, if they don't realize in time, if they just win one big team fight because of the surprise Witch Doctor axe, it's been worth it. They need to identify the problem, and I think Clockwork is the one to solve it. They need the curse on Juggernaut or Shadow Fiend, so they kill each other. That's very important.
Yeah, absolutely. As long as
and Lion can, of course, catch Witch Doctor with the blink, but he's more likely to engage on Shadow Fiend if he can catch him before he gets BKB up, and maybe they're looking for
KP. There's Banana revealing the blink straight in, and he'll be able to secure the kill there onto the Juggernaut. Big pick off there for the side of Newbie with that smoke.
He died.
And off the back of that as well, Newbie, they might look for more here. We've got them pushing down the middle lane. The amount of damage the Mood does is going to make short work here at this tier 2. The question is, are MVP going to do anything in response with the Juggernaut down? It's going to be rather hard for them to do so. QA trying to get a look in. Ward's been dropped down here by Banana. Oh, they're not going to be able to do anything about this, and Newbie will be able to claim themselves the first tier 2 here of the game. It's just a look, yeah, MVP just can't get themselves in on this one. They're going to have to let it go. And Newbie may just very well look for more Taz. I mean, there's still the tier 1 here sitting on the top lane. It's going to be more money into the pockets of the side of Newbie, and we're now seeing Quap overtaking the SF in terms of farm, and TA very, very close in tow. I mean, this game's been back and forth. It's still incredibly even, but over the entirety of the game, we are seeing Newbie now making the most significant lead against the side of MVP.
And this is when their lineup really comes online. The moment TA gets the blink, the balance of the game will shift. And of course, it was also the Roshan kill, which has played a very big role. Now, if they don't manage to use the Aegis in the fight, I think MVP will have a small timing window where they can go for that fight with the Death Ward if they can find an engage with the Spirit Breaker, or if they just get jumped on instead.
He's come out, limits you up onto the BKB, the Requiem, catches June, bringing him down to half, but now Sandshape with the Winter's Curse onto Nuts, Marge starting his own team, KP coming in with the Blade Fury, they'll finish off the Witch Doctor there, and now Marge trying to fight this through with another strike, but Moo taking a fair bit of damage, Sonic wait from Rabbit, but the Omni Snatch coming through Rabbit, he's got the Yules to dodge it off, June moving in to try and help out the Quad, but the Quad, just is able to blink himself away. Now June's in trouble. They're turning it around. They're looking for Moo here as well. They might find 4. Aegis is going to hit the deck.
They've got Blade Fury. He's dead.
He is
not going to blink out of this one.
This guy's getting out of this one. Moo stuck between a rock and a hard place. He'll go down as well. 4 kills for the side of MVP, and they only lose the Witch Doctor. Witness yourself is a little bit sad. He didn't get to use the Death Ward, but I think he'll be fine with what the team were able to do on top of that. Look at the gold increase and the XP increase.
It is so crucial in that fight that the Clockwork, he engaged too far ahead of his team. It's that simple. He finds an opening, great. But there's no follow-up, so Shadow Fiend is just free to use his BKB, turn on them, use Requiem, and they get a really good initiation angle for both the Juggernaut and the Spirit Breaker, immediately killing off the Wyvern, who can't Ghost Scepter the spin, and then March gets a double charge as well. And in that kind of situation, the hookshot needs to set up for a Blink Hex, or, you know, the Blink Hex just engages by itself. But they cannot jump on QO like this anymore. He's simply too tanky, outputs way too much. If they're going to go for that, they need to all-in hookshot, blink TA, blink the Lion, just blow him up in one go, and then take the fight from there. And instead, they get cleaned up pretty bad.
Absolutely, yeah.
Only Quap survived and got a Shivas, and she got lucky to escape as well. She's like,
only just, I mean, the final right click nearly connected. Rabbit was just able to get that blink off, and well, I talked about Newbie starting to break away. Well, MVP just shut that entire lead back down. We're heading back to pretty much 0 in terms of both XP and gold at this point. 22-19, coming into 13 minutes in what's been an incredibly action-packed game so far, Sin.
Yeah, we've got 41 kills in 30 minutes. That's a kill and a third per minute.
It's not bad at all.
Pretty good.
Not bad at all. A lot of fun to watch.
And I think that, was there a good Death Ward in that fight? Because I didn't.
He died. He was the only one that died on the side.
Yeah, so it was even without a Death Ward that they got that fight. It's just kind of scary for Newbie. It's still a problem they have to address. But I think in this game, Sansheng has been a little bit too aggressive on his positioning on the Wyvern. We generally see other teams using Wyvern playing further back, but there's been a couple of situations where he moves in, gets caught off guard by the Juggernaut, and just shut down. He has to play a little bit more passively to get multiple Splinter Blasts off, and maybe get a mobility item so that he can engage with Curse and get out again.
Yeah, we haven't really been able to kind of see him save his team a lot, because as you said, he just dies far too quickly. And I guess this is the thing with Sansheng. We used to see him playing supports like Earthshake, very kind of aggressive initiating supports. And Winter Wyvern is obviously a very different play style. And this game it's not been working out all the time for him. And the MVP ready to put some pressure on this middle lane, onto the tier 2. Sansheng just throwing out the Splinter Blast, coming in with the Arctic Burn harass, but there's a charge on him, and QO moving up to the high ground. Can they find this with a Hex onto QO from Banana? Maybe they could turn this one around. SF's already a half health. Moo coming in with the right click. BKB's pop on both the TA and the SF. The Winter's Curse cancelling the Requiem there. QO caught out for this one. Omni Slash onto Sansheng though. They'll find the Wyvern. KP moving in onto Rabbit. Mars charging forward onto June with Blade Fury as well. June in a lot of trouble. Will get taken out with the raises there from QO. And it will be a 3-for-1 buyback, in fact, from Lion here. But he's not going to be able to do too much with both the Wyvern and the clock down as well. And MVP may very well just look to try and even push this up to the high ground.
Yeah, this is very confident, but they know a lot of big abilities are on cooldown. There's no Winter's Curse. There's no Queen of Pain ult for a little bit. It might have overextended after all, though.
Damage to the finger as well. QO getting low. Oh, March with the charge just in time to stop Rabbit getting the final touch in. Moo will blink forward, get the physical damage in. They'll bring down the SF. Now holding himself in place here with the Yules, trying to get himself out. Rabbit's going to be okay. There's now MVP on the retreat. Banana moving forward.
Oh,
the Hex here onto Marge. Thanks to the vision granted by the Rocket Flare. Now Moo with the right clicks, trying to juke this one out. Marge. Febby's going to look for the TP out. Will escape. Marge as well tries for it. He won't be as lucky. They'll find the Spirit Breaker. And Newbie there with the successful defense.
MVP got a little bit over-eager there. I think they're starting to feel like they're on top of the world because their Shadow Fiend has survived multiple fights, but a big part of it has just been that Newbie's engagements haven't been that good, and once you're in the enemy base and you're just standing next to their tier 3, it's very, very easy for them to jump on your Shadow Fiend and shut him down like that. So you need to be a little bit more careful, and some big kills going Newbie's way here. They did have to, who did they buy back? They bought back the Clockwork as well. They bought back Line and then Clock, so not really the best of trades, but they still got a couple of core kills, and even though it doesn't show much on the graph, the fact that Shadow Fiend and Spirit Breaker are on the sidelines for a bit should give Newbie a little bit of a farm advantage for the next, for about a minute.
I mean, you got to look at the Mu TA as well. He's got 3.8k gold now on top of that Desolator. He's got the BKB done as well. I mean, does he just go straight for an MKB here, or does he go for crit?
I'm wondering if he wants to go for Butterfly. It just seems like a natural build-up against the Shadow Fiend, who already showed his ultimate orb, so he's definitely not going MKB right now. And Juggernaut's bought a Basher. They haven't seen that, though, but he's probably going to assume that they're not going to go for MKBs as their next items of choice. It is, however, going to be...
Demon Edge, so.
I think it's a Daedalus. He's just going to hit super hard. Unless, well, MKB against the Solar Crest could also be the choice. Because if he misses the Meld Strike, that is a big problem. That is a lot of damage lost from not applying that.
The question is, at this point, do MVP, I mean, QO, as you said, picking up the ultimate orb, looking for his next big item. Can they afford to still look for fights here? I mean, do Newbie need to go aggressive, or can both teams afford to just sit back and farm up?
I think it's all about Roshan right now. Controlling the area, whatever way you do it, if it's by fighting or by pushing out lanes and farming, whatever works, just don't give away Roche right now for either team. It's absolutely crucial. And MVP, there.
They want to go for it.
Oh, Roche is up, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, the damage with the Solar
Crest, to mess around.
It's melting.
Yeah, this goes very fast with their minus armor, and oh, a little bit of a bash.
It's been scattered out by the Rocket Flare. Just hitting away at the Ancients, and it looks like that Rocket Flare was enough to spook MVP right back. They back themselves off. Newbie are smoked up. They really want to try and jump in onto this one, but MVP, they're playing a bit wiser. They're backing themselves right up into their jungle.
Kyo actually has a Skadi now.
Oh, he's got it complete?
In a second. He just needs a point booster and an Orb of Venom, and he has 1400 gold. So he needs one wave. He's going to buy the Orb of Venom in base, probably send it to their own secret shop, and then fly it out to him. If he can get that before the Roche fight, that could make a really big difference. But of course, Newbie could snipe this really, really quickly if they want to.
Yeah, sing around the
Pretty good position. Of course, TA traps are excellent for these mid-game stalemates, giving a little bit more information. Even if they get countered, you know there's at least one hero in the neighborhood.
And the Rocket Flare coming out from June, they're revealing a couple of the heroes on the high ground. Maybe they move away from the Roche pit for the time, but they're going to go back towards it. They know that this really is the point of contention here. That could swing the game in both ways at this point.
And it seems like it's been QO's approach in the games of Shadow Fiend we've seen to go for this build. Like very, very tanky build. Not the highest of damage.
He wants to go straight in. Charge here onto Banana. Fight's going to kick off. Looking for the Nether Strike. Winter's Curse now thrown down onto March. Move coming in with a finger as well. Marchie just a little bit too tanky. June hookshotting across. Sonic Wave blasts down Marchie on the Spirit Break with the Omni Slash coming through. Nuts, he'll be able to find the kill onto the Clockwork. And KP moving forward with the Blade Fury. That fine move is a killing spree now for the Juggernaut. And for Sanche as well. The Skadi from QO is just doing too much damage. Double kill here for the Shadow Fiend. And MVP clean up, and off the back of that,
easy
looks to take an easy Roshan.
Yeah, they could even consider Raxing mid. It's being pinged out. I'm not sure if they want to go for it after Roche. This Roche should take them a good like 5 or 10 seconds with all the minus armor they have. They're going to give it to QO by the looks of it. And honestly, I think this might be a lane of Rax. There's 50 seconds on TA. There is no way in hell Newbie win a team fight without their TA, without Winter's Curse, and without Finger. It's just not going to happen. They have Healing Ward and 2 lives on the Shadow Fiend. He could just go in front and he won't die. So the question is, do MVP have the confidence, and do they believe that the TA does not have buyback? If they saw the MKB, they would know.
Well, QO is hanging very, very closely to this tower. Looks like they want to try and go for it. Maybe, as you said, they spotted it out and they realized there's no TA for sure for 25.
Oh, that was an aggressive blink. Rabbit needs to be careful.
Trying to fight this, but he ends up just having to walk himself away.
Cool down
restoration for Nuts doing too much in terms of healing. Splinter Blast coming out to a few of them. KP will duke it out here with a Blade Fury. Death Ward back up in 6 seconds.
Good hold. Only losing the tower here for Newbie is very, very good. Now the Healing Ward will be up, but it's too late. TA will respawn. They might still try to go for it though. Let's be a little bit careful here. QO's mana is very low. He actually won't be able to use anything else than Requiem to fight break out.
Well, with the Earth Spike onto QO, and they're going to follow this one up. I mean, he's just going to smash away at Mew. Now with KP going in with the Blade Fury, oh, June's trapped himself in with him. He'll be able to get himself out of the cogs. And QO, as you said, down to half health now. No mana. Maybe this will be the time that MVP keep themselves backed up, or do they go back in? Healing themselves up here. Now March is charging away. Looks like that's it for the time being, and Ping's coming out into the bottom lane. Looks like they're going to be content with just trying to take a tier 2. I think Newbie want to defend this. They're coming out of the base, coming out towards this tier 2. Rabbit on the front lines. It's going to be linked back. The track's already being thrown out here by Febby. It's going to be very hard for Newbie to fight into this one and catch MVP off guard. With the right click of QO, they'll be able to find themselves another tier 2 here, the side of MVP. And nothing that Newbie can do against it.
They have taken a massive lead over the last 5 minutes. This game has been very, very close, and all of a sudden, we're in the 5 digits lead for MVP. They've taken all tier 2s, they've taken to tier 3 in the mid lane. They still have the Aegis, and their Shadow Fiend could buy a new core item very soon, as well as their Juggernaut almost having Abyssal if that is his item of choice. This is pretty scary for the defending champions.
I was going to say, this is the team from the wildcard, MVP Phoenix, really giving the defending champions a run for their money. And if anything, MVP definitely in the better position at this point. So they're going to move forward, maybe try and go for the high ground here. Move's being tracked up, a banana here with a stun onto QO. The damage can fit, but it's just not enough. QO's just too damn tanky. With a healing ward dropped as well by KP. Winter's Curse now coming out. KP's going to fall. They'll find the kill of the Juggernaut, but QO with a red grip coming out. Moo, he's been caught in brace. He's going to be okay for the time being, but they're just going to continue to fight. June's had to back himself out on the sidelines. Banana getting very, very low here. Throws out the finger. QO might just fall here. No, Moo, he hasn't got the damage. No, the paralyzing cards. The bounces. Moo out in place. He's going to go down. Will buy back straight away. It's a double kill for QO though. He's incredibly low, but he's still got that Aegis here. Will go down once, but he's going to be back for round 2. Moo trying to force March back out the base. What can the SF2 to find up against this? Going to get hexed up straight away, but again the cars bouncing through onto Moo with the charge onto Banana. MVP. Oh, no! On the TA, down for 100 seconds. Harmony snaps. Banana's going to melt. 3 heroes down on the side of Newbie. No buybacks available for them here, and MVP, they're going to go for the first set of racks. It's a nice Sonic wave, but that's pretty much it. There's no follow-up, and Rabbit just has to blink himself the hell out of there. 34 for 24, MVP breaking the base, and Newbie falling apart. Still 80 seconds without the TA.
And they've got the healing ward up, so that great Sonic Wave effectively did absolutely nothing. He's going to need to wait another 20 seconds for a secondary one. This is easily 2 lanes of racks.
They need something big in Newbie.
They could mega them. They've got a full minute on the TA. No one's going to kill QO if the TA is dead. The only one who has a decent chance would be the Juggernaut with Wyvern's Winter's Curse onto the Shadow Fiend. But they don't have it yet.
Rabbit,
he does not have buyback either!
Brace might just save him for the time, but no! He goes down another death ward, drop down. Judas is GG! Newbie are out, the defending champions defeated in the first stage of the elimination matches, and MVP Phoenix will climb themselves forward.
Wow.
As LD would say.
Wow.
Wow.
That has got to feel really good for MVP. Going into this tournament, of course, March said they think they have a really good shot at top 8. They're feeling confident, they're feeling prepared, using experience from previous years to try to carry themselves further in this tournament. This is the first big step for them. It's more than, I think they just stepped up about $150,000
$50,000 now to
this game.
$200,000. 150K in this game.
Great improvement. Very well executed strategy, and I think really importantly, best of 1 series. A lot of people are expecting in these elimination matches, some teams might try a cheese strat of some sort. Pretty much just a standard MVP Phoenix strategy, just well executed.
Pure player skill. QO's performance on that SF, absolutely flawless. 15 kills, 18 assists, only dying the 4 times. I mean, from the start as well, we saw him in lane. He didn't necessarily do the best against the tier, but he was able to stand up against it. And the harassment from Wyvern didn't phase him. They carried it through to the late portion of the game, and Newbie just didn't have the potential to carry against what MVP had achieved. We saw MVP take the Roche, and then off the back of that, the pressure was all on, full force onto Newbie. And Phoenix, they take it, they move forward. These guys coming through from the wildcard with the incredible performance.
I'm very excited to see, and now they get to a best of 3. So now they can have a bad game and still win a series from here on out. So this is the scariest match of the main event. So they've got through the, I was about to say they got through the hardest part. I think the hardest part is still to come.
Yeah.
You know, the scariest, the best of 1 is over.
Definitely going to step up, but we're going to head over to the analysts to hear what they have to say about that fantastic match.
Couldn't agree with you more, young man. Yes, very, very good match indeed. And a great way to see MVP come back in action. Really thrilled for March as well. It's, you know, the last international for him, and he's made it through to the top 12. He must be absolutely thrilled at that. But more than anything else, you guys highlighted QO as the man of the moment, and boy, did he deliver.
I mean, that's the reason why Raiden SF is so strong. He got so farmed just from the lanes and the stacking alone. He was just basically controlling the flow of the game because of how much farm he got from the laning phase itself.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to move on fairly quickly to the next match, but we do have a little bit of time to talk about this. So I want to bring in one particular passage of play. It's around about 35 minutes. It's a big Roshan fight, and in the end, it was sort of a turning point. Seb, talk us through.
That fight was very important, and you can see the charge, which is very good, and he instantly uses the Winter's Curse on the Spirit Breaker, which is in a way a mistake, because then they have nothing to stop SF from channeling the Requiem, and they need to disengage. There's no way they can actually fight into this, and they're just running away from Spirit Breaker, Bounty Hunter. You know, you can't really run away from that, because with the movement speed, the jumps from the Juggernaut, like they're just gonna chase them down forever, and that's what happened. I felt like Sancheng on the Winter's Wyvern, like he was rushing a bit the spells, and it was a shame in the sense that it was their only way to cancel that Requiem with the BKB from SF.
Up to that point, it was pretty backwards and forwards, actually. It was like a couple of prize fighters going at each other full hammer and tongs with the left hooks, because every time I looked around, it was 9-9, and then it was 12-12 and 17-17. They were just going crazy at each other. It was a fantastic game to watch.
But when that happens and you have a Bounty Hunter in one of the teams, then one of the teams is going to be favored.
Absolutely. Okay, just quickly, final thoughts on the match. Great for MVP in Malini.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to MVP. I have to give them kudos from coming out of the wild card, and both our wild card teams having huge success.
Kareem?
Yeah, it was great. I had a smile on my face for most of that, because it was great to see them go through. Their reaction at the end was fantastic. And I mean, it's hard not to feel for those guys. I feel bad for Newbie, but MVP, I mean, you can't help but want them to get it.
Absolutely. And the champions are out, as Odie Pixel said. We knew that they weren't perhaps in the best of form, but they're gone.
Yeah, for me, I want to see more from March. You know, like it's his last year. He wants to go out with a bang.
Absolutely. All right, thank you, gentlemen, on that game. We are going to move on to our other two teams that are ready and lining up, waiting to come out for the second game of the lower bracket. We're just going to really go through these so quickly. It's going to be such a fun time. Our next two are Na'Vi and Vici Gaming. So we're going to start off with an interview with her host.
Привет, Вань. Расскажи, пожалуйста, какой это интернешнл для тебя по счету и как тебе этот интернешнл по сравнению с прошлыми?
Это мой третий интернешнл, который я посещаю, второй в Сиэтле. В принципе, Valve, как всегда, на высоте. Все сделано очень супер, все комфортно, тренируемся. То есть очень удобные практиз-зоны, все сделано очень классно. Что он для меня значит? Надо выигрывать вот эту вещь.
Если брать твой опыт на предыдущих интернешнлах, что тебе с твоего опыта поможет хорошо сыграть в этом году?
Не знаю, даже первый интернешнл не будем брать вообще в расчет. Он такой был более экспериментальный для всех. То есть там все играли слабо, героев было мало. Во втором более-менее я уже понял, что такое проигрывать, что такое сильные команды, соперничество. То есть в первом я не мог это все прощупать, мы просто всех обыграли. Ну, что мне поможет в этом выиграть? Не знаю, только разве что желание и ошибки у противника, врага.
Понял. Если сравнивать, например, этот интернешнл и все абсолютно другие турниры, другие команды, в которых ты играл, чем подготовка к этому интернешнлу кардинально отличалась от предыдущего твоего опыта подготовки к другим турнирам?
Ну, конкретно сейчас у нас у всех очень большое желание выиграть, доказать, наверное, всем еще раз, что Нави еще живы. Ну и мы очень, каждый индивидуально готов к нему. То есть и морально, и по игре все пытаются делать свой максимум, выкладываются полностью и как бы поддерживают друг друга. То есть мы больше зациклились на Team Spirit и просто чтобы быть как команда 5 человек.
Вы, как и каждая, собственно, команда, готовились к этому интернешнлу на буткемпе. Можете немножечко рассказать про то, где был буткемп, как долго он проводился, и вот как приблизительно выглядит буткемп команды Нави?
Да. Буткемп у нас не очень хорошо задался из-за проблем с визой у Акбара. Проводился он в Киеве 2 недели на съемной квартире. Ну, он не то чтобы полностью провалился из-за того, что мы поиграли там буквально 4 дня вместе. Все остальное время Акбар был в Москве. Был хороший, на самом деле, буткемп, очень продуктивный. Очень много было рейджа, все остальное в команде. Все чуть ли не ссорились, но потом все поняли, для чего это было сделано. Мы проигрывали, мы искали свои минусы. Сейчас большинство из них найдено и устранены эти проблемы. Сейчас мы играем только своим пиком, уверенным, больше не экспериментируем, и все довольны, потому что они выиграют после тех проигрышей.
Не мог бы ты буквально в 2 словах описать вот каждого игрока, его состояние на данный момент, и сказать, кто, как ты считаешь, на этом International действительно удивит весь мир своей игрой?
Да, я считаю, что мы все удивим своей игрой. Я надеюсь, что в хорошую сторону мы их удивим всех, потому что мы действительно очень хорошо готовы по отношению к большинству команд. Я не буду говорить за Секретов, ЕГЭ и, допустим, Empire. Для меня это 3 лидера сейчас на данный момент. Китайская Dota, я не знаю, как она себя покажет на турнире, но пока она вообще ничем не впечатлила, и нам с ними легче играть, чем с Вегой даже. Поэтому, не знаю, мы все должны как-то удивить. Но я просто единственное боюсь, чтобы мы просто не поплыли морально после каких-то поражений. Система очень жесткая, Бо-2 — это очень сложная система, и, надеюсь, мы ее сможем осилить.
Кого ты считаешь основными фаворитами вообще в общем турнира? Я даже не говорю о вашей команде. И вот с кем вот не хотелось бы сыграть, например, там в лузерах, в Best of 1? Например.
Все команды, которые я перечислил, это ЕГЭ, Secret и Empire. И они наверняка не будут в лузерах с нами сталкиваться. Мы где-то там в винерах с ними поиграем, мне так кажется. Действительно, сейчас это самые неприятные, может быть, для нас соперники, ну, наверное, и для всех тоже, потому что они действительно играют своим уникальным стилем. Может, Cloud'ов туда еще можно записать. Вот.
Окей. Вот что именно бы ты сказал, вот если вот быстро бы тебе сказали ответить, что именно самое ваше главное преимущество по сравнению с любой другой командой?
Мы не теряемся, мы камбэчимся.
Окей, спасибо тебе огромное за интервью, спасибо, что пришел, и, конечно же, удачи вам на турнире.
Спасибо большое.
Маленький Саша был очень хорошим мальчиком, замечательным. Природные способности, это еще в детстве выявилось. Вот у него математический склад ума, это точно от природы. У меня этого нету.
I have never met such person like Sasha before. You can feel this energy from him, the energy of his ambitions and the power of his personality.
Funny memories and funny stories about Sasha, there's like millions of them. He will go YOLO and make the team even more crazy. And that's really important to have in a team.
TI1 was unbelievable. We were highly prepared, we were motivated, and we were like a team. 4 great players were around me, and all of us were the part of one mechanism.
When we won TI1 together, that was insanely beautiful feelings that you can't really experience them through something else.
I sent mom a text message.
Не поверила. Это был не звонок, это была смс-ка. И он мне еще написал: мама, ты если сидишь, то есть типа, если ты не сидишь, ты лучше сядь. Вот такая была фраза первая.
Something like, hey, I won $200,000.
Конечно, я вспоминаю эти чувства. Это, я вот каждой маме, каждому папе пожелала бы, чтобы они вот плоды своего ребенка ощущали, вот как я в тот момент это все чувствовала.
What about at TI4? What happened at TI4?
What about TI4? Sneaky question.
Everything went wrong, and like we didn't want to play together.
I think our team at TI4 wasn't like a team at that time already.
I tried to hide it as much as possible, but some days we were fine, but some days it was not good. We all understood that something is wrong. Yeah.
Я и Сашу все время пытаюсь поддержать тем, что это спорт, мы все знаем, по другим даже видам, что взлеты, падения, это все стабильность разная.
I think as a team, we are capable of anything. There is no reason to believe in something else. I believe in our team. We can do it. Morale is one of the most important things that you need to have in Dota. I'm really satisfied and happy, and our morale is pretty high right now. And it's connected to Sasha. He'll scream on enemy, say something really funny, but other people gonna start laughing at, he's my bro, so whatever. I know his character, I know how he will act in situation, in the game and outside of the game, making people around him happier.
We feel like we are underdogs, but we feel good about that, and we're gonna fight till the end.
Former champions, of course, back at TI1 and finalists at TI2 and TI3. They are the International's most successful franchise so far as they head into the arena once more to a round of applause and huge cheers from their fans inside the key arena. They are heading in alongside their compatriots there, Vigi Gaming, who we'll also talk about in just a moment. So interesting pieces that we'll cover at the analysis desk about Na'Vi and VG once they've shaken hands and entered their booths. And they are now heading into their booths. So, Vigi Gaming, what do we know about them? Well, we know a fair bit about them, but I think it's fair to say there's plenty more to learn. So let's take another look at Vigi Gaming.
那我们知道，这个在去年的话，VG是杀到了最后的这个决赛里面，但是只拿到了亚军。然后比赛结束以后，其实你在场外，然后其实我在你边上嘛，也不怕跟观众说，其实当时我看到你好像有流眼泪了。应该来说，亚军已经是一个非常不错的成绩了。能拿到这个国际邀请赛的亚军的队伍，其实真的是非常非常的少。但当时好像你显得非常的沮丧。现在回想起来，当时是一种什么样的心情？
当时第一次参加这种比赛，然后第一次来西雅图，就觉得打进决赛了，然后输了，有那种好不甘心的感觉。现在回想起来还好吧，因为毕竟打了第一届，拿了第二。
今年过来之后，自己心里给自己定了怎么样的目标？还是冲着冠军去？
冠军肯定都想要嘛，但是 TI 要一步一步来，不能打之前想着我是来拿冠军的，这样给自己或者给队伍压力太大了，可能会发挥不好，所以都是一步一步来吧，每个队都是一样。
那你给我们谈一谈，就是说你感觉这个版本和去年你参加 TI 时候的 Dota 2的版本，在对比赛整体的影响上会有什么不一样？因为去年我们看到了非常多的快速的推进的这样的一个打法，包括 VG 也是用这样的一个打法拿到亚军的。那今年现在的这个版本，你感觉比赛会更多呈现给大家的是一个什么样的情况？
去年那个版本推塔的收益很乐观，就是塔的钱很多，然后经验也比较多吧，杀人，然后你推进了，让对面来接团，你如果赢了团，那么你的那种优势就会累积下去，就是类似那种滚雪球，但今年 TI 前这个版本，它比较崇尚发育，然后可能 S4 比较希望那种10个人都比较肥，然后来打团那种比较好看的场面。推塔其实说到底也挺重要的，因为不能违背这个游戏的本质意向，就是还是要推塔，但是推塔的钱没有以前多，然后杀人的钱也没以前多，就是你要把推塔和发育结合好。
奖金相比前3届的国际邀请赛是有了一个非常大的提升，然后今年的话在去年的基础上又有提升。但去年你们拿到亚军，其实这个奖金的数额也是非常多了。能不能跟我们谈谈，就是在去年拿到了这个亚军的成绩和荣誉之后，因为 相对在 TS 之前，你可能不是那样有名气，或者是没有收获过这么高的奖金。就是 TS 的这个成绩给你生活有没有造成哪些变化？那些奖金你都是怎么去使用它们？
然后当时钱就取不出来嘛，因为他没有给我们那些奖金的那些说明，就是银行不让你去兑换，1年只能换5万。当时那个钱就没动，然后1年换5万给我妈，1年换5万给我妈，给我妈买了一套房子。
买了一套房子。
不是给我妈吧，是我把钱给我妈，然后我妈去买了。
如果没有拿到冠军，怎么样的名次会让你觉得没有遗憾，或者说你自己能够接受？
如果没拿到冠军，起码前3吧。
前3，
这算给自己或者给俱乐部，算是一种比较好的交代。因为俱乐部为了团队就是也做出了不少贡献，就挖来了豪和3兵，就也付出比较大的代价吧。然后大家都希望能拿到好一点的名次。
好的，非常感谢你接受采访。
就是虽然 VG 组队的时候我还不在嘛，但是我是听说，当时 VG 是3顾茅庐，然后才请到 FY 出来。
当时也是战争期，就让我非要来威胁。我也不知道当时他是怎么想的，因为我Dota 2一盘都没玩过，所以说可能是种缘分吧。
他第一次出国就拿到了 ESL 的世界冠军，然后第一次去打 TI 就已经是拿到了亚军，这可能是很多职业选手就打了好多年都没有能够达到的高度。我觉得说他是去年的最佳新人毫不为过，但是我觉得这也是整个团队一起付出的结果。这支 VG 现在最强的，首先就是求胜心吧，我觉得这点我觉得比任何其他队都要强烈。就 Dota 虽然是个5个人的游戏，但是就是说2个酱油之间，就是说可能平时的联系是更紧密一点。然后芬尼尔和 FY， 首先个人能力都非常强，可以说这2个人是相辅相成的。没有芬尼尔 ，FY 也不是那个 FY， 没有 FY 芬尼尔，没有现在的打得那么好。
我觉得我芬尼尔应该是最默契的一个辅助了，都是有失误也不会去提。然后我打得不好的时候，他会鼓励我；然后他打得不好的时候，我会鼓励他。
这几年 FY 成长了很多，然后又过了1年，他从队员现在变成了队长，然后我们也一起拿了不少冠军。我非常感谢他在这1年就陪伴我们一起成长。
游戏当中，我觉得成长的最多的还是很多时候他能给大家一个依靠吧。
而 FY 对 VG 来说，就像是马尔蒂尼对 AC 米兰，或者说托蒂对罗马那样，他就是 VG 的象征，现在 VG 的招牌。
The cheers are so loud, we actually heard them in the concourse here, and I think that might be the first time today for those players. Very popular indeed. FY and Ice Times 3 definitely getting big cheers from the crowd. Very interesting VG gaming this season as well, because we saw what they did last year. 2nd place, looked very good, really adapted well to the meta. They haven't maybe transitioned the same way so far this year.
Like if you look at all those players, like both Navi and Vici, you look at what they achieved and their level. If you think they're good, then you don't understand. You know, they're legends.
Get out now.
They're legends, honestly. And
they are.
I don't want any of those players to be out, but it's gonna happen. 5 of them are gonna be like disqualified today, and it's pretty sad, you know. But we're here. It's competition. It's how it is. But it's gonna be a really tough fight.
It is. Yeah. Let's talk about VG gaming first of all. Pirin, what are your thoughts on
Well,
that
my
now?
thoughts, I'm amazed that they're where they are because last year, towards the end of last year, they looked amazingly good. And I'm just like, wow, they're fantastic. And now here they are, one game away from being knocked out. I don't understand how it's happened. They
Yeah.
should be doing better than this.
2014 seemed like every tournament they went to, they were everyone's favourites. Not just popularity-wise, but actually genuinely like no one knows how to beat them.
Yeah.
And that seemed to be every tournament. What's happened in that 12 months?
Someone?
Anyone?
I have to say that even though Hao seemed like a better fit than Black, according to them and on the paper,
yeah.
I have to say that I have not been convinced by Vici with Hao more than I have with Black.
I mean, I'm a massive fan. I think Black's a great player. I mean, he's a great guy. I don't know what they mean by a different. Maybe the fit wasn't as good. Maybe they didn't find that they could get along with him the same way they can with Hao. It must be that because he's a fantastic player, and any team would miss it.
But then on the flip side of that, as Seb has already said, when you look at the lineup, Hao, FY, Super, Fenrir, and Ice. I mean, holy Moses, that's fantastic. How the heck are they in the lower bracket in a best-of-1 knockout game?
It's tough to say. Like, I think they struggled to find their own play style, to play their own game. You know, with Vici Gaming, you could tell that they had no doubts in what they were doing. They switched around a lot. You know, FY was captaining. Then when it was Hao, they went back to FY and they said that coming into the tournament, they were interviewed and they were like, "We think we got it. You know, the meta and how we have to play. We'll see."
Yeah.
You know, you can still feel some doubts, and that's not a good thing usually.
Yeah, when we've seen LGD and CDEC do what they've done today in particular and go through the semi-finals of the upper bracket, 12 months ago that was VG.
Yeah, I mean, VG is a team that strives for perfection. They were second place at TI3, they were second place at DAC, and clearly they weren't happy with that, or else they wouldn't have changed their roster. I think most teams would have been very content with both of those results, but they're not. They aim for #1, and I mean, maybe that got a little bit to them after DAC, and yeah, I agree. Hao does look better on paper in terms of his results, but their playstyle and their results after that just haven't reflected. I definitely would have put them in the upper bracket at least after the group stage.
Yeah, indeed. They said top 3 would be a reasonable result. I think top 3 would be an astonishing result considering where they are right
Where they are now, yeah.
Yeah.
But prior to the tournament, I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing for them to expect, although it obviously has not worked out. I personally think they will win today. I really think they will, yeah.
Okay, that's a good transition actually because we're going to talk about Na'Vi now as well. I mean, you know, probably the most storied franchise in Dota 2. Right from the very get-go, we had the story of Dendi. We've seen the film. We've seen the documentaries. We've seen all the other videos since. Such a lovable player as well, and her host in the video as well. But Artstyle said at the very beginning, returning to the team that obviously he won with as well at the very beginning of TI1, he said, "We'll all be a surprise." And he's right. They've been surprisingly bad.
It's harsh, but it's how it has been so
Yeah.
far. But everyone does know that there are 2 Navis. There's the Navi, there's standard Navi, and there's Navi under pressure. You know, Navi in the money time, Navi in the loser bracket, and there's also the Navi magic to help them. You know,
Absolutely.
we all remember TI3 where you don't even know how it happened, but they are in the finals, and they're the team that can actually take games from Alliance, although they looked more than shaky.
Yeah, Pirin,
So-
when you look at the Seb, when you look at the bracket though, and you look at all those dangerous teams that are in there, everyone must have gone, "Oh, thank God I didn't get Na'Vi." And VG must be going, "Oh, why did we have to get that?" Because they are potentially the most dangerous team to have in that lower bracket, aren't they?
Yeah, it potentially is the word. I mean, they haven't. If you think about Na'Vi for most Dota fans who've been following the game for a while, they're like the team. They're like the legendary team in the Western scene and the CIS scene that you just go to. There's people wearing Na'Vi jerseys. They're like very, very popular team. All the players are legends. And then Puppy and Kuro leave, and I don't know what's quite happened since then. But when we're talking about that lower bracket grit, I think that a lot of that was down to their captain Puppy, I think.
Okay. That's
Yeah, I mean,
very interesting. But you're right about you're right about the shirts as well, because when I turned up this morning, there were so many of these shirts around. I actually thought the Valve employees were wearing yellow and black. There were just so many people in Na'Vi shirts. It's great to see. Sorry, Melanie, you were saying?
It's a little heartbreaking to see them like fall apart so drastically after switching captains. It was Puppy and then FNG and now Artstyle. I mean, their results have been subpar, but the way they lose is not always the same thing. Generally, they win the early game, which is really good, but then it's just having trouble converting. And I think Artstyle, lacks the vision that, let's say, Puppy has to win the entire game in an entire series. So I think if they just, extend their versatility a little bit more, they can win.
Okay, Winter, where do you think their mentality is right now? Considering that Art Style said in the interview, we're not going to be in the best of ones. You know, that was shot before we started groups, and he said, we aren't going to be in the best of ones. We'll be in the upper bracket. And they obviously then now didn't expect to be in this position. So how do they cope with that mentally? Or is this what we're talking about, that Na'Vi magic that gets them out of trouble?
Yeah, I think Na'Vi is like the last team you would want to play in the B1. That's the reason why Virtus.pro, they didn't even choose Na'Vi, even though Na'Vi was like the last team. That tells a lot. Like, no one wants to play Na'Vi, and Na'Vi against the wall is a different Na'Vi. You never know what's going to happen and what they're going to go for. And I think that they're going to bring something new today, like a new type of play style, a surprise, like, so that they can actually take Vici by out of their comfort zone.
And it's true as a team, but it's true individually. Like, all those players, they're not afraid to go for the risky plays at all. They're like against the wall, like as you said, if they do a big mistake, they're going to lose the game and they're going to get out. They don't really care. They're going to play as good as they think they have to play, and they're just going to go for what they think they have to do. And
okay. Dendy's probably had one standout game so far, which was the 20-0 that he went. But other than that, I haven't really seen the magic from him. He's due a good game, isn't he, someone?
What changed with Dandy, in my opinion, is that when Poppy left, he had to carry a lot of weight, like for the team on his shoulders, and that's something he didn't have to do before. So he probably feels like he needs to try to lead the team and everything, and it does hurt your own plays, you know, in game. So he doesn't have the space he used to have. He feels like he's forced to go for plays, lead the team. You know, let's do this. You know, let's captaining, you know, somehow in game.
That's the reason why most of the captains are support players, because when you're on the support position, you don't have to pay so much attention on your own play. You can be more focused on the team in general.
Yeah, especially for a player like Dandy, he needs to be able to focus on his, because he always plays to the limits, and he can't do this if he has to take care about, you know, like macro things, you know, global things.
Pirin, he also said Art Style in that interview, which I found really interesting. Even though they expected to get to the upper bracket, he also said, we feel like underdogs. So that they must understand that would actually put them in the lower bracket, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say, I think they felt going in that they knew this was a possibility. So you'd have to hope, if you were a Na'Vi fan, that they'd prepared for it, that they have a surprise draft to go for. But I think a lot is going to depend actually on how Seneko plays. I think he's a really good player, and he's the guy that can make the plays that can get them out of trouble, and he's done that in games previously.
Okay, very quickly, 20 seconds, one word. Where's your money going, Malini?
Na'Vi.
Vici.
Na'Vi.
I don't even want to be, you know, neutral professional. Na'Vi.
Come on, Vici, don't make me look like an idiot.
In one word. Well done, Seb. That was 7, but we'll let you off. It's all good, buddy. We've got your back here. We are heading into the draft, though, for our next game.
Vici Gaming versus Na'Vi.
Here we go then, Vici Gaming versus Na'Vi, with all the marbles up for grabs, because one of these is going home in 13th to 16th. Is incredible as that may sound, and the draft is underway.
So like Vici is going to take out like Sonic, one of Soneko's best hero, like the Wyvern, and Piran talked about Na'Vi being able to count on Soneko, and that's like his signature best hero.
Definitely. One hero though that Na'Vi really likes to play, it's Undying. They usually rush into picking Undying, you know, whenever they can, and it looked like Vici Gaming actually decided to give them Undying, by the looks of it, unless they first pick it, which I don't think will happen. So we'll see if Archstar gets to play his Undying.
I mean, he's really good at playing, like, we talk about strength heroes, like tanky heroes up front, leading the charge, like just soaking up damage. Like, he's really good at heroes that play that role in the game.
Yeah, he's the kind of captain that's gonna, you know, call the let's go in now. And when he has a hero that needs to position himself, then it's harder, you know, to adapt your plays to the call you're making. But when he hasn't a hero like Undying, then it's way easier.
I mean, banning out the Winter Wyvern also opens up Wisp, I think, which Vici would be much more keen to utilize than Na'Vi.
Definitely. Although Na'Vi has a really good Wisp player, Soneko is extremely good on the hero. He's extremely good. That guy can play basically anything, honestly. On a support role, I can't think of a hero he can play efficiently. Like, we've seen his Shaker, it's stellar. You know, his Wisp is the same, the Winter Wyvern, you know.
I ran into him in a pub. He played Medusa mid with Solar Crest and owned my team.
He's a very smart player. He's very, very smart. You know, he's not to be underrated for sure. Yeah. The first big co-op for Vici Gaming. I mean,
I think he heard you there as well, because he was laughing at you.
Was it though?
No, probably not.
Yeah. I mean, I'm quite surprised they're not picking the Undying, I have to admit.
Are we going to see a more standard pick out of these? We've discussed this already. We haven't seen it really already in those.
Standard for Na'Vi or
yeah, standard for both. Well, standard. Yeah, okay, all right. That's a fair point. It could be all over the place, couldn't it?
They did tend to Undying a lot in the group stage, and if they reviewed the replays, I would think that that's like jumping too soon on the Undying train might be a reason why they actually lost a lot of the games. So I think if they want to pick it, it should be third or fourth, just because they win the early game and they lose out the mid to late, just very, very often.
Yeah, and Undying is not a hero that can actually adapt. You know, if your game planning is wrong and you have to deal with split pushing, for example, or something like this, Undying actually can do much. Dusk, I mean, everything's open right now. The Queen of Pain is also open.
Dazzle has been the most popular all the way through.
Plus Dazzle, I mean, we've seen that this morning, I mean, earlier today, quite a lot by LGD and by Team Empire. So yeah, Navi went for that. Nothing is revealed so far. The Queen of Pain could be mid, could be carry. How actually plays it as well. So, and we actually had the same opening earlier today, more or less. We had Queen of Pain into Bounty Hunter, which is banned, or Queen of Pain into Naga, Siren, and the opposite team had the exact same Dusk and Dazzle.
Do you think we're going to see an anti-mage?
I think it could happen. It's a Chavos hero as well. I mean, he does sometimes overextend, but it's a hero that can also tank a lot of damage. And he's the one that's going to put a lot of pressure, and he's known for that anti-mage. So, yeah, I think definitely we could see an anti-mage from Navi. Or for Vici. Hao loves anti-mage.
I mean, I think in this sort of style, the best of one loser goes home. I think a lot of teams would tend to go towards an anti-mage. It's a safe strat.
Yeah, definitely. And we haven't even mentioned Funnick, but he's also a beast under pressure. And he's been quite impressive. At least I was very impressed by his Brood performances. Not necessarily at TI, but in all the recent matches he played. So it's a hero not to be forgotten versus Navi. They do like to play that Broodmother a lot.
Yeah, well, they banned him.
All right, they banned it themselves. Yeah, I mean,
I think the Earthshaker pick is kind of like, they've grabbed the Earthshaker, this is a potential pick. But
yeah, they potentially gave up on it already.
I mean, Vici doesn't really run Earthshaker other than support. So
yeah, we haven't seen ISS on Earthshaker.
So it pretty much means like they're still looking for the offlane hero for Vici Gaming. So like the Brood is something you don't want to get surprised by. So.
The noises for when heroes get banned are really loud in our ear, by the way.
Yeah.
Like when we cut to the draft, I'm generally terrified when they ban Lesh. It's like, I'm like, what did I do? Is Paul angry? No. It's Lesh.
Seb was trying to call the heroes by their grunts. I was like, that's very ambitious.
Yeah, we should try and do that.
And it was a Bloodseeker instead of an axe, but I mean, you know, it was quite close. And when they say Earthshaker, I can guess.
Yeah, that's a relatively easy one.
So there's still like the Radiant Shadow thing here open for Navi. They can still go for that if they want to. I mean,
anti-mage.
Yeah,
there you go.
Wow.
Good call.
Yeah.
There you go. So it's an anti-mage for Chavos, which is, I think, fair enough in this type of game as well. When you play best of one, usually you want to play a bit more defensive. You don't want to go for the most risky plays. And playing versus anti-mage kind of forces you to actually force the issue. And
yeah. It's like that ultimate insurance you've got. It's like we've always got the anti-mage to fall back on.
Yeah, anti-mage Magnus is even more.
Yeah, we might see a Magnus. Yeah. Then this Magnus is very good.
It's a little bit scary of a matchup versus Queen of Pain, but I think they ran anti-mage plus PA, except PA just doesn't really cut it super, super late because I don't think Blur is as strong as having Blink and Mana Shield, but it didn't work out for them, and it looked like it was because of the PA pick, so.
Now Vici Gaming has to adapt a bit, and this is when they're gonna start, you know, giving a direction to their draft and like the game they wanna.
So do you think at this stage with Quap and Earthshaker that they say, okay, well we'll pick our own ultra late game insurance, or do we say screw it, let's just?
There's
go
not
for
that many good
mid?
options. Like Phantom Lancer is, I think, one of the late gamers that people tend to, but it's actually very poor versus anti-mage because he does very well against illusion-based heroes. Aside from that, I mean, there's not that many hard late game carries that can actually deal with the anti-mage, especially with the Magnus. But there's a Rubik in the pool now.
Interesting, that's a Lina pick, but I mean, it could be a support or a mid. We've seen Dandy on Lina for sure, like many times, but it could also be a support. I mean, this draft is I don't know if it was LGD drafting a Navi lineup or Navi now drafting an LGD lineup. I think it's like more likely the second option, but still, this is like exactly what LGD has been drafting the whole. I mean, whenever they could, right?
Yeah.
With Lina Dazzle support, Tusk offlane, anti-mage carry, and looking for a mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, Lina still can go mid lane in the sense that it's really good versus Quap. You have a really good matchup, and if your cores are Tusk and Lina, you have two cores that make a lot of space, and there's going to be a lot of room for anti-mage to actually farm the whole map.
Definitely. It is though a co-op with a Shaker backup, most likely, as we said, since we're not expecting a Shaker offlane, so it does put quite a lot of pressure on the opposite mid laner. But Lina is definitely one of the heroes that can deal with that.
Yeah, she can definitely hold her own against that, like going back to clear stacks and whatnot.
And that's an SF pick, so it's going to be a co-op safe lane. This is a very secret lineup. In this team secret sense. Yeah.
They have very strong like early to mid game like lineup, very strong at team fighting, and anti-mage doesn't want to fight too early. So this kind of lineup could actually make the game really hard, like put a lot of pressure onto the anti-mage and his team, especially against this sort of lineup. So I think I like the approach that VG are going for right now against the AM.
Yeah, it can be quite scary for Navi, and I don't feel like they have that, super good mana break, mana void target. Yeah, like when you play versus Storm, anti-mage can always, come in the fight, just get an extra, an easy kill on the Storm, get his like killing spree or whatever. Here it's gonna be harder to find a target to kill easily with anti-mage.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like Quap and everything, you might.
That's probably the best target he has.
Have to hope she doesn't just blink out and then just standing there. Yeah, it's a tricky one.
Definitely. They don't have the best catch for him though. I mean, Quap might go for Orchid or might not, but
yeah,
they don't have the best catch for anti-mage. Like, so their game plan is definitely to pressure as a team. Just go hit the towers and force anti-mage to like come back and fight.
So VG Gaming still looking to go for the last ban here. Looking at Navi's lineup, it's kind of hard to determine whether the Lina is a support or is a core. Like Navi can just rotate their lanes and roles very easily.
Undying ban, so they're predicting a Lina mid.
Yeah,
I would assume.
That's one of the interesting things about Lina is it gives you that chance.
That is
there is the wisp.
That is actually something that I think this is the first time Navi have picked up the hero in the event.
They're very good at using Wisp. Soneko is insanely good on the hero, and I think it's a fighting anti-mage. What I see is a fighting anti-mage, and when you think about it, if he maxes mana shield, then he's actually, with the help of Dazzle and Wisp, he can be a terror. Like if he goes for, Hovos is also known for the Vlad's Vanguard build, into I just go and fight people on max mana.
That fourth pick with Lina is actually either very smart. Well, it's smart either way, because it's either forced them to throw out Undying, or they've actually predicted that they would probably think that they wanted to remove Undying so that they could actually pick the Wisp. So either way, it's a really smart pick in 4.
They went for... Wow. Alright, that's interesting.
It's gonna be
Pop off
lane Pop with Earthshaker. Like it's very interesting that in the sense that it's gonna be very good in the lane to pressure the AM.
The lanes are very important, and they're hard to guess for both teams.
They absolutely are. Right, we are almost ready. Players are ready. We're ready. It's going to be a fantastic matchup between Navi and VG Gaming. It's time to join our commentators. It's the Prince of Denmark and the Vicar of Pixels.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second elimination match of the day. VG Gaming versus Navi. I think there's a lot of people very excited about this matchup, and I certainly are, especially as we're going to be able to see how pulls off the Luna.
Yeah, there's a couple of really interesting picks in this matchup. I don't think anyone expected the IO last pick. I don't think anyone expected the Luna. You saw the panel, they thought it was a safe lane Queen of Pain, and that the last pick would go to Ice Ice Ice. So both teams with a little bit of a mind game here in the draft. I think Matt brings up a very good point. How the lanes get put could have a much bigger impact on this game than other games we've seen today, I think. The Luna is a very risky carry in lane because she's a glass cannon, right? She enables the other heroes in the lane to do a lot of damage because of Lunar Blessing, but at the same time, if she gets open on, could be gone in the blink of an eye. So Navi definitely have heroes that can put on the aggression. So very curious to see how this laning stage works out. With that said, I personally favor VG's draft quite a bit here. Okay. I think the issue for Navi is they don't have a natural combination with the IO. Maybe they can make it work very well with Tusk. As Matt pointed out, if they go for a fighting anti-mage, that's like an all-in play. if that doesn't work very early on, they're going to get super out-carried by Alumina and Shadow Fiend if the anti-mage doesn't go battle
look at
carry,
this.
right?
Level 1 smoke. They've got the Tusk. He's incredibly strong. Here's just Snowball. Onto How? In the Fisher coming out onto 3. How's going to be fine for the time being. And Funnick, the force to Sneko turn their attention towards Super. Funnick here looking for the body block. He's going to be able to find it here. Can they chase this one down? It doesn't look like they can. And even though Na'Vi get a nice wrap around there with the smoke gang, nothing to come of it. And maybe VG can try and turn this one around. Sneko's hanging about. Will be able to tether himself back over.
Telekinesis in 8.
Funnick should be fine. He's got a snowball. I mean,
he's screwed.
He's stuck. He's stuck. He's got a snowball, but it's not going to save him. It's going to go back in, but I don't think he gets himself out of this one. Funnick on the heel, in fact, from Archdale, but no telekinesis. He gets slammed down, and it's going to be VG finding the first blood there against the Tusk. And on Ice as well.
At the very least for Na'Vi, they do get one of the runes. If you lose a level 1 fight, often you will lose both runes, but Sneko managed to grab the top rune on the way out. Secures him his bottle. It's very, very crucial for Na'Vi as they get off to, I don't want to say this is a bad start. It's not that horrible for them, but Ice getting the first blood on his offlane Queen of Pain will give him more of a chance at fighting the anti-mage. And as it looks for Na'Vi so far, they're looking to play a little bit of a mid-wisp here, maybe stacking for Dendi and maybe even pulling the mid lane to try to limit Super's impact on the game.
Dendi might need some help. I mean, yeah, we've got the back of Snake, and as you said, the early bottle is going to be very nice in lane here for Dendi. To try and outlane Super. Super going to walk into a light strike array there. And it's going to be interesting to see how this lane pans out in terms of who is going to come out on top in terms of CS between the SF and the Lina.
This should be an unwinnable lane for VG Gaming if the Wisp and Lina play well together. Shadow Fiend with only the help of Shaker should not be able to get a good foothold in this lane. Lina can just play up very aggressively, even if they get a good fissure. Until Shadow Fiend is level 5, realistically 3 raises will not be able to kill Dendi with a bottle and overcharge. So looking for Na'Vi to win this lane. And as far as bottom lane goes, should also be a Na'Vi victory here with the 2-on-1 lane. Of course, SSIS did get the first blood, so helps him a little bit in that regard. And then top lane should be absolute free farm for How. Funnick cannot contest.
What is the plan with How here on the Luna? Is it the fact that Vici, they want to get the mech onto the SF, and as soon as that happens, when they group up, they're going to have How with that aura, with that extra damage, and with that extra pushing power?
Oh wait, they've managed to actually block off Sneko entirely in mid! But at the same time, Dendi might get the kill instead. He will!
He gets it, Dendi, with the kill onto Super. Sneko only just getting himself out.
Yeah.
Na'Vi turning that one around very nicely. Damn, so 1-1 now on the board. Dendi, as you said, he's having a very good time in the mid lane. Look at the CS, 9 for 3 on your Lina compared to the 2 for 0 on an SF, and it's a dead SF as well.
This is a great start for Na'Vi in the mid lane, making up for the first blood going the way of the Queen of Pain. As far as the top lane goes, you asked what I think the Luna should go for, I believe.
Yes, what was the plan here with How?
I think just the standard early impact build with treads into optional drums and then Helm of the Dominator to stack camps and just look to farm. Because to be honest with you, I think if this just becomes a farm game and it just slows down, both teams are getting good farm, Luna can almost keep up with an anti-mage's farm if she gets complete free farm. You max the glaives, you stack camps, you farm really fast. In addition to that, you have a Shadow Fiend and a Quap that scale very well. On the side of Na'Vi, if Lina has a good game, can become fearsome, even super late game. But it is very possible that Vici are looking to slow play a bit here.
Yeah, as you said, it's going to be all about this kind of Luna versus...
But okay, this is a little weird, because I just said How would go for an early impact build, right? I think treads are more or less mandatory. Treads or phase, I think we've seen How played before. And it's because Luna has like 2 phases. When she gets her ultimate very early, when she's level 7, she's really strong with her spells, and it's all about getting in position and not getting burst down. That's why you get a bit of health. And then generally in the mid game, you slow down a little bit more. You try to focus on farming up the big core items so you can go into the late game. If you go for the full greedy build, where you don't get any sort of stat items, but just go, say, Mask of Madness or Midas, it's pretty risky, because then maybe Na'Vi can just take full advantage of the early game and run you over with a good mid lane performance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sneko at the moment, he's finding levels here on the IO. He's level 3 already here, soaking up a bit of XP from the mid lane. So we're going to have to relocate Alumina in fairly good time. Dendi's still in the mid, 20 for 8 against the 9 for 0. The SF is having such a hard time, and he's really going to have to rely on stacks that hopefully the rest of his team are creating for him in the jungle. As we see, Ephemera is starting to work on it with the help of F1, and he needs this to be able to close that gap that Dendi's creating.
Absolutely. This mid lane is going very well for Na'Vi. That's expected. Said Vici Gaming probably can't win this lane. They were pretty close to getting the kill on the IO, which would have made a world of difference for the Shadow Fiend, but didn't happen. So Na'Vi are continuing their absolute dominance of this lane. Dendi, one of the absolute best mid laners at lane control, just freezing the lane, holding it still, farming on his own cliff. Very naturally gets minute denies in the mid lane for that reason. And you just see Super, he's not even going to raise the wave. How often do you see a Shadow Fiend not wanting to do that in minute 4? He's going to go into the jungle immediately instead. Level 4 trying to raise with a big camp. You generally don't want to do this before level 5, sometimes maybe even 7, because this is very mana inefficient, the damage you get per mana cost. But it feels like he has no other choice.
It's certainly going to be a slow start for Super, but you look at Vici and the fact they have got Ice on this quad, he's going to be able to do a lot across the map. Once he gets that level 6 online, he's going to be able to start making those rotations, and maybe even in situations where
he might actually even be able to threaten art style quite a bit here. He could force over a rotation from Kovost, which will happen. He's going to have to leave the wave for a bit, and I'll let him mana break him. Surprised Kovost doesn't actually blink for that and try to get a couple of extra right clicks in. It's going to run at him instead. Maybe even force Ice to use that haste rune. Exactly. There we go. Definitely worth it for Kovost to sacrifice 1 or 2 CS for that, in my opinion.
Mid lane, we've got Funny coming on the tusk, but it's been totally spotted out by the observer wards of Vici. They saw him come up the stairs, so they should be able to be catched. They're going to try and turn it around potentially. We've got Earthshaker coming in, and they will block Funnick off. Is Super moving forward here. Nice shot thrown out. Funnick forcing them back up the stairs, and he's going to be okay. They've not quite got the damage, as you said. The levels that Super has, it just doesn't have the amount of damage with those raises to be able to blow up that tusk.
Yeah, they are very, very nervous in the mid lane. If Dendi lands a stun, Shadow Fiend might actually die.
This is big. Dendi needs to be careful.
Wait, what?
Oh, Ice, he's coming with the rotate, but Dendi with the Laguna Blade and no light stroke around Ice. He might find a second. Funnick with the snowball. Ice, he's got no mana. Pulls the charges, it's not enough. Double kill for Dendi. But Super, he turns it around, finds a double kill for himself. It's going to be a double kill to both sides there in the mid lane, as Vici very nicely recover against what Na'Vi were able to set out to do so there.
Man, that was absolutely crazy. I actually think it was on purpose that FY lifted the siege creep with telekinesis, because he couldn't reach the hero he was looking for, so he wanted to get the drop down stun. He didn't reach that either though, and Na'Vi got up to a really good start in that fight, but Super with the 2 turnaround raise kills, probably a minor victory for VG considering how important it is for them to get their Shadow Fiend back in the game, and now he's actually pretty much tying the Lina, I think, on net worth. Only 300 behind all of a sudden, even though he is a whopping 17 CS and 17 denies behind.
That was a massive, massive fight, yeah, indeed, for the Shadow Fiend. And so far, both the carries, Hao and Force, pretty much been left undisturbed. We haven't seen either of them have any pressure from each team support. A lot of focus around the mid lane, which I think understandably so, because Lina and Shadow Fiend are really, and they're the kind of heroes that are going to get the pace going. If Dendi gets off to a good start, we're going to see him get an early Yule Scepter online, and they're just going to be able to find solo pickoffs across the map, especially even on heroes like the position 1, like Luna, who is relatively squishy in the early game.
They're definitely going to be looking to combine Dendi with Funnick as early as possible to gank key targets. Funnick has tried to rotate mid with success in that situation. I mean, he did get 2 assists. They obviously didn't directly win the fight, but at least the combination worked out. Unfortunately for him, he's only level 3, and you're comparing that to the Ice Quad, who's level 5.5. Got quite a bit out of that first blood, as it would seem. Extra bit of gold and experience from that is very helpful.
A bit of focus on Ice here as Outstyle just at the sidelines. Just keeping an eye on him. Dendi has backed off. He had a lot of nice stacks. And there was a triple stack and a double stack here in the Iranian jungle that Dendi's going to be able to clean up. And that's going to be putting pretty much right bang onto his Yule Scepter at this point of the game, very early on, if he closes that gap.
And that's going to allow him to solo kill the Shadow Fiend, solo kill the Quad, solo kill the Lina. The Luna. He can actually solo kill every single hero on the Dire team. None of them is tanky enough to survive the full burst, I do believe.
And you've got to remember as well, Snako, he's nearly halfway to level 6, getting the relocate. I mean, if they have to relocate in Yules, as you said, anyone that's caught on their own on the map is going to die.
It's possible Hao can actually survive it, because he has strength treads as well as Aquila. It gives him quite a lot of stats. He's got plus 16 strength. So. But that is the only target Dendi can't find, and there is no doubt that Na'Vi are going to be kill hungry here. In the mid lane, looks like FY, it's just, that's an invisible IO.
Yeah, indeed, the invis. Hard to tell sometimes. Snako reveals it. Still 3-3 at the moment, 9 minutes in. Funnick able to find himself a bit of space and time up here in this top lane, trying to work those levels up, but Hao finds himself a tower.
Very classic safe lane Luna. This is what Luna is extremely good at as a carry, is pushing towers early, has great base damage, is a very natural Aquila carrier. Of course, if you have multiple heroes in the lane, just the benefit of having the Lunar Blessing just makes this push very, very swift. And he is indeed, as expected, going for the drum build-up, it looks like. He's got a Bracer in addition to his Treads Aquila, so very, very heavy on the stats early on. Already 1,100 health. I think he might actually be the tankiest hero on the map right now. He is, in fact. And that is a hero that's usually very squishy 9 minutes in, but combining his very good early farm with his item choices, he's going to be difficult to deal with.
Yes, of course, Avos still working towards that Battle Fury. He has the Ring of Health picked up. Nearly got enough here to finish off that Perseverance. Ice trying to do what he can in terms of harassing Avos, but Avos at this point not scared at all on this anti-mage of that crop. He's got a point in the spell shield to help him out in lane. Snako and Artstar just clearing up some camps in the jungle. Snako only 100 XP away from having that relocate online.
Ooh, Ice needs to be careful here.
He should be able to just blink himself out of this one. Na'Vi will be able to secure themselves the rune, bottling up the bottle here for Snako. And
Is that yours?
Is that done? That's it
10 minutes, that's a pretty good time. It's actually a very good time with the items he has. He has Bottle, Wand, as well as a Null. So looking good here for Dendi to be able to set up on kills. This means that realistically, no one can go to the mid lane to even touch a creep unless there's a defensive support there. So either Shaker or Rubik has to be there to disrupt the combo of Lina, as the moment they show on lane, you can just tether in, run up with Yules. The Yules move speed in addition to tether should bring Dendi up to, I would say, like 460 move speed or something like that, maybe even more.
And here's what you were talking about, the Dendi Funny combo. Dendi leading in here with the Yule Scepter. Can he find the combo with the stun? Yes, he can. He's got a Laguna Blade as well. Bringing Howl low. Howl, no choice for the ult, but it's not going to come out. Does get taken down there. Snako being credited with the kill. Super moving in with Fenrir. See if they can find something. He'll find the raises. Will be able to find himself one kill. See if he can find more. Dendi looks for the light strike. It's going to be juked out. And the relocate back out is going to bring them back safely towards the mid lane.
Good trade for Na'Vi, even though it's a 1-for-1. They kill the enemy safe lane, they force rotations, and only have to sacrifice their Tusk for it, while their anti-mage is free farming and should be able to deal some pretty decent damage to the bottom tier 1. I don't know what TPs are available for Vici Gaming. Looks like Rubik has one. Shadow Fiend does not. Shaker does as well, but those two supports porting in will not threaten Kvothe at all. This guy, however, together with them, might be able to repel him. He might just blink out here and just run away from Hal, but yeah. You saw Na'Vi had to put in quite a bit of effort to kill the Luna, but they do manage.
Yes, they certainly needed more than just Dendi on his own. Vici smokes up now, moving towards this bottom tier 1. It's going to be a question of whether they want to go out into Na'Vi's jungle, and the answer certainly seems to be yes. Super, FY and Fenrir leading away here. They've got to catch a Vorstadt. They've only got really the Fissure. I guess they can get the telekinesis as well. There might be enough time to lock a Vorst in place to burst him down.
Artstyle with the defensive ping, realizing that this must be going on. All heroes are missing from the map. This is a very obvious smoke play from Vici Gaming, but even though they don't find a kill, they'll probably find a tower, because all of a sudden they're now 5 heroes bottom. If now we want to try to defend this, they're going to have to TP in 2 heroes, they're going to have to get a really good relocate, and the time it's going to take for them to set that up, it's going to be too late. Luna with the 3-level Lunar Blessing could even pop a drum charge. This tower is not long for life. Very, very quick pickup.
Looks like they're just going to look to try and trade across the map. Dendi and Avorst applying pressure onto the mid lane, and top lane you've got Furnick pushing it right up towards the tier 1. TP going to be coming in now from FY here on the Rubik. Just going to be able to zone them back. And top lane TP's coming out as well, as we see Ice come back with the defense. So Na'Vi unable to find themselves a tower in return, but they do have the full 5 man now moving into the dire jungle. Maybe seeing if they can do anything about Ice here. It's going to be quite a hard kill to find onto the Queen. They haven't got a huge amount of lockdown unless they can find the Light Strike Yule's combo.
If Funnick gets in on him, he is toast. Like, he is actually just going to be blown up. But they don't know where exactly is. Snako is behind enemy lanes. Looks like, guess what? He is invisible again.
No, so difficult to see. He knows something's up. The pressure's starting to be pointed out. Gets himself out. Vici, however, at the same time, they're putting the pressure on this mid lane here. So even though they may lose the top, they may be able to find themselves the final tier 1 of the side of Na'Vi. The TP's now coming in. The side of Na'Vi aren't going to let them have an easy one here. Denti's there along with Funnick. And the pressure of Vici is just a little bit too strong.
Aggressive weave here from Artstyle, and looks like Vici Gaming will back off, so 1 tower for Na'Vi. It did get denied by Ice though, so they actually didn't really claim that much out of that. Still, definitely a worthwhile trade for Na'Vi, I guess you could say, since they don't lose their own tower, but well, they might very soon. Artstyle is not in the right position right now.
Totally caught out there by the side of Vici with that smoke. Essentially tanking the gank though. As we'll see if Vici are able to find anything more after this. Na'Vi just going to look to find themselves this top room. And they're not looking to fight at the moment.
No, this tower is gone. They're 4 on 5. There's a weave stolen by FY. They have the mech advantage. He has 13 one charges as well. For Na'Vi to blow up super, they need to land their entire combo perfectly, and there needs to be no counterplay. And of course there's going to be a counterplay. The moment they snowball in, there's going to be a fissure. Things are going to go bad.
Uses the snowball.
He is very dead now.
And then, yeah.
Uh-oh. One-way ticket to death.
No, Fate Bolt to the back.
Almost got out of that.
It was a close one, see. A close one. Mech now done, of course. And with this Vici, the pushing power they've got with this Luna is just unparalleled by Na'Vi at this point. They're trying to do something to the tier 2 on the top lane, but Vici and indeed still with the stolen weave.
It's actually doing a lot of work for them.
Yeah.
It's going to force out a glyph. Meanwhile, Na'Vi doing their best to trade, actually dealing more damage right now than Vici Gaming are, so good exchange here for them. Dendi doing a lot of damage here, but just the overcharge and of course his attack speed from Fiery Soul. Now Hal comes in and should stop this attempt from Na'Vi.
So Dendi's backing off, Sneko tethering away, looking for the CP straight out as well. So Snakeo's out. Dendi should be A-OK as well as Vici. Head back towards the mid lane. You've still got Ice here on the bottom lane, trying to find some farm for himself on this quad. He's going up to 1k gold, so we'll see what he decides to opt for first in this game. I mean, for himself, does he go for the Yules, the Orchid, or straight up Aghanim? So what is the best down here for Ice?
I think it looks like an axe. He's running to the secret chart with 1200 gold. Oh, he's thinking about it. He couldn't click the button. Now he found it. There you go.
So he's going to indeed be going for the axe.
It's like the axe. It's becoming it's simply the new trend of Queens of Pain. Like more often than not now we see Aghanim's being an early pickup. When you go back just a month, I think almost every single time we would see Queens getting Orchid first. Kind of the same trend we've been seeing on Storm Spirit, with a lot of Storms picking up the Bloodstone over Orchid early. Going for a little bit more of a tanky build here on Ice with the Aghanims. Of course, when this is looking to become a fighting game, a lot of the time the low cooldown ultimate will be great. And a little bit of extra damage, of course, doesn't hurt.
I mean, they now have also got this Battle Fury on top of the treads. What's the game plan here for Vici Gaming? How do they stop the anti-mage farming? Do they just need to end the game before it gets to a certain point, or do they need to look for aggressive rotations into the Radiant jungle?
They might not need to end his farm as long as they get farmed themselves. Okay, so Neko's invis again. Are you kidding? Like, I keep seeing this IO. Like, it looks like he's out of position all the time. This is his third invis rune in this game, I think, if not the fourth. I think it's the third. Kind of ridiculous here. Pretty unlikely. But yeah, if Vici Gaming trade farm, and both their Shadowfiend and Luna farm against the Lina and AM, I think they're going to feel pretty confident going into the mid game, because in my opinion, when you look at the supporting cast, the Dire have a Shaker who can be massively impactful in the mid game team fights, and on the Radiant side, the IO is a little bit iffy in this game, again, because of the pairing it has. I don't feel like it's going to be that powerful in the mid game. And then the Dazzle can be super high impact, of course, with a great Grave and a great Weave, but most of the time Weave will take a little bit of time to build up, and Rubik is always just an X factor. He's just good. Always good mid-late game if you get the right steal, and FY tends to be pretty good. Now we get another tower, though.
They do. Vici went for a very aggressive smoke all the way right past the Radiant Ancients. Now they're backing up. Na'Vi needs to be careful.
They need to get the hell out of there.
Straight out. And Funnick will be able to get himself a fish out. Ho-ho! Not quite soon enough, and Na'Vi do get away with, as you said, another tier 2.
This is a very good play from Na'Vi. They get the tier 2 tower, they have 0 casualties, they force a rotation, and Hwost is just free farming the bot lane. This is pretty much textbook how they should be playing this game right now, because I think relocate ganks and just aggressive plays in general with the Lina right now are pretty risky, since if they don't have vision of the defensive supports, it's very easy for Vici to just turn the fight on its head. They will probably be looking to just map control, take towers, try to get superior vision so that Hwost can not only trade, so he doesn't trade farm, but actually out-farms the opponent. And then they can hit a sweet spot around the 30-minute mark when Hwost has 2 big items. Maybe take the fight at that point.
6 for 4 at the moment, but still, Hwost at the top of that net worth. Dendi, he's closing in on the Aghanim Scepter. He's less than 1,000 away from having enough to pick up the complete deal. At the same time, Ice, he's got the point boost of the Ogre Club and working towards his penultimate item. So still a very close game here between these two sides, and it's still going to be very interesting to see how the Luna pans out as the game gets later. He's picked up the recipe for the BKB, has the club as well, just under 1,000 away from picking up that Mithril Hammer. So with the BKB, we may see Vici Gaming look for more fights and look to push down more lanes and take further to the 2 towers.
I think with the BKB on Shadowfiend as well as Luna, they're just flat out stronger in team fights for a period of time. Dendi will as it looks, have the Ag Scepter ready at the same time. So if they time it very well, maybe they can get a key kill with a level 2 Laguna with Ag. But at the same time, the tankiness of the Dire lineup, they have the mech. Luna has good health, as we talked about earlier, so it might not be enough. And Antimage's damage output right now against BKB targets is very low, and he actually doesn't even want to contribute in fights. We see Quost still not having participated in any kills. He's 0-0-0. I do believe VG Gaming will start putting a lot more pressure with the BKBs. They will look to fight the Radiant jungle.
Is Blink forward to farm here? VG Gaming coming around the corner. Can they lock it down? Oh, he's Blink forward again! What? He's got to be careful. They pop the drums. They're going to chase this one down. Fisher onto a Force. He's caught out Echo Snap as well. There's no way he's getting out of that one. Suneko looked for the relocate back out, but there wasn't time for it. And now 6 seconds before he returns. Is he going to be able to get himself back to home? Eyesight Sash looking for the kill. 3, 2, 1. Oh, he gets himself back just in the nick of time.
He's going to die too. Oh, he has one charges. So, okay, if Eyesight Sash doesn't miss that scream, that's 2 kills. So, Na'Vi fortunate there to only lose 1 hero with a little bit of a misplay from the Queen of Pain. But they lose the biggest hero that they really can't afford to lose right now.
And off the back of it, Vici, they feel that they've got the space to go for Roshan, and I think they have. With 1 hero down on the side of Na'Vi and the damage and the Roche killing potential that Vici's lineup has, they should be able to make short work of this one.
Getting blessed a little bit here by the RNG gods with a double damage for Super, minus armor aura, Luna aura, they can even drum charge. This is a very easy pick off, and now Vici Gaming definitely in the driver's seat. He's gonna go to the Shadow Fiend.
Dandy.
I was not sure if they were going to give that to SF or Luna, but SF might be the better choice in this case.
Dandy, now very close to the Academy. He's going to...
He's got to be like 100 gold away, right?
He's less than 100 gold. 30 gold to go, and he'll have that under his belt. Here was Snako as well, but Forza's at the Shadow Fiend now. Of course, Vici Super starting to look very, very scary. 1,500 gold on top of the BKB, and as you said, with the Aegis on top of that as well. Luna with, I believe that's a completed BKB coming out. You've got a completed BKB now on Luna as well. So this is that time, as you said, where it's going to be very hard for Na'Vi to fight 5-on-5 against Vici's lineup.
Now, must be looking to slow it down a little bit.
Nice ancient stack here as well from the side of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, Luna is also very good at farming this. Actually, I want to say a kind of unusual build here for Hao. Maxing out Lunar Blessing off of the scene with Blade
Can
Shot.
Oh,
they burst? Ice down. No, F5 there with a telekinesis to cancel the combo from Denzi. And now it's going to be Na'Vi on the retreat. Denzi actually wanting to go back in here potentially. But there's 4 heroes on the side of Vici. They've got to be careful. Denzi and Snake just backing themselves out. Shad's trying to block off Vici. They continue to retreat. And it looks like Vici won't quite be able to chase down the side of Na'Vi, and they do get themselves away.
This is what I was talking about earlier. The moment Na'Vi go for an aggressive play with their Alumina, if there's any defensive support, this time it's the Rubik.
Oh,
they just have to disengage.
Gonna get caught out here by the All Supers there as well. Super upon the BKB. They do burst down F5 here first. Fisher coming out onto 2 Suneko. He's gonna just get evaporated there. Super blows him up. They turn their attention towards Funning now. He's gonna look for the TP. Will he be able to make it? No! Lucid beam from Hao. They'll clean up Funning as well, and they take down 2 in return for losing the Rubik there. Vici Game with 2 kills, and off the back of that Vici Gaming, they're starting to break themselves away from the side of Na'Vi. 9 for 5. The farm's looking good as well. Havorst is still in there. He's working his way towards the Yasha now. He's just a few gold away from picking up the recipe here. I mean, it's all about how much this anti-mage can do for Na'Vi and how hard Havorst can carry.
The issue here is Anti-Mage versus Shadow Fiend is not a good Anti-Mage matchup until he is really big. Like, at the current point in time, if they have the same net worth, Shadow Fiend just mauls him, right? You blink and Shadow Fiend just turns around and hits you, and you actually can't win that fight. So for now, Ghost can't really join fights. He's gonna hit like a sweet spot if they just keep free farming, where he will be able to, I'm guessing he's gonna go Manta into potentially Abyssal, unless he, see, that's the problem. He might have to get a BKB in this game as well to be able to deal with Vici Gaming's side, which is just more farm to be racked up. And a lot of the time in this tournament when we've seen an anti-mage pick be successful, it's because, you know, there's a really key target on the enemy team that you just blow up with Mana Void, and that's your early game contribution, like a Storm Spirit, Leshrac, or something like that. In this game, there's a Quap, but Ice has never really been in a really good Mana Void position. I think the spell has been used once all game, actually, so he hasn't really been able to contribute that much, and that just means, you know, Vici Gaming just get the farming trade. And to be honest with you, Luna also doesn't mind the one-on-one with AM that much. When he gets the Manta, if he comes in, it gives you something for the Glaives to bounce on, and you can actually just, maybe Hao will even be able to man-fight him for a bit.
Well, Forrest was, he's got to be careful every time he goes into the Dire jungle, as we're seeing, but the Dire got a fair bit of vision in their own side of the map. So anytime Havorst decides to go greedy and take those camps, I mean, we saw there Vici Gaming trying to respond with a smoke gank into it, but Na'Vi were quick with the retreat. They don't get caught out that time. but they've got to be very, very careful when they step over onto that side of the map.
How now with the Helm of the Dominator. Looking to maximize his farm here. Takes the Centaur Conqueror and sends it down to the Ancient's going to be stacking this. I think the build-up here for Hao is going to be keeping the Helm of the Dominator until he feels like he needs his Titanic, and then he's probably going to go into either a Mantis Tower or Butter now. I think Butter is the better choice in this case. So you can just actually just turn on the Flutter together with BKB and just run heroes down. Not needing to worry too much about sacrificing the evasion right now, as Anti-Mage is still not that big of a threat. And Ghost will definitely not want to be getting an MKB anytime soon, so can also play in that, maybe together with a Solar Crest pickup at some point. And keep the evasion. Yeah, well, alternatively, you just, go high ground.
I mean, look at the damage they're doing here. Na'Vi needs to do something in responses. The tier 3 now...
They are not as fast as Vici, I think.
They're trying to push it in return on the bottom lane, but I think they're realizing now TPs are coming back. The tier 3's gone down. They need to defend their base here. Dendy coming in just with the Dragon Slave, trying to force Vici back, and has called out the SF of the Yules. Bottom lane at the same time, there's a bit of a fight going on. Horse jumping in on time. Oh, and the void! Blows up Ice. Now he's going to go for the tower here, and the question is, are Vici going to be able to defend? Vici, they're still fighting in the mid lane. There's 4 of them. They blow up Dendy. They'll find one. They're moving forward here as well, seeing if they can find Artstyle. At the bottom lane, though, Na'Vi, they're continuing to push. Horse to Seneko standing their ground. He's looking for the Rags. He should be able to find it, and he will be able to find the melee Rex now. Ice and Howard coming with his defense. Seneko, with the Tether TP. He's out of there. He's back to base. He's A-OK. And Na'Vi, they take the bottom melee racks, and they don't lose any racks of their own in the mid lane.
I could not believe that was the outcome of that.
Okay, there for Seneko. I think he's trying to slow them down, and it's going to work. It's going to work. He's set them up. Super gets the mech off, looking for the Requiem. We'll find it. Telekinesis onto Dendy now. Fighting with the Walrus Puncher. Trying to continue the fight for Dendy. Sorry. Oh, the reroll get back out. Saving them from the Sonic Wave. Won't save Funnick though, they'll lose him there in the mid lane. But again, Seneko here with the plays.
Ice has just been missing spells this game. He missed a Scream earlier that cost a kill on the Wisp. In the base, he misses the Sonic Wave onto the Wisp, which the Wisp survives as a result of, and that completely changes this entire base exchange. Whiffing that Sonic Wave also gets him killed by the AM. And now again, another Sonic Wave miss. This is very uncharacteristic for Ice, just flat out having a bad game here, and Na'Vi are taking full advantage of it. They managed to get a bottom melee Rex out of this exchange.
That's massive.
I cannot believe that was the outcome of that. Vici Gaming simply has the faster pushing team, but they just misexecuted it completely.
And now, of course, he's got that finished Mantis style. He's got 1,300 gold on top of it as well. In terms of net worth individually, I'd imagine he's pretty much well up there towards the top. Yeah, he's coming up to, well, 1.5k above the SF. And this is an issue, I mean, compared to the Luna as well, there's a huge difference in farm between the AM and the Luna at this stage of the game.
This is a really big deal. Quost will... I'm very curious to see his next item choice here, if it is going to be that BKB.
Oh, Denzi moving into the top lane. How is there?
Who's finding who, really?
Find SF and FY, but now FY with the telekinesis onto Dendy, trying to lock him in place. Seneko coming in, tries to look for the relocate out, not there in time, and now it's going to be Seneko. He's got 7 seconds left of his life.
He might actually survive.
He's got the Glimmer Cape in 7.
They have no detection.
7. Is he going to get out with the Glimmer Cape? Oh, no, he's not.
I did not see that cooldown. That is a problem.
Yeah, it was the cooldown. It was literally, I think, a second on top of the re-relocate back.
Very close. If he does have Glimmer Cape off cooldown, he probably escapes that situation. But Vici Gaming might have noticed that it was used on Dendy, so they know it's on cooldown. And stick around for a bonus kill, if you will.
Worth noting as well now, of course, on the Earthshaker, on good old Fenrir, he has now got the Blink Dagger, so it's going to make it that little bit harder for Na'Vi to try and break high ground, and at the same time, make it harder for them to defend their own high ground, because we can expect to see Fenrir jumping straight in. Talking about jumping straight in, Ice going into Funnick, Avorta turned out, they'll turn on Ice with a Rocket Void, blowing up the Quab. That's going to be Ice down with a push from the rest of Vici coming on the mid lane. Na'Vi, they are still down Dendy and Seneko, and the damage is going to be enough here. They'll find the range racks. They're looking for the melee racks as well. Can Na'Vi get them off this? It doesn't look like they can, and Na'Vi will lose this mid set of melee racks as well. So a full set of racks down here in the middle lane. Very nice for the side of Vici. Looking for Hao, Snowball forward onto Fenrir. Can they turn this fight? Na'Vi, Hao's going to pop the BKB, looking for his way out of this one. Now he's ready to just turn around and go back in. We'll blow up Artstyle here. Now the question is, are they going to try and look for more fun? It gets the Sigil out, trying to slow down the side of Vici. Ice Shard's blocking up Hao. No, he'll be able to walk around them here. Duke it out. Havort, he's coming into the fight now with the Snowball onto Hao. Looking for the lockdown. Havort's been tethered up by him. Seneko. Super getting caught up by the Yules line, striking the Luna Blade. Super's going to go down. Killing spree here for Havort as he takes down the ESF. Fenrir now the tree, but Blink 4 from Funny. Gets the Ice Shard, blocks Fenrir up, and now Sneko turns him to the fire. Party with the experience, blowing Fenrir up. They'll get themselves another kill, Na'Vi, and a force now, applying the pressure onto the mid lane. They might even be able to try and force out a buyback from the ESF. Still 50 seconds, but Sufa's off the map.
They do claim the racks here, Vici Gaming, but they get to pay the price. Anti-Mage getting the kill streak, and on the Shadow Fiend, a monster kill. That's another about 1,000 gold going to Hvosd, who now has his BKB and 1,200. He's going to be pretty difficult to deal with right now for the Vici Gaming side. The right-click items are not really coming out in force just yet for Shadow Fiend and Luna. And this is the soft spot I was talking about, that they might hit the timing when Hvosd is able to really dictate the fights.
Yeah. I mean, with the BKB, this is it. This is fight time, go time. All the tier 2's taken down now.
They can try to wait for an optional maybe Basher or even the full Abyssal and then go for the play, but it is very important to play around Roshan right now. That is going to be a hot point of contest right now. Neither team, of course, knowing when it respawns. It's a pretty late respawn, almost max time, as a matter of fact.
This has really been kind of a back and forth game here. Both sides totally still in it. Both sides have been able to take down a set of racks. Vici finding themselves the mid racks, Na'Vi finding themselves the bottom set of racks here. So again, like the first elimination game, a very close match, because we can really feel that both teams are playing their hearts out, as the loser of this, of course, goes home.
This is a very, very tense moment right here. Any mistake right now will cost a Roshan, which in turn could cost the entire game. So they're going to be very, very careful, both teams, not to make one of those key mistakes that gives that away. Of course, we should mention FY currently sitting on Anti-Mage's Blink, one of the very good spell steals that I think they picked Rubik because of. Allows him to initiate from very far away with either the Force Staff or the Blink and use the other one as a defensive tool to get out again. Even spell steal something else on the way as well.
Shad up now, under a minute. Na'Vi in the neighborhood. Vici Gaming actually looking towards the top lane. They saw Hvosd getting the push on, but Hvosd in the tree line. Should be
Does
right
have
here.
buyback should everything go wrong here.
Just hiding in the trees. We're going to see FY looking for him here. Hvosd diving around, blinking around as well. He's still around, Hvosd. Oh, FY's going to find him. Oh, he's going to blink again. He's got to be careful. Ice, no! They found the Hvosd. Stay in the trees, they said. It might just work with the TP. Gets himself out. What a lucky boy.
What a close call. It's one of those moments where you just ask yourself, was it worth standing up there just for that extra creep wave you could have claimed when the enemy heroes left? Probably not. He stays alive, but he pops a 10-second BKB charge, putting it on a minute cooldown. This could actually be enough for Vici Gaming to go for Roshan. Like, it's a pretty big deal that that's on cooldown, and they will know it's up because max time has passed. They even have a dominated creep in there. I do believe this is Dire. Yes, it is.
Oh, he's there and waiting. They're going to be ready to contest. Hvosd actually being the front liner here, straight onto the NSF for the Mantra as well, looking for it. The BKB's being popped. The Echoes now. Hvosd getting loaded, but the Shadow Grave going to buy him time. He actually blinks himself out. Fenrir might go down. No, he's still alive. Funnick's going to be the first to lose his life here in this fight. Now Sneko trying to retrieve behind side, jumping forward. He's going to find Sneko here as well, and 2 down on Na'Vi. This is going to be the opening that Vici may look to take Roshan from.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they're so scared of giving away the Roshan that they feel like they have to go in and check. And Hvosd just can't take this fight, right? He doesn't have BKB, so the moment he engages, he has to get the hell out of there as Vici starts turning the heat on. And that little play in top where he lives
didn't pay off in the long.
It didn't look like the biggest of deals, right? When you look at the collateral, that mistake just cost them Roshan 2 deaths and Vici almost nothing.
You've got to be careful at this point, Na'Vi. They've got to be very, very careful indeed. Vici are going to be very, very happy after that. The Force farm still building up though. He's got 3.1k gold now. I mean, what does he go for? Has it got to be the Basher into the Abyssal?
He might have to go for a Butterfly now. You see, with this shift, Vici Gaming get a lot of momentum, and they might get 1 or 2 damage items, and then if he goes for an Abyssal, it's great, he can jump an Abyssal at target, but he's gonna disengage so fast that he can't put it to good enough use. So he has to probably get a defensive item here, as both Shadow Fiend and Luna will soon be completing their Butterflies as it looks. And having an Abyssal is all great, but you're gonna jump in Abyssal, you're gonna miss a lot of your attacks, and the enemy team in turn is just gonna turn you, and they're not gonna miss.
Vici's lineup looking incredibly strong now at this point. 34 minutes in. Super. You know, working towards his own Butterfly. And as we saw, as you said, yeah, Evasion now picked up on Luna. It's going to be very, very hard for Na'Vi to fight into, and especially with the fact that Vici have got that Aegis ready for the next engagement. We're seeing 4 of them group up on the top lane. They may very well look to try and push this down, look for another tier 2. Dendy at the moment with the point booster picked up. Looks like he's going to be going for what I imagine to be the Octarine. This is going to start on the Luna.
Yes, definitely does look like it. I'm not sure if that's the right choice here, to be honest. I'm worried that Na'Vi won't have enough damage, and that Dendy should have maybe considered a refresher over this for the double Laguna, because the problem is Octarine is great, right? You get cooldown reduction in your stun and light striker, or sorry, in stun and dragon slave, which is of course incredible. Lower cooldown on ult is also great, but the cooldown on ult doesn't get so low that you can reliably use it twice in a fight anyway. So it's mainly for the 2 others. The spell lifesteal is also great, but it's just not going to be enough, right? So I don't think this is the path Dendy should be taking right now.
We'll see what...
Could also be a Bloodstone build-up and going very greedy and aiming for the late game. That is still a possibility here. I actually like that maybe more than Octarine here, but I think neither of those choices is the best.
We'll see what Dendy does indeed opt for. Bottom lane, How ready to get the push on here. Has got the backup in the jungle. At the same time, Na'Vi, they're on the top lane. We've got 3 heroes starting to work their way towards the racks here, the tier 3 on the top. It's going to be kind of a case of who pulls who back first. Nice Ice and FY already backing up as Super, making movements towards the top lane here as well. Vorst standing, but he's got a lot of money on him, 5.5k gold, so Vorst very much getting to the comfort zone of being able to pick up a next item and have buyback available as well. Straight onto the tier 3. Has got the creep wave up here as of yet. Now we're going to be able to see it go in. Vici, they're going to look to try and block him off here, moving straight up. TP, oh, Arstyle's actually cancelling the TP here, wanting to stick around to fight, but Arstyle's going to lose his life here. There's going to be the relocate out to save Vorst. But
meanwhile, How is being chased a bit here. His TP got cancelled by the Tusk ult.
Funnick as well, look at these body blocks come out. How's going to be in a lot of trouble? Vorst going forwards here. He's got a mana void, he's going to use it. Blowing up How here on the Luna. Top lane, Sneko did die with a relocate back up to the top. But Vorst finding a kill onto How on the Luna.
I mean, you look at the overall gold gain, and I think that probably favors Na'Vi overall. That last kill they got is 731 gold for Vorst, and of course putting the Luna on the sidelines for a good minute, and almost a minute and a half actually here is very, very important for the farm development of this game. And Vorst, we just mentioned his name, he's got 7,000 gold. I think it's time to go shopping a bit here. I wonder what he's going to get. It could be a full abyssal, could be butterfly. I think heart is not the choice when you have BKB in this particular game. I think it's simply too weak.
I mean, the great thing about the fact that he's saving up this money, if it's going to be the abyss or the MKB, it's going to definitely catch Vici Gaming off guard because they can't see what he's building. So we'll see what he does go for.
It's going to be the aggressive build with the full abyssal. It puts him in a position of power, but at the same time, kind of glass cannony here against what Vici Gaming are sitting on. So has to be careful, but if he chooses his initiation timing right, this is the highest damage output item he can get right.
I mean, I guess in the fights, who do you look for Vorst to jump on with the abyss? Would you go straight for Super on the SF?
I think you try to get the Luna, if possible. The problem he has is a really big part of Vorst's damage output right now is the Manta style, and it's going to be for a long time, right? All the damage from Mana Break, and of course the illusions themselves. It's very easy for Vici to counterplay it. If he blinks in an Abyssal someone and uses Manta, you fissure. Just to stop those 2 illus for those 2.5 seconds, it's enough for the target to keep their mana up so they can use their spells after popping.
Oh, there's smokes up Vici Gaming. They're looking to catch out anyone on the side of
Na'Vi. There is a gem on Ice. He needs to be really careful. He does have Blink too. Ice is not seeing him.
They're going to go straight in. BKB popped by How. Full commitment there to find the kill onto Funnick. Now they're going to look for more potentially. That's going to be Dendy hiding in the trees. He's going to be fine for the time being. And top lane, you've got Artstyle.
Split pushing Dazzle.
He's going for it.
A modern classic.
Mid lane, of course, the Vorst and Sneko working their way down this lane. And I mean, the pushing power of this anti-mage now at this point it's going to force Vici back every time.
Yeah, this time around they're not going to be able to claim the bot tier 2. Looks like they'll leave How here for a bit. That is pretty risky. He doesn't have a TP. Does now have a butter. He's going to run it by it. He's just flutter to get there a little bit faster and lets his illusions do the job. This is going to force a Na'Vi hero back or they're going to lose a tower. So, oh, they're probably going to lose the tower anyway. Looks like it might be too late. Dazzle's going to port. He cannot hold this back on his own. I really don't think so. Hao's actually just going to run for the tower, but there's still backdoor protection. Oh, it's Mantis already. Yep, Arstyle will actually hold it. The Mantis expired a little bit too early. And now 2 big items on the Radiant.
What have we got coming out?
Abyssal for Anti-Mage, as well as the Solar Crest for Soneko. Can compensate for the lack of tankiness that Quost has right now, as there are no MKBs on the Dire side just yet. So gives him a lot of EHP with that 30% evasion. He can cast on him, as well as, of course, the armor.
Vici groups up here. In their jungle, Havorst, as you said. Just continue to farm. In terms of buyback availability, yeah, that's enough. Yeah, he's got more than 1,000 surplus, so he's going to be okay for the next fight if it does go down badly. But Vici Gaming at the moment looking to be in a very, very strong position and a good position to fight in as well. Funnick, with the Shadow Blade, needs to be careful, as you said.
If Isis blinks, he's dead. He's
not quite in range at the moment.
He doesn't realize he's there. Then we go, oh, Night Vision found him! Oh! Wow, cutting it close here. So, okay, here's the problem that I think Na'Vi will be facing and that I was worried about from their draft standpoint. I think the timing window when AM needs to peak and get the job done for them is closing right now. He is almost maxed out. He can get 1 more item, and of course, Moon Shard in addition to that, but it's not really that cost efficient. So, might replace the Vlads for a Butterfly, I would imagine. And then he's kind of maxed out. And then they kind of have to get the job done, right? Luna is going to grow a lot, so is Shadowfiend. He still has a slot remaining, can sell his mech and get another slot. And even Ice, his Queen of Pain, has a lot of room to get some good utility items, more than likely. And what do we have over on Dendi? He went for a Blink Dagger, another 3k gold in addition to the point booster. He is not going a late game core build right now. He does not have physical damage output. He does not have the refresher. It's a lot more about the control and the initiation right now, which frankly just isn't going to cut it if they can't kill the targets during the lockdown.
Well, the amount of damage that Havorst is doing, as long as he can work his way around the fight without being caught out by the side of Vici, should be able to do a lot for the side of Na'Vi. But as you said, the fact that you look at Vici and they've got those 2 hard hitters, both the Shadow Fiend and the Luna, which at this point, as you said, they've still got ways to go. They haven't quite capped out yet in terms of items built. So Vici Gaming just going to start looking scarier and scarier, and it's just what can this anti-mage do in response. Of course, he's going to start to try and put the pressure on this top lane. Vici Gaming, they've got 4 heroes down on the bottom. Again, it's just trying to force each other back at this point.
And it's very important that they have 4 down here, because Dendi's actually in a pretty good position to try to go for a Blink Yule's play with Relocate, and they could easily have ganked any solo hero down here. Super's actually alone right now. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it though. Luna will claim the tower with the Mantas.
Dendi's walks down the lane with the Relocate coming in as well. Soneko bringing in a force of the Abyssal Blade. Straight onto Super. We're up with the Mana Void there. Another kill here for Vorst. A mega kill streak and a big kill to make it with as well. Finding the kill onto Super on that SF.
And Roche has respawned at the same time as well. If Na'Vi are going to check this, they will with Fust. He's going to go in for it.
And if they can find this,
if Vici Gaming don't buyback, this is a Roche for Na'Vi. The question is who gets it.
Does he just give the Vlads to someone else to hold and or drop it and
pick it up the Vlads and take the Aegis, but he's still not that strong. I think in a way he kind of needs the last item slot a lot, so maybe what he can do is he can sell the Vlads, take the Aegis, and have like a courier with him with a 6th item for when he dies. Like, that's what it feels like at this point he might want to do. Let's see who they give it to. Aegis goes to Dendi.
Yeah. Okay.
I like this choice. I think Close is going to just sell the Vlads, go for the Butterfly, while it's still a solid pickup. Because what else would he get? He could get MKB, and once again, very glass cannony, but then he can at least bypass the 2 Butterflies on the Dire side. It's a difficult choice. Do you tank up yourself a little bit, or do you really aim to shut down the enemy targets? We'll see soon enough. He's got the money.
I mean, I'd certainly like to see an aggressive build come out from him, because you got to remember he has got both Soneko and Artcell on very defensive support. Supports that can keep him alive, so we can afford to go for that glass cannon.
And he is under pressure to end the game. So I would agree. In this particular case, I think MKB might just be the better choice. Let's see what he does. And it is.
MKB it is.
Or Daedalus.
Oh, the Daedalus anti-mage. Yeah, so we see it all the time.
Being purchased up.
Oh, he's playing for. He needs to be careful. Vici Gaming are around here. He does have backup.
Oh, this is a good juke move. Yes.
Yeah.
It's a blink.
Yeah. No, there we go. The casual BKB.
Everyone gets away with blink. And that's the end of that. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, another guy blinks.
Oh, it was a good job. Funnick blinked down. I tell you what. Just getting himself out with that TP.
Funnick is really doing the best he can to make every single gank as exciting as possible. He gets out by the skin of his teeth every single time, it seems. bottom lane, there's some farm to clean up for Super. Curious to see his next item choice. I think if they identify that there's no MK or no butterfly coming for Ghost, he might just go Daedalus. And that's the threat here, because Ghost once again going for the glass cannon build, he can die just as fast as he can kill. Of course, they could still choose the MKB for the crest counter.
Dendy's been very sneaky.
Not sure about the math on that. I think MKB is still better than Daedalus against crest as well.
He's waiting for something. He's hiding away here, chilling it out. I mean, he's giving them out to Havorst. Of course, 30,000 net worth at the moment. A good 8k above both the SF and the Luna, both How and Super. And he's certainly getting to the point where he's pretty much stacked out. I guess you know, to get himself some bots online, and as you said, eat a moon shards, which at the rate he's farming and kind of the passivity of this game at this moment, 45 minutes in, I won't be surprised if we see him find as the game continues.
This is Satanic. Now on How, he's starting to get really big. 25 armor, 2400 health. What do we got in comparison on Ghost? He's less tanky, actually, on the Anti-Mage now than the Luna. Of course, do we have a crest on Vici? It's very important. We do not. And that is the big difference maker right now, that even if you have the bypassing mechanic with Monkey King Bar so you can't miss, the 10 armor is still pretty significant.
He's still in the trees. He is, isn't he? He's spent most of the time over here.
Yeah, he's exploring.
He's being a bit sneaky.
Doing his coin challenge. Explore 90% of the map.
Hopefully
there's no coin challenge with that. That would be horrible.
Vici, I want to go some in here. Okay, they found a force. Going to force to get himself out of this one. Echoes have everything. Sonic Wave, can they kill him? Oh, they do! He's down! They finally kill him to a force. He has got buyback available, so Snake can lift the TP out. Will be able to just find himself back to base. But I think a force is definitely going to have to use it here. 90 seconds off the map. And Vici, they're ready to go for a lot of damage and destruction here into the Radiant base, heading towards that bottom lane here. As you know, they're just going to head for the game. They're heading for the tier 4, so Fortification's going to come out here from the side of Na'Vi. Still no buyback yet used on Havorst, on the Anti-Mage. But the tier 4s are going down incredibly fast. No, but there's your buyback. Okay, Havorst, what can he do now? How's going to get the BKB off, and now they're going to be on the retreat. Out comes the Eclipse. They're not quite chasing it here on Na'Vi. And Vici is just going to back themselves up. So they get a fair bit of damage done to the tier 4, do force out the Anti-Mage buyback, and get themselves out without losing anyone.
They play so aggressively against a team that has the Aegis. This is pretty uncommon. Dendy sitting on the Aegis, they still go for the Anti-Mage gank. With him dead, they still go for the fight in base, believing they can disengage, and 0 cost. They got almost tier 4s, they forced buyback. Paid nothing for it, they go back to farming. This is Na'Vi running out of time. I really feel like if this goes on for another 10 minutes, Vici are just going to beat the one stronger late. They have to make a play with this Aegis if they can. But it's expiring in 30 seconds. They haven't used it for anything.
And this is certainly an issue for Na'Vi as well. And now they've got this very fragile period of the game where if they lose Havorst again, it's pretty much over. They've got to keep Anti-Mage alive at all costs. Without that buyback available now, it's going to be a very, very tense part of the game here for Na'Vi. They've got to do what they can to hold on if they wish to take this game against Vici Gaming. Of course, in this best-of-1 elimination match. And I mean, Vici Gaming, just with the fact that this Luna and SF are getting so stacked, it's looking a bit hard now for the side of Na'Vi to go up against this, because it's really Anti-Mage. It's Havorst doing all the damage. As you said, Dendy didn't really go for that late build.
Wow, I cannot believe Na'Vi have 3 smokes available. That is very unusual in high-level Dota 50 minutes in. They have stocked them up in their shop. Vici Gaming, it might just be a display bug. It looks like Vici has 3 as well. I think they've bought quite a lot of them. Or maybe both teams. Nah, there's no way. They've used quite a bit of smokes. It might just be it. I would be surprised. Who knows? I'm getting skeptical because both teams have 3. That would be ridiculous. There we go. Okay, it works for me now. I don't know how that happened. Vici have none in stock, and Na'Vi have 3.
Still got 3 of them.
Unless,
I mean, Vici Gaming.
No, they also have 6. Wait, what is going on here? All right, this is glitchy. All right, don't trust me on anything. They also have the same cooldown in their shops and whatnot. Teams have smokes. Great. Vici at least have 1 on the shaker. It has
Talking
just
about
been used.
smokes in Vici Gaming.
Yeah.
They're going to use one right now. So
This
they
is
can
really
find
weird.
anything
I
at the back of
don't
it.
remember
F1 with the haste sprint here. Heading straight towards the mid lane.
Okay.
Everyone's going down the mid here. Vici, this could be it. This could be the G. If they can find themselves winning this team fight, it's going to be very hard for Na'Vi to stay in this one. Coming in, smoked up. Dendy in front of him. Got to be careful out front. Dendy's got to be careful. F5 comes out. F5 moving forward. The blink back from Dendy just in time. And Now they know that Vici Gaming are there.
Aggressive weave. Vici are definitely going to respect this. This is the... They do not want to engage into the base under these terms, but they could also just wait. Wait for the next Roshan. They know Na'Vi do not have the Aegis right now. The chance that Na'Vi will be able to breach high ground now without an Aegis is very low.
Vici Gaming just back up to the top lane. Was being pressured in by Havorst and Snake.
On the other hand, though, should they be successful in killing Havorst, the game's over. So there's no buyback for a good, what's that, 3.5 minutes?
3 minutes or so? Yeah, I agree that, yeah. It's just under 4 minutes still on the cooldown of Havorst buyback. So still a fair few minutes that Na'Vi are in a very, very dangerous position. And especially with the way that they're playing, in the sense that we do see Havorst and Snake regularly go to that top lane on their own to push it back out. If Vici Gaming can kind of capitalize on that overextension and catch him out, it's going to look very, very rocky for Na'Vi. But 50 minutes into the game, Na'Vi certainly still holding themselves in this one. And Vici Gaming not yet able to push the game over the edge.
Super with his newly purchased Daedalus is critting for about 1,000. With the Luna Aura, I believe there's no Wolf involved right now. How did lose the Wolf in the base push earlier. He might want to try to get a new one. It does make a pretty big difference. There actually is one in their jungle that they can grab right now. But, oh well, he has Satanic, so never mind. He can't do that anymore.
At this point of the game, obviously, as important as this game is, both teams, they're playing very careful now. You can just feel it. We're not really seeing Vici go for any full-on high ground pushes at the moment. They're kind of waiting out to see if Na'Vi overextend, come out of the base themselves, and they're starting to make movement sound. And as you said, yeah, Roche back up in a minute. That's going to be the point where we maybe see a bit more action come out from both sides.
So here's the problem. Na'Vi don't really have a great carrier for this Aegis because Quost needs all his item slots. Vici do have one. It's really great in the Shadow Fiend right now. It's also good on the Luna. Both of them have a TP scroll. They could both get just Boots of Travel and grab it. That's just not as impactful a hero on Na'Vi, but at the same time, they just can't let Vici Gaming get it, I think. It's more than likely going to be the end of the game if Powell or Super gets an Aegis and they just 5-man down mid.
Again?
Especially How. If he just frontlines these tier 4s, the bouncing blades will very quickly bring them down.
I mean, that is the thing. If Na'Vi lose one team fight, the pushing power of Vici is just going to be too much, and the base is going to be destroyed. You've got an Aghanims now on Ruben. And there's a lot of very tasty spells to steal with the Axe. Obviously, the Weave's nice. The Laguna Blade as well from Dendi is going to be very, very effective if Rubik's able to get his hands on it in these fights. Of course, F1, very renowned Rubik player. I'm sure we'll see him get the big steals off when it counts. Indeed, Roshan's up. We'll see who's going to get the first sniff of it and head themselves in. Double damage as well. Wow. Again, it's that Rune who finds himself here. Vici Gaming.
You give this to Shadow Fiend, he's going to make really quick work of it. He already has the Daedalus. His crits are going to be extremely high. Luna Aura.
They're still straight
cautious. If they knew this, they could probably just snipe it right now. Like, the time it would take Na'Vi to cross over, they would lose the rush. They're playing it safe. Now, this ward they have in the middle lane is going to spot Faust and Soneko. But there's, of course, always the risk of a relocate to get them in position. And they just don't know where Dendi is right now. They don't know where Phonic is anymore.
He's in the trees.
Yep. Oh, that's new. He's been hanging out a lot in the forest this game.
Okay, they're going to go for Roche. And as you said, still with that duration of the double damage.
1,350 crits.
And they're going to make such short work of it here. And I don't think there's any way that Na'Vi can stop it. Already down to half health. We're starting to see, well, Dazzle make a movement towards it, but Havorst still in the mid lane with Soneko. No chance to cancel this one. Vici are going to find Roche. They get the Aegis, they get themselves the cheese here. And Artstar, that's trapped up by the Fisher. In a lot of trouble as Vici converge onto him. We'll get the weave out. Shallowgrave isn't going to save him, though. And they're going to get the gem here as well. So big pick off there for Vici Gaming. Roshan,
and they steal weave.
And gem.
Wow, they got the absolute most possible out of that situation. That could not have gone any better for them than what they were given. This weave is such a big deal. Like this spell, when it comes to high ground pushing, remember he has Aghanim Scepter on Rubik. So this weave actually is going to provide them with, at its peak, 36 armor for the entire team for that last second. They're going to precast
This is going to be such a hard defense for Na'Vi. VG Gaming coming down the mid lane. Hex onto Fenix. The fortification already coming out. Shallow Grave just in time. Dendi is there. Force is backed up as well. He's ready for the defense with Snako tethering him up. Buyback from Fenix jumping in straight to FY. Oh, the Shallow Grave stolen. FY's still alive. And now he's going to contribute. Gets himself out. Steals the blink. FY's going to live. The snowball will go out to him. It does finally go down now. Dendi with a Laguna Blade onto Super, bringing him low. Artstar, he's almost certainly going to die. How finds the kill? They've found two. Looking for Dendi. They've lost too many. Artstar's under in the base. The base is going down here. No, they've got to do something. Avos coming out looking for Hammer. How can Echo's happening for Force. Hexstar, Force. He's going to go down. He's got the buyback here. He's looking for the defense. Oh, Megavoid. How down. Super falls as well. It's only on side steps alive. Will blink away, but Force. He's chasing this one with Fenix as well. We're on punching. They need a batch. Still getting it. Oh, Sunshine is down. Double kill for Force. The base is defended.
And they're just spamming out buybacks, trying to end the game right now. They fought out 4 heroes, knowing that Dendi has no buyback. There's no buyback on Suneko. There's no buyback on anyone anymore.
It's only the Force and Fenix left alive here on the side of Na'Vi. 20 seconds and Alstel's going to be back. I don't know.
Is Force considering this? He could buy Boots of Travel and look for this travel. But he just bought something. He just bought a moon shard.
He can't afford it.
He can't afford it.
Will the moon shards do it for him? Eats it up.
This is effectively a 5-on-3 for the
Bob looking for Super, straight in onto the SF, the Pistol Blade drop. Can they kill him? Super getting low. He's down. They fought Super. Now Sonic Wiggle to Force gets hexed up though. They might lose him, but Force gonna keep him alive. Also, no, he shallow grabs himself. It's over. VG Gaming take the game. Oh my goodness. Na'Vi are out. VG Gaming move forward. What an end to the game. They gave it their all, Na'Vi, but at the end of the day, too many mistakes. VG Gaming, the superior fight. And as farmed as Force was, it wasn't enough to stand up against both the SF and the Luna of VG.
What an absolutely crazy ending to that game. I cannot believe how well Na'Vi actually ended up holding that, but they just run out of heroes in the end.
Oh man, there's so much to talk about that game. So we're going to head over to the analysts to see exactly what they want to talk about. But what a performance from VG. What a performance.
Well, the congratulations are to VG. Na'Vi do leave the arena at the very first attempt. What a sad way to see the former champions go out of the tournament, but my word, hearts were in our hands at the end of that game. It was almost the impossible Na'Vi story yet again right at the end of the match, Malini.
Wow.
Yeah, what do you say?
What do you say?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, the most important thing I think about that game is we got to see both teams play like the champions they are.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a heck of a show. It was, you know, as much as we've seen in the group stages in this tournament already, that was the game of the tournament for me, just in terms of the emotional investment that I had in that game. And, you know, I know there are a whole lot of people out there. Na'Vi is the brand in Dota 2. They're the winningest team in terms of event wins all time. And, you know, they're part of the reason for me that I started playing Dota. And I think there are a lot of people out there in the world that can say that. So, you know, I have a heavy heart right now, but I think it's only appropriate that we say for Dendi what we say for the king of Dota 2, what they used to say for the king of rock and roll. Ladies and gentlemen, Dendi has left the building.
Yeah.
What a game. It was, for me, a combination of heavy fight, CAS Dota, but at the same time also strategy coming in from VG Gaming. I actually think VG Gaming kind of beat Na'Vi at their own game. At least that's what it felt like. Fighting from the very start, making sure super aggressive, didn't give anybody a time to farm and actually catch up until Suneko, of course, reached level 6 and he made sure that there was some space for Vos' anti-mage, but overall, I think VG Gaming just played that really well.
And welcome to the desk, by the way,
Thank you.
Shiva, because, you know, it's such a crazy end to that match. We didn't even have time to reintroduce Alan and Shiva for the first time. It's great to have you back on here.
Thank you.
We do have the end of the game, and I think it's probably a fitting way to close out the game with the final shots of Na'Vi's TI5. It isn't the TI5 that either they or their fans would want, and it ends up with a very small but important mistake.
This is the first time I think I've seen Na'Vi like buckle under pressure. First with the failed relocate by Suneko to save anti-mage. And then Havos is under pressure, he gets sheeped up, and then art style Shallow Graves himself.
Poor art style, by the way. He ended 0-7-0 in that match.
Yeah. Either way, they would have lost this one.
Yeah,
I think that's right.
Yeah, it becomes almost incidental in a way, but
honestly, they played great just to extend it.
Yeah, but it's a good summary of why they didn't go any further in this tournament at the end of that match. It's sort of like well, there's the signpost for it, I suppose. I was quite mean to them before the game and said that, they've been surprisingly bad. There's no escaping the fact that they were the champions. You've said they're the pin-up poster boys of Dota 2. And they're going home in the bottom 4. You can't escape that.
Right. No, there's no getting around that. I mean, there are a lot of fans today, a lot of Dota 2 fans that are very disappointed. I mean, you could hear that arena. You could hear that crowd getting behind Na'Vi, and there's a reason for that. And I really do believe that Na'Vi will still be a presence in this scene for as long as there is Dota 2. And I thought Sin did a great job in that match framing the action, talking about the window that Na'Vi had, and I thought they made some great plays to extend that window. I thought there were some insane relocate plays to take that bottom racks to really maximize Na'Vi's window in that game. But at the end of the day, Vici Gaming rolled the dice and drafted a super greedy lineup. And Na'Vi just wasn't able to punish them enough. At the end of the game, when you have a Shadow Fiend, when you have a How Luna, when you have a Queen of Ice, Queen of Pain that have all been farming, you're not going to beat that in the late game. And I think Seb was dead on point.
Yeah. Seb, your final thoughts on the game as we get ready to move on to game 3?
To me, it felt like they had no game plan, because obviously the game plan early on is dodge fights, get the anti-mage to farm. You have a lineup where you have Wisp, Dazzle, Tusk. Those heroes, they don't do damage. They just help someone to actually do better in the team fights, and that someone was the anti-mage, because Lina's gonna use the ulti, and that's pretty much it, at least for the first opening. And that anti-mage, he had a window at some point. I don't really like the way he itemized, but that's personal. But they wanted a super battle-oriented anti-mage, that goes for MKB when they get the butterflies, goes for the basher. And there was this very moment where he got caught, and Suneko was behind him, and he could relocate him. And that was actually the play, I guess, because Kovos was farming aggressively, but that's what he needed to do the whole game, right? That's how they got a Rax.
Yeah.
And then he did not relocate him for a reason or another. I don't know what happened. And then he was on CD buyback when he was supposed to be aggressive, and he couldn't. And that's, to me, that was the turning point of the game, because later on in the game, it was harder for him to get anything done, honestly. Yeah. But that was the one they could have won it.
We've spoken a lot about Na'Vi, but Ben, credit to VG as well. They played better than they've played so far at TI5. Is this maybe a sign of things to come?
Yeah, I think they were actually very prepared for the way Na'Vi played. Like, Dandy was sitting in the bottom right side of the map for probably a good 5 to 10 minutes, and I don't think they ever got caught out by him. And yeah, they just played very solidly. They controlled Roshan very well, and it's not the Vici that we knew 5 months ago, but it's a step in the right direction.
Sure. Okay. We are going to move on to Virtus Pro versus Fnatic. Just a very quick update for you at home as well. We haven't mentioned the fact that the teams have gone through the lower bracket, obviously, from losing earlier on. Cloud9, as if they were going to make their lives any harder, now face VG in the next match in the lower bracket, which is a kind of revengey kind of match. And it would have been the same anyway, because it would have been Na'Vi, who they knocked out previously last year. So that's kind of weird for C9. They're going to have pretty much the same route through the lower bracket. And Empire will take on MVP Phoenix, and that'll also be a very interesting game as well. We are going to move on now, and it is Virtus Pro, the first team we're going to look at. And also, we're going to take particular attention to someone who's playing his first ever international, but he also sets a record because he's the first ever Belarusian right here at Key Arena.
When I was a child, like 10 years old or something like that, I hurt my knee and I started to play computer. I started with Quake, Counter-Strike, Half-Life probably, and then some friends showed me Dota. Usually when people have friends, they go out, spend some time with them, but most of the time I speak with my friends through the internet, and my parents didn't understand that at all. They tried to get me out, like go to some camps, but I was okay with playing Dota. When I started playing professionally, I think that my mother supports me. Sometimes my mother calling me and saying something like, Artyom, I found a photo where you're staying with some cup. What's this tournament is? And she will never understand it, but she's doing it because I'm her son. So after TI qualifiers, we lost them, and Navi invited me to be their captain, and it was a good experience, but everything wasn't good. That not means that people in Navi was bad or something like that. I just can't be their captain because we are totally different. I can be Virtus Pro captain because they understand what I'm trying to do. They say, Artyom, do what you want. We will try to help you as much as possible. And even if captain wrongs, he will take his experience, and everyone will take this experience. This is the best way to grow up as a team. If I want to be the best, I must improve myself as much as possible and become not only a good player and become a good person, because Dota is not only about playing Dota, it's even more about communication. When I started playing Dota, it was just a little computer club, and now when I looking back, I'm really happy and feel proud of myself because now I'm traveling through the world and meet nice people. This has changed my life, really changed my life.
There they are then, your first team of our third match in the lower bracket. Virtus Pro and their lineup and their story behind the first ever Belarus player to play in the International. He's a proud man leading his team out into the key arena any moment now. They go head to head with another team who are desperate to prove the doubters wrong as Virtus Pro get ready to come out. And Fnatic are there as well. Fnatic, of course, have had a little bit of history under a number of different names throughout the international history, none more so than the boys in orange. They're in orange once more, but now in the colours of Fnatic. And to catch up with all of the things that have been happening to them before they headed into the international, here's Ohio.
How does it feel to be representing Malaysia? You have to have a lot of pride for your country.
This is my third year, TI, my third TI, and still will be a little bit nervous fight against top team in the world.
TI3 was a really interesting time for you when you were playing with Orange. A lot of people considered you one of the best players there, one of the most influential players there.
Yeah, thank you.
Were you aware of people? Did you know that people were saying that about you?
I just know about it when I'm back to Malaysia. A lot of Malaysian fans and Southeast Asia fans, they congratulate us and they also praise me and I play very well.
How do you feel about your chances this year with this team?
Recently, our practice is not that good, but I think we still have a chance to proceed to the top 8 first. And if we can do pretty well in every games, I think we still have a chance to get inside the top 4.
What's the hardest thing that you're working through as a team right now?
Our play style is not going to work together right now. We are just a little bit split. That means we just play our own style, but not a team style. That means we need to fix it faster before the game starts.
So what would it mean to you to bring an international victory back home?
This is one of my dreams. What I need to do in Dota 2 is I want to be the top team in the world. If I win, that means I have already proved myself that I make it and I make my dream come true.
So you're really excited?
Really excited.
And you're ready? Do you feel ready?
I'm ready for that, yeah.
How have you been practicing? What have you been doing as a team? Boot camp, that sort of thing?
Yeah, we have a boot camp since last month. We go to Sweden and I think we already get ready for this tournament.
What about the experience level of all of your teammates? How is that different? Are all of you really experienced or some of you less so?
Well, my teams, we have 3 old players, right? Like KY, me, and Mushi. And the other 2, like Johnny and Kerchi, they are still very new for biggest tournament. Like Kerchi, this is his first year TI. so he never been so far and fight against a lot of strong team in the world. And Johnny, he got played from last year from the Team Arrow, so I think maybe still will be fine. But for Kechi, let's see in this tournament.
Is there anything else you want to say to fans of your team, fans of Fnatic? What would you say to people?
I would say to all of my fans that I hope we can play a beautiful game for everyone. Enjoy the game. Thank you.
Do you plan on bringing one of these back for them?
Well, I think I can make it.
Good luck.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There it is then, Team Fnatic. The boys in orange are back via a number of different organisations, it has to be said. But nevertheless, they are here once again at the International and again find themselves in the lower bracket. But that won't fuss them at all. They've done it before and gone all the way through that lower bracket, and they'll have the confidence to do so again. They enter the key arena, as do Fnatic, to take their places in the booze. We've got plenty to discuss about these two teams. We'll start with Fnatic and Shiva. You spoke to Ohio earlier on in the year. You had a pleasure of an interview with him. You know him well, and lovely guy. Maybe a little overconfident in places. You know, kind of a bit of a bravado interview there, I know. But realistically, they aren't going to win the International, but they could go far. And because we know that they've got that kind of form, that they can surprise, you'd probably have them as your outside bet, wouldn't you?
For me, I mean, if you go to the International, no matter on what rank you are on any ranking site, you have to believe you can win it. Otherwise, you know, you don't have a place here. So I'm really happy that he thinks, you know, we can win it. And even if they don't, we'll provide a fun game for everybody. Well, I'm all for that. So
absolutely,
that would be great.
We need a few of that. I mean, we've enjoyed the best of ones, even if the teams haven't. We've definitely enjoyed it. It's been horrible for the teams, I have to say. A star player, pal. You know, as good as Ohio is, and maybe back in TI3, he probably was their best player. But right now, here and now in TI5, it's got to be Mushy, isn't it?
Mushy is always, like, he always performs super well at TI. And in general, he's a very scary player to play against because, you know, he can play anything. And he's always the backbone of whatever team he is in. So he got to be, you know, when you go into that game, you got to feel good about having Mushy on your side, you know, and like he's going to play the game with me and try to win with me.
Okay. There's a number of other players in the team. Who stands out for you, Alan?
On Fnatic?
Yeah.
I mean, I think Ketchik Imba has really shown flashes of brilliance as kind of the young gun player that started in a core position for them, made the transition over to kind of a hard farming 4 fairly well. I mean, really, this is an SEA all-star team. And, you know, Mad used the word legend in talking about our previous matchup. I mean, there is no player that you can call a legend in Dota 2 more so than Mushy. I mean, he and Fear really, to me, are the Roger Federers of Dota. And there's really nothing in the game that they don't do well.
Twitch chat is now going mad. There are 2 Roger Federers?
It could happen.
Okay. I'm glad you brought out Ketchik Imba because I also want to catch up with Ketchik Imba. Let's find out from him what he thinks of the International.
When I was 10 years old, I go to LAN Cafe with my brothers and we just starting to see all the LAN Cafe playing a Dota game, so we learned it there. Most the older player at the LAN Cafe around 18 or 19 years old.
Kechi, he's easy to get close with everyone because he's just like very simple guy. You can talk any topic with him anytime.
Kechi means small in Malay, so everybody starts calling him Kechi because he's so small. And then he thinks he's overpowered or something, so he calls himself imbalanced. Kechi Imba because he thinks he's a small imbalanced guy. Basically, we were representing Malaysia. After we achieved some achievements, the government looked at us. We were like, hey, these guys are pretty good and they're representing us. And then they start recognizing esports a lot more. They form a body, Esports Malaysia, to try to grow the esports scene. There are a lot of players, it's just that some of them are just not getting the chance.
I found Kichi because we play a lot of LAN tournament, and I feel that he can be very, very good in the pro gamer. So I asked him to join our team.
Almost every Malaysian player very look up to Mushi because he's a very skillful and experienced player in Southeast Asia.
Whenever people talk about Kachi, they thought of him as like, oh, he's Mushi's student, he's Mushi's student, and that's all they think of it.
I think Mushi, it make me very a professional gamer. I think he's good guy.
I just treat him as my little brother. Also, I promised his mom that I will take care of him. I think he has a lot of potential in his future. He can be better than anyone in Malaysia, even better than me.
I absolutely love stories like that. They are, for me, what makes this tournament so special. It's not just the money, the trophy, the glamour, and the glitz and the tournament area. It's stories like that, the human side of these stories. We've heard so many of them today, but that one's one of my favourites. We've got 30 seconds until the draft starts. Very quickly, we haven't really talked about VP, so we'll talk about them very quickly. Do they have what it takes to go through the next round?
Yeah, I think F&G is an excellent captain, one of the best in the CIS scene, and he's going to lead his team to victory.
Yeah, okay. and G is the most explosive, one of the most explosive players in Pro Dota 2 right now. I mean, he averaged over 9 kills per game in this patch, is insanely aggressive early on, and that's where Fnatic can really have their problems. I see VP taking this.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll be right back with the draft.
Virtus Pro versus Fnatic.
Game on then. Game number 3. Best of 1. Winner takes all and goes through to the second round of the lower bracket. The loser is eliminated from the International 2015. Virtus Pro versus Fnatic into the draft.
Virtus Pro knows that Fnatic's very concentrated on winning their lanes. Ohio mentioned in his interview that they play each their own playstyle, not necessarily the team's playstyle. The team's playstyle is actually just win all 3 of your lanes, group up, and dominate. So if Virtus Pro can stop them in their tracks and pick lanes that are very difficult to dominate, such as Viper or Razor or whatnot, I think Fnatic's game plan is going to be ruined from the get-go.
And really, the first part of that conditional statement is the most important. Win all 3 lanes. Fnatic are really 2 teams. They are incredibly inconsistent in the laning phase. When they have a solid laning phase, they're an excellent mid-game team. But I have seen their lanes either due to the draft or due to poor execution early on. I've seen their lanes just fall apart, and that's why I feel like Virtus Pro is a pretty bad matchup for them. They need to draft for early lane stability here, I think.
Yeah, and then Virtus Pro is a very dangerous team to go up against because also they are very strong in the lane. And if you have any mistakes in early game, they'll punish you for it.
Probably the unluckiest of the teams to find themselves in the bottom 4 in either group, really, considering they also had to play in a tiebreaker and had to play their fellow CIS region Empire as well. So tough break for them, but they are still statistically the best team of the 8 teams in the lower bracket, Alan.
Statistically, yeah, I would probably fear VP up there with Vici Gaming and Navi. I would fear the most. Just having to play this team in a 1-game series is just so scary. I mean, if you look at G averages 4.4K net worth at 10 minutes. That's more than any other player. And I mean, he just is so dangerous a snowball player. And it looks like we might get to see the absolute. I am very happy that this happened. Mushi Shadow Fiend is probably to me one of the icons of the international.
It is, and in the opening film we saw today, we had players like Ice Timbersaw, and you had Mushi Shadow Fiend because he is the Shadow Fiend player, and Shadow Fiend on Radiant is way more scary. Like, special mention to the Silencer first phase ban. It's obviously something we haven't seen so far, but it is in this, like, in the main event, in the elimination game. But it's like one of the best picks right now for Virtus Pro. They've been very successful both on the carry position and on the mid position with G. So,
Illidan's Silencer is absolutely terrifying. I mean, we saw him just absolutely dismantle a TA 1v1 mid, and he's not usually their mid player.
Yeah, and they actually wanted Gyrocopter rather in Illidan's hands than Silencer, and that said something for sure. I'm really curious to see how much effort Virtus Pro is going to put into trying to maybe shut Mushi down in that mid lane, because, I mean, you need to do something against him.
Now, this was something, by the way, that Winter brought up to me last night, that he really likes this Gyrocopter Dazzle combination, and it does turn out when you look at all the hero pairings that have been played through the group stage here at TI5, Gyrocopter and Dazzle is arguably the most successful.
Yep, and not only that, but it also then sometimes goes on that you then get the Lina and the Tusk in there as well, and they become like a 4-pick, and we've seen quite a lot of those throughout the tournament.
I think Naga Siren's really good versus all of this, though. It's really good versus Dazzle, it's really good versus BKB Gyrocopter, and there's a reason why we haven't seen Naga Siren at all today. That hero is one of the best.
No. I mean, Naga is, when you see, there are a lot of teams in this year's TI5 that are very tempo dependent. And Naga is an excellent hero for dictating tempo. And I think she's also a pretty good support hero, at least in lane. I think you'll almost certainly see this as a support Naga Siren.
And you know, I'm going to bring that up right now because KYXY is one of those players. Like, the good thing also about drafting Naga that early, Naga is that type of hero. If you suddenly decide to play a Naga core and the other team is not ready for it, then it can sometimes pretty much be GG, because if you don't stop the Naga from like getting the Radiance and then she gets farmed and you don't have anything to clear illusions, there's actually nothing you can do about it. So it's quite scary when someone first faces Naga, because you have to, you know, keep in mind that even though they never played it on carry, they could, and it could be like really hard to deal with.
And if it's not on a carry, they have like so many combo tools that they can do, and there's no silencer.
Definitely, and KYXY, he is a Naga player as well. He does play Naga from time to time, so I mean, Virtus.pro will have to keep that in mind.
I mean, it's already shaping up to be a very scary teamfight lineup from Fnatic. The sleep into like vacuum wall with no silencer. I mean, you can probably BKB out of it, but it's not going to save your supports. And if your supports die, Dazzle is useless. If you don't want him to grave himself.
When you see a lineup like this, you got to think about Enigma. Like, it's one of the scariest hero right now to play against. I mean, for Fnatic, if Fnatic gets Enigma, it's very scary. They also play Enigma on Johnny quite a lot. So
I would not like to see the Enigma out of Fnatic here for one simple reason, and that's that, again, this is an issue with teamfight lineups in general, and it's an issue for Fnatic in particular. You have to survive the laning phase to get that Wombo combo online, and I really worry about the Enigma pick in terms of the pressure that it would put on Fnatic's
for sure. That's what they would have to do. But yeah, definitely. It would put a lot of pressure on them because it's quite greedy, but when you think about it as well, they don't need so much. They can just dodge fights, and then, because they sleep into hole, especially when you have the vacuum to back him up, there's
really
literally nothing you can do about it.
You can see by both the bans and the picks that both teams are placing a lot of emphasis on the laning phase. You see the Razor and the Viper banned, and you see, of course, FNG's Winter Wyvern banned out on the side of Fnatic.
Definitely, and it's most likely, I mean, Virtus.pro, it's hard to call it, but I feel like it's going to be, it might be at least the Shaker offlane. They've been playing it more than Shaker support, but they do play Shaker as well. I mean, mainly on, actually FNG and Lil, both of them play it.
I really like this Lina pick, by the way, both as a pick for potentially catching him, but to take in the 4 position. I generally don't like support Lina, but he's a very good support Lina player, and the farm that he gets throughout the game makes him devastatingly effective on that hero, as well as taking it away from Virtus.pro. Geez, mid Lina is absolutely terrifying.
And it does look like it's Earthshaker that is going to be a support with DK Phobos taking on the Spirit Breaker. I really love seeing him on those heavy melee initiators. He does so well on those.
Yeah, and DK Phobos we don't talk about enough. He has the best KAD on the team.
Interesting fact about DK Phobos. You know that game that's called Osu that mostly CAS players play on their stream in between games with where you have to be very fast with your mouse? He's really good at that game. Like, amazingly good. And he's one of the oldest players on their team, so in theory people will say, oh, when you go older, you get less...
Hey, whoa, let's calm down here a little bit, all right, before we get out of...
How good are you at OSU?
Well, that's not the point, I'm just saying, you know, this is just a myth, this is just, you know, there's no science behind this. Ask Alan.
No science behind it. No, but that's true, and DK Phobos proves that, because he's amazing at OSU, even though in theory apparently he shouldn't be, but, you know, he breaks that theory, so that's good.
Good, all right. I'm glad we got that cleared up. 1 pick left in each.
I think the TA ban's really important, considering VP is dire, and it's a hero that can kind of stand up to the initiation from Lina or Naga Siren, and also dominate.
Do we see the mid Bloodseeker here for G?
I don't like it personally.
Shut down.
You want to have something that's less squishy, because if you're going to be standing in the middle of all of that AoE that's going to come out from Fnatic, you do not want to have a Bloodseeker at all.
It's just, you know what, I actually agree with Merlini, but it's such a VP pick.
I think Wraith King only picked 4 times.
Fnatic's lineup
TI5.
Yeah, it's very scary. Honestly, I think they have a very good lineup. It's very balanced. Yeah. It's quite scary to face, and they're not going to be able to shut down their like this safely. I mean, Virtus.pro is not going to be. I don't think going aggressive against like Lina, Naga, everything is an easy, like it's an easy task. I think it's very risky from them. So they're probably gonna have to deal with a strong safe lane from Fnatic, and that also means a jungle that's secured for SF to farm. So we'll see. Like G's hero is gonna be very important. The matchup G versus Mushi is gonna be crucial.
I'm still gonna say this is a DK or a Bloodseeker. I really do. I think that those are G's two best heroes probably that are left in the pool.
I wouldn't be surprised that no matter what G plays, that Earthshaker is going to hang around mid until G is safe and until Mushi on that Shadow Fiend is slowed down. Because, I mean, you're not going to stop him, but you can slow him down.
The only problem with those melee heroes is that you're going to give SF a very good start.
Yeah.
And you're giving Mushi SF a very good start. So
Dragon Knight.
And that's what they're doing. So it was a very nice call from you, but I'm a bit worried for the G DK in that case, because I don't think Shaker is going to be enough for him to do well in the lane.
I would tend to agree. I do think Fnatic have the stronger draft here, but again, you know, we've seen throughout the day today, it's execution, and especially execution early that matters.
Definitely.
Okay, it is the battle of the orange. Virtus Pro versus Fnatic. And it's time to go and join our commentators. Give me great pleasure to introduce a man who has sweated blood and tears and passion to be at the International in the last 12 months. Capitalist, it's all yours.
What an intro. Thank you, Red Eye. Couldn't be more excited here. We're going to be burning the midnight oil here, but the hype couldn't be realer. We've got 2 more best-of-1 elimination matches on our hand splits. Fnatic facing up against Virtus Pro. This has got to be a tough one to call, right?
Yeah, I would give the edge to Virtus Pro, but I think it was at, what was it, the tournament that we cast at MLG, where Fnatic actually knocked out Virtus Pro, if I remember correctly, or was it the other way around? Regardless, the game was really close. That's all I remember. And I'm pretty excited to see this, especially with how the last game went. If it's anything like the Na'Vi Vici Gaming game, I'm so hyped for this.
All right, starting things off already, a little bit of all chat coming in. Virtus Pro, just happy to be here. Have fun, says Lil. We're going to be starting things off. Looks like pretty normal. We got a defensive tri-lane coming out from Virtus Pro. Illidan playing a signature gyrocopter. Lil going to be playing the Earthshaker, babysitting him, and probably roaming into that middle lane. FNG is on our Dazzle, sitting behind God's Dragonite in the middle lane. And we have an off-lane DK Phobos Spirit Breaker. Meanwhile, on the Fnatic side, 4 of them inside of their own jungle right now, starting with KYXY on the Wraith King, Johnny playing his Lina, Mushi on the Naga Siren, Ketchikimba playing the SF, and Ohio on the off-lane Darkseer.
I'm actually so excited to see this mid matchup. I'm actually really surprised to see that Ketchikimba is actually going to be the mid player for Fnatic in this game. And how often do you see that? Mushi just giving up that role, I guess, and it looks like he's going back to playing support.
Yeah, we talked about this, right? That Mushi, it seemed like Mushi wanted to be able to take that mid role onto himself and basically put the whole entire team on his back. But it seems like in this moment, when you come down to the very clutch, he's going to depend on his allies. He's going to be playing that support role and rely on Ketchikimba and KYXY to carry him. They're going to be heading now into the middle lane. Starting things off, Johnny already doing that early blocking that most supports should try and do in order to get Ketchikimba that slight bit of advantage over the DK, because this is already going to be a really tough matchup for the DK, correct?
Yeah, it's actually not a lane that he's going to succeed in, because even with the Dazzle there, they have almost no kill potential onto the Shadow Fiend. And worst comes to worst, Ketchikimba can just go into the jungle like they had discussed in the chat. And this is a matchup that a DK struggles with regardless. Shadow Fiend is one of those heroes where there's maybe 2 heroes in Dota that can beat him heads up, and neither of them are melees.
Pretty standard as support, usually trying to sit on the SF to make sure he does get, bit of action here in bottom lane. DK Phobos, double stuns get laid out. Now he's so tanky, but KYXY managing to stay in front of Spirit Breaker to get that extra bit of damage, will be able to force out that early health potion and keep him at bay. But as we see that middle lane, normally you want to have that support try and sit on the SF for the first 1 or 2 levels to make sure he's not pressured out or anything. And the side benefit being that Mushi, especially on the Radiant side, is going to be able to stack up for it.
Yeah, and the problem right now with VP's lanes are the Darkseer isn't getting zoned out whatsoever by the Earthshaker, and so the Dazzle has to rotate back up here, meaning that it is a 2v1 matchup in mid lane, and Mushi's just glad to be able to do this because Ketchikimba is doing such a good job in CS. He leads the charts right now at 9-2. And I think sooner or later, Mushi's going to realize he doesn't really need help anymore. And I mean, I'm still surprised that with his tournament hopes on the line, Mushi turns to the 16-year-old.
Yeah, this young player, Ketchik Imba, we've seen the storyline of him about doing that piece. And it's basically being, you know, the young player that Mushi is trying to mentor to become some of the best players in Southeast Asia. Now, I love the fact that they're dual laning right here because the fact they're still able to keep up an experience.
They might actually get maybe your first blood here. They're able to snag it with an early ensnare.
And the dual lane against God turns out very favorable, and this is such a big shutdown to Virtus Pro because God has been sort of the mainstay for Virtus Pro, such a leader for them, always determining the tempo of an aggressive game for VP.
I think that's the first time I've seen God die before the 3-minute mark in a 1v1 matchup. Granted, the Naga was there, but he was still in a really precarious situation, staying with such low mana and HP, and it does feel like he's a little bit bothered. Well, he's really bothered right now by what Mushi's doing, and it's going to make you tilt and sometimes just come up with bad decisions, and he opted to stay with that little HP. They're going to punish him for it.
And the best part is catching Imba, especially since they got a kill, but either way, he's not going to be falling behind in experience because they have this big stack available for him, as Mushi is constantly making that one go. Shadow Fiend, despite their kind of like half dual laning, is actually going to be just fine in experience and will keep up with God rather easily. Let's take a look at our offlane here for the side of Fnatic. We've got Ohio the Darkseer. He's playing up against a Gyrocopter as well as an Earthshaker.
Actually go down.
Oh, a little bit more damage, 24 HP. Virtus Pro unable to secure the kill there. And Ohio probably going to have to head back to base now. Almost has his complete soul ring though.
Yeah, once he has that, he can pretty much just alternate to the jungle. There's no reason for him to just stay up here. He's not really contesting the Gyrocopter's farm. As you see, Illidan's already at 21. He's not bothered by this too much. If he wants to just CS that Ion Shell to creep, he can just go for the Rocket Barrage. There's no real need for him to stay in this lane. I think going to the jungle might be a better idea. Like, there's actually one stack here. Oh, I think they'll go for the second stack by Johnny. And once that happens, you can divide it. You can give Ketchik Imba one, you can give your offlaner the other, and you can divide the farm up. And meanwhile, Mushi can just take the mid lane once the Shadow Fiend hits level 5, level 6.
That early laning ward actually being spotted out by Ohio. He pinked it. FNG placing it a little bit before nighttime struck, so he was seen, unfortunately. Ketchik Imba hitting now his level 5, even doing a little bit of bottle crowing where he's just sitting on a magic stick and a branch with his bottle coming in. Looks like he's got his boots now as well, but you can just see he's not going to be able to put enough pressure on the SF anytime soon. And if you can't put pressure on the SF in the laning phase and you're allowing him to be able to also clear through his stack, what's really your next timing to kill the SF?
I mean, you can't really kill the SF in this position. You're going to have to wait for your Spirit Breaker to get a few levels. And he's doing a really good job right now in the offlane picking up levels. And all he has to do is play patient. Like, the Shadow Fiend is going to get ahead of you by virtue of having the jungle, because the Dragon Knight can't go to his own jungle, but you just can't tilt. You have to relax and say, okay, this is part of the game. I'm meant to be behind in CS. We'll get ahead in other ways.
All right, so as our Spirit Breaker hopefully going to pick up that level 6 soon, may be able to rotate, help that one. Stun gets laid out. DK Phobos not really scared too much. He's just tanky for the dual lane to really shut him out. Meanwhile, we've got our Earthshaker who's been doing a lot of pulling on the side of Virtus Pro. Lil has focused on trying to keep as much CS away from that Darkseer and obviously get the critical levels for him. Other than that, it seems to be a very passive laning phase. Really, what's our first movement from the supports? Is Fnatic the ones who need to be the aggressors, perhaps, you know, continue to try and shut down God? Or do we look towards that rotating Earthshaker, maybe even going down to, you know, the middle lane or bottom lane with the Spirit Breaker as he hits his level 6?
I actually don't even think that mid is really killable with the amount of farm that he has, and if he just decides to play safe. The Earthshaker combination, I guess, is strong. He's got level 2 Fissure, but Mushi's just camping there waiting for them to go on him. And it's not like G has full mana to do his combo, especially not with that second Breathe Fire. So they probably just have to kind of concede and say, okay, until the Spirit Breaker's willing to come in, we probably can't do anything. But this double damage might change things as DK Phobos sprints out of there with 58 HP, and they should be able to do some damage to this bottom tower, but he's still getting a lot of levels, considering the type of lane that he's against. He's almost level 6, compared to Ohio, who's only level 4. She's going to rotate to this top tower, take this tower really quickly, and I like this rotation.
Yeah, they're hoping to be able to catch the Darkseer at the same time. Lil coming out, going for the Fissure block, which he does land. It's just a bit too close to the tier 2. So Virtus Pro very much committing now to take the tier 1 at the off lane. But this is seriously going to be a great trade-off for Fnatic. They're pushing in their own bottom lane. They're also taking down middle. In fact, you can see Mushi right now is using his illusions to be able to pull the creeps just to give that extra right-click time for catching Imba and the creeps on that tier 1 middle tower.
Yeah, and I don't even know if this is a really good trade for VP because Jihu's already far behind. Yeah, you get that tower at top, but you're giving up so much leeway to the Shadow Fiend, who nearly doubles you in CS. If he was able to take that tower by himself solo, that would just be further efforts wasted. And Kachikemba's doing a really good job. He has already done the stack, so there's not much more that they can go for. Or he's actually got one more stack to go for. He's about to hit his level 7, and I anticipate him just kind of rotating there because it's too unsafe to continue to push his mid lane.
So the tier 1 tower does get denied by G, but it's still a loss of map control for Virtus.pro. Same goes with that tier 1 offlane tower being brought down to around half HP. KYXY here, he's been free farming for quite some time. What really should his item build be for this game? Are we looking towards perhaps a somewhat early Midas, or do you go for the Blade Mail Blink Dagger build this game just to try and get it really aggressive on the gyrocopter at all times?
I don't know if Blade Mail Blink Dagger is the build this game. If I'm looking at VP's lineup, there's not a whole lot of heroes that I want to really use the Blade Mail on. There's no damage that VP can just not throw out. Especially since the gyrocopter is eventually going to go S and Y into BKB. I think the Wraith King has to keep up and farm, and I think it's the wrong idea to go for the Blade Mail. The Blink Dagger, though, I really agree with, because if you're Fnatic, what I think will happen is Kachikemba will go for the mech, your Wraith King gets a Blink Dagger, and then you can essentially just run at people. And he's actually got a Gloves of Haste, so this might mean that he's going to go for the Hand of Midas instead.
The possibility of a Maelstrom is there. That used to be a frequent build for Wraith Kings as well, but much more popular build would of course be that Hand of Midas, just because levels are so important on a Wraith King, right? The faster you get that level 2 or level 3 ultimate, the more viable you are as a carry.
Yeah, a lot of your natural abilities just come from your passives, so it's not necessary to really get early game items. Like, you don't need an S and Y or anything like that. You can just opt to go greedy. Because like you said, you just need the levels. Once you're level 16, you're pretty much a free Aegis every single time. So that's what you're shooting for as fast as possible. But right now, Virtus.pro, it looks like they are going to smoke up, trying to take a tower down with this. And it doesn't really matter if they kill anybody. This is one of those smoke ganks that is meant to just catch you by surprise. And you do it so quickly that there's no time to respond. And I don't think they want Mushi out of this. I think they want KYXY, but they're not going to be able to catch him. And
oh, this smoke popping. They may actually go on the wrong one. They blow up the illusion immediately. Mushi himself has actually been hit by the Fissure, but they still haven't caught out. DK Phobos trying to get vision for the charge. Now gets it, but perhaps it's a bit too late. Sure enough, they stop the charge, not knowing if Virtus.pro, or rather Fnatic, are going to rotate around. Now looks like God is going to go for KYXY. Gets hit by the Light Strike Array. KYXY just hoping to be able to get back behind his tier 1 tower, especially with that reincarnation ready to go. I'm sure he feels very comfortable if VP want to go for the dive here. KYXY actually they're both going to TP out. They just give up this tier 1 tower in exchange for more pushing time. You can see already Mushi is trying to get that creep wave into the tier 2 tower, and Ketchigimba and Ohio are going to trade off for the tier 1 at top.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. That smoke, it's one of those hopeful, well, if we get it, great. If we don't, it's not that big of a deal, just because you're going to get a tower out of it every single time. Because there's zero time for Fnatic to respond. If they want to respond, they instantly have to make the gesture, okay, everybody has to TP right around now. But they smartly decide to go for the trade, and I'm a big fan of that. But at the same time, VP is getting some map control out of getting all of these towers. And the more they're going to beat on this tier 2, and Dragon Form's going to go down, but this is still free damage, and it allows them to go for things like the Roshan earlier and the mid tower, and it just creates pressure in the jungle at the same time.
Yeah, they very clearly could not afford to just give up that tier 2. Dragon Knight just too good of a pusher. That being said, a VP grouping up like this, I'm looking at this Dragon Knight who's currently level 7 compared to Ketchigimba, who is level 9 right now. A huge experience difference between these two mid. But that's just, as you said, kind of early on in the laning phase, what is expected for a Dragon Knight at this point, right? They have to get those levels through winning team fights at this point.
Yeah, the problem with the Dragon Knight right now is that he can't just rotate to the jungle and do his own thing. It's incredibly slow because he has to clear one stack at a time.
Right.
The mana usage of Breathe Fire isn't nearly as efficient as Shadow Raze. So what you're probably going to have to do if you're the Dragon Knight is just 5-man with your team. The problem is that a Shadow Fiend insta-clears a creep wave with 2 raises, meaning that he can apply pressure to a tower pretty much by himself, and you're seeing that right now. And it means that the solo experience he's getting is making such a big difference. But at top,
Io, he's done for. He's going to throw out a last ion shell. He knows he's dead. The moment that Fisher stops his TP, he's done for. So throws out the ion shell 1-1 now, 11 minutes in between Fnatic and Virtus Pro. Let's talk a little bit more about item builds as we see Fnatic go for the 3-man smoke. Gyrocopter appears to be going. He's got the phase boots, Ring of Aquila. Doesn't actually offer the drums, it seems. Instead, maybe going for an early Sage and eventually into the SNY. I kind of like this early stats build, especially with the movement base when you're dealing with a melee core on the enemy team.
yeah, it's just one of those things where you want to be able to kite for as long as possible, and the SNY allows you to just have free stats, be able to pretty much kite KYXY nonstop, but it does look like VP wants to get into this fight, and everyone's TPing down, but Lil might just get caught out.
Lil, totally done for the rest of Virtus Pro, still going to try and force this fight. KYXY is the first target, but of course, he's got that reincarnation. In fact, they even have the Song of Siren if they feel like this fight is not going to go their way. So Fnatic start backing up, Mushi pops the Song of Siren, and they're just going to play it very, very safe here. Mushi TP's out. KYXY, I'm sure, has enough distance to be able to get away. And Fnatic, I think they just have the right idea through and through. Avoid team fights as much as possible. Try and split push, take towers where you can, and draw this game out. You do not want to be going into team fights against a Dragon Knight and a Gyrocopter this early on into the game.
Yeah, something I am a little bit concerned about, though, is that the Shadow Fiend decided to go for this SNY. I believe he's not going for a mech or anything like that, so he's going to be pretty squishy in these fights, and that's something VP can take advantage of. They have a ton of stuns. The Rocket Barrage is still going to rip right through you, whether or not you have that SNY, and this Roche fight is going to be so crucial. They don't have the sleep or the Wraith King ulti.
They've got two ultimates down on the side of Fnatic, but the element of surprise is there for Fnatic. They're going to be able to try and jump FG. He gets off the Shell Grade, catching Imba, bounce over that Fisher, back and forth. The big Echo Slam comes out, but it's still not enough. God, as well as Illidan dropping lower and lower. Looks like they're going to be able to get God on the start. Now double Ion Shelled, but they just want to get out of here. Illidan is too strong. Mushi trying to sack himself over into Roshan. No, he's actually got a health potion. Interrupted by the Fisher. Now Mushi very much dead. DK Phobos, no, rather FNG gets the kill. Lil, he's going to be able to go for the stun, but KYXY trying to finish him off, needs a little bit more HP. Nice armlet targeting. Will be able to get out of that one. VP back themselves up, only losing the Dragon Knight in exchange for 3 on the side of Fnatic. It seemed like Fnatic, despite the fact that they had sort of that element of surprise with the smoke and going into that Roshan pit, VP were still too strong, and I think it was all about that read of both Song of Siren and Reincarnation being on cooldown.
The other problem is, once again, the Shadow Fiend decides to go for the Yasha first, so he has no HP. VP pretty much all in him, take him down instantly in that fight, and without those two crucial ultimates, they can't really take that fight, because KYXY doesn't want to be the first one in, because he realizes he can't really afford to waste his life. He's 2-0-0, he's the highest net worth on his team after the Shadow Fiend, and it's not worth it for him just to die like that. And at the same token, you don't have the Song of the Siren, so there's no real way to safely contest this without vision. It looks like they're just going to walk right in, but again, they don't have either of these abilities, and they're going to have to be fast about it because Lil is going to get the stun.
Here goes that Aegis, call down is coming in. Spirit Breaker bounces back, catching Imba, perfect timing. He's going to pop the ultimate though, and DK Phobos gets eliminated by those two. KYXY on the front lines trying to toggle as best as possible surge, but not good enough. The SF goes down as well, and now Virtus Pro just looking for cleanup. Johnny's on his way out, the rest of the team trying to cover each other to make sure that they don't lose anything else, but that's still 2 Roshan fights down the drain after what seemed to be a very coherent battle plan from Fnatic. Avoid team fights from VP as much as possible, split push, take towers, draw this game out. They willingly go into 2 different team fights around Roshan and lose both dramatically.
Yeah, and that's twice now that the Shadow Fiend has died. I mean, he's still the highest net worth, but it's not by much anymore, and the Gyrocopter is actually rapidly gaining on him, and at the same time the Dragon Knight is leapfrogged over that Wraith King, and I just don't understand why they decided to take the first fight and then immediately go for the second one when you still know you don't have those 2 crucial ultimates. It's not like the Shadow Fiend had souls either, and so they were gimped in 3 different ways, but they still opted to take the fight. I don't know if a Roshan is that valuable.
Certainly not. Virtus Pro very happy with the exchange. You could see Fnatic had built themselves a pretty decent net worth lead before those Roshan fights, above 3K so early on into the game at about a 1,500 experience lead as well, but it all gets flushed down the drain as Fnatic force fight after bad fight. Now the mech is up on the Darkseer, and the team fight aspect of Fnatic grows a bit stronger, but I'm still feeling like they need to avoid those fights, especially if they don't have perhaps that Blink Dagger on KYXY. I still think that's probably the best idea for you to be able to put pressure on the Gyrocopter before he has BKB.
Yeah, the Shadow Fiend's item progression is stopped about 4 minutes ago where he picks up the Yasha, and he still hasn't had enough money to buy that SNY because of those 2 disastrous fights by the Roche Pit, but Kyochikemba he has to spend some time farming right now, because fight after fight that you take that you don't win, you're not getting any further ahead. And Shadow Fiend is meant to be really far ahead in net worth. Make no mistake about it. Him being somewhat even here with the Gyrocopter means that he's actually quite far behind. Because remember at the beginning of the game, he had the stacks to go back to, he had the jungle, he solo pushed 2 towers, and so he should naturally be more ahead than this.
SNY complete for Illidan. Looks like we're going to have a BKB being picked up by God fairly early on, but I'm just not sure if they want to wait for that. They've got the ultimate of the Dragon Knight ready to go. In fact, it's about to hit its level 2 form. So if they want, they could go for a 5-man push into that middle lane. But is it a good idea? Perhaps trying to pick off somebody beforehand, especially with Reincarnation up on KYXY. Perhaps it's just a bit too forward to go for a fight.
You don't necessarily have to just 5-man straight down, but if you look at Fnatic's lineup, they don't have the best lineup to defend with. Their Shadow Fiend still doesn't have a BKB, so even with an SNY, he's not very tanky. All of VP are pretty much set in position. They have full mana, full HP. They don't have a mech of their own, but it's not really necessary because they have the Shadow Wave. And Fnatic simply just don't want to take a fight. I think they doubt their ability to be able to kill Illidan twice.
Starting off with the stun. Here comes the charge on the side. They're going to go for Johnny. The call down is there. They're going to catch out Mushi. He won't be able to get off the Song of Siren. He dies immediately after it gets popped. Now Ohio throws out the wall. Good vacuum on it too, but there's just no more offense left. Echo Slam finishes off him. They managed to take away that Aegis, but Ketchikimba is going to be a little bit caught. KYXY trying to go for DK Phobos, but a beautiful Fisher block once again from Lil. Make sure that there's no escape for Fnatic. They drop 4 once again, and all they take is the Dazzle as well as the Aegis away from that Gyrocopter. Another great team fight for VP.
Oh, and I actually think Fnatic messed up there where KYXY had his ultimate, I think, but didn't have enough mana to use it, but I don't think it would have mattered. He was pretty dead in that situation, and once again, they decided to take a fight where they pretty much can't win. Yes, they got the Gyrocopter Aegis, but it's not like he died again, and they didn't get any objectives off of that. VP managed to take down the mid tower, meaning their smoke ganks are going to be even more successful, and they have even more dominant control of the jungle, because they can approach from 2 different areas. They can come around from here, they can enter from here, and even from here, and so if they decide to ward up there, Fnatic's going to have a hard-pressed time to catch up, because the Shadow Fiend relies so heavily on juggling to get back into this game.
Now, I also feel like Fnatic have really lost their timing to go for the Song of Siren initiations. I mean, this is very much a potential wombo combo where they can lead with the Song of Siren offensively, set up for a big vacuum, Light Strike Array, and SF ultimate, and just AoE cleave down a couple of heroes. But with the BKBs coming in very soon for VP, it seems that timing is no longer going to be an option. Both the DK and the Gyrocopter will be able to instantly pop their BKBs outside of a Song. So at this point, it seems Fnatic have to go for a heavy split push, as it's very clear by now that they can't win team fights.
Yeah, VP have demonstrated time and time again that they can win fights. They're about to get a BKB on their Gyrocopter if G wants one, he's about to grab one himself. And this is the crucial timing that I talked about. Once you get the double BKB on your cores, you can pretty much just march down whatever lane you want and take the fight. So no matter what, there's nothing that Fnatic can really do to contest that. You could maybe Song of the Siren net 1 hero, but the dual power of the Gyrocopter and the Dragon Knight should be enough. Yeah. There's not enough physical damage on the side of Fnatic to deal with them. You've got a Dragon Knight that's got a ton of armor, same with Illidan, and they're actually just going to smoke up and go for it because they realize they've got the BKB on the Dragon Knight. You're not going to wait for the Aegis on the Gyrocopter or anything like that because he's demonstrated that he's not having trouble living in these fights.
With both middle lane and top lane being pushed into that tier 2 tower, it seems Fnatic do get the read that there is a smoke from VP. So that's why they back up and go for a smoke of their own. Hoping to get that pick off. They draw the line. They're going to head into the enemy jungle here with Mushi leading the charge. He doesn't have Song of Siren, but it is up in 15 seconds. They start going uphill, placing some wards ahead of them. See if they can't get that pick off. It's going to be deep in VP territory. I feel like this fight, if it goes wrong for Fnatic, they may never have the opportunity to come back. They're going to leave the DK Phobos, blows them up immediately. Now the call down comes in, and Fnatic are going to be slowed down, but VP are not going to pursue. They accept the one tap, and they'll go ahead and just back themselves up. perhaps even giving up this tier 2 in the middle lane.
I don't know if you want to give up the tier 2 in the middle lane. I guess you don't have call down, but you still have the BKB on your Dragon Knight, and your Earthshaker can just spam Fissure if he wants and make it really difficult for them to push. But if you're Fnatic, you don't really have a better option right now. You have all your ultimates. There's not a BKB coming on anybody, and you need the tower gold to be able to get a Blink Dagger on KYXY. And so I think this is an okay attempt by them, but they have to be careful. You can't overextend and lose any more than what you already have so far in this game. And they should be able to take down this tier 2, but it's most likely going to get denied, and they should be okay with that and just try to get out. But
ooh, they're actually going to go for the pursuit here. Smoke up with the charge coming in as well. They want to be able to get as close as possible with the call down coming in as well. They do have a good opportunity. Looks like Ketchigimba's going to be the first one locked down by DK Phobos. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight, Illidan is able to take out the Lina immediately. Ketchigimba also going down as well. They need a couple more right clicks. God just isn't there in time. Now Ketchigimba going for the TP out. Lil sees him for half a second, but can't get the stun in time. So Virtus Pro only get the one pick off from the support, and that's it. But at the very least, they did manage to force Fnatic back. They did get that denied the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, and it's actually really cool to see Fnatic just continue to go for these fights, because I did think they were disadvantaged there, but I think they realized the position they're in. They have to force VP back. They have to at least force VP to see a different look, because if you just let VP smoke up into your jungle repeatedly, and you lose core heroes by being picked off, you're probably going to lose in that way anyways. And so it's better to at least get aggressive, try to create opportunities for yourself, and open up the map a little bit more. And by taking that mid tier 2, they definitely accomplished that, but at the same time, I question whether or not Fnatic can hold this fight. The Dragon form is down by VP, and so I believe VP is just going to back off and continue to farm.
Yeah, at the same time, on the flip side, I really like the choice of Virtus Pro to not go for that fight. To just see the tier 2 essentially away to Fnatic. They gave away all that tower damage because of the fact that they hadn't yet finished up the Gyrocopter's BKB, and they've got that Blink Dagger coming in so soon for the Earthshaker. If you took that fight and lost it, you would be kicking yourself for not waiting out those very key team fight items.
Yeah, they're just going to do the Ancients together, and I think EP are pretty comfortable with how this goes. We've seen how powerful being on the dire side is. FNG has a medallion, so going for the Roche fight is incredibly easy for them. They have a Dragon Knight, a Gyrocopter with the medallion, and it's a small enclosed area for an Earthshaker to fight in. And the Aegis is going to be up anytime soon, and they've got double BKB on their cores. With the Aegis, I think that's where you go for all the tier 2s that Fnatic have.
Fnatic left with very few options, especially since they've only got one more smoke left. After they use this one, they are going to be down for a good 3.5 minutes. Virtus Pro, with that charge, they force the SF, TP back, and now they're just really hoping to be able to secure Roshan right now, which is up in just 15 seconds. The rest of Fnatic farm it away. We do have that Blink Dagger now on KYXY, and he has his level 2 reincarnation. Blink Dagger is up on Ohio as well. That could definitely make a big difference in these team fights. If he can catch the right heroes, the problem is still going to be those BKBs.
Yeah, it's still going to make a lot of sense for him to get it, though. If he can get the vacuum initiation in the Roche pit fight, that would be huge. And Fnatic, with this one smoke, they have to get so much out of this. This Roche fight has to be incredibly successful for them, and that's why I think you opt to go for the Blink Dagger all in for this fight if you can. Fnatic is well aware that the Roshan is about to be up, but I don't even think VP cares because they have to start moving now.
Fnatic, they've just pushed out that middle lane, smoke up, and now heading for the Roshan pit, but it's already below half HP, especially with that medallion. It's going to be dropping fast. The Naga Siren Illusion is going to be leading the way. It spots out that Roshan is incredibly low, but Fnatic took a bit of a detour. They hit it up into the middle lane. Now they make the jump in Naga Siren, but it's too late. Already the Aegis is down. They're going to throw down the wall and try and take this fight anyway. Ketchigimba goes for the ultimate Echo Slam, interrupts. Ketchigimba, he's going to be blown up before he gets anything off, and now the fight looks disastrous as double BKBs are popped. They're ignoring KYXY. His reincarnation is blown, and the rest of Virtus Pro just looking for Fnatic. Ohio's going to be going down next to the creeps. KYXY with a blink TPA away will be the only survivor there for Fnatic. Desperation seems to be striking the Southeast Asian team as they go for yet another team fight inside that Roshan pit, but it doesn't fare any better than the previous ones.
Yeah, that was just a little bit of miscommunication. As the Darkseer goes in, the Song of the Siren is popped at the same time, so his vacuum was rendered null. They didn't really get anything off like they wanted to. The Shadow Fiend just simply can't get his ultimate off. If you notice, Lil had the perfect timing there. As soon as the sleep was over, no hesitation, blinks into the Roshan pit, throws down the Echo Slam. Ketchigimba gets slain immediately, and VP are just out-coordinating Fnatic in these team fights. And I mean, KYXY is going to go in, but can he actually do anything?
Yeah, he doesn't have the reincarnation, so he's got to play careful here. Shallow Grave being placed on Illidan. The ensnare's going to still catch him, and Fnatic desperately need to be able to make this fight work for them. 3-man vacuum, but you already have the Spirit Breaker just charging deep in, making himself a target. Fire Breath comes through, and Fnatic actually dropping a little bit low. Illidan in the background, there goes the Laguna Blade to take him out, but at just the ages. KYXY trying to toggle as best as possible. Lil is going to be caught, but another great Shallow Grave keeps them alive. The back out, call down, still going to be able to catch Mushi here, and Illidan charging in without fear. Really wants to be able to clean up this support. Gets a little bit closer, but now he is being kited. No, nice use there. The flat cannon manages to catch Mushi in the end for a godlike spree on Illidan, and the dive past the tier 3 tower works out to VP's favor.
And they've almost got an Assault Cuirass on G. And we questioned earlier teams that were unable to get to the high ground, but VP have many different ways to get to the high ground. Illidan so farmed, he's got a ton of stats. He still has a 9-second BKB. G's about to pick up a DD rune and an Assault Cuirass. At the same time, something we really haven't talked about is the sheer amount of levels that this Dragon Knight is getting. He's almost level 16.
A critical level, right?
Yeah, if you thought getting into a fight against VP's team was going to be difficult before, now you've got the Blue Dragon to deal with. That's actually what it's called, by the way. It's like the least creative name. It's just called the Blue Dragon. I thought it was called like the Frost Dragon or anything, but nope. Just the Blue Dragon.
He's going to have the Assault Cuirass coming in soon. Physical damage just won't mean anything to him. Perhaps that's okay with Fnatic because they still don't have very much physical damage at all. Shadow Fiend's still rocking just the SNY, and Wraith King only has, jump in, catching Imba in a bit of trouble. He's going to be chain locked and taken out with the double damage. They will be able to get the turnaround kill on Lil, but it's still not worth it.
Johnny's
especially with
stuck.
Johnny. He's stuck in the trees, and God, trying to catch up. Looks like Johnny's going to be able to get some distance out, and G just kind of lets him go. He knows he's not going to be able to catch up to that support. Still a favorable trade for VP.
Yeah, every single time that you take down the Shadow Fiend, he just continues to struggle. He needs that BKB desperately. But I'm not too panicked for Fnatic yet. They still have a BKB potentially on their Shadow Fiend. They can still hit that GG combo with vacuum into the Lina stuff. There's a lot of different ways for them to come back into this game, but there's only so many poor fights that you can take before it just adds up into too much.
DK Phobos on the hunt right now with his Invis rune. What do you think about his choice here of going for the early Vlads rather than a quick BKB to make 3 magic immune cores?
I think they realize that Fnatic's heroes just don't deal damage, and if you stack up the armor, you've got the Vlad's aura, you've got the Assault Cuirass aura on the G, how do you actually kill any of them when they decide to BKB? Even if it's a 2v5 fight with the Naga Song and the Siren, I'm not entirely sure that Fnatic can deal enough damage to cut through it. Because Kuchikimba, his BKB should come about now, but at the same time, he still only deals about 150 a hit. That's just not going to cut it against a hero that has nearly 30 armor. He's actually got more than 30 armor.
Yeah,
I misjudged him. He doesn't even have the Vlad's aura yet. He's going to have 50 armor.
He is a beast right now in Fnatic. Oh, they could be in a bad position here. They're going to go for the smoke up. Lil already sees him, missed the Fisher, but KYXY has been stunned up. They managed to get some stuns onto Lil, but KYXY is going to be sacked here. He loses reincarnation, and the rest of Fnatic waiting to go back in. BKB is being popped now by VP with Mushi popping that Song of Siren that leaves Illidan all by himself, but he doesn't care. He's going to man mode this one out. Kenchigimba pops his BKB, trying to go for God, but he's just too damn tanky. DK Phobos bumping back Kenchigimba with a charge over to the supports as well. 2-man Fisher on top of that one. Kenchigimba is on the escape. At the same time, Mushi may be sacrificed to the Gyrocopter. Kenchigimba playing around with these centaurs, trying to clear through them. Echo Slam gets laid out. He goes down. And now the chase continues for Johnny with a charge on top. He's not going anywhere. It's only Ohio, the offlaner, who will survive once again. Fnatic just shy of getting team wiped.
Yeah, that's 4 for 0 right now as VP just completely dominates that fight. And that's what I'm talking about. When VP decide to pop the BKBs, even with the Song of the Siren, they just have to play defensively because they're struggling so hard to deal any sort of damage. You noticed even the Wraith King had to just back up, run into a corner. He didn't really know what to do, and that's even without the Aegis. So once he has a Butterfly, you're nowhere near an MKB if you're Fnatic. And you still have the combo that you can fall back on, but consecutive fight after consecutive fight loss means that eventually it's not going to matter whether you hit the Wombo combo.
Now the incredibly effective support item Solar Crest is being placed on God. There's no chance there's going to be an MKB anytime soon. Out of Fnatic, the charge comes in. KYXY just bumped back by a Fisher. He still does not have his reincarnation for a full minute. That's why Illidan feels pretty much no danger in pushing forward into this melee Rax.
He still has his BKB, and even without an Aegis, he's pretty confident because he realizes you've got the Grave, there's nothing that can go through that, and they want to go high ground with this. 31 minutes into the game, VP is usually a team that's completely methodical and they'll wait, but they're deciding to just go for it right now. They can taste blood.
Oh, there's the two-man vacuum, but it's still not enough for them to be able to win the fight. The call down gets laid out. KYXY, he's going to be going down again. Beyond godlike already for Illidan as he now marches to kill Ohio as well. Great light strike array, though, catches multiple, and they'll take out DK Phobos to start with. And now Illidan going to be caught by the Wraith King stun, and more right clicks. They can't quite get it. FNG's keeping Illidan alive. Johnny has one chance to be able to get a Dragon Slave, but he turns around to face up against God. Level 17 Dragonite will finally die here as Ohio picks up the double kill. They hold their melee racks, but they've lost the tier 3, the range racks, and it did cost them a buyback there out of Ohio as well as KYXY.
And that's the worst thing, is that KYXY has had these same set of items for quite some time, and you've pretty much killed all chances of him catching back into the game. He's got 411 gold, nowhere near an MKB that he desperately needs. Meanwhile, if you just look at VP's side, Illidan's got a Butterfly. I mean, I don't mean to be negative on Fnatic's chances, but at a certain point, there are just items that you can't really beat with what you have. And Fnatic are rapidly approaching that point. They can't take another sloppy Roche fight. They actually have to steal it, because I don't know if they can hold the high ground if there's both an Aegis and double BKBs up on both cores. And now you can't commit buybacks anymore.
Now a third BKB. DK Phobos has his. Lil's got a Glimmer Cape. And we already talked about that Solar Crest, what could be a 4-staff for FNG as well. I love the way that Virtus.pro are playing very disciplined when they push uphill as well. This is what kind of struck me when they had the Gyrocopter there on the front lines. They had everyone else sitting very far back because they really wanted to make sure they did not get caught out by a big blink vacuum out from Ohio. And you could see when Fnatic finally were forced to make the initiation, all Ohio could grab was a 2-man vacuum from it.
Yeah, and with all these BKBs up at the same time, as long as VP's fast to the trigger, they can take these fights, but it's going to come down to how Fnatic decides to approach this. They don't have a smoke for quite some time, Austin, and that's what I'm a little bit concerned about if I'm them. Is how do you take the Roche fight? You can't really walk in. You have the gem, sure, but they don't have the gem anymore either, no. It actually got given to the Dazzle, so they can't even walk in with vision. They're pretty much just fighting blind at this point.
Yeah, and Roshan's up for in a minute and a half, so Fnatic have very little time to figure out a game plan here. It seems right now it's all about split pushing as Ohio pushes out the top lane. We have our Shadow Feet actually just real quick bumps out of the jungle, clears through a creep wave, and then immediately TP's out. He's just too scared of the Spear Breaker.
And he should be at this point, because another catch means that Fnatic are going to get high ground. You don't want to be forced into a buyback situation as a Shadow Fiend, just because you spawn with no souls. So you're not going to be able to deal any damage. Your ultimate's probably already been popped at that point, and even if it hasn't, your BKB ultimate with 18 souls isn't going to really change the fight. Fnatic pretty much need the perfect setup here. They probably need to blow up 1 or 2 heroes with the Song of the Siren. Like, they have to catch somebody from VP that doesn't pop it in time, and then after that, they pretty much have to win a 4v5 fight after that point. But I'm not sure if they can do enough burst damage. They don't quite have the heroes for this.
Oh, Lil misses out on that one. Mushi thought about taking advantage of Lil, who's kind of stuck in this position, but I think they realize VP are going to be nearby. Mushi starts a little bit of damage on Lil, but not too much pressure. VP start letting a response. They control this cliff area, which Fnatic simply cannot push into. We saw the last time they smoked up and tried to go up that cliff. Did not fare well for them. Lil's going to see the respawn of Roshan now. Fnatic, time on the clock here, 35 minutes in. Seemingly need a miracle to be able to come back in this game after what is a 16,000 gold lead from VP. Very monstrous late game potential here. Solar Crest bringing Roshan. Look at it, it's already going down to 3k HP. And Fnatic are not going to be able to mount a response in time. Aegis already in the hands of Illidan. And DK Phobos, he wants to be able to force this fight. Charge right through Mushi, leading things up for Lil to be able to get a multiple stun. Johnny's going to be controlled up by DK Phobos. Meanwhile, farther up, they do manage to take out the Wraith King for their first life. Farther down, Mushi is trying to back himself away from the rest of VP. Nice 2-man vacuum with wall on top. DK Phobos actually going to go down here. God, though, pops his BKB and now challenges Ketchigimba for superiority. Ketchigimba running away, but nice Song of Siren out from Mushi. They're going to try and pop God here. They lick all the Song of Siren. God gets brought a little bit low, but it's still not enough. The Shadow's Grave is there, and Ketchigimba, desperate to be able to TP out, does not make it away. Johnny TP's out, but but they lost their core. KYXY as well as Ketchigemba are down, and Virtus Pro now go for the second lane of racks at bottom.
There's no buyback on the Wraith King. The Shadow Fiend does have one, but Fnatic no longer have any abilities. And this bottom fight is going to be so hard for them to hold. The Elder Dragon form still has about 20 seconds left on it. Illidan has the Aegis, and he's so far for 36 minutes into the game. They've got a Grave and the Earthshaker backing him up. At best, this is going to be a 3v4 fight for Fnatic.
Buyback is there. Ohio, two-man backing with the Shivas on top, but the magic damage just isn't nearly enough. God, still very healthy as Illidan leads the charge here up against Ketchigemba, trying to desperately to get back to the fountain. Lina goes down, and Ketchigemba just barely gets back in time, but that is definitely a second lane of Rax. The only reason their top lane of Rax is potentially going to stay alive for a little bit here is because that tier 2 tower is still up. You can see a gigantic creep wave is on its way. VP seemingly already have this game in the bag. 37 minutes in, 30-13 to their advantage.
That's a full Satanic, by the way, finished on Illidan. If you thought he was going to die before, he's got an Aegis, a Satanic, a Butterfly. There's no MKB completed on anybody on Fnatic. I mean, this is starting to look nigh impossible.
Bouncing back, TK Phobos about to finish up a Blade Mail on top of that. We've got the Force Tap in for Dazzle. The list of items just goes on and on and on. For everyone that's picked up, Fnatic's chances in this game get a little bit slimmer. Illidan on the front lines here for this tier 3 tower. The last lane of Rax. This is do or die for Fnatic. Mushi is in an interesting position here. Gets caught out by Illidan. BKB activated. Mushi is already down and out. KYXY, he's going to go down as well. He does not have a buyback. The Blink Dagger picked up from Ketchigemba, but he may not have the opportunity to use it. A nice vacuum into the wall, but the ultimate just doesn't seem to do anything. Ketchigemba gets torn apart like paper. Ohio's next up, and there it is. GG, Fnatic call it. Their opportunities here at the International come to a close as Virtus Pro take them out in this best-of-1 elimination match.
What a dominant performance by Virtus Pro. They don't even look phased. They're not even really, I'm sure they're happy, but it doesn't even look like that bothered them. They're like, we expected to go there, be clinical, take them apart, and that's exactly what they did. An absolutely dominant performance for them, surrendering just 14 kills in 38 minutes. Fantastic play by Virtus Pro. Congratulations to them to moving on to the top 12. At the same time, condolences to Fnatic, who worked their heart out to get here and still walk away with a decent chunk of change.
Yeah, some big veterans on the Southeast Asian side. Got to give props to them. Of course, VP, expecting just such a dominant performance by them from a team that, actually almost made it into the upper bracket and only lost due to a tiebreaker. Great performance by them. Looking forward to seeing more. We'll see what our analysts have to say about VP and Fnatic.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, we lose another team. There were 16, there are now 13. We'll also eliminate one more before the night is out as well. We have Fnatic added to a long list, or an even longer list as it's getting, of big names. Newbie are gone. Fnatic are gone. We are losing champions left, right, and center as well, and Na'Vi are also gone. We could even lose a third by the end of the night as well. Disappointing from Fnatic, I think we can say, but actually very, very powerful show of display by Virtus Pro.
Yeah, if you can count on one thing when you watch VP play, it is that they will play with absolutely no fear. And that's what you saw from that squad tonight. And I mean, Illidan, when he is on his game, is as dangerous and as aggressive a carry player as you'll see in the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, we used to see him farm really good, but now he farms and gets kills really well throughout the entire game. Just amazing to watch.
Okay, we do have a quick clip of one of the key moments in the game. This is the Roshan take where they went on towards the racks as well. So key moment in this one. They were well ahead at this point anyway. This just kind of confirmed their victory.
Yeah, exactly. This was pretty late in. I think this is actually the third Roshan that we're seeing here. And the team fight here, there's no way for Fnatic to work with. They don't have enough items to deal with VP.
And VP just really needed BKBs to counter it. Fnatic didn't even coordinate that well. They had another Roshan fight prior where Mushi released the Song of the Siren a little bit too early, and then Shadow Fiend without the BKB just got destroyed. And at this point, there's a cheese that comes out for G, and as you said, just too many items to overcome. And Fnatic just really needed excellent teamwork, but they just seem in shambles. They even switch roles from the group stage. I was very surprised to see that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We talked about the fact that it was a signature hero for Mushi, and then didn't even see him on it, which was a little bit odd. But maybe he thought it was time for the the Padawan to step up and become the master. But That didn't work out, did it? We are going to move swiftly on. So we're going to move on to our final game. We're going to get into that very shortly. Invictus Gaming versus MVP. Hot 6, of course. Hot 6 coming into this as the second part of the MVP duo, but without a win from the group stage. We're going to start things off with a look at Invictus Gaming. You should know them and love them by now, of course. Former champions. And who else are we going to talk to other than Ferrari?
第一次见430的时候，就觉得这个人有点疯狂吧，每天都在打，就是他也没玩别的，就一直在练，一直在打。
我觉得430他首先对自己从来不会降低要求，他不会乱看网页什么的，就是。
我觉得 IG 最强的地方在于我们能适应所有的战术，因为 基本上所有的英雄我们都会去用，都会去尝试所有的套路，我们都可以去复制它，然后去学习它。
我觉得430，这5年一直在 IG 打，是我挺佩服的吧，因为很多职业选手都是这么多年就是一直保持一个很好的竞技状态吧。
第一个反应就是一个挺大胆的人，比较刚，然后当然这和他技术高有关吧。 艺高人胆大，但是他绝对是一个不怂的人，在游戏。
感觉时间过得特别快吧，感觉 TI1、TI2仿佛都在昨天一样，一下突然就到 TI5了，感觉时间过得还没有反应过来，时间已经过去了。
IG 和他之间已经有一种特殊的感情了。
我们人员一直在变动嘛，就是，但是430从来没有离开过 IG。 IG 也确实很需要。
IG 在我心中可能就代表了 Dota 吧，因为我一直在这个队伍当中。一起最难忘的经历当然是 TI 夺冠。我相信所有的人、所有的队伍，如果 TI 能夺冠，这都是他们最深刻的经历。
兄弟啊，这个 TI 是打一届少一届，希望我们今年能够打漂亮一点，然后继续一起并肩作战吧，这样。
There we are then, the franchise known as Invictus Gaming, IG. Former champions, of course, at the International. Ferrari, of course, hunting that second one as well. They do have a tall order against them to get through the lower bracket and all the way to the grand final. It starts right now here in the lower bracket, best of one. And they go head-to-head with a dangerous team. And although they're a dangerous team, they've yet to show their true colours here at TI5. Without a win from the group stages, but their captain is about to change that if he has his way.
I grew up in many places because my dad, he's a diplomat, so I had to follow him around on his tours. Every time we move, it's goodbye to my friends, and as I got older, it was harder to make friends. I started playing games at the age of 8 or 9. Our country had one of the first esports scene in the world, and even as a kid, there were professional gamers who were making big bucks and getting a lot of airtime, and the more and more I tried, the more and more it seemed like I could be one of those people. And by the time I was 22, I was playing competitively. At the age of 24 is when I was called to the army service. It was hard for me as a gamer because I thought I was playing the best just before I had to go into the military. So after I was done with the military, I spent the following years trying to recover from my absence of gaming. It was kind of like recovering from an injury. It happened and you can't really do much about it. I tried my best to get in shape again. Towards the end of my service, March recruited me. Even though I had been not in the scene for 2 years, like he had faith in me as a teammate. and then we played together for a year, and that's when we split up and I moved to MVP Hot 6. My role on the team as a captain, it's to make sure that everyone on my team is given a chance to play their A game. So I want to give them confidence. I think that's my biggest job as a captain. I hope TI5 will be the tournament that proves to me that my team can be one of the best. But it would basically be a statement for myself that I can achieve anything as long as I don't give up.
There we are then. MVP Hot 6, the final 16th team that we're talking about today. And of course, in our 6th and final match of a very long day. The players are waiting backstage to enter the arena. I'm sure they'll get a raucous applause and cheers from the crowd when they do so. And they'll go head-to-head with a former champion in the form of Ferrari and Co. in IG. So, big game for both these two teams, as we've said many times before. On these best of ones, they've proved to be exactly what they thought would be. We've seen some spectacular play, very exciting, and also we've seen a bit of a crush actually from Virtus Pro as well. And just to update you, it's probably worth taking a quick look at the bracket as well, just to show you how it's all shaping up. Empire, of course, going through a little bit earlier on. Cloud9 dropping down to the lower bracket. They'll take on Vici Gaming as well. That's going to be a fantastic game when that one happens. And at the bottom half, you'll see that Fnatic, of course, now dumped out of the competition by Virtus Pro. We've got that last final spot available in the next round. We'll have lost 4 teams today. It's been a brutal day for many reasons, not just for Seb, but also for 4 teams as well. But in all seriousness, as a fan, it's been kind of exciting as well. And I almost feel bad to say that because you're losing teams and great teams and great players in amongst that. Alan, how do you feel about it?
I mean, it's just the reality of the sport. And, I mean, if you look at all the great tournaments in all sports, I mean, March Madness is my favorite time of year, other than TI now. And it's just an inevitable aspect of it that your favorite teams and your favorite players, you know, all but one of them are going to be going home. But IG, you want to talk about championship teams. Yeah. I mean, this is one. And really, unfortunately, throughout this competition, we've seen great individual players from their team members. We have not seen great play as a team from IG. We're